Chapter 1. The Bewildered Transmigration. Lei Hu sat up in bed, gazing at the rudimentary earthen walls, utterly perplexed. He muttered to himself that he was not supposed to be here after finishing a meal. He was struck by a speeding truck and then plunged into darkness. How could he awaken in a different place? At that moment, Lei Hu began to focus his thoughts, searching through his mind, and soon realized that the original inhabitant of this body had fallen yesterday, which had allowed him to seize control and be reborn. Through the memories of the original owner, Lei Hu discovered that the original's father was a scholar who had repeatedly failed the imperial examinations, leading to excessive sorrow and ultimately his death 2 years prior. Subsequently, the mother, also consumed by grief, had passed away, leaving the original to fend for himself. Fortunately, there were some savings left in the household, enabling the original to maintain a semblance of existence. Feeling hunger pangs, Lei Hu took a pouch of copper coins and ventured outside, finding a breakfast stall where he began to eat. He looked at the vendor and said, "Uncle Yi, I would like 2 buns and a bowl of thin rice porridge." Yi Wei, recognizing Lei Hu's voice, replied, "Young Lei, please wait a moment, your buns will be ready shortly." After finishing his breakfast, Lei Hu returned home, pondering how he should live his life moving forward. At that moment, he concentrated again and discovered his golden finger within his mind. With a mere thought, he summoned an ethereal panel before him. Name, Lei Hu. Cultivation, mortal. Skill, calligraphy beginner 80100. At this moment, having read numerous online novels, Lei Hu understood that his golden finger was a proficiency panel. Through diligent effort, he could reap rewards. He approached the table, took out a piece of paper, and began to write. After completing 1 page, he glanced at the panel, only to find no changes. Recalling the original's memories, he realized that the original seldom practiced writing. To test the panel's functionality, Lei Hu gathered several sheets of paper and set them aside. Picking up one, he began to write, frequently checking the panel. After an hour of writing, the panel finally displayed a change. Name, Lei Hu. Realm, mortal. Skill, calligraphy beginner 81100. Through experimentation, Lei Hu discovered that his diligent writing indeed caused the panel to evolve. He began to contemplate how to utilize this panel to alter his destiny. Deciding to cease writing, he neatly stored the paper and set out once more. Upon reaching the street, Lei Hu noticed a multitude of individuals within the county, many of whom were armed. These people strode through the streets, wielding swords and daggers with an air of arrogance. Observing closely, Lei Hu realized they were the legendary figures of the martial world. He quietly followed them to a tea stall, where he saw them engaged in conversation over tea. It dawned on him that these martial artists, despite their exceptional skills, were still like ordinary people and required sustenance. Finding a random seat at the tea stall, he began to eavesdrop on the conversations of these martial practitioners. One bearded man said, "Have you heard? The Sky Eagle sect plans to hold a blade exhibition at Wangpan Mountain in 10 days. Another man with a scarred face chimed in, "So, the Dragon Slaying Saber has been claimed by the Sky Eagle sect. They aim to showcase their might by hosting this exhibition." The bearded man continued, "The white-browed Eagle King, Yin Tianzhong, is a formidable figure in the martial world. Having obtained the Dragon Slaying Saber, he will surely display the sect's power to elevate its reputation." Listening to their words, Lei Hu realized that he had entered a world reminiscent of the Dragon Slaying and Heavenly Sword saga. He suddenly understood why the memories of the original felt so familiar. The current dynasty was the Yuan dynasty, and this recognition stirred something deep within him. Returning home, Lei Hu pondered how, having arrived in such a martial world, he could survive without acquiring martial arts skills to bolster his strength. He began to devise a plan to reap benefits. The optimal strategy would be to incite chaos throughout the martial realm. Only then would he have the opportunity to obtain martial arts manuals for his own cultivation. Lei Hu recognized that he was no longer young, and even if he sought admission to a martial sect, he could not apprentice as a disciple. Learning martial arts would depend solely on his own efforts. At that moment, he recalled passing by a tavern and catching a glimpse inside. There was a storyteller, earning his living through tales. An idea struck Lei Hu since there were so many martial practitioners around. Wouldn't it be more rewarding to have this storyteller narrate tales of the martial world? He decided to secretly share the mysteries of the Dragon Slaying Saber and the Heavenly Sword with the storyteller, prompting him to relay these stories. This way, upon hearing the news, those martial practitioners would become embroiled in chaos, regardless of its veracity. As they clashed, he could hide in the shadows and, once the dust settled, sift through the remains for a martial arts manual. With this plan in mind, Lei Hu approached the table, took out his pen and paper, and began to write down the secrets of the Dragon Slaying Saber and the Heavenly Sword. Once finished, he reviewed his work and noted that this time, the content was written in vernacular, easily comprehensible to any listener. He then rolled up the paper and, leaving his home, made his way to the tavern to find the storyteller. This storyteller, whom Lei Hu recognized as Wang Deng, was a poor scholar who had never passed the examination to become a scholar. He was merely a child student. Having read a little, he relied on storytelling to make ends meet. Upon finding Wang Deng, Lei Hu said, "Scholar Wang, I noticed many martial practitioners have come into the county. If you tell a tale of the martial world tomorrow, you could earn a fair amount of wealth." Wang Deng replied, "Young Lei, I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted. To think of such a method to attract these martial practitioners and earn their coin." Lei responded, "Of course. If my mind weren't sharp, how could I have survived alone for the past 2 years?" Wang Deng then said, "As for the affairs of these martial practitioners, I am not well versed. I can only recount tales from the Three Kingdoms or the Sui and Tang dynasties. How could I possibly narrate stories from the martial world?" Chapter 2. The Storyteller at the Tavern. At that moment, Lei Hu presented the secrets of the Dragon Slaying Saber and the Heavenly Sword to Wang Deng. Wang Deng accepted the paper and, after reading its contents, remarked, "Young Lei, you truly have a talent for storytelling. If I recount this, those martial practitioners will undoubtedly become even more frantic upon learning of the contents in pursuit of the martial arts manuals." Lei Hu cautioned, "Once you finish telling the story and collect your earnings, for the sake of your safety, you must leave immediately and hide in a village until the storm passes." Wang Deng replied, "If I tell this story, I shall indeed reap a bountiful reward. These funds will sustain me for quite some time, and hiding away for a while will pose no issue." At this moment, Lei Hu stated, "Scholar Wang, it is already afternoon. It will be best to wait until tomorrow morning to begin the tale." Wang Deng agreed, "Of course, it's already afternoon. There would be little gain from telling the story today. Better to wait until tomorrow." After ensuring everything was arranged, Lei Hu returned to the street, had a light dinner, and retired for the night. The following morning, after finishing his breakfast, Lei Hu returned to the tavern to await the arrival of patrons. By the time the clock struck the third quarter of the hour, many martial practitioners had gathered in the tavern, indulging in food. Wang Deng ascended the stage, striking the gong with force, the sound resonating throughout the tavern, capturing everyone's attention. "Today, many martial practitioners have gathered," he began. "I, an old man, shall tell you a tale from the martial world. If my narration is lacking, I hope you will bear with me. It is said that during the Southern Song dynasty, there emerged a remarkable hero of the martial world, known as Guojing. Only a few seasoned martial elders have heard of him. This hero Guojing grew up in Mongolia. Later, he returned to the Central Plains and mastered formidable skills, leading everyone in the defense of Xianyang City against the Mongolian cavalry for many years. However, due to the emperor's incompetence, Guojing was not valued, which ultimately allowed the Mongolian forces to breach Xianyang. Before the fall of Xianyang City, Guojing left behind his treasured skills, hoping that future generations would inherit them and overthrow Mongolian rule, allowing our Han people to reclaim the world. At this moment, Lei Hu stood up and inquired, "Might I ask what skills Guojing possessed? What did he leave behind?" Wang Deng replied, "The skills of Guojing include formidable martial arts and the ability to lead troops in battle. The esteemed hero Guojing, prior to the fall of Xianyang, endeavored to ensure that his remarkable skills would be passed down through generations. Thus, he forged a sword and a blade from the renowned heavy iron sword of the divine eagle hero Yonggwa, infusing it with exquisite Western gold. By now, it is likely that everyone is already aware of the true identities of these legendary weapons." At this juncture, Lei Hu inquired, "Could it be that these are the fabled Dragon Slaying Saber and the Heaven-Reaching Sword, which have stirred the martial world into a frenzy?" Wang Deng responded, "Indeed, this young brother speaks truthfully. They are none other than the Dragon Slaying Saber and the Heaven-Reaching Sword, which have garnered much acclaim in the realm of martial arts." A bearded man interjected, "You, old fellow, have been talking endlessly without revealing the crux of the matter. I will reward you with 10 taels of silver if you promptly divulge Guojing's prized abilities." At this point, the assembly of martial artists, captivated by the tale, began to express their eagerness to learn of Guojing's unique skills. They clamored, "I will offer you 10 taels of silver now. Enlighten us about Guojing's exceptional abilities." Observing their fervent reactions, Lei Hu discerned their thoughts. They were yearning to uncover the secrets of the Dragon-Slaying Saber and the Heaven-Reaching Sword from the storyteller. Wang Deng, having received their rewards, beamed with delight and declared, "Since everyone is so keen to know, I shall share the tale with you." He continued, "Guojing's esteemed skills include not only his formidable martial prowess, but also his mastery of military strategy. Consider this. If Guojing lacked such martial skill, would he have attained such esteemed status within the martial community? Furthermore, without his exceptional military acumen, how could he have held off the Mongol forces at the gates of Xiangyang for decades? How did Guo Jing acquire such extraordinary abilities? One cannot overlook the fact that he is favored by fortune, a child of destiny blessed by the heavens. When he first entered the martial world, Guo Jing caught the attention of the renowned master, the northern beggar Hong Qigong, who imparted to him the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms. By a stroke of fate, Guo Jing later acquired the 90 manual, a martial arts classic, and in a few short years, he became a formidable master in his own right. Moreover, Guo Jing inherited the military strategies of the revered General Yu Fei through the treasured Wu Mu manuscript. It was through mastering this text that he was able to withstand the Mongol siege for decades. At this moment, Lei Hu remarked, "So, it follows that the Dragon Slaying Saber and the Heaven-Reaching Sword are indeed connected to Guo Jing's esteemed skills." Wang Deng affirmed, "This young brother speaks accurately. We can trace the rumors that have endured through time. The supreme weapon of the martial world, the Dragon Slaying Saber, commands the realm none dare defy it. When the Heaven-Reaching Sword is unsheathed, who can rival its might?" From these phrases, we can glean valuable insights regarding the Dragon Slaying Saber and the Heaven-Reaching Sword. To command the world, one must possess the authority of an emperor. Thus, we can deduce that the secrets of the Dragon Slaying Saber are intrinsically linked to the Wu Mu manuscript. For one to ascend to the throne, mastery of warfare is imperative. Only through adeptness in military strategy can one seize control of the realm. Therefore, possessing the Wu Mu manuscript and mastering general use tactics offers a glimmer of hope for those who aspire to rule. At this juncture, Lei Hu noted, had the Southern Song dynasty not been compelled by Emperor Gaozong Wanyango to summon General Yu back with 12 imperial edicts, the latter's forces would have long since driven the Jurchens from the north, and the Mongols would not have seized the Southern Song's dominion. A bearded man added, "So it follows that the Dragon-Slaying Saber contains the secrets of the Wu Mu manuscript. Consequently, the Heaven-Reaching Sword must hold the essence of Guo Jing's martial arts." Wang Deng concurred. Indeed, the Heaven-Reaching Sword encapsulates the essence of Guo Jing's martial arts. His techniques include the 9 manual and the 18 dragon-subduing palms, both of which are interwoven within the sword's legacy. At this moment, the bearded man inquired, "But how can we uncover the information regarding the Wu Mu manuscript, the 9 manual, and the 18 dragon-subduing palms contained within the Dragon-Slaying Saber and the Heaven-Reaching Sword?" Chapter 3. The Turmoil of the Martial World. Wang Deng responded, "Since Guo Jing entrusted such critical information to the Dragon-Slaying Saber and the Heaven-Reaching Sword, and considering the formidable nature of these weapons, it stands to reason that he chose to enshrine the secrets within the very blades themselves for their utmost security." The bearded man remarked, "So it seems that the Dragon-Slaying Saber indeed contains the Wu Mu manuscript, while the Heaven-Reaching Sword harbors the 9 manual and the 18 dragon-subduing palms, the 2 martial classics." Wang Deng replied, "This esteemed hero demonstrates remarkable insight. You have grasped the concept swiftly." The bearded man continued, "But why did Guo Jing go to such lengths to separate the 2 treasures into a sword and a blade? Would it not have been more prudent to keep them together?" Wang Deng explained, "You may recall the prevailing rumors within the martial community. The supreme weapon of the martial world, the Dragon-Slaying Saber, commands the realm none dare defy it. When the Heaven-Reaching Sword is unsheathed, who can rival its might?" This division was born from Guo Jing's fear of a tyrannical and foolish emperor. By ensuring the Wu Mu manuscript and the martial arts manuals were stored separately, he safeguarded against the possibility of a despotic ruler seizing power. In such a scenario, should someone acquire the martial arts texts and become a master, they could restrain the emperor, preventing him from acting recklessly. Upon hearing Wang Deng's elucidation, the martial artist finally comprehended the profound secrets behind the Dragon-Slaying Saber and the Heaven-Reaching Sword. Excitement surged through the assembly as they hastily exited the tavern, setting off towards Wangpan Mountain to attend the blade-wielding festival organized by the Heaven's Eagle sect, eager to seize the opportunity to acquire the Dragon-Slaying Saber. At that moment, Lei Hu also followed the crowd out of the tavern and made his way to the rear, where he encountered Wang Deng. Wang Deng addressed Lei Hu, "Here are the proceeds from today's storytelling totaling 1,200 taels of silver. I have divided it. This is your share, 600 taels. Take it and do as you wish." Lei Hu picked up the silver ingots, each weighing 10 taels, and casually counted them, finding them to be correct. He then said, "Wang Shusheng, you've not made an error. I shall take this for now." Wang Deng remarked, "Look at how these martial artists are behaving. They have already rushed off. For the sake of my life, I must make my escape. If they discover that I have deceived them, they would surely tear me to shreds." As Lei Hu observed Wang Dang's retreating figure, he mused to himself, little does this old man know that this information is indeed true. These people would not come seeking him out. With a burden in hand, Lei Hu returned home, securely stashing away the silver before stepping out to dine. After finishing his meal, he returned home and began to await the unfolding events. The news had already begun to circulate, and with each passing moment, it would reach the ears of the entire martial world. When that time arrives, chaos will ensue, as the denizens of the martial realm converge, igniting battles and bloodshed in every corner. During this period, Lei Hu spent his time wandering around the county town, except for meal times, hoping to observe whether the figures from the underworld had begun to engage in their deadly skirmishes. In a restaurant, Lei Hu was dining when he noticed a group of bald monks entering and approaching a gathering of nuns. As the monks reached the nuns, an elder monk spoke. Addressing the nun known as Master Mieju, he mentioned having heard rumors that within the heavenly sword lies information about the Nine Manual. The old monk had come to inquire whether this rumor held any truth. Master Mieju, with an expression of indifference, replied that the matter was purely a jest. The Master Kong Wan, as the abbot of Shaolin, would do well to heed fewer rumors. Upon hearing Master Mieju's response, Abbot Kong Wan remarked that he had heard of Master Mieju's remarkable progress in martial arts. He proposed a friendly sparring session to validate their respective skills. Upon receiving this news, Abbot Kong Wan hastily made his way from the Shaolin Temple. Today, by chance, he encountered Master Mieju, believing that through combat, he could ascertain whether the heavenly sword concealed any secrets. Recognizing that she would have to engage with Abbot Kong Wan to dissuade him, Master Mieju acquiesced, stating that if the abbot insisted, she would gladly spar with him. Thus, the two commenced their duel within the confines of the restaurant. As their battle progressed, the force of their energies shattered nearby tables and chairs into fragments. On the second floor, Thunder Tiger gazed towards the battlefield, witnessing the fierce clash between both sides, their formidable energies shattering the surrounding tables into fragments. The ruthless master of extinction brandished her sword, the blade glinting with a chilling light as it cleaved the table before her in two. At this moment, Lei Hu realized that these individuals from the martial world truly possessed remarkable skills. Their casual skirmishes could wreak immense havoc, shattering stone and splitting the earth with ease. After a brief clash lasting about a quarter of an hour, the duel came to an end. Within a 10-jong radius, the ground was marred by numerous sword marks and palm imprints, while shattered tables and benches lay strewn about. Kong Wan spoke, expressing gratitude to the esteemed master for facilitating the validation of his martial arts. Master Mieju replied, acknowledging that since the abbot's martial prowess had been affirmed, they would take their leave. Kong Wan responded, requesting Master to proceed, assuring that he would compensate for the damages incurred here. Once Master Mieju departed, Kong Xing inquired, Abbot, during your encounter with Master Mieju, did you ascertain whether there are hidden compartments within the Sword of Destiny? Abbot Kong Wan replied, during our exchange, I utilized my true energy to probe, and indeed, I discovered that the Sword of Destiny conceals secret compartments. It is likely that the Nine Manual is hidden within. Kong Xing then asked, what should we do now, Abbot? Kong Wan responded, in our recent engagement, I found that Master Mieju, wielding the Sword of Destiny, matched my strength. I cannot easily subdue her. This matter requires careful deliberation. The abbot ordered 2 tables of vegetarian dishes, and after dining, he settled the compensation before departing. Once outside the tavern, Kong Xing questioned, Abbot, why did you settle the compensation with the proprietor? Given our Shaolin Temple's reputation, the innkeeper would hardly dare to act against us even without payment. Abbot Kong Wan replied, we have pressing matters to attend to. There is no need to complicate things further. It is imperative that we reach Wangpan Mountain promptly to acquire the Dragon Slaying Blade. As Lei Hu observed the Shaolin group departing, his recent conversation unveiled a disheartening truth. The so-called righteous figures of the Ming sect were not as noble and upright as the tales portrayed. Rather, they harbored profound darkness within. In their relentless pursuit of fame and fortune, they too resorted to cunning and coercion. At that moment, Lei Hu realized that to live a life of tranquility, one must possess strength to safeguard oneself. Otherwise, in the face of peril, one's life could be irrevocably lost. Chapter 4. The initial attainment of martial arts. After finishing his meal, Lei Hu began to meander through the county town. During this leisurely stroll, it became evident that the streets were increasingly populated by individuals from the martial world. This surge in presence was largely attributed to the county's proximity to Wangpan Shan. as many practitioners of the arts would pass through this town en route to the blade-wielding tournament. Upon witnessing the chaos among the people of the martial world, stirred by the rumors of the Dragon Slaying Saber, Lei Hu observed frequent disputes erupting within the county town. This presented an opportunity for him. As long as there were fatalities, he could search the bodies. With a stroke of fortune, he might just acquire the coveted martial arts manuals. In the county town, Lei Hu wandered for several days. One day, as he passed by an alley, he heard the sounds of a fierce battle emanating from within. Lei Hu concealed himself at a distance, peering into the alley where two formidable men were engaged in combat. One of the burly men, sporting a thick beard, exclaimed, "Gui Yin, how dare you launch a surprise attack on me? If our sect learns of this, you shall face dire consequences." Gui Yin retorted, "Your Sisan sect has involved itself in the blade-wielding conference. After this, you shall undoubtedly suffer significant losses. There will be no energy left to concern yourselves with an ordinary disciple like me. I shall end your life to alleviate the resentment that weighs upon my heart." With that, Gui Yin charged forward, wielding his large blade with a glimmering cold light. Each strike aimed directly at the vital points of the bearded man. The latter, startled by the blade's brilliance, remarked, "You have cultivated true energy and reached the postnatal realm. It is only with such newfound strength that you dare seek revenge." Gui Yin replied, "My power has indeed surged, emboldening me to take advantage of your Sisan sect's vulnerabilities and avenge myself. Prepare to meet your end." With a fierce shout, Gui Yin delivered a decisive blow, his blade slicing through the bearded man's neck, severing his head. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the alleyway. Witnessing the demise of his opponent, Gui Yin, fearing the approach of the Sisan sect's members, hastily refrained from searching the corpse, leaping onto the wall and fleeing into the distance. In the shadows, Lei Hu observed the entire process. Once he noticed that the cross-eyed man had departed, he began to scan his surroundings and realized that no one was nearby. He swiftly entered the alley and commenced his search of the body. From the bearded man, he retrieved a book and several pieces of silver, amounting to more than a dozen taels. Lei Hu, having no time to examine the items closely, hastily tucked them into his embrace and swiftly departed from the alley, making his way home. Once he entered his abode and secured the doors and windows, he finally felt a sense of relief. Lei Hu entered the room, retrieved an object, and placed it upon the table, beginning to examine it. He pushed aside the fragmented silver and picked up a tome, engrossed in its contents. At that moment, he noticed the three prominent characters inscribed on the cover: Iron Cloth Shirt. Hastily, he flipped open the book, eager to explore the martial secrets within. Upon completing his review, Lei Hu realized that this was a manual dedicated solely to the enhancement of physical prowess. Through relentless refinement of the body, one could achieve formidable strength. According to the introduction of the Iron Cloth Shirt, the practice is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier focuses on the conditioning of flesh, fortifying the body's strength. The second tier begins the toughening of bones, rendering them as resilient as steel. The third tier delves into the fortification of internal organs, empowering them significantly. At this stage, not only would one experience a tremendous surge in physical strength and robust health, becoming impervious to the strikes of ordinary metal, but endurance would also be greatly enhanced. Once the Iron Cloth Shirt is perfected, one could exhibit strength akin to 1,000 pounds, easily shattering stone and rock. Even within the martial world, such a feat would categorize one as a competent practitioner, possessing second-tier prowess, capable of navigating the realms of adventure. After concluding his perusal of the martial arts manual, Lei Hu understood that as long as he diligently mastered the Iron Cloth Shirt to perfection, he could venture forth in search of opportunities. In preparation for his rigorous training, he placed a massive stone in his home, covering it with a layer of cowhide, designed for his practice. Thunder Tiger secluded himself within his abode, dedicating his efforts to the disciplined practice of martial arts. Following the methods outlined in the ancient manuscript, he commenced his training. According to the text, during the initial stage of cultivation, it was essential to employ a wooden staff to strike various parts of his body. In order to conceal his activities, Thunder Tiger repeatedly struck his body against the stones in the courtyard, engaging in this practice to enhance his proficiency in his martial arts techniques. Through experimentation, Thunder Tiger discovered that this method can enhance proficiency. However, the results are rather sluggish. It takes an entire hour to increase proficiency by a mere fraction. To attain the foundational level of the Iron Cloth technique, one requires 100 hours of dedication. Lei Hu began to examine his panel. Name: Lei Hu Realm. Ordinary skill: Iron Cloth, Layer 1, 3100. Upon observing the progress displayed on the panel, Lei Hu erupted into hearty laughter. Regardless of the arduous training, he was determined to perfect the iron cloth technique. Only by achieving such mastery could he possess the strength to venture into the world, seeking opportunities. Otherwise, he might find himself ambushed and slain by bandits on the road. Upon inspection, Thunder Tiger observed his body was covered in contusions, all resultant from collisions with the stones. This was, however, a consequence of the stones being encased in cowhide. Otherwise, his skin would have surely been torn, leaving him drenched in blood. Lei Hu paused his practice, donned his clothes, and then entered the room to partake in his meal. At that moment, he remarked that it seemed there was no room for idleness. He must adhere to the teachings within the manual and venture to the apothecary to gather herbs for concocting medicinal broth to restore his vitality. Otherwise, such arduous training would inevitably take a toll on his body. It was then that Lei Hu realized why so few individuals pursued external martial arts. Not only did it require immense effort, but it also demanded considerable financial resources, making it far less convenient than the internal disciplines, which simply involved cultivating one's vital energy. After finishing his meal, Lei Hu set out for the apothecary, where he began to procure medicinal herbs. To avoid arousing suspicion from the apothecary's practitioners, he meticulously divided the herbs he sought. He collected a small quantity from one shop, dispersing his acquisitions over several visits. In this manner, the doctors at the apothecary remained oblivious to Lei Hu's true intentions for gathering these ingredients. On the streets, Lei Hu witnessed the turmoil within the county. Countless individuals from the underworld frequented the town, often engaging in violent altercations that left the street vendors in utter disarray. These vendors were merely ordinary citizens who, in the face of such chaos, dared not utter a word, let alone seek compensation from the ruffians. They could only swallow their grievances in silence. In that moment, Lei Hu came to understand the darkness of this society, where ordinary folk were compelled to live in humility, too fearful to resist the might of the strong. Upon witnessing the so-called righteous sects engage in combat, destroying property in their wake, and then swiftly pursuing their adversaries without a thought for restitution, Lei Hu came to a stark realization. These purported martial factions bore no distinction from the underworld of his previous life. They merely gathered a band of individuals to brawl indiscriminately, instilling fear into the hearts of ordinary citizens. Through sheer force, they established themselves as local tyrants, extracting wealth from all corners. Take the Shaolin Temple, for instance. Beyond collecting offerings, it also monopolized vast tracts of land, compelling the common folk to cultivate it while demanding exorbitant rents. This system enabled the monks to devote themselves to martial training, thereby preserving their status. It stands to reason that other sects likely employed similar methods to amass considerable fortunes, ensuring the stable growth of their own establishments. Chapter 5. Becoming a warrior. Upon returning home, Lei Hu retrieved the medicinal herbs and commenced the preparation of a herbal concoction. Once the brew was complete, he poured it into a large barrel. He then added hot water to the barrel, transforming it into a vat of medicinal liquid intended for body rejuvenation. After removing his clothing, Lei Hu immersed himself in the steaming hot water of the tub, which inflicted excruciating pain upon his body. The scalding heat intensified the agony of the bruises that marred his skin. Thunder Tiger felt the pain coursing through his body, recalling the events that transpired on the street, and began to endure. As time passed, the medicinal properties, infused by the warm water, permeated into his being, facilitating a gradual healing of his injuries. Through this process, Lei Hu perceived his body undergoing transformation under the influence of the medicinal power, continuously growing stronger. Once the water had cooled, he rose to examine the changes within himself. Upon observation, he noted that the bruises on his body had dissipated. With just one more night, he would fully recover. At that moment, Lei Hu summoned the panel to assess its alterations. He discovered the panel had indeed changed. Name: Lei Hu Realm. Ordinary technique. Iron Cloth, Level 1. 5100. As Lei Hu beheld this scene, a joyous smile blossomed upon his face. Throughout the day, he had amassed 5 points of proficiency. With approximately 20 days of diligent practice, he would attain the first level, granting him a modicum of self-defense. At that moment, Lei Hu remained secluded within his home, wholly devoted to his martial arts training, yearning to master the iron shirt technique as swiftly as possible. Clad only in a pair of shorts, he stood in the courtyard, relentlessly striking his body against the stones. With each impact, a bruise emerged upon his skin. Only when his body was adorned with an array of bruises did he finally cease his exertions. Thunder Tiger donned his attire and made his way to the corner of the courtyard, where he commenced the meticulous preparation of medicinal soup. Once the concoction was complete, he blended it into the bathing water and indulged in a soothing soak. Upon finishing his bath, Thunder Tiger rose, exited the water barrel, and poured the bath water onto the courtyard, allowing it to flow away through the drainage system. Thunder Tiger thus secluded himself within his abode, dedicating his efforts to the rigorous practice of martial arts. Each day he exhausts himself to the point of utter fatigue. After 20 days of rigorous training, Lei Hu was on the verge of mastering the iron cloth shirt technique, and excitement began to swell within him. The thunderous tiger descended into the water barrel, commencing a regimen of medicinal broth to rejuvenate his body. Once this immersion is complete, the iron cloth technique will be fully mastered. Lei Hu entered the barrel, immersing himself in a bath, harnessing the medicinal properties of the water to rejuvenate his body and fortify his strength. Upon finishing his soak, he felt an abundance of vitality surging within him, filling his entire being. Thunder Tiger rose to his feet, clenching his fists, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction with the strength coursing through his body. As he gazed down at himself, he observed the remarkable transformation. His physique had become significantly more robust. No longer frail and delicate, his body was now enveloped in a thick layer of muscle. With the slightest exertion, veins surged forth, resembling writhing earthworms, coiling around his form. Thunder Tiger stepped out of the water barrel, donned a pair of shorts, and proceeded to the courtyard, arriving before the stone pedestal. These stone pedestals were crafted by Thunder Tiger during his training, designed to test one's strength. Lei Hu approached a stone pedestal weighing 200 pounds. In the past, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to lift it. With his feet firmly planted apart, he bent down and grasped the handle of the stone pedestal with one hand, raising it to chest height. He maintained this position for several breaths before finally setting the pedestal down, causing it to crash onto the ground and create a deep indentation in the earth. Thunder Tiger, with his left hand, grasped the stone pedestal, effortlessly lifting it to chest height and maintaining this position for a span of 10 breaths. At this moment, he realized that with a single arm, he could hoist an impressive weight of 200 pounds, his strength surging significantly. In a confrontation with an ordinary person, a mere punch could easily inflict injury. Should he unleash his full might upon a vital point, it could result in instant demise for his opponent. It was then that Thunder Tiger comprehended the audacity of those in the martial world. They possessed formidable power and were no longer willing to serve as mere cattle, subjected to the exploitation of others. Naturally, they aspired to rise above, to exploit the common populace, compelling the ordinary citizens to sustain them. Now, Thunder Tiger too wielded such strength, refusing to be subjugated, aspiring to ascend to greatness. With a touch more diligence, and with his martial prowess fully developed, he could become a master of the martial arts, enjoying the same privileges as others, no longer reliant on the mundane. With great joy, Lei Hu experienced a breakthrough in his martial arts and returned to his bed for a peaceful slumber. At that moment, he felt a semblance of self-preservation, allowing him to rest soundly. The following morning, Lei Hu stepped out of his home and onto the bustling streets, entering a tavern. He ordered several small dishes and began to eat, intending to gather information about the happenings in the martial world. Suddenly, a burly man with a face full of scars exclaimed, "Have you heard? During the last blade-wielding tournament hosted by the Heavenly Eagle sect, the secret of the Dragon Slaying Saber was exposed, attracting countless martial artists. These individuals discovered, through testing, that the saber indeed contains hidden compartments. It leads one to believe that the secrets of the Dragon Slaying Saber are concealed within it." This revelation sent everyone into a frenzy. Many martial artists began to brawl over the saber. Even renowned sects such as Shaolin, Wudong, and Amei had members participating in the struggle for the Dragon Slaying Saber. A scar-faced man recounted, "I witnessed these individuals clashing in Wangpin Mountain. I was so terrified that I dared not intervene, instead choosing to hide in the shadows and watch their fierce combat." A man with crossed eyes inquired, "What was the outcome?" The scar-faced man replied, "As the battle neared its conclusion, the golden-haired Lion King, Xie Sun, suddenly charged forth, injuring many. Ultimately, he unleashed his lion's roar technique, stunning most of the fighters. He then abducted In Susu and Zhang Tsuishan, escaping to the sea aboard a grand vessel." The man with crossed eyes remarked, "This indicates that the golden-haired Lion King must have had a plan all along. Otherwise, he would not have made such a smooth escape amidst so many adversaries." The scar-faced man continued, "The clash resulted in tens of thousands of casualties. Numerous smaller sects participated, and many of their elite fighters have perished. Entire sects are on the brink of collapse. Even if they haven't disbanded, they would be annihilated when confronted by enemies. The man with crossed eyes said, "Since you were present, you must know which sects have been severely weakened." The scar-faced man replied, "Might I inquire as to your intentions in asking such questions?" The man with crossed eyes stated, "If you could inform us which sects have been decimated, we could join forces to raid them. As long as we secure the martial arts secrets, we shall each copy a version." The scar-faced man acknowledged, "If the three of us collaborate, our chances of success would certainly increase. I know that the members of the Haisha sect have already been slaughtered. The survivors are merely those of limited skill. Together, we can reap great rewards." The man with crossed eyes proposed, "In that case, let us visit the Haisha sect tonight while their numbers are diminished. Seize the martial arts secrets and depart swiftly." Chapter 6. Attaining the martial skills. Upon overhearing the conversation of several individuals, Lei Hu realized that this moment presented a significant opportunity for him. Lei Hu is aware that within the county town lies a stronghold of the Haisha faction. Following the recent severe blow dealt to the Haisha gang, it is likely that this stronghold is now sparsely manned. Upon contemplating this, Lei Hu cast a sidelong glance at the group. When they launched their nocturnal ambush on the Sea Sand sect, he too could infiltrate the stronghold of the Sea Sand gang to seize an opportunity. As long as he could acquire a martial arts manual, it would be deemed a significant gain. After the departure of individuals such as Lei Hu, I returned home and began to make preparations. Thunder Tiger realized that apart from his sheer strength, he possessed no martial skills whatsoever. He picked up an iron rod and casually attempted to wield it, soon discovering that a forceful swing could inflict considerable pain upon a person. Thus, he resolved to temporarily employ this iron rod as his weapon, intending to select a more suitable armament once he had honed his martial arts skills in the future. After making the decision to launch a surprise attack at night, Lei Hu stepped out of his home and ventured into the streets, commencing his reconnaissance of the Haisha Gate stronghold. Upon arriving near Haisha Gate, Lei Hu discovered that the entrance to the stronghold was firmly shut. In times past, this area would have been bustling with activity at such an hour, with numerous individuals coming and going. It seemed evident that the place had become quite deserted, leading to the current stillness. Lei Hu glanced around and noticed that there were not many people moving nearby. Stealthily approaching the stronghold of Haishaman, he found a section of the wall and scaled over it. Lei Hu began to survey the area and discovered that the entire stronghold was devoid of life. Even the ground was covered in a layer of dust. At this moment, Lei Hu's courage began to swell, prompting him to search within. Upon entering the building and conducting a thorough search, he stumbled upon a concealed compartment. Lei Hu concealed himself to the side, using a stick to pry open the hidden compartment, peering inside. Within the compartment, he discovered 2 books. The Thunderous Tiger, wielding a stick, extracted the books and discovered that there were no issues. Only then did he procure a piece of cloth to wrap the books, placing them within his garments. Upon discovering the martial arts manuals, Lei Hu finally emerged from his hideout, scaled the wall, and made his way home. It was at this moment that he realized these 2 volumes must belong to that individual who, in haste, had left them concealed in a hidden compartment, intending to retrieve them later for practice. Upon returning home, Lei Hu, prioritizing safety, donned a pair of leather gloves and began to examine the manuals. Through his perusal, he learned that the first manual detailed a technique known as the Gale Blade technique. While the name is formidable, it is merely a standard swordplay manual, distinguished solely by the rapidity of its movements, which inspired its evocative title. The second manual, titled Flying Over Grass, is a conventional lightness skill manual. According to its description, mastery of this technique allows one to traverse grass as if soaring through the air. After thoroughly reviewing the martial arts manuals, the interface had already recorded their contents. Lei Hu began to examine the panel. Name, Lei Hu Realm. Ordinary martial skill. Iron Cloth, Level 1, 100,100 martial techniques. Gale Blade technique. Initial insight, 0-100 grass on the fly. Initial insight, 0-100 at this moment. Lei Hu discerned that beneath the mastery of martial techniques, there exist 3 realms: proficient, refined, and pure. Proficient is divided into initial insight, minor accomplishment, and entry into the realm. Refined encompasses integration, mastery, and pinnacle achievement. Pure includes transcendence, supernatural, and return to simplicity. Any martial technique, upon reaching the level of transcendence, can cultivate an aura that intimidates opponents, rendering them unable to respond effectively. When a martial skill attains the realm of supernatural, One can manifest an artistic conception that assaults the opponent's spirit, inducing a state of disarray to secure victory. At the stage of return to simplicity, one can amalgamate aura and artistic conception, concealing them from the opponent until the moment of attack, unleashing a devastating blow. At this point, Lei Hu recognized that martial skills possess such myriad realms. He contemplated that many martial artists have yet to refine their techniques to their utmost potential, thereby failing to unleash their full power. Realizing this, Lei Hu understood that he must not only practice iron cloth daily to enhance his strength, but also hone his martial techniques to manifest his prowess. Only then could he fully unleash his abilities in battle, unlike today, where he merely brandished an iron rod in a haphazard manner for combat. The following morning, Lei Hu ventured out to practice his swordsmanship, heading to the blacksmith shop to procure a large blade. In the county town where Zhao Lei resided, due to its southern location and lax governmental oversight, blacksmiths flourished, crafting various weapons for martial artists. Upon seeing Lei Hu approach, the blacksmith remarked, "Lei, my young friend, I've noticed many wandering heroes frequenting our county lately. You seem eager to follow suit and acquire a weapon to masquerade as one of them." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Uncle Zhang, it's no wonder that during this period, many individuals have flocked to your establishment to purchase weapons." The blacksmith Zhang responded, "Indeed, it is quite apparent. Many young individuals, having witnessed the formidable power of the martial world, are filled with yearning. They aspire to become warriors, having procured weapons from me. They seek to join various factions, hoping to transcend their status as subjugated beings and rise above as the elite among men." The blacksmith then inquired, "Do you, young lad, share the same ambition as those others, desiring to join a faction and become a warrior?" Thunder Tiger remarked, "That is not the case. I simply wish to acquire a knife for self-defense. In the event of danger, I would like the means to resist, so as not to be easily bullied." Blacksmith Zhang responded, "As the number of martial artists increases, the county town has become less secure. It is indeed reasonable for you to purchase a knife for your protection." Upon entering the forge, Lei Hu beheld an array of tools, meticulously arranged upon the shelves. Lei Hu approached, casually grasping a knife and swinging it a few times, only to find it disappointingly light. As Lei Hu gazed ahead, he beheld a formidable broadsword resting against the wall, its weight prominent. Approaching it, he gripped the hilt firmly and lifted the weapon, beginning to wield it with vigor. In that moment, Lei Hu sensed that the heft of the sword was well suited to him. Feeling remarkably adept in his grasp, it would serve as an excellent tool for honing his swordsmanship. Zhang the blacksmith then remarked, "I never would have guessed, despite your slender frame, that you possess such considerable strength. This sword is my proud creation. Crafted in imitation of the legendary Dragon Slaying Sword, weighing in at 10 pounds, based on the descriptions provided by martial artists." The Thunder Tiger inquired, "Uncle Zhang, how much does this knife cost?" To which the blacksmith Zhang replied, "Crafting this knife consumed several days of my labor. I shall charge you a total of 50 taels of silver." Thunder Tiger produced 5 10-tael silver notes and handed them to the blacksmith Zhang, saying, "Uncle Zhang, here are 50 taels, please keep them safe." Zhang the blacksmith accepted the notes and remarked, "It seems that you, my lad, have made a bit of fortune recently, which has prompted you to purchase a large sword for self-defense, hasn't he it?" Lei Hu remarked that not long ago, during a fierce confrontation among martial artists, he witnessed a death. Upon rushing over to the fallen, he seized a modest sum of money, which prompted his desire to purchase a dagger for self-defense. Chapter 7. Practicing Martial Techniques. After acquiring the fine blade, Lei Hu returned home to commence his martial arts training. Through his conversations with Zhang the blacksmith, Lei Hu became aware that significant changes were destined to unfold in this place. Only those endowed with strength could hope to survive. The Thunder Tiger understands that the sole purpose of life is mere existence. The practice of martial arts serves only to enhance one's ability to survive. It is only through formidable strength that one can safeguard their life and property, ensuring their continued existence. Martial arts are merely a means of self-defense, not an end in themselves, aimed solely at facilitating better survival. These common folk, despite lacking extensive education, undoubtedly possess their own unique insights into the art of survival. Upon witnessing these warriors who can effortlessly command life and death, they inevitably feel a yearning within. Thus, they willingly aspire to cultivate their offspring in this direction. Whenever an opportunity arises, they seize it fervently. At this moment, Thunder Tiger realizes that this county is undergoing a subtle transformation. Only by becoming a warrior and mastering formidable power will one find it easier to thrive in the future. Lei Hu set aside his thoughts and began to focus on his martial arts training. He entered the courtyard and drew his large blade, commencing his practice in accordance with the instructions from the manual. With each complete session, his proficiency gradually increased. At that moment, Lei Hu felt a surge of joy, grateful for the advantage of his external aid. Unlike others who had to painstakingly decipher the martial arts manuals to achieve progress, he found that as long as he concentrated on his practice, the understanding of the techniques would naturally manifest in his mind, allowing him to grasp their essence. At this juncture, Lei Hu had developed his own interpretation of the Gale Blade technique. This technique involved swiftly wielding the large blade to overwhelm opponents with speed, ultimately aiming to vanquish them. After practicing the blade technique for a full hour, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and decided to pause, taking a seat to rest and recuperate his strength. Once his vitality was restored, Lei Hu commenced practicing the lightness skill, diligently moving his feet in accordance with the manual's directives to enhance his running speed. Thunder Tiger understood that for a martial artist, speed is of paramount importance. When confronted with formidable adversaries, if one cannot prevail in combat, the ability to swiftly retreat becomes essential for survival. However, if one's speed is inferior to that of the opponent, and the odds of victory are slim, the only fate awaiting them is demise. Conversely, when facing weaker opponents, if one is outpaced, even the ability to defeat them is rendered futile. A swift adversary can easily escape, leaving one unable to pursue, akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Yet, should one possess greater speed than their opponent, they can intercept and eliminate the foe, thereby eradicating any future threat. Lei Hu must cultivate an ardent enthusiasm for the practice of lightness skills, placing a greater emphasis on it than the local inhabitants. During his training, he ought to devote himself with utmost concentration. Following the directives of the martial arts manual, he circled the courtyard 10 times, and upon halting, he noticed a slight increase in his proficiency with the skill of grass on the wind. At this moment, upon witnessing the results, Lei Hu erupted into laughter, exclaiming that had he possessed such a system in his previous life while studying, he would have undoubtedly excelled as a top student. It dawned on Lei Hu that his fervor for martial arts was not solely born from a deep love for the discipline, but rather from the evident progress he experienced through his training. He understood that once he mastered these skills, he would rise above others, leading a life of considerable comfort, which fueled his relentless efforts. This notion mirrored the experiences of students in his former life. Their fervor for attending school was not rooted in a profound passion for learning. Rather, it stemmed from the knowledge they acquired, which yielded tangible improvements in their abilities. As these students recognized their progress and received positive reinforcement, their motivation to study vigorously increased. They aspired to a future where they would not be relegated to the same menial labor as their parents, but instead could engage in more manageable careers that ensured their survival. If these students were to learn that their diligent studies would still lead them to endure the same burdensome physical toil as their parents, their enthusiasm for learning would undoubtedly diminish. Conversely, those students struggling academically, regardless of their efforts, found no advancement in their understanding. Their inability to grasp knowledge left them disheartened, diminishing their zeal for education, as they anticipated a future mirroring that of their parents. Similarly, if high-achieving students discovered that their hard work would lead them to the same laborious existence as their parents, their passion for academic pursuits would also be extinguished. Through this comparison, Lei Hu came to comprehend the underlying reason for his dedication to martial arts practice. Had his training yielded no transformation in his life, he would not have exerted such effort. Given the choice to engage in martial arts or to lead a life of leisure, the latter would certainly be more appealing. This sentiment resonates with many affluent individuals who hesitate to pursue martial arts. They possess the means to hire bodyguards for their safety, thus alleviating the need to cultivate such skills themselves. Lei Hu secluded himself within the confines of his home, dedicating himself earnestly to the art of martial combat. He partitioned his daily hours into 3 segments. One segment devoted to the practice of iron cloth, aimed at fortifying his strength. Another segment focused on the mastery of the whirlwind blade technique, enhancing his proficiency with the blade to better exhibit his prowess. And the final segment reserved for the cultivation of grass on the fly, intended to elevate his speed. Through relentless practice, he sought to accelerate his agility, thereby enabling him to unleash his true potential during future confrontations. After a month of rigorous training, Lei Hu has undergone a remarkable transformation in his strength and abilities. The Thunder Tiger accessed the panel to review his progress. Name: Thunder Tiger Realm. Body Refining Warrior Skill. Iron Cloth, 2nd layer, 30. 200 Martial Technique. Gale Blade Technique, slightly accomplished, 50. 200 Grasp this up in the air, slightly accomplished, 50. 200 at this moment. One could discern the remarkable transformation of Thunder Tiger. The Iron Cloth had already been cultivated to the 2nd layer, and he was currently honing his bones. Lei Hu discovered that his skeletal structure was undergoing profound transformations. Not only had his bones become remarkably more resilient, but their density was also on the rise. This conclusion was drawn from weight assessments. Lei Hu's physique had not significantly altered. He still stood at approximately 1.8 meters tall. However, his muscles were firmer, and he had not succumbed to becoming overweight. Yet, his weight had notably increased, reaching around 200 gene. A comparative analysis revealed that the increase in bone density was the reason behind the rise in weight. At this juncture, Lei Hu's strength had escalated considerably compared to before. In addition to enhanced power, his martial skills had also improved, enabling him to better harness his potential. Chapter 8. The Completion of the Iron Shirt Technique. After a month of relentless training, Lei Hu found himself engulfed in monotony and thus decided to venture outside, eager to observe any changes in the county town. During this period, he had dedicated himself entirely to martial arts, relying on others to deliver his necessities to his doorstep, never having stepped outside, and was oblivious to the transformations occurring within the town. Upon reaching the street, Lei Hu stopped at a modest food stall, ordering 10 meat buns and a large bowl of congee to commence his breakfast. While he was savoring his meal, a few individuals approached the stall, seeking out the owner. A gaunt man spoke up, addressing the proprietor. "Old Hu, the payment for this month is due." Hearing this, Boss Hu replied, "I've had it ready for you all along." At that moment, a couple of silver coins exchanged hands as the gentlemen departed to indulge in their libations. Once they had left, Lei Hu inquired, "Boss Hu, I do not recall seeing these individuals in the county before. When did they appear?" Boss Hu responded, "These men are thugs from the Black Tiger Gang, notorious for collecting protection fees. We ordinary citizens stand no chance against them. Our only option is to meekly pay up, lest we wish for this stall to cease operations." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "These individuals, they specifically target you, yet you have never contemplated resistance." Boss Hu responded, "In the days when the Sea Sand sect was still in power, the county town fell under their jurisdiction. They engaged in the illicit salt trade, reaping enormous profits, and thus looked down upon such trifling sums. Now, with the decline of the Sea Sand sect, this Black Tiger Gang has emerged, rallying a group of dubious companions to establish their dominion over several streets. They are relentless in their pursuit of any opportunity for gain, which is why they behave in such a manner." Lei Hu remarked, "It appears that since the recent decline of the Haisha sect, these small factions have begun to emerge, specifically extorting protection fees within the county town." Boss Hu responded, "There is little we can do about it. Recently, many individuals have joined gangs, aspiring to become martial artists, which has allowed these factions to flourish. As ordinary citizens, we dare not resist, for survival is our only option. Any act of defiance would only lead to greater suffering." After finishing his breakfast, Lei Hu observed the unfolding events and realized that the town had undergone a transformation, becoming increasingly perilous. With no inclination to linger, he hurried home to devote himself to martial arts training, aspiring to attain mastery and acquire the strength necessary for self-preservation. At this juncture, Lei Hu felt a profound sense of urgency and dedicated himself to his practice. As time progressed, his relentless training bore fruit, and his skills steadily advanced. After 6 months of diligent practice, Thunder Tiger has perfected the 2nd layer of the Iron Cloth technique. His entire skeletal structure has been refined, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. Thunder Tiger approached the stone pedestal, grasped it effortlessly with his right hand, and lifted it with ease. With a vigorous throw, he sent the pedestal soaring into the sky, allowing it to dance among the clouds. As it descended, he deftly caught it in a single hand, securing it firmly within his grasp. Through the recent test, Lei Hu discovered that his arm strength had reached an impressive 500 pounds. He could effortlessly hurl a 200-pound stone into the sky and catch it with ease. Acknowledging the remarkable surge in his capabilities, he realized that his strength had approximately doubled compared to before. During this period, not only had he diligently practiced the Iron Cloth technique, but he had also made significant advancements in his swordsmanship. Otherwise, It would not have been possible for him to respond so swiftly and catch the falling stone block in his hands. Lei Hu opened the panel to examine his progress in cultivation. Name: Lei Hu Realm. Body Refinement Warrior Technique. Iron Cloth Shirt 200200 Martial Skills. Gale Blade Technique, comprehensively integrated. 100400 Grass on the Fly, comprehensively integrated. 101400 At this moment, Lei Hu realized that not only had his strength increased, but his physique had also grown considerably more robust. Now that the bone tempering was complete, his resilience to impact had significantly improved. He could collide with stones without the need for leather protection. His skin alone was sufficient to absorb the blows without any bruising. Thunder Tiger felt a surge of power within, and his fervor for martial arts intensified. Once he perfected the iron cloth technique and possessed immense strength, he would be capable of safeguarding himself. Thunder Tiger halted his training to engage in a rigorous regimen. He ascended to a stone surface and commenced a relentless series of impacts. It became evident that his bones, having undergone meticulous tempering, no longer bore any marks from the collisions. Instead, the reverberations merely stirred a sensation of discomfort within his internal organs. At that moment, Thunder Tiger grasped the rationale behind the iron cloth's methodology: the initial tempering of flesh, followed by bones, and ultimately, the internal organs. Only by fortifying the flesh could one enhance their resilience to strikes, thus permitting further training. Should one commence their practice without adequately tempered flesh, the body would suffer rather than achieve the intended fortification. Once the flesh had been sufficiently refined, the focus shifted to strengthening the bones, rendering them more formidable. This progression ensured that the body could endure further tempering. Following the fortification of his bones, Thunder Tiger began employing shockwaves to enhance the robustness of his internal organs. Upon achieving this, not only did his physical strength amplify, but the tempered organs also elevated his bodily functions. The acceleration of blood circulation and improved stamina permitted more prolonged engagement in combat. During this period, Thunder Tiger devoted himself wholly to his practice. Acutely aware of his burgeoning strength, akin to an addict entranced by opium, unable to cease. Reveling in the surge of power, he could be seen clad in shorts, his torso bare, relentlessly striking the stone. Each impact sent tremors through the stone, yet the areas of his body that collided exhibited no signs of deterioration. Unlike the initial stages of his training, where his flesh bore numerous bruises, now the tempered skin withstood the strikes with little alteration, save for the internal reverberations that stirred discomfort within his organs. Upon completion of his exercises, he would brew a restorative concoction and immerse himself in a medicinal bath, allowing his body to absorb the healing properties to recuperate his internal organs. Only after the organs had absorbed the essence of the remedy would he conclude his training. After 10 months of dedicated practice, Lei Hu perfected the iron cloth shirt technique. Upon achieving mastery, he felt a surge of power emanating from within, filling his entire being. Lei Hu clenched his fist, feeling an exhilarating surge of power. Approaching the stone pedestal, he exerted a forceful grip with his right hand and effortlessly lifted the 200-pound stone. With a vigorous swing of his arm, he hurled the pedestal into the sky, where it soared several meters high before descending. Extending his right hand, he caught the stone in midair, securing it firmly in his grasp. Thunder Tiger set down the stone pier, feeling the strength coursing through his body. With a clenched fist, he delivered a powerful blow to the stone pier. The force of his punch struck the pier with such intensity that it shattered into countless fragments, scattering debris across the ground. Upon witnessing the crumbling stones, Lei Hu spoke: "My iron cloth technique has now reached perfection. There is no need for you to test my strength. Even if shattered, it would pose no concern, not a tinge of regret." At that moment, Lei Hu summoned his status panel to assess his condition. Name: Lei Hu Realm. Body Refinement Martial Artist Technique. Iron Cloth, 3rd Layer. 300 Martial Skills. Gale Blade Technique, Transcendental Mastery. 200 Grass Soaring Technique, Transcendental Mastery. 201 The Thunder Tiger gazed at the panel, feeling an immense satisfaction from the power coursing through his being. Chapter 9. Stepping out of the county town. Lei Hu has successfully mastered the iron cloth technique. In order to enhance his strength further, he must alter his martial arts approach. At this juncture, Lei Hu realizes that to learn internal martial arts and cultivate genuine energy, he must comprehend the intricacies of meridians and acupoints. Numerous martial arts manuals utilize Taoist terminology for description. To truly grasp these texts, he must first acquire this specialized knowledge. Thus, Lei Hu steps out of his home and visits a bookstore, where he begins to purchase an array of scholarly works. The bookstore owner, noticing Lei Hu perusing the medical and Taoist texts, inquires, "Young man, what do you intend to do with these books?" The Thunder Tiger remarked that this is not an individual, but rather someone who, feeling bored at home, wishes to acquire a few books to pass the time. Lei Hu meticulously selected all the medical books and Taoist texts from the bookstore, carefully wrapping them in a cloth bag. After settling the bill, he lifted the bundle of books and began his journey home. Upon arriving, Lei Hu organized the collection with precision, placing the volumes neatly within his room. Lei Hu took out a medical book and began to peruse its contents. At that moment, he first turned to the Huangdi Neijing, for within its pages lie explanations of the human meridians and acupoints. Once he finishes this tome, he will possess a comprehensive understanding of the locations of the meridians and acupoints within the human body. At this juncture, Lei Hu commenced his study of martial arts knowledge, dedicating 1/3 of his daily time to this pursuit. The remainder of his hours was devoted to honing his skills. After 3 months of diligent reading, he comprehended that mastering martial arts and cultivating true energy was no trivial endeavor. Without sufficient knowledge, even the most coveted martial arts manuals would remain indecipherable. It dawned upon Lei Hu why the eminent figures within the martial world often hailed from prestigious sects. These sects possessed a rich heritage of martial arts teachings. To truly excel in martial arts, one must first grasp the principles of martial knowledge, which would facilitate a more efficient practice when the time for cultivation arrived. Conversely, those wandering practitioners, devoid of formal lineage, would find themselves lost even with access to martial texts, resorting instead to misguided experimentation. This often resulted in failure and, regrettably, physical ailments, a perilous path that could lead to a state of madness. Through months of study, Lei Hu had developed a foundational understanding of martial arts knowledge, enabling him to comprehend martial manuals when they came into his possession. He resolved to venture forth in search of opportunities, aiming to acquire a simple internal cultivation technique to refine his true energy and evolve into an acquired warrior. Thunder Tiger secured all the doors and windows of his home, gathered a modest sum of money, and armed himself with a large blade, ready to venture forth in search of opportunity. As he departed from the county town, he soon realized that the world beyond was rather chaotic. The main roads were riddled with potholes, and as the fierce wind swept through, it stirred up clouds of dust that obscured the sky, rendering the ground invisible. Upon entering the forest, Thunder Tiger was confronted by a few shadowy figures emerging from the roadside, brandishing large knives, effectively blocking his path. One of them, with slanted eyes, scrutinized Thunder Tiger and remarked, "Boss, look here, we have stumbled upon a plump sheep today. Judging by his attire, he must be quite wealthy. If we rob him, we are sure to acquire a substantial amount of silver." The slanted-eyed figure then threatened, "Listen here, kid, if you know what's good for you, you should relinquish your valuables. Otherwise, my blade shall thirst for blood." Lei Hu glanced over at the few individuals, noticing their unsteady gait, clearly indicating a lack of martial training. Armed merely with large blades and relying on their numerical advantage, they could intimidate ordinary citizens. Lei Hu pondered to himself, however, today, encountering these individuals, it was an opportune moment to test his own strength through their lives. With a swift step, Thunder Tiger propelled himself forward, activating his lightness skill as he gracefully traversed the grass. His feet scarcely paused, and he advanced rapidly towards a group of mountain bandits. Upon nearing them, he raised his right hand, brandishing the great sword with a flourish. The blade glinted ominously as it arced towards the squinty-eyed bandit, lost in dreams of plundering riches. The bandit was utterly unprepared for Thunder Tiger's audacity to resist. Before he could react, Thunder Tiger materialized before him, and by the time he sought to evade, it was far too late. All he could do was watch as the great sword descended upon him. With a firm grip on his great sword, Thunder Tiger delivered a powerful slash, the razor-sharp blade slicing through the neck of the triangular-eyed bandit. The immense force cleaved through, sending blood gushing forth and causing a head to soar into the air, spinning several times before finally tumbling to the ground. The remaining bandits, witnessing the demise of their comrade, were struck with a sudden realization. They had encountered a formidable adversary during this robbery. Outnumbered and outmatched, they swiftly turned and fled into the depths of the forest, seeking to exploit the intricate terrain to facilitate their escape. Upon spotting the bandits, Lei Hu commenced his retreat. With a swift step and a sudden movement, He propelled himself forward like a finely tuned arrow, pursuing the ruffians. These brigands possessed no martial prowess. They were merely a band of scoundrels, huddled together. As they approached the main road to perpetrate their robberies, they were no match for Lei Hu, who rapidly closed the distance and dispatched them with ease, slaying each one with a single stroke of his blade. The Thunder Tiger dispatched several bandits, leaving one to flee, and pursued him closely. In doing so, he could track the escapee and uncover the bandit's lair, with the intent of annihilating the entire bandit group. After pursuing for a quarter of an hour, the thunderous tiger followed the bandits to a mountain peak. There, he discovered a structure atop the summit, constructed of timber. Judging by the scale of this edifice, it could accommodate dozens of inhabitants. As Thunder Tiger stormed into the bandits' hideout, he commenced a merciless onslaught, causing anguished cries to reverberate throughout the encampment. At that moment, the bandit leader, upon hearing the cacophony of despair, realized he was being pursued. The chase had led to his lair, and escape was no longer an option. Understanding that his adversary was a formidable martial artist, he recognized that his own skills would prove futile in securing his escape. In a state of desperation, he hurried back to his chamber, retrieving a tome of martial arts secrets, his last hope for survival. Meanwhile, Thunder Tiger had dispatched the remaining bandits and entered the main hall, where he confronted the bandit leader. Clutching the book in his hands, the leader implored, "Esteemed warrior, I offer this martial arts manual in exchange for my life. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to destroy it." The Thunder Tiger spoke, "In that case, if you grant me the martial arts manual, I shall spare your life." The bandit leader retorted, "Unless you swear an oath, I cannot place my trust in your words." Thunder Tiger proclaimed, "I, Han Feiyu, vow that if the person before me hands over the martial arts manual, I shall spare his life. Should I break this oath, may the heavens strike me down with lightning." At that moment, the bandit leader, upon hearing Thunder Tiger's declaration, felt a sense of relief. He stepped forward and presented the martial arts manual to Thunder Tiger. Thunder Tiger took the martial arts manual with his left hand and tucked it into his bosom. With a swift motion, he raised his right hand and struck towards his opponent. The bandit leader, upon witnessing Thunder Tiger's mighty blade approaching, swiftly dodged to the side, uttering, "You have sworn an oath. Do you not fear retribution?" Lei Hu remarked, "It is Han Feiyu who has made the vow. What concern is it of mine, In Kaijing?" With a single stroke, Thunder Tiger dispatched his adversary, addressing the corpse of the bandit leader, "You vile scourge, did you really expect me to spare you? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable." Chapter 10. The First Cultivation of True Qi. After the Thunder Tiger vanquished the bandits of Guangshan, he commenced a thorough search of the entire mountain stronghold. Upon meticulously scouring the entire hideout, he discovered merely a handful of silver, totaling only a few taels. Lei Hu gazed at the scant silver before him and exclaimed in exasperation, "These mountain bandits are utterly destitute." It took a thorough search of the entire hideout to unearth such a meager sum. The Thunder Tiger fails to consider that such an ordinary band of brigands, consisting of merely a dozen individuals, lacks martial prowess, resorting only to petty thefts. How much silver can they truly seize from the passing merchants? Were the bandits in possession of wealth, they would not venture forth to rob, only to meet their own demise. Upon hearing the commotion, Lei Hu made his way to the rear of the stronghold, where he discovered several individuals, their garments tattered, confined within a chamber. Lei Hu addressed the group, stating that he had vanquished the bandits and urged them to return swiftly, to prevent any remaining outlaws from taking refuge in the area. He intended to set the place ablaze. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, the individuals within the dwelling began to comprehend the situation and turned their gazes towards him. They noticed that although Lei Hu's attire was modest, it was impeccably clean, contrasting with the appearance of a villain. Gathering their courage, one of them spoke up, expressing gratitude to the young hero for eliminating the bandits. Otherwise, they would still be ensnared in their plight. With mutual support, they emerged from the room, bowed respectfully to Lei Hu, and then made their way down the mountain. Upon witnessing several individuals emerge from the mountain stronghold, Lei Hu finally produced a torch and ignited the fortress. As the mountain breeze swept through, the raging flames began to blaze, illuminating the entire forest. The waves of heat surged towards Lei Hu, enveloping him in a torrid embrace. Observing the stronghold engulfed in flames, he then turned and descended the mountain. As Lei Hu walked, he remarked, "Now the bandit stronghold has been reduced to ashes. Those who aspire to become brigands, upon witnessing the absence of a place to reside, will refrain from taking refuge here." After an hour's journey, Lei Hu finally reached the county town ahead. Following the throng of people, he entered the town. Noticing that the sky had turned to afternoon, Lei Hu sought out a tavern and rented a room, making his way into the chamber. Lei Hu instructed the innkeeper to bring forth a meal and subsequently requested warm water for a bath, so he could cleanse the dust of travel from his body. Only then would he have the leisure to peruse the martial arts manuals. The Thunder Tiger lit the oil lamp, and by its gentle glow, began to examine the surroundings. Taking out the martial arts manual, he noticed the title inscribed upon its pages, The Ocean Tide Skill. Upon turning the pages of the book, Lei Hu discovered that it contained the fundamental internal martial arts of the Sea Sand sect, intended for the training of its ordinary disciples. The Thunder Tiger learned through the martial arts manual that what is referred to as true energy is the essential energy required by the human body. This manual employs unique methods to harness this energy and, through specialized training techniques, enables its continuous enhancement. According to the explanations within this martial arts text, practicing this technique allows one to cultivate true energy and open 4 meridians, thereby becoming an acquired martial artist. The manual elucidates that the human body possesses 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, totaling 36 meridians. Provided that sufficient true energy accumulates, one can successfully open these meridians. Within the martial world, to better quantify their cultivation and assess their strength, practitioners measure the quantity of true energy in terms of years of cultivation. For instance, 1 year of strength or 2 years of strength. At this juncture, once the true energy reaches the equivalent of 10 years of cultivation, one may commence the opening of the meridians. By successfully opening 8 meridians, a practitioner attains the first level of acquired cultivation, thus becoming a genuine martial artist. With every additional decade of true energy, further meridians can be opened. At the first level of acquired cultivation, one can open 8 of the 12 primary meridians, while at the second level, 16 meridians may be opened. By the third level, all meridians of the 12 primary channels can be opened, allowing true energy to circulate in a small microcosmic orbit. At the fourth level, one begins to open the yin and yang pathways of the 8 extraordinary vessels. The fifth level involves opening the yin and yang channeled vessels, while the sixth level allows for the opening of the chong and dai vessels. By the seventh level, the ren and du vessels can be opened. Once all meridians are fully opened, true energy can then conduct a grand circulation. At this stage, true energy can be projected outward. When employing martial techniques in attack, it can be unleashed up to a distance of 1 zhang. The 8th and 9th levels of acquired cultivation are dedicated to the accumulation of true energy, enhancing its richness. At the 8th level, true energy can be projected 2 zhang away, and at the 9th level, it can reach 3 zhang. After perusing the martial arts manual, Lei Hu gained a clearer understanding of his future training. He realized that the manual in his possession was merely an ordinary one, allowing him to cultivate only to the first level of postnatal mastery and become a martial artist. To advance further, he would need to study the more advanced martial arts texts within the Haisha sect. At this moment, Lei Hu recognized that he had no alternative manuals to practice with, and thus resolved to make do for the time being, focusing on cultivating his vital energy before contemplating other methods. At this moment, Lei Hu ascended to the bed, settling into a cross-legged position, and began to cultivate his skills in accordance with the instructions of the martial arts manuscript. He first sought to calm his mind, allowing his thoughts to dissipate, immersing his consciousness into the dantian to perceive the true energy residing within. Subsequently, through the power of his will, he gathered the true energy, nurturing its expansion. In the initial stages of cultivation, there are 2 methods to sense the true energy in the dantian. One approach involves starting small, enhancing physical fitness. By doing so, the true energy within the dantian will naturally converge, allowing one to easily perceive it. This method is known as qi sinking into the dantian, and it is the very reason why martial arts sects recruit disciples from a young age, encouraging early training to facilitate the cultivation of true energy. As one ages, the only avenue left for martial arts cultivation is to immerse one's consciousness within the dantian, gathering true energy through sheer intent, thereby gradually strengthening it. It is only after a decade of diligent practice that one may begin to open the meridians. At this juncture, Lei Hu immersed his consciousness in the dantian and discovered an abundance of small true energy. Employing the methods outlined in the manuscript, he successfully gathered the energy with remarkable ease. The convergence of true energy was extraordinarily smooth, flowing continuously into the dantian. It was then that Lei Hu realized he had already cultivated the iron shirt technique, refining his body to an admirable state. Thus, beginning the process of gathering true energy marked the transformation of essence into energy. His robust physique and ample vital essence facilitated an exceptionally smooth and rapid refinement. The Thunder Tiger diligently devoted himself to his cultivation, feeling the continuous flow of genuine energy within his dantian, which filled him with immense joy. After a night of diligent cultivation, Thunder Tiger ceased his practice upon the arrival of dawn, as the sunlight streamed through the window, heralding a sense of transformation. Lei Hu sensed with his mind and discovered that after a night of cultivation, the true energy within his dantian had significantly increased. If quantified, it would amount to over a month's worth of true energy. Lei Hu understood that it was due to his cultivation of the iron cloth shirt, which had fortified his body and enriched his vital energy, that he was able to accumulate such an abundance of true qi. After rising from his bed, Lei Hu proceeded to freshen up before making his way to the hall, where he ordered a sumptuous feast for breakfast. Lei Hu sighed. Having spent an entire night in cultivation, depleting a significant amount of his vital essence, leaving him utterly famished and in dire need of nourishment. Chapter 11. The first layer of the post-heaven realm. After enjoying his breakfast, Lei Hu instructed the young attendant to pack 10 pounds of cooked beef before embarking on his journey. Once he exited the county town and arrived at the outskirts, Lei Hu quickened his pace, employing the grass-soaring lightness technique to hasten his travel. At this moment, Lei Hu realized that despite having acquired true energy, he had not experienced significant changes. This was due to the fact that his true energy was still insufficient to manifest its effects. In order to bolster his strength, Lei Hu embarked on the retraining of the iron cloth shirt, determined to prevent his body from weakening due to the refinement of his true energy. Thunder Tiger walked along the path and, upon noticing the towering trees by the roadside, surged forward. Like a black bear, he charged into the massive trunk of a tree, snapping it as if it were but a mere twig. At this moment, Thunder Tiger realized that the diminutive trees could no longer suffice for his training. Only then did he shift his gaze toward the stout trees that were robust above the waist. Like a black bear, Lei Hu ambled forward, bumping into trees along his path. It was not until evening, upon arriving at a bustling market, that he finally came to a halt. The Thunder Tiger discovered that after a day of cultivation, his body had fully recuperated. He was once again able to continue refining essence into energy and distilling true qi. Lei Hu found a restaurant and booked a private room. After dining and freshening up, he began his cultivation. Through a night of dedicated practice, Lei Hu's true energy increased slightly, surpassing the level of the previous day. Lei Hu has had breakfast and packed 10 pounds of cooked beef, preparing to indulge in it during his journey. Thus, Lei Hu traversed the path of cultivation, dedicating approximately 4 months to the accumulation of his vital energy, reaching the equivalent of a decade's worth, thereby attaining the capacity to open his meridians. At this juncture, Lei Hu sought to pause for a moment, in order to rejuvenate his spirit and restore his condition to perfection, preparing himself for the impending breakthrough to become an innate martial artist. Upon arriving in the county town, Lei Hu sought out a fine tavern, indulging in a sumptuous feast before surrendering to the embrace of slumber. As dawn broke the following day, he awoke refreshed and invigorated. After satisfying his hunger in the grand hall, he departed. Once outside the county, he ventured into the wilderness, where, after a thorough search, he discovered a tranquil peak, devoid of both human and animal interruption. It was here that he chose to halt, designating this serene locale as his sanctuary for meditation and breakthrough. Upon reaching the summit, Lei Hu sought out a flat and serene spot, where he settled himself cross-legged upon the ground, ready to embark on his breakthrough. At this moment, Lei Hu began to regulate his breathing, calming his mind, and concentrating his essence in his dantian, preparing for his transcendent advancement. Thunder Tiger immersed his thoughts within the dantian, discovering that the true energy inside was akin to a spring, perpetually rippling. At this moment, Thunder Tiger focused his attention, beginning to mobilize the true energy within the dantian, directing it towards the hand-tying lung meridian. He first aimed to clear the pathway of the lung meridian, expelling the impurities residing within. Suddenly, Thunder Tiger realized that if he merely pushed the impurities forward through the meridian, while the pathway might be opened, it would lead to an accumulation of impurities in the subsequent sections, making future passages increasingly arduous. In this moment of clarity, Thunder Tiger conceived the notion of pushing the impurities towards his hands, utilizing acupoints to expel them from his body. In doing so, he ensured that the impurities within the meridian would not continue to accumulate. As he successfully cleared the meridian, he beheld a layer of greasy impurities upon his palm, foul beyond measure, reminiscent of excrement, a sight that was almost unbearable for Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger had no choice but to pause, stepping away to cleanse the impurities from his palms using the earth before resuming his cultivation. Lei Hu sat on the ground, focusing his mind and channeling his vital energy, beginning to open the pathways of the large intestine meridian. Once he had cleared the meridian and eliminated the impurities, he continued his practice. The Thunder Tiger begins to clear the foot-tying spleen meridian. Once the meridian is unblocked, promptly cleanse the impurities from the soles of the feet. Lei Hu once again opened his meridians, channeling the true energy from his dantian to the Yangming stomach meridian, successfully clearing the pathway. At this moment, Lei Hu had already unblocked 8 meridians, allowing the true energy to flow freely within them. The Thunder Tiger circulated his vital energy, discovering its gradual increase. It was at this moment that he realized only by unblocking the meridians could the flow of vital energy accelerate, thereby enhancing the efficacy of refining essence into energy. Thunder Tiger understood that if it were not for his own efforts in cultivating the iron cloth technique and refining his body, the attainment of his current true energy would have required an extensive investment of time. This is also the reason why many martial artists within the various sects commence their cultivation of true energy only after reaching their teenage years. Only by strengthening and conditioning the body can one achieve greater efficacy in the cultivation of true energy. At this moment, Lei Hu gazed at the panel before him. Name: Lei Hu Realm. Postnatal First Layer Cultivation Technique. Ocean Tide Technique 100-100, an obsolete skill. Thus omitted from the panel. Martial Arts. Gale Blade Technique. Return to Simplicity. 900-900 Grass on the Fly. Return to Simplicity. 900-900 at this juncture. Lei Hu realized that he had reached the postnatal first layer in his cultivation. However, the cultivation technique he possessed had become obsolete, leaving him unable to progress further. In this moment of contemplation, Lei Hu began to reflect upon the opportunities that still remained within this world, accessible with his current strength. After much deliberation, he concluded that the best opportunity lay within the Kunlun Valley, where the 9 Yang scriptures awaited. With sufficient dedication, he could seize this chance. Thus, in pursuit of the 9 Yang scriptures in the Kunlun mountain range, Lei Hu began to assess his lightness skill, determining its adequacy for scaling cliffs. Rising to his feet, he commenced the operation of his lightness skill. As his vital energy coursed through him, he felt it converge at his feet, and with a surge of movement, he propelled himself forward. As Thunder Tiger's foot touched the grass, he harnessed his vital energy, propelling himself forward with the support of the grass blades beneath him. In that moment, he seemed to glide effortlessly above the ground, akin to flying. Through experimentation, Thunder Tiger discovered that mastering the lightness skill on the grass, with the aid of his vital energy, granted him extraordinary agility, akin to a tiger gaining wings, allowing him to traverse cliffs with ease. At that moment, he felt a surge of confidence in his quest for martial arts manuals. As long as he remained cautious and refrained from provoking the denizens of the Zhu Wu Lian Huan Mountain Villa, he believed he would be safe. It was then that Thunder Tiger truly understood the immense significance of vital energy for a martial artist. No wonder those within the martial world would frequently engage in fierce battles over a top-tier martial arts manuscript. The cultivation of such a manual could lead to a remarkable transformation in a warrior's prowess, significantly enhancing their strength. Upon reflection, Lei Hu discovered that even he, after diligently practicing an ordinary martial arts manual and cultivating true energy, experienced a significant transformation in his prowess upon becoming an acquired warrior. This remarkable shift can be attributed to the superiority of true energy over sheer brute force. With the mastery of true energy, the efficiency of energy utilization is exponentially heightened. It enables one to effortlessly dominate those who rely solely on physical strength. Only in the rare instances where a warrior possesses extraordinary brute force, achieving the remarkable feat of overwhelming 10 with a single strike, can they resist the supremacy of true energy. After completing the trial, Thunder Tiger descended from the mountain peak and arrived at a small stream, where he began to cleanse his body, washing away all impurities. Chapter 12, Entering the Valley. The thunderous tiger cleansed its body in the brook before ascending the shore. Once there, it harmonized its vital energy, evaporating the moisture from its form, and donned its garments. Lei Hu decided to journey to the Kunlun Mountains in search of the 9 Suns scripture, not lingering any longer in that place, and strode forward with purpose. Thunder Tiger began to inquire about the route to the Kunlun Mountains while walking. He disregarded everything else along the way, focusing solely on his journey towards the majestic Kunlun range. After extensive inquiries, Lei Hu spent approximately 6 months journeying from the Jiangnan region to the vicinity of Kunlun. Lei Hu gazed ahead and beheld the Kunlun Mountains, cloaked in a pristine veil of white. Numerous areas were blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Thunder Tiger understood that in order to locate the Kunlun mountain range and the coveted Nanyang Manual, it was imperative to first ascertain the whereabouts of the Zhu Wu Lianhuan villa. Fortunately, the villa was renowned in the vicinity, making it relatively easy for Thunder Tiger to gather information about its location with casual inquiries. At this point, he set forth towards the Zhu Wu Lianhuan villa. Upon nearing the area, he began to survey the surroundings, meticulously examining the terrain to identify the precise spot where Zhang Wuji had previously fallen. Thunder Tiger traversed through the forest, embarking on a quest for discovery. In order to remain undetected, he adorned himself as a hunter, wielding a machete and bearing a quiver of arrows upon his back as he scoured the woods. Thus, Lei Hu commenced his search, meticulously scouring the nearby cliffs and ultimately uncovering several remarkably similar locations. At that juncture, he centered his deductions around the Zhu Wu Lianhuan mountain villa, endeavoring to ascertain which position was the true one. Through careful reasoning, he identified a location that seemed relatively close. Once Lei Hu pinpointed the site, he exited the mountains and made his way to the town to prepare for the next phase of his journey. For safety, he procured a length of several hundred meters of hemp rope in the town, intended for his descent into the abyss below the cliff. Additionally, to facilitate his entry into the valley, Lei Hu acquired a hammer and a chisel, allowing him to navigate the crevices that led into the heart of the gorge. After Lei Hu had meticulously prepared everything, he arrived at the designated location and began to survey his surroundings, ensuring that no one was nearby. Once he confirmed that the area was devoid of any presence and deemed it sufficiently safe, he secured a length of rope to a sturdy tree and lowered it over the precipice. With the rope firmly fastened, Lei Hu equipped himself with the necessary tools and grasped the rope, cautiously descending along the cliffside. He navigated the descent with utmost care, sliding downwards. The Thunder Tiger took a quarter of an hour and was on the verge of reaching the precipice below. At that moment, a sudden sensation of the rope made it begin to sway. Lei Hu, fearing an unforeseen mishap, hastily descended, utilizing both hands and feet to reach the platform. Once there, he steadied himself and gazed upward. At that moment, a head emerged from the precipice, revealing a figure sprawled upon the ground. Lei Hu cast a glance at the other party and found a young man, approximately in his 20s, lying atop. At that moment, the young man spoke. "My name is Zhu Chongling. May I inquire what brings you down here? If there are any benefits to be gained, I would appreciate your sharing them with me. Otherwise, I shall remove the hemp rope, leaving you unable to ascend." At this moment, Lei Hu stood safely on the platform. Upon hearing the words of his opponent, he finally comprehended the situation. The golden retriever Lion King, Jinxuan, had only recently acquired the Dragon Slaying Saber. Zhang Wuji had yet to be born, and Zhu Chongling was still in his youth, likely unmarried at this age. In an attempt to deceive his counterpart, Lei Hu began, "I have discovered a millennia-old ginseng below. It was only after considerable trepidation that I ventured here to harvest it. Brother Zhu, please ensure that the hemp rope remains tied. Otherwise, even if I succeed in obtaining the ginseng, I would be unable to ascend on my own." Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Zhu Chongling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He mused to himself that if he were to possess this ancient ginseng, he could consume it to enhance his vital energy, thereby unblocking all his meridians and elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the acquired realm, transforming into a formidable master. Zhu Chongling replied, "Since you are taking such risks to procure the ginseng, I shall vigilantly guard the hemp rope above, ensuring it remains secure and does not loosen, allowing you to ascend." As Lei Hu continued to coax, he urged Brother Zhu not to remain prone but to ascend and untie the rope, to prevent anyone from approaching and loosening the hemp cord. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Zhu Chongling promptly rose and hurried to the base of the large tree, expertly untying the hemp rope. His eyes scanned the surroundings, vigilant for any signs of approaching individuals. Lei Hu successfully persuaded Zhu Chongling, leading him towards the fissure. Upon entering, he made his way into the valley, all the while contemplating the arrangement of having Zhu Chongling remain above, vigilantly observing the hemp rope. As Lei Hu ventured into the depths of the fissure, he discovered that it narrowed significantly. He then took out a hammer and chisel, commencing to strike the stone, thereby widening the crevice to allow himself passage. As Lei Hu forged ahead while striking, it took him the better part of half an hour to breach the crevice, allowing him to pass through and enter the valley. Meanwhile, Zhu Chongling had been vigilantly stationed atop the cliff. After a span of 30 minutes, he noted the absence of any movement below and began to suspect something amiss. Approaching the edge of the precipice, he peered down, only to find no trace of a figure. Realizing that Lei Hu had vanished and deducing that the millennium-old ginseng had been plucked by him, Zhu Chongling was filled with ire. He muttered to himself, "This rascal has surely escaped from somewhere. I shall descend to the cliff's base to pursue him." Little did Zhu Chongling know that Lei Hu had deceived him, and he had taken the bait earnestly. At that moment, within the valley, Lei Hu felt a notable warmth that contrasted sharply with the cold outside. As Lei Hu gazed into the valley, he discovered a lush expanse teeming with an abundance of flora and vibrant growth. The thunderous tiger ventured into the valley, seeking to locate the troop of monkeys within. Through keen observation, he discovered a grove of peach trees nestled deep within the valley. Upon sighting the peach grove, Lei Hu mused to himself, "Surely that group of monkeys resides within, for monkeys have a penchant for indulging in peaches." The thunderous tiger made its way towards the peach grove, and as it approached, the sounds of monkeys echoed in the air. Upon arriving at the edge of the grove and peering inside, it beheld a lively congregation of monkeys frolicking and playing amidst the bountiful peach trees. As Thunder Tiger ventured into the peach grove, he cast his gaze upon the monkeys, intent on locating the elusive white ape. The troop of monkeys, upon noticing Thunder Tiger's entrance, exhibited no fear, perceiving his form akin to their own. They regarded him as one of their kind. The thunderous tiger observed the antics of the monkeys and remarked, "I am indeed a fearsome upright ape, akin to your kind. It is no wonder that in my presence, you exhibit no fear." Thunder Tiger ventured into the troop of monkeys, commencing his search. Eventually, beneath the peach tree, he discovered the white ape. At that moment, the white ape was unable to move about like the other monkeys due to an injury on its abdomen, and thus it sat upon the ground, leaning against the peach tree to rest. Upon seeing the white ape, Lei Hu, with a visage reflecting discomfort, approached and drew near to the creature. He spoke, "I am aware of your kind, white ape. You have encountered humans before and possess the ability to comprehend their language. I am cognizant of the location of your wound and can offer my assistance in healing it." Chapter 13. Initial cultivation of the 9 Yang True Scriptures. After Lei Hu spoke to the white ape, he observed its reaction. This white ape possessed an extraordinary intelligence. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, it understood that Lei Hu could assist it. It lifted its right hand and pointed to its abdomen, indicating a desire for Lei Hu's help. Upon observing the movements of the white ape, Lei Hu comprehended its intentions. With a smile, he remarked, "This white ape, possess quite the spirit. Quickly rise and accompany me. I shall assist you in tending to your wounds." After Lei Hu spoke, he grasped the white ape's shoulder firmly and lifted him up. Taking the white ape's hand, he led him toward the edge of the peach grove. Upon reaching the bank of the creek, Lei Hu turned to the white ape and said, "You should lie down first. I will assist you with your wounds." With a gentle press of his palm, Thunder Tiger subdued the white ape to the ground, prompting it to recline. This action reveals the intelligence of the white ape, as it recognized Thunder Tiger's intention to assist it, demonstrating profound trust by lying on the ground and exposing its belly. Upon gazing at the belly of the white ape, Thunder Tiger discovered a wound upon its surface, one that had yet to heal and was still oozing pus. Lei Hu brandished his greatsword, piercing the tip into the white ape's abdomen. With a gentle flick, he opened the wound. He then reached inside the incision and retrieved the oilcloth bundle, placing it aside. At this moment, Thunder Tiger began to cleanse the wounds of the white ape with stream water, meticulously washing away the pus within. He then gathered a handful of earth, applying it to the injury to staunch the bleeding. Subsequently, he sought out some vines to bind the wound, ensuring that it would cease to bleed. After treating the wounds of the white ape, Lei Hu noticed the creature's relaxed expression and, recognizing its ability to move independently, felt a sense of relief. He addressed the white ape, advising it to refrain from vigorous activity for the time being, assuring it that, in due course, the wounds would heal. The Thunder Tiger observed as the white ape rose to its feet and gradually made its way back into the peach grove. Only then did he release his grip on the white ape. The thunderous tiger grasped the oilcloth bundle and immersed it in the stream, cleansing the soiled bloodstains until they were pristine. Only then did he retrieve the oilcloth bundle, shaking off the excess water with vigor. The thunderous tiger, clutching an oilcloth bundle, ventured into the valley and discovered a level expanse where he settled himself. As he unfurled the oilcloth, his gaze fell upon the scriptures contained within, igniting a surge of excitement within him. The Thunder Tiger exerted tremendous effort solely for the acquisition of this supreme internal martial art. Now that it has been obtained, it is, of course, immensely delighted, with trembling arms reflecting its excitement. Thunder Tiger took several deep breaths to calm his inner self before he began to open the scripture and meticulously read its contents. After meticulously perusing the ancient scriptures, Lei Hu discerned the profound disparity between supreme martial arts manuals and their ordinary counterparts. The conventional martial arts texts merely enable practitioners to cultivate true energy and unseal the 8 meridians, allowing them to attain the initial stage of the acquired realm and thus become martial artists. In contrast, the elite martial arts tomes possess the extraordinary potential to unlock all the body's meridians, elevating one's true energy cultivation to the pinnacle of the acquired realm, thereby transforming an individual into a master of unparalleled caliber. Should one's innate talent be sufficiently exceptional, there remains the possibility to transcend the acquired realm and ascend to the innate realm. The ceiling of potential offered by these supreme manuals far exceeds that of ordinary ones. It is no wonder that so many individuals fervently seek these prestigious martial arts texts, for they hold the key to becoming a top-tier expert. While the average manuals confine practitioners to the status of ordinary warriors, making it exceedingly difficult to rise above and attain greatness in the realm of martial arts. As Lei Hu gazed at the panel, he discovered that the 9 Yang scriptures had been duly recorded, allowing him to commence his cultivation. Name: Lei Hu Realm. Postnatal, First Level. Technique: 9 Yang scriptures. Initial insight at Level 1. Martial skills: Gale Blade Technique. Return to simplicity. Grass on the fly. Return to simplicity at this moment. Lei Hu comprehended that the 9 Yang scriptures were divided into 7 layers, corresponding to the 7 levels of postnatal cultivation. The subsequent 8th and 9th levels pertain to the accumulation of true energy. By diligently practicing the 9 Yang scriptures, his true energy would gradually intensify. By breaking through layer by layer, he would ultimately unblock all his meridians, achieving the 7th level of postnatal cultivation. After memorizing the 9 Yang manual, Lei Hu carefully wrapped the scripture in an oilcloth and set it aside, commencing his preparations for cultivation. Thunder Tiger sat cross-legged and commenced the cultivation of the 9 Yang manual. Following the precepts of the scripture, he began to circulate his vital energy, first transforming the energy within his body into the essence of 9 Yang energy. After a day of rigorous cultivation, Lei Hu finally transformed all the vital energy within him into the 9 Yang true Qi by nightfall. However, upon completion of this transformation, the quantity of true Qi within Lei Hu had diminished significantly, reduced to merely half of its original amount. Yet, this newly acquired 9 Yang true Qi was far more refined than before. Now, a single strand of true Qi held the potency equivalent to 10 strands of the former. Thus, while the overall quantity of true Qi had decreased, its quality had escalated tenfold, effectively enhancing the true Qi by a factor of 5. Lei Hu paused his cultivation and opened his eyes, acutely aware of the hunger gnawing at his stomach. Rising to his feet, he made his way toward the peach grove, guided by the gentle glow of the moonlight. Upon entering the grove, he plucked a ripe peach and held it in his hand. The sweet fragrance of the fruit intensified his hunger. Bringing the peach to his lips, he opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite. Crunch! His teeth sank into the succulent flesh, juices cascading down the corners of his mouth and dripping onto the ground. Savoring the delightful aroma, Lei Hu swiftly devoured the peach in just a few bites. The thunderous tiger roamed within the peach grove, incessantly plucking and devouring the luscious fruits. After consuming the peaches of 20 individuals in one sitting, it finally felt a sense of satiety and thus came to a halt. As night descended, Lei Hu, having satisfied his hunger, casually selected a spot to rest. The day had been filled with descending cliffs, entering valleys, tending to the injuries of the white ape, and refining the 9 Yang true scriptures, leaving him quite weary. Lying on the ground, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Lei Hu awoke to a gentle, furry sensation upon his face, prompting him to open his eyes. To his surprise, he discovered the white ape beside him, tenderly stroking his cheek with its hand. Thunder Tiger sat up, gently removing the hand of the white ape, and said, "I am perfectly fine, quite normal indeed." Seeing that Thunder Tiger exhibited no signs of distress, the white ape felt reassured and turned to stroll into the peach grove. Upon entering the peach grove, Lei Hu plucked a dozen peaches to satiate his hunger. Having filled his belly, he departed from the orchard and made his way to the meadow, where he prepared to cultivate the 9 true scriptures. Yesterday, the Thunder Tiger completely transformed his vital energy into the 9 vital energy. However, the current reserves of 9 vital energy are limited and require further accumulation. Only by cultivating his vital energy back to a mastery equivalent to 20 years of practice can he continue to open his meridians and achieve a breakthrough. Lei Hu sat upon the grass, commencing the operation of his energy technique. As the vital energy coursed through his meridians, it perpetually advanced, engaging in a cyclical flow. Lei Hu sensed a warm, comforting embrace enveloping his entire being, akin to the gentle sunlight of winter gracing the skin, instilling a profound sense of tranquility. Thunder Tiger understood that this was due to the Jiyang true qi, which embodies the essence of the yang attribute, representing the utmost rigidity and brightness. Much like the sun, it radiates warmth upon the human body. At this moment, as the cultivation technique commenced, the vital essence within the body began to incessantly transform into true qi. Particularly, the peach just consumed, imbued with abundant energy, was absorbed by the body and converted into true qi, continuously augmenting the energy within. Chapter 14. Cultivation in the Valley. As Lei Hu immersed himself in his cultivation, he felt an incessant flow of true energy, refined by his own efforts to enhance his spiritual prowess, filling his heart with immense joy. By nightfall, after a day of diligent practice, he replenished the missing true energy. He remarked, "This place is indeed an exceptional sanctuary for secluded cultivation. Not only is the environment exquisite, but it also boasts energy-rich peaches that serve as sustenance. Should one desire an alternative to peaches, one could venture to the nearby stream to catch some fish, thereby elevating the quality of one's meals." The thunderous hunger within Thunder Tiger stirred him into action. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the edge of the brook, seizing his great blade. With a swift stroke, he unleashed a cutting wave toward the fish swimming in the water. The blade's energy sliced through the surface, penetrating the brook with astonishing speed, and struck the unsuspecting fish. In an instant, the aquatic creatures were cleaved in twain, their crimson lifeblood gushing forth and staining the water a vivid red. Oblivious to the lurking peril, the fish had been joyfully frolicking, entirely unaware that a predator awaited to feast upon them with such lethal finesse. By the time they sensed the imminent threat and sought to flee, it was far too late. They fell victim to the blade's wrath, their lifeless forms drifting in the stream. Upon witnessing the fish being slaughtered, Thunder Tiger skillfully lifted the 2 halves with the tip of his knife and deftly placed them upon the shore. He then meticulously cleaned the fish in preparation for roasting. Thunder Tiger ventured into the valley, gathering a collection of firewood which he meticulously arranged. Channeling his vital energy, he ignited the flames and skewered the fish, placing them over the roaring fire. The fish soon succumbed to the heat, emanating a rich, savory aroma that wafted into Thunder Tiger's nostrils, igniting his appetite and causing his mouth to water profusely. Lei Hu removed the fish from the flames and placed it on the grass to cool. After a few minutes, sensing that the fish had sufficiently cooled, he picked it up and began to eat. Once Lei Hu finished the fish in his hands and prepared to retrieve the other half, he discovered that the white ape had seized it and was voraciously gnawing on it. The Thunder Tiger gazed at the gluttonous white ape and jestingly chided, "You, mere primate, do you aspire to become human? Do you wish to indulge in cooked food to evolve your mind and enhance your intelligence?" The thunderous tiger observed that the white ape, engrossed in its meal, was utterly oblivious to the sound of his voice, solely focused on its food. Upon witnessing this, Lei Hu shook his head and remarked that he had overestimated the white ape, which, like all other creatures, was simply a glutton. The white ape's apparent cleverness stemmed from consuming the peaches in the valley, which had granted it a modicum of mental agility and a semblance of understanding human speech. The thunderous tiger felt the pangs of hunger in its belly and made its way to the brookside, where it skillfully caught 2 fish. After cleansing them thoroughly, it placed them over the crackling fire, allowing the flames to cook them to perfection before indulging in the feast. After finishing his meal of fish, Lei Hu made his way to a grand tree, leaning against its sturdy trunk and succumbing to slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed down upon Lei Hu's face, and it was only then that he stirred, opening his eyes to greet the day. Lei Hu raised his gaze to the sun and noticed that it had already ascended to a considerable height. Estimating the time, he surmised it must be around 4 o'clock in the morning, realizing that dawn was swiftly drawing to a close. Lei Hu then rose to his feet, ventured into the peach grove, and plucked a dozen peaches, indulging in their sweet succulence. Once satisfied, he made his way to the grassy expanse, ready to commence his practice of the Nine Suns divine canon. Thunder Tiger sat cross-legged, his mind delving deep within his body, as he began to mobilize his true energy, circulating it through his meridians. Through continuous movement, he refined the essence within him into true energy, merging it with the Nine Yang True Qi, allowing the Nine Yang True Qi within to grow ever stronger. Thunder Tiger sat beneath the sun, immersing himself in his cultivation, completely oblivious to the passage of time. It was not until the afternoon, when a brisk wind stirred, that Thunder Tiger felt a chill and finally came to a halt. Thunder Tiger approached and seized the large knife, preparing to slay a few fish for dinner. At that moment, he noticed the white ape squatting by the brook, poised in anticipation, eager to roast the fish and indulge in a delectable feast. The Thunder Tiger slashed with his blade, the fierce energy slicing through the water, dispatching several fish. With a deft flick of the blade's tip, he lifted the fish from the water and tossed them onto the shore, preparing them for a fiery roast. The thunderous tiger meticulously cleans the fish and gathers a heap of firewood, commencing the grilling process. At this moment, the white ape approaches the fire with a gentle demeanor, its eyes fixated on the tiger, salivating over the roasted fish, its paws becoming damp with anticipation. The thunderous tiger, witnessing the fish being roasted to perfection, cast aside 2 fish, tossing them into the distance, allowing the white ape to feast upon them independently. After indulging in grilled fish, Lei Hu felt the uncomfortable distension in his stomach, prompting him to seek refuge in a cave where he could prepare for rest. In recent times, he had been too occupied to search for proper lodging, resorting instead to resting in the wilderness. Now, with time at his disposal, he discovered this cave, tidied it up, and embraced it as his dwelling, transforming himself into a modern-day caveman on the mountaintop. At this moment, Lei Hu summoned the panel to examine his cultivation progress. He discovered that his advancement in the Nine Yang True Scripture was quite rapid. Name: Lei Hu Realm. Postnatal First Level Cultivation Technique. Nine Yang True Scripture, Level 1. Initial Understanding Progress. 20,100 Martial Arts. Gale Blade Technique. Return to Simplicity. 900900 Grass Soaring. Return to Simplicity. 900900 upon a day's diligent practice. Lei Hu discovered that he could accumulate 10 proficiency points, and within a few months, he could elevate the Juyang Jinjing to the next realm. The following morning, Lei Hu awoke and stepped out of the cave, finding that the sun had just begun to rise and the day was only just breaking, allowing him to discern the surroundings clearly. Thunder Tiger ventured into the peach grove, plucking a dozen or so peaches. He then settled down beside the cave, taking a seat upon the ground, and commenced to indulge in the delightful fruit, swiftly consuming them all. The Thunder Tiger settled upon the verdant grass, adopting a cross-legged posture, and commenced the cultivation of the Nine Suns Scripture. He activated the vital energy within his body, initiating the refinement of his essence to bolster his true qi. In this manner, Lei Hu settled within the valley, dedicating himself to the cultivation of the Nine Yang True Scriptures. After several months of diligent practice, he augmented his vital energy. At this juncture, Lei Hu's vital energy, having continuously accumulated over this period, was on the verge of a breakthrough. In search of tranquility, Lei Hu retreated into a cave, employing a stone to seal the entrance against the intrusion of a troop of monkeys. He left a few crevices to allow for the passage of air, ensuring that he would not suffocate in solitude. The Thunder Tiger's spirit sank into the Dantian, commencing the mobilization of true energy, which began to circulate within the meridians, exerting a powerful impact upon the remaining pathways. The Thunder Tiger summoned his vital energy, directing it towards the heart sutra of the lesser yin of the hand. The vital energy resembled a rapidly spinning vortex, entering the meridians and commencing its rotation. It thoroughly shattered the impurities within the meridians. The vital energy propelled the impurities forward, ultimately clearing the meridians. Only then did it expel the impurities from the palms, releasing them through the acupoints and banishing them from the body. Thunder Tiger rose to his feet, opened the cave, and walked to the edge of the brook. Channeling his vital energy, he unleashed a forceful tremor from his palm, encasing the impurities within his grasp and propelling them away, casting the debris into the stream, where it was carried away by the flowing waters to the valley beyond. In order to eliminate impurities from within, Thunder Tiger simply sat by the brook and commenced the process of unblocking his meridians. The Thunder Tiger sequentially unblocked the hand Taiyang small intestine meridian, the foot Taiyang bladder meridian, and the foot Shaoyin kidney meridian. Once the Thunder Tiger had cleared all 8 meridians, allowing the true energy to circulate, his cultivation finally transcended the second level of the postnatal realm. At this moment, Lei Hu began to examine the panel. Name: Lei Hu Realm. Acquired, second layer. Cultivation technique: 9 Yang True Scripture, second layer. Slightly accomplished, 40,200 martial arts. Gale Blade technique: return to simplicity, 900900 grass on the fly. Return to simplicity, 900900. The Thunder Tiger gazed at the panel, feeling immensely pleased with the enhanced vital energy coursing through his body. Chapter 15. The fourth layer of postnatal development. Lei Hu felt the transformation brought about by his breakthrough. Sensing the doubling of his internal energy, his heart brimmed with joy, and this invigorated him, providing even greater motivation for his cultivation. The Thunder Tiger glanced at the sky and realized that it was already afternoon. He had spent an entire day, approximately 4 hours, merely breaking through a minor realm. He couldn't help but exclaim how swiftly time passes during the course of cultivation. Today, Thunder Tiger transcended his limits, feeling somewhat fatigued in both body and mind. He ventured into the peach grove, plucking a dozen or so peaches, and began to indulge in their sweetness. Once he finished savoring the peaches, he returned to his cave, where he succumbed to slumber in order to rejuvenate his spirit. After a restful night, the Thunder Tiger rose with a clear mind and refreshed spirit. Exiting the cave, he casually picked some peaches to satisfy his hunger. Once he was fully nourished, he made his way to the meadow, ready to immerse himself in his training. Lei Hu settled down, crossing his legs, and immersed his mind within himself, commencing the mobilization of his vital energy in preparation for its circulation. At this moment, his mastery over the vital energy was significantly more adept than before. He could now vaguely perceive the meridians and acupoints within his body, becoming increasingly familiar with his physical form. It was then that Lei Hu realized that the vital energy cultivated through the 9 Yang scriptures was not only remarkably pure, but also greatly beneficial for the refinement of one's spirit. As the vital energy flowed, it not only nourished the body but also invigorated the spirit, rendering it more formidable. He contemplated that upon achieving another breakthrough, with a strengthened spirit, he would attain the ability of introspection. At this juncture, Lei Hu's enthusiasm for cultivation surged even higher, and he began to concentrate intently on his practice. He summoned the vital energy, allowing it to circulate ceaselessly within, refining the essence to enhance the vital energy within him. In this manner, Thunder Tiger immersed himself in his cultivation within the valley. After several months, the energy within him steadily grew stronger, and he was now poised to achieve a breakthrough. This time, Thunder Tiger, armed with experience, directly approached the brook to expel the impurities from within his meridians. The Thunder Tiger summoned his vital energy, setting it in motion to prepare for a surge through the meridians. When the vital energy reached its peak velocity, he directed it towards the hand Jian pericardium meridian. The vital energy surged forth like a speeding automobile, advancing relentlessly through the meridians. Upon reaching the meridian, he caused the vital energy to rotate, resembling a high-speed drill penetrating into the channel. The vital energy spun incessantly, entering the meridian and shattering the impurities within into fine powder, propelled onward by the force of the vital energy. Once the hand Jian pericardium meridian was unblocked, he employed the vital energy to expel the impurities from the meridian through the acupoints in his palm. Thunder Tiger enveloped the impurities with his vital energy, and with a powerful shake of his palm, he sent the impurities soaring, casting them into the stream, allowing the flowing water to carry them away from the valley. The Thunder Tiger has achieved the third level of the postnatal realm and has thoroughly comprehended all 12 fundamental scriptures. At this juncture, he is capable of enabling the true energy within his body to circulate through the minor circular pathway. The spirit of the Thunder Tiger delved deep within, discovering that due to a breakthrough in cultivation, his mental prowess had surged significantly. He was now capable of introspection, perceiving the myriad organs and tissues within his own body through the lens of his enhanced mental energy. Through the power of his mind, Lei Hu perceived the intricate network of meridians within his body. The 12 primary meridians had been successfully opened, allowing his vital energy to circulate relentlessly. However, the extraordinary 8 meridians remained uncharted. With his inner vision, he discerned numerous impurities obstructing the flow within the meridians, causing a congestion that hindered the swift movement of vital energy. At this moment, upon realizing his ability to perceive inwardly, Lei Hu spoke, acknowledging that he had reached a stage of cultivation where he could clearly visualize the pathways of his vital energy as it flowed through the meridians. No longer relying solely on instinct, he felt liberated from the fear of misdirecting his vital energy and sustaining injury. At this juncture, Thunder Tiger realized that it was already afternoon, prompting him to cease his cultivation. After partaking in dinner, he returned to the cave to commence his rest. The Thunder Tiger has ascended to the third level of the postnatal realm. With the ability to introspect, the cultivation process has become remarkably smoother. Upon rising early in the morning, he exited the cave and casually indulged in some peaches. Upon reaching the grassy expanse, he eagerly prepared to commence his practice. Thunder Tiger settled into a meditative position, commencing the circulation of his internal energy. Once the vital energy began to flow, he soon realized that the operation of the microcosmic orbit significantly aided in the refinement of essence. Upon discovering this situation, Thunder Tiger remarked that under these circumstances, achieving a breakthrough in cultivation would not require much time. Merely a few months would suffice to attain another advancement. The Thunder Tiger circulates its vital energy, refining the essence within its body into true energy through continuous movement within the meridians, allowing the true energy to perpetually grow stronger. After a day of diligent cultivation, Lei Hu felt the substantial enhancement of the vital energy within him. Previously, he could only perceive the fluctuations of this energy through vague sensations, unable to conduct an inner examination. However, at this moment, he was able to look inward and, with the aid of his mental strength, observe the vital energy swirling within his dantian. This golden essence occupied 1/3 of his dantian, allowing him to gain a profound awareness of the vital energy coursing through his body. The Thunder Tiger, sensing his progress, ceased his cultivation, rose to his feet, and made his way to the stream side, where he skillfully speared several fish with his large knife, preparing them for roasting. After having dinner, Lei Hu finally began to rest, rejuvenating his spirit for the continuation of his training the following day. In the secluded valley, Lei Hu immersed himself in tranquil cultivation, surrounded by towering mountains on all sides. This enclosed sanctuary shielded him from any disturbances, allowing Lei Hu to devote himself entirely to his practice and achieve remarkable progress. After 3 months of diligent cultivation, Thunder Tiger has amassed sufficient vital energy to embark on another breakthrough. At this moment, Lei Hu understood that in order to achieve a breakthrough, he must commence the process of unblocking the yin and yang meridians within the 8 extraordinary vessels. Seated by the stream, he began to circulate his true energy, directing it inward to propel towards the yin meridian. The true energy spiraled like a high-speed drill, penetrating the meridians and shattering impurities into powder. Driven by this energy, it surged forward relentlessly. Once the meridian was cleared, the true energy enveloped the impurities and expelled them through the acupoints in his palms. With a vigorous throw, he cast them into the stream, allowing the water to carry them away from the valley. Having activated his true energy towards the yang meridian, Lei Hu diligently worked to unblock it as well. He expelled the impurities, discarding them into the creek to be whisked away by the current. At this juncture, Lei Hu successfully opened 4 meridians, enhancing his cultivation to the 4th level of postnatal development. As his true energy flowed through an increasing number of meridians, the refinement of essential energy became increasingly expedient. It was then that Lei Hu recognized the uniqueness of his cultivation. While others found their progress slowing with each session of practice, he experienced a swift advancement. The rapid refinement of essential energy led to an accelerated accumulation of true energy, making the process of cultivation more efficient. Lei Hu realized that his distinctiveness lay in his approach. By unblocking his meridians and expelling the impurities, his cultivation speed remained unaffected. Conversely, others merely pushed the impurities further back into their meridians during their practice, resulting in an accumulation of obstructions. Consequently, the time required to clear their meridians increased significantly. Upon this realization, Lei Hu discerned the uniqueness of his own approach compared to others. After all, the 9-Yang Manual elucidates that the method for unblocking meridians involves incessantly pushing the impurities within the pathways toward the back. Consequently, as the impurities accumulate over time, greater effort and time are required to clear the meridians. Chapter 16. The Postnatal Sevenfold. After the breakthrough in his cultivation, Lei Hu sensed the invigorating energy coursing through his body, filling him with immense joy. This newfound strength only heightened his enthusiasm for the upcoming training. As he yearned to swiftly master the 9 suns scripture and venture beyond the valley to explore the world outside. After resting for a night within the cave, Thunder Tiger replenished his spent energy and then emerged, ready to continue his cultivation. After enjoying his breakfast, Thunder Tiger ventured onto the grassy expanse to commence his training. Through introspection, he beheld the potent energy coursing within him, a testament to his newfound strength. With a mere thought, this energy began to circulate, racing through his meridians like a speeding automobile. As the energy flowed, the essence within his body was refined into pure energy, seamlessly integrated into his meridians, and absorbed by the vital force, thereby fortifying his inner power. As Thunder Tiger engaged in his cultivation, he felt the true energy within him swell and strengthen. It was akin to an addiction. He found it nearly impossible to cease. Only when his body grew weary did he finally relent, allowing himself a respite to recuperate before resuming his practice. In this manner, Lei Hu found solace within the valley, dedicating himself to his cultivation. After several months of unwavering effort, the vital energy within him burgeoned to a level ripe for further breakthroughs. At this juncture, Lei Hu sensed the transformation within his body and made his way to the banks of a stream, where he seated himself upon the ground, focusing intently on his ascension. As he channeled his techniques, the vital energy surged through him with remarkable speed. Under the influence of his mental prowess, it spun like a high-velocity drill, relentlessly penetrating towards the meridians. Upon reaching the Yin Chao meridian, the vital energy, still under his mental command, began to rotate vigorously. It entered the meridian and thoroughly shattered the impurities contained within, reducing them to mere dust. The Thunder Tiger wielded his vital energy, advancing steadily as he propelled the impurities forward. Once he had unblocked the Yin Chao meridian, he then harnessed his vital energy to expel the impurities from within the meridians, casting them into the stream, where they were carried away by the flowing water, vanishing beyond the valley. After Lei Hu successfully opened the Yin Chao meridian, he persevered in his efforts, circulating his vital energy towards the entrance of the Yang Chao meridian. As the vital energy flowed, it penetrated into the Yang Chao meridian. The energy began to swirl, thoroughly shattering the impurities within, propelled forward by the force of the vital energy. After Lei Hu unblocked the Yang Chao meridian, he then harnessed his vital energy to expel the impurities within the channels through the body's acupoints, releasing them from his system. After the breakthrough in his cultivation, Lei Hu felt a profound satisfaction as he sensed the burgeoning true energy within him. He reflected on his current level of mastery. Having reached the 5th stage of the acquired realm, he realized that by unblocking the Chon, Dai, Ren, and Du meridians, he would successfully cultivate the 9 sun scripture. The subsequent stages of his practice would involve the accumulation of true energy, enriching it to achieve a more substantial and profound essence. With a large blade, Thunder Tiger plunged into the stream, deftly extracting several fish, which he then roasted to satisfy his hunger. After satisfying his hunger, Thunder Tiger spoke. "Today, I have made a breakthrough in my cultivation, and the toll on my spirit has been considerable. It would be wise to rest for the night. Once my energy is replenished, I shall resume my practice tomorrow." Upon returning to the cave, Lei Hu reclined upon the hay and succumbed to slumber. Shortly thereafter, the gentle sounds of his snoring filled the air. When morning dawned and Lei Hu awoke, invigorated and brimming with energy, he promptly exited the cave, partook of some fruit, and then made his way to the meadow, ready to engage in his cultivation practice. The Thunder Tiger sat cross-legged upon the verdant grass, embarking on an introspective journey within. He became attuned to the vital energy coursing through his body. With a mere flicker of intention, he summoned this energy, guiding it along the meridians to activate its flow. He refined the essence within, transforming it into vital energy to amplify the strength of his internal force. At this moment, Thunder Tiger skillfully activated his cultivation technique. The speed at which he refined the essence was remarkably swift. In just a few months, he accumulated enough vital energy to initiate a breakthrough. Lei Hu arrived at the brook, seated himself upon the ground, and turned his gaze inward to his body, allowing the vital energy to circulate and propel towards the dragon vein. The vital energy surged forth like a speeding automobile, racing into the conduit and ceaselessly whirling within. It ground the impurities contained in the conduit into a fine powder. Once Lei Hu cleared the conduit, expelling the impurities from his body, he finally came to a halt, preparing to take a moment of respite. After a quarter of an hour's respite, Lei Hu once again summoned his vital energy and entered the belt meridian, commencing the process of unblocking it. His vital energy whirled incessantly, akin to a drill penetrating the mountain, forging a passageway. Once Lei Hu successfully cleared the belt meridian and expelled the impurities within, allowing the vital energy to flow freely, he finally transcended to the 6th level of postnatal cultivation. Thunder Tiger felt the enhanced vital energy within him, and spoke. I have now reached the 6th level of the acquired realm. With just a few more months of cultivation, I will be able to open up all my meridians and achieve a breakthrough to the 7th level of the acquired realm. The thunderous tiger felt a sense of mental fatigue, prompting him to cease his contemplations. Having caught several fish, he roasted them over the fire and began to indulge in his meal. After satisfying his hunger, Thunder Tiger patted his belly and turned to find the white ape still gnawing on a fish bone. Approaching, he playfully tapped the ape's head and remarked, "You glutton. Having followed me and feasting on fish during this time, you've grown quite rotund, becoming nothing more than a foolish ape." After a night of rest, Thunder Tiger emerged from the cave once more at dawn, indulging in some fruit before commencing his training. Upon sitting down, Lei Hu turned his gaze inward and observed the substantial increase of vital energy within his body. The vital energy, residing in his dantian, had filled more than half of the reservoir. With a mere thought, Lei Hu summoned the vital energy within him, setting it into motion through his meridians. He commenced the refinement of his essence, transforming the internal essence into vital energy. As this energy circulated, it was absorbed and ultimately directed to the dantian, where it was stored for future use. After months of relentless training, Lei Hu finally accumulated sufficient true energy within his body to open his meridians and elevate his cultivation level. At this moment, Lei Hu understood that he had reached a pivotal juncture. The 9 Yang scriptures, being excessively masculine, necessitated that he endure the excruciating pain of self-immolation to achieve his breakthrough. Lei Hu remarked that fortunately, he possessed a system panel, which allowed him to transcend limitations as long as his proficiency was sufficient. Unlike others, who had to worry about the explosive nature of the Jiang True Qi, he was able to break through without such concerns. During the process of advancement, it was imperative to restrain the Jiang True Qi and prevent it from going awry. In order to alleviate the searing pain coursing through his body, Lei Hu began to shed his garments and waded into the cool stream, seeking solace in its waters. As he submerged himself, the refreshing current enveloped him, providing a reprieve from the heat that surged within him as his vital energy circulated. Fortunately, the stream offered a balm to his suffering, allowing Lei Hu to endure the torment. Thunder Tiger sensed the transformation within his body. Clenching his teeth, he began to accelerate the circulation of his vital energy, propelling it forward with remarkable speed. Soon, the vital energy reached the Ren Meridian, causing it to whirl energetically. As it entered the Ren Meridian, it shattered the impurities within into fine particles, advancing steadily until the pathway was fully unblocked. After expelling the impurities from the Ren Meridian, Lei Hu did not pause, but immediately mobilized the true energy within his body, directing it towards the Du Meridian, aiming to make a concerted effort to thoroughly open all the meridians. Thunder Tiger directed his true energy towards the governing vessel, allowing it to spin rapidly. It penetrated the vessel like a high-speed drill burrowing through the mountain, tirelessly forging a passageway. Once the true energy advanced and cleared the governing vessel, Thunder Tiger enveloped the impurities within his energy, expelling them from his body. At that moment, the true energy within him began to circulate, connecting all the meridians and establishing a grand cycle of circulation. Thunder Tiger then observed the true energy emanating from his body, forming a protective shield that enveloped him, akin to encasing his form within a delicate eggshell. Upon witnessing this situation, Thunder Tiger finally grasped the concept, uttering that this is the manifestation of true energy. Only by thoroughly unblocking the 12 true scriptures and the 8 extraordinary meridians, allowing the true energy to circulate in a grand cycle, can one enable the vital essence to permeate the body, thereby forming a protective shield of true energy to safeguard the physical form. Chapter 17. Emerging from the Valley. The experience of the Thunder Tiger reveals the significant transformations that accompany the breakthrough to the 7th level of the acquired realm. Upon reaching this pinnacle, a profound change has manifested. The strength now surpasses that of the past by a considerable margin. With a mere thought, Lei Hu retracted his vital energy back into his body, allowing it to circulate within his meridians. With another thought, the vital energy surged forth, manifesting as a protective shield enveloping his form. Upon his discovery, Lei Hu realized that this layer of protective vital energy consumed remarkably little of his own essence. As the vital energy circulated, it was swiftly replenished. At this moment, Lei Hu discerned that during the operation of the great circulation, as the vital energy flowed, it could begin to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth through the acupoints in his body, refining it into vital energy. This not only served to replenish his consumption, but also allowed for the accumulation of vital energy, thereby accelerating his cultivation process significantly. The Thunder Tiger has just realized that the upcoming 7th day heralds a monumental transformation. The enhancement in strength is exceedingly apparent, significantly elevating the martial artist's prowess, which can be described as a comprehensive enhancement across all facets. The Thunder Tiger rose from the stream, the water cascading along the protective energy enveloping him, continuously flowing away and splashing into the brook, creating a flurry of droplets. The Thunder Tiger emerged from the stream, acutely aware of the transformation in his cultivation. He remarked, "I have now fully mastered the 9-yang true classic." His cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of the acquired realm. From this point forward, his training would revolve around accumulating true energy, allowing it to become even more profound. He no longer needed to confine himself to the valley for practice. He could venture beyond its confines, exploring the world to enhance his prowess. The Thunder Tiger entered the cave, carefully wrapped the 9-yang manual in an oilcloth, and emerged outside. With a single punch, he struck the ground, creating a deep pit. He placed the martial arts manual within, covered it with earth, and buried the precious text beneath the soil. Thunder Tiger brandished his greatsword, its blade sweeping through the air as he inscribed words upon the stone wall with its tip. The Thunder Tiger's arm came to a halt as he gazed upon the stone wall. Inscribed upon it were the words, "The Nine Suns Scripture, the repository of knowledge." The signature read, "Respectfully, Thunder Tiger." The Thunder Tiger meticulously organized the 9-yang manual before making his way into the monkey. He gently patted the white ape and said, "You shall remain in the valley, safeguarding the 9-yang manual." Having bid farewell to the Thunder Tiger and the monkey group, they proceeded towards the valley's exit. Upon reaching the narrow crevice, they ventured inside, moving outward. As the Thunder Tiger approached the entrance of the fissure and cautiously extended its head to peer outside, it discerned 1 or 2 figures, clad in the attire of attendants, stationed atop the soaring dome. Lei Hu murmured to himself, questioning whether Zhu Chongling could truly be deceived by his antics. He genuinely believed that there existed a millennium-old ginseng in this place. Realizing that he had descended without returning, he arranged for 2 servants to guard the summit. Upon discovering the situation, he proceeded to inform Zhu Chongling. Unbeknownst to Lei Hu, Zhu Chongling, having been swayed by his persuasion, held a profound belief in the existence of the millennium ginseng. Upon realizing that he had descended without ascending, doubts began to creep in. It was then that he dispatched his servants to vigilantly guard the location, intent on seizing the coveted millennium ginseng for himself. The Thunder Tiger discovered someone on the cliff. If he were to venture out, it would undoubtedly expose the valley. Consequently, if Zhu Chongling were to learn of the valley, he would have the opportunity to obtain the 9-yang true scriptures. Upon contemplating this, Thunder Tiger retracted his head, resembling a turtle drawing into its shell. The thunderous tiger retracted its head, beginning to retreat backward, contemplating that if it wished to escape, it need not traverse this path. Instead, it could enter the brook, following the flowing water, and similarly navigate its way out of the valley. Lei Hu returned to the valley, making his way to the stream. Following the course of the water, he walked steadily downstream. Before long, he arrived at the lower reaches of the brook. At that moment, Lei Hu noticed that the stream flowed toward the cliff ahead, entering a cave within the mountain, continuing its journey forward. As Thunder Tiger descended into the stream, he discovered a cavern within the mountainside, remarkably expansive and towering over a yard in height. The portion of the cave that emerged above the water's surface was approximately 3 feet, sufficient for him to elevate his head and breathe freely. At this moment, Thunder Tiger had already attained the 7th layer of the postnatal realm, allowing his vital energy to circulate in a grand cycle. Even if it required submerging himself in the water, it posed no issue. He could utilize internal breathing techniques to hold his breath and advance through the depths. Thunder Tiger stood in the stream, his footsteps echoing as he ventured into the cavern. To his surprise, the grotto was far from dark. The walls were adorned with vibrant green moss, emitting a soft, ethereal glow that illuminated the cave. The verdant light allowed him to clearly perceive his surroundings. As Lei Hu traversed the cave, he advanced for approximately half an hour before he finally beheld a glimmer of light ahead. The Thunder Tiger remarked, "This cavern is indeed extensive. We have traversed for such a considerable time before finally reaching the exit." Upon reaching the exit of the cavern, Thunder Tiger gazed outside and beheld a stream meandering down the mountain path, converging with the river ahead. Thunder Tiger emerged from the cave and followed the stream, eventually arriving at the river ahead. By the time the waters surged and became tumultuous, it was already too late. The thunderous torrent swept the fallen tree downstream, tossing it about like a mere piece of driftwood, endlessly rising and sinking in the turbulent waters. The thunderous tiger gazed ahead and beheld a river flowing toward the precipice, cascading down in a magnificent waterfall. The thunderous roar of the water swept the thunder tiger to the brink of a precipice. In a swift motion, he harnessed his vital energy, conjuring a protective barrier around his body to shield himself from harm. Boom! The thunderous tiger was swept away by the rushing waters, cascading over the precipice and plummeting down the waterfall. As Thunder Tiger glanced down, he discovered a pool formed by the cascading waterfall. His body followed the torrent, plunging into the depths of the pool below. A resounding crash echoed. The thunderous tiger plunged into the pool, but fortunately, the protective energy enveloping it served as a cushion, safeguarding its body and preventing injury upon impact with the water's surface. The thunderous tiger plunged into the pond, sending forth a cascade of splashes that surged outward in tumultuous waves. The thunderous tiger emerged from the depths of the pool, raising its head above the surface, and began to breathe deeply. As the thunder tiger activated his true energy, his body began to move, spinning gracefully into the air from the depths of the pool. The droplets of water clinging to his form were flung off, splashing back into the water and creating a cascade of shimmering droplets. By the time the thunder tiger gracefully descended beside the pool, his garments had been thoroughly dried, free of any moisture. Lei Hu glanced around, then turned his body and began his descent down the mountain. As he walked, he remarked, "This Zhu Chongling, despite the passage of time, remains undeterred, still seeking to trouble me. It would be prudent to eliminate him, thereby preventing future complications. After all, such a martial artist is hardly virtuous, leveraging his strength to prey upon the weak." The Zhuwu Lianhuan villa has monopolized the surrounding area, compelling local villagers to toil for them to sustain their martial pursuits. The entirety of the villa's income is derived from the exploitation of these hard-working individuals who labor tirelessly to support the establishment. Such individuals are utterly despicable, deserving of their fate. Even their complete eradication would be no injustice. In the depths of the forest, Thunder Tiger treaded carefully, preparing to emerge from the thicket, intent on visiting the Zhuwu Lianhuan mountain villa, where he resolved to eradicate all foes, liberating the nearby villagers from their oppressive plight. Chapter 18. Encounter with Zhu Chongling. The Thunder Tiger pressed on relentlessly, weaving through the forest. After more than an hour, he finally emerged from the woods and arrived at a nearby town. Lei Hu gazed at his tattered garments and stepped into a fabric shop, inquiring, "Good sir, do you have any clothing available? My attire has been torn asunder while traversing the woods, snagged by branches." The shopkeeper, noticing Lei Hu's robust physique, remarked, "Young man, you possess quite the audacity to wander alone in the wilderness. Do you not fear encountering wild beasts?" The Thunder Tiger remarked, "With a physique like mine, if a beast were to approach, it would merely be courting death. A few punches from me, and I could easily vanquish the creature." The boss replied, "Young man, you possess a tall and robust stature. I happen to have a few garments here that might suit you well. Why not try them on?" Lei Hu tried on several garments and discovered that a black outfit fit him particularly well. He donned it immediately and said to the shopkeeper, "I will take this one. How much does it cost?" The shopkeeper replied, "This is made of linen and is quite affordable. I will charge you 50 coins. Lei Hu took a piece of broken silver from his person and handed it to the proprietor, saying, "There's no need for change." Thunder Tiger donned his attire and exited the shop, striding towards the outskirts of the town. In his mind, he contemplated the imminent annihilation of the Zhuwu-linked mountain villa, for all that resided within belonged to him. There would be no need to lament the loss of a mere handful of silver coins. As Lei Hu stepped out of the town and approached the vicinity of the Zhuwu Lianhuan villa, he observed individuals within the estate directing a group of subordinates in their futile attempts to capture a wild rabbit. A young girl, no more than 4 years of age, was vociferously berating the subordinates with fists and feet, exclaiming, "You are utterly useless. With so many of you, how can you fail to catch a single rabbit?" One of the servants attempted to defend himself, saying, "Miss Jiu Zhan, the rabbit is exceedingly cunning. We lack martial prowess and cannot outrun it. How can we possibly capture it?" In response, the girl seized a whip and struck the servant across the face, instantly leaving a crimson mark. Upon witnessing this situation and heeding the words of the servant, Lei Hu realized that the young girl was none other than Zhu Chongling's daughter, Zhu Jiuzhen. Observing her present demeanor, she appeared exceedingly willful and ruthless, displaying a harshness towards her subordinates. It is no wonder that she grew to be so malevolent in her later years. As Lei Hu beheld a wild hare sprinting towards him, he deftly positioned himself in its path. With a swift motion, he bent his body and extended his right hand. Fingers curling around the creature's neck, lifting the hare effortlessly. Zhu Jiozhen gazed ahead and observed an individual clad in a black hemp garment, seizing a rabbit. The attire of this person bore a resemblance to that of a farmer, leading her to mistakenly regard Lei Hu as a local peasant. Zhu Jiozhen spoke forth. Addressing the farmer ahead, "Hurry and present that wild hare before me, or I shall summon my attendants to bestow upon you a proper reprimand." Upon hearing Zhu Jiozhen's words, Lei Hu realized that the girl had indeed gone astray. Having been indulged since childhood, she had become oblivious to the realities of the world and treated others as mere servants to command. The Thunder Tiger remarked, "You little one. Since you have already deviated from the right path, there is no need for you to continue living. In your next life, strive to be a virtuous person." The Thunder Tiger executed the art of agile movement, his feet barely touching the ground as he propelled himself forward like a swift arrow. A series of afterimages trailed behind him, manifesting before Zhu Jiozhen. The Thunder Tiger extended his palm and gently pressed down upon Zhu Jiozhen's head, forcibly embedding it into his chest, rendering Zhu Jiozhen a headless corpse as he toppled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding servants, witnessing the murder of Zhu Jiozhen, turned pale with fear. With Zhu Jiozhen now deceased, they realized that even if they returned to the manor, they would face execution. Seeing the expressions of the servants, Lei Hu spoke, "Since you are so concerned, then go below and continue attending to Zhu Jiozhen." With a swift motion, Thunder Tiger lunged towards the servant, his fists flying as they struck the man's skull, shattering it like a watermelon, with brain matter splattering across the ground. The thunderous figure charged before the last of the household servants, his fists swinging with ferocity, striking the skull with such force that it shattered. Brain matter erupted, splattering onto the nearby yellow dog, which cowered in fear, whimpering as it lay on the ground. The Thunder Tiger observed this pack of yellow dogs, noticing strands of flesh still entwined around their sharp teeth. The Thunder Tiger is aware that these yellow dogs are exceedingly fierce. It is only in their presence that they exhibit such docility. When confronted with ordinary farmers, these yellow dogs would not hesitate to leap forward and savage their adversaries. The Thunder Tiger spoke, "Since your master has already passed away, in recognition of your loyalty, I shall grant you passage to reunite with your master." The Thunder Tiger moved with a flickering grace, akin to a phantom gliding across the ground. With a flurry of powerful punches, he dispatched all the yellow hounds with ruthless efficiency. After eliminating his adversaries, Lei Hu circulated his vital energy, and with a powerful motion of his palm, he cleansed the blood sacrifice from his hands. He murmured to himself that during his next strike, he would envelop his fist with vital energy to prevent the stains from soiling his hands. The thunderous tiger traversed past the lifeless bodies, making his way towards the Zhu Wu Lian Huan Mountain Villa. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the villa. Upon spotting Zhu Chongling emerging from the villa, Lei Hu pondered that this fellow had arrived at the perfect moment. He resolved to eliminate him first and subsequently eradicate everyone from the Zhu Wu Lian Huan Villa. As Zhu Chongling stepped out of the villa and glanced ahead, he was taken aback to find Lei Hu standing there. Enraged, he exclaimed, "You crafty little brat. You've truly mastered the art of hiding. I've been searching for you for quite some time, and today, I have finally found you." Thunder Tiger remarked, "You, my friend. 5 years ago, when to untie the ropes binding me. Had it not been for my agility, I would have plummeted from the precipice below, sustaining grave injuries or perhaps even losing my life." Upon hearing Thunder Tiger's words, Zhu Chongling replied, "Who asked you, young man, to pluck the Millennium Ginseng? That you survived the fall is a testament to your luck." In an instant, Zhu Chongling darted towards Thunder Tiger, extending his right index finger to execute a technique known as the Sun Finger, aiming to seal Thunder Tiger's acupoint and compel him to reveal the whereabouts of the ginseng. As Lei Hu beheld Zhu Chongling charging towards him, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to release his vital energy, which enveloped him in a protective aura. A soft golden shield formed around his body, akin to an eggshell, safeguarding him. Just as Zhu Chongling reached Lei Hu, he extended his index finger to strike, only to be thwarted by the protective energy. The force of the rebound caused his finger to snap. Experiencing the sharp pain, Zhu Chongling quickly withdrew his hand, clutching his injured finger. Astonished, he exclaimed, "When did you become so formidable? You can now wield protective energy." The Thunder Tiger began to boast, proclaiming, "I have descended beneath the precipice, plucking the Millennium Ginseng, and concealed myself within the forest to commence the refinement of this ancient herb." After an extensive period of time devoted to this endeavor, I have finally succeeded in refining the Millennium Ginseng, allowing my cultivation to transcend and elevate me to the 7th level of the acquired realm. Deceptive words serve to conceal the secrets of the valley within, preventing others from entering and mastering the 9 Suns true scripture. Only those fortunate enough may gain access to the valley and acquire its profound teachings. At this moment, Zhu Changling, overhearing his comments, seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, you have usurped my opportunity. Had I obtained the Millennium Ginseng, my prowess would have enabled me to completely refine it long ago. My cultivation would surpass yours, allowing me to break through to the 9th layer of postnatal realm and become a formidable figure in the martial world, traversing its vastness with ease." Chapter 19. The Slaying of Zhu Changling. Seeing Zhu Changling's furious demeanor, Lei Hu mocked, "With a person like you, having committed countless misdeeds, you dare to aspire for such an opportunity? You are simply deluding yourself." Enveloped by rage, Zhu Changling, oblivious to the disparity between them, charged at Lei Hu, exclaiming, "Return my chance to me." The Thunder Tiger discerned that Zhu Changling had succumbed to madness. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Seeing you in such a pitiable state, I shall grant you liberation. It is best to send you to the Western Paradise sooner, to meet the Buddha." Lei Hu gripped the hilt of his sword firmly, drawing forth the mighty blade, and with a swift motion, he cleaved towards Zhu Changling. A golden arc of light emanated from the strike, traveling a full yard before it met its target. The razor-edged brilliance severed Zhu Changling in twain. His lifeless body split apart at the center. Propelled by the force of inertia, it surged a foot away before collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed forth from the wound, staining the earth in a vivid crimson hue. Thunder Tiger slayed Zhu Changling and, upon searching the lifeless body, discovered a few taels of silver. He remarked, "What a miserly wretch, devoid even of a martial arts manual." Little did Lei Hu know that Zhu Changling had emerged merely to gaze upon the majestic Shan Yao, to ascertain whether Lei Hu had indeed descended from the precipice below. He would hardly carry martial arts manuals with him. Influenced by the remnants of a past life, he was driven by a curiosity to examine the deceased, hoping to uncover even a fragment of something valuable. Lei Hu concealed the silver within his bosom and made his way toward the manor. He passed through the grand entrance and stepped inside the estate. Upon entering the estate, Lei Hu observed that the entire manor was constructed with remarkable opulence, adorned with pavilions and towers at every turn. One could only imagine the immense manpower and resources expended to erect such edifices amidst the mountains. A servant, spotting Lei Hu wielding a formidable blade, recognized him as a person of the martial world and inquired, "Esteemed hero, may I ask what brings you to our manor?" The Thunder Tiger remarked, "I am a close friend of Zhu Changling. At his invitation, I have come here to discuss with your esteemed master the means to seize the Dragon Slaying Saber." The steward replied, "Our master Zhu has just departed. However, if the esteemed guest wishes to confer on matters, you may meet with Master Wu." Thunder Tiger inquired, "Might you enlighten me as to the whereabouts of the esteemed master of the manor? I would greatly appreciate your guidance in charting my course." The steward, upon hearing Thunder Tiger's words, turned and gestured with a hand, replying, "Proceed along this path, continue onward, and you shall find the courtyard ahead where the master resides." Upon learning from the household servant, Lei Hu became aware of the usual residence of Zhu Changling and his companions. He then proceeded forward, contemplating that, in light of the guidance provided, he would grant them a chance at survival. Lei Hu followed the path and advanced forward, soon arriving at the courtyard within. From a distance, he could hear voices conversing. As Thunder Tiger entered the courtyard, he beheld a middle-aged man in his 30s, instructing a group of children in the art of martial combat. The Thunder Tiger gazed at the middle-aged man and inquired, "Are you the master of the Zhu Wu Lianhuan Mountain Villa?" The middle-aged man replied, "Indeed, I am the master of this villa, known as Wu Lai. I am curious as to why you have come to our establishment." Thunder Tiger realized that he had not mistaken the person and spoke. "Zhu Changling owes me a debt that remains unpaid. I have come to collect what is rightfully mine. Now that he is nowhere to be found, you shall repay in his stead, using your very lives as collateral." Upon hearing Thunder Tiger's words, Wu Lai erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Where does this madman come from, daring to wreak havoc in our midst? Today, I shall use your head as a warning to the world that our Zhu Wu Lianhuan Mountain Manor is not to be trifled with." Upon hearing Wu Lai's words, Lei Hu remarked, "You lot possess little skill in the art of combat, yet your prowess in boasting is quite remarkable. All you do is speak grandiloquently. The Thunder Tiger, unwilling to engage in further entanglement with his opponent, tightened his grip around the hilt and drew forth his mighty blade. The gleaming steel shimmered, reflecting a chilling light. The Thunder Tiger unleashed the Gale Blade technique, deftly twisting his wrist to execute the move fishing the moon from the bottom of the sea, aimed directly at Wu Lai. In an instant, the blade's radiance flashed and appeared beneath Wu Lai's waist, slicing upward along his body to cleave him in two. Wu Lai felt a sharp pain coursing through him before losing consciousness, his form severed by the blade's brilliance, blood gushing forth as he collapsed into a pool of crimson. After the Thunder Tiger vanquished Wu Lai, he swiftly turned his body to face the several young ones. These youngsters, all daughters and disciples of Wu Lai, had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Overcome with fear, they immediately lost control and collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The thunderous tiger approached and came beside a few children, speaking gently, "There is no need for fear. Soon, I shall take you to meet Wu Lai." The blade of the Thunder Tiger flashed swiftly, slicing through several individuals, blood splattering as they fell, before finally coming to a halt. As Lei Hu entered the courtyard, he spotted a figure resembling a steward. He promptly seized the individual and inquired, "Identify the family members of Wu Lai and Zhu Chongling for me." Under the guidance of the steward, Lei Hu executed the families of Zhu Chongling and Wu Lai, ensuring their complete obliteration. After the grim act, he remarked, "Since they are all part of one family, they must remain united. Otherwise, any oversight would result in a profound solitude." The Thunder Tiger spoke, "Your master has already departed. You shall accompany him as well." With a flash of the blade, the butler was slain. Lei Hu entered Wu Ye's chamber and commenced his search. After a thorough exploration, he uncovered several volumes of martial arts manuals. Upon picking them up, Lei Hu discovered that these volumes contained martial arts manuals, the one-yang finger, the finger-flicking divine skill, the splitting air palm, and the whirlwind leaf sweeping leg technique. Lei Hu concealed the martial arts manual within his bosom and tucked a stack of silver notes into his pocket before emerging from the hidden chamber. At this moment, the entire Zhu Wu Lianhuan mountain villa had descended into chaos. The servants, upon discovering that Wu Lai and the Zhu Chongling family had met their demise, began to plunder the estate, seizing valuables before hastily fleeing. At this moment, Lei Hu had thoroughly searched the entire villa but found no other martial arts manuals. Thus he ceased his endeavors and blended into the ranks of the household servants as he made his way outside. One servant, upon seeing Lei Hu wielding a large knife, quickly stepped aside and remarked, "This brother is indeed wise, knowing to arm himself for self-protection and safeguarding the spoils he has acquired. I, on the other hand, have been rather foolish, failing to consider this, thereby allowing others to benefit." Lei Hu mingled among the household servants and swiftly exited the Zhu Wu Lianhuan mountain villa. Making his way outside, he mused aloud, pondering the identity of the formidable figure from the martial world that the villa's master had apparently provoked, leading to his tragic demise. One of the servants then interjected, stating that he had heard rumors suggesting the villa's master had conspired with others to seize the Dragon Slaying Saber, which ultimately resulted in his untimely death. Lei Hu remarked, "With the martial prowess of the two masters, how could they dare to seize the Dragon Slaying Blade?" One of the household servants interjected, "What is so surprising about that? In the present realm of martial artists, as long as there exists a whisper of news, individuals rush forth, ready to engage in fierce combat. It is entirely natural for the two masters to harbor such intentions. There is nothing peculiar about it." At that moment, Lei Hu realized that the fervor among the people of the martial world for the dragon-slaying blade had not waned in the slightest. On the contrary, their fascination with the blade had intensified. The Thunder Tiger followed the housekeeper to the town, parting ways with him to seek a modest inn, where he intended to rest and successfully cultivate the martial arts manual in his possession. Chapter 20. Cultivating the one-yang finger and other martial arts. Upon entering the inn, Lei Hu selected a room and proceeded within, where he retrieved the martial arts manual to begin his study. Once he had thoroughly examined the text, he instructed the panel to record the contents of the manual before ceasing his efforts. At that moment, Lei Hu discovered that the ancestors of the Zhu family had sought refuge here since the Southern Song dynasty. After such a lengthy lineage, only these few volumes of martial arts knowledge had been preserved. Zhu Chongling and Wu Lai, due to their lack of innate talent, had only managed to master the one-yang finger, while they had no time to practice the remaining martial arts techniques. Upon learning of the situation, Lei Hu spoke, "This is acceptable. If you cannot learn, Then I shall take it upon myself to study. The following dawn, Lei Hu ventured into the woods outside the town, preparing to practice his martial arts. As he activated his inner energy, he followed the requirements of the one-yang finger technique, channeling his energy into his index finger and projecting it outward. At this moment, Lei Hu had already opened the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels. The main meridians within his body were fully unblocked. Thus, his practice of the one-yang finger progressed with remarkable ease. As Lei Hu gazed at the panel, he discerned that the technique known as the one-yang finger had reached a modest level of proficiency. With just a single session of practice, he had already mastered it. Name: Lei Hu Cultivation, Postnatal, 7th Layer. Techniques: 9 Yang True Scripture, 7th Layer. 900900, one-yang finger, modest proficiency, 1200, finger flick divine skill, initial insights. 1100, void splitting palm, initial insights. 1100, whirlwind leaf leg technique, initial insights. 1100 at this juncture. Lei Hu resolved to first perfect the one-yang finger before delving into the practice of other martial arts, choosing to refine each technique one by one. Lei Hu devoted himself to the meticulous practice of the one-yang finger. As his vital energy coursed through him, he directed it to his index finger and commenced its release. Upon striking the tree trunk, a hole, the size of a bowl, was effortlessly pierced through, leaving a finger-sized aperture in its wake. With Lei Hu's persistent training, his mastery of the one-yang finger deepened, and his realm of cultivation steadily ascended. However, the range of his shots grew ever greater, evolving from a previous distance of 3 to now an impressive 4. Seeing this effect, Thunder Tiger remarked that it could already be likened to the handguns of a past era, if only the distance were a tad greater during combat. If the opponent remained unaware, they would inevitably be struck and begin to sustain injuries. Due to the cultivation of the 9 Sun Scripture, Thunder Tiger has developed an exceptionally profound inner energy. Furthermore, by absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, he can continuously replenish this energy, making it an inexhaustible source that cannot be depleted. Lei Hu practiced diligently until the afternoon, when the sun began its descent in the west. Only then did he cease his efforts and make his way towards the inn, swiftly returning inside. The thunderous roar of the tigers summoned an abundant feast to the table, and he began to indulge heartily in the lavish spread. Once he had devoured every morsel upon the table, he finally retreated to his chamber to rest. After returning to his room, Lei Hu freshened up before finally succumbing to slumber in order to replenish his spirit. The following morning, he departed from the inn and ventured into the woods to commence his practice of the one-yang finger. With relentless dedication, he pierced the surrounding trees, leaving behind a multitude of holes. In this manner, Lei Hu devoted himself to rigorous practice within the woods, dedicating 3 months to master the one-yang finger, achieving a state of sublime perfection and returning to the essence of simplicity. By this time, Lei Hu's one-yang finger was capable of projecting with remarkable force, reaching a distance of 3 zhang, effortlessly penetrating the trunks of trees situated 3 zhang away. At this moment, Lei Hu ceased his practice of the one-yang finger and began to cultivate the art of finger flicking. The Thunder Tiger first picked up a handful of pebbles, resting them in his left hand. With his right hand, he selected a singular stone, balancing it delicately upon the tip of his middle finger, secured by the pressure of his thumb. As he channeled his vital energy, he enveloped the stone within this force, propelling it forth with a flick of his fingers. With a soft thud, the stone was launched, striking the trees ahead and creating a notable dent in their bark. The surrounding trees bore witness to the impact, revealing fine fissures that marred their surfaces. Thunder Tiger remarked that this power is considerable. If it strikes a person, it could inflict injuries, leaving a conspicuous hole in the body. The Thunder Tiger dedicated himself to rigorous training, immersing himself in the forest each day, engaging in practice until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point he would cease his endeavors. Lei Hu's diligent cultivation has yielded remarkable results. After a month of dedicated practice, his mastery of the finger snap technique has reached an extraordinary level of proficiency. With a mere flick of his fingers, he can strike a tree located 10 feet away, causing pebbles to pierce through the trunk, creating a transparent hole the size of a bowl. Lei Hu, feeling the progress in his martial arts, expressed his joy and remarked, "At this rate, with just another 2 months of diligent training, I should be able to achieve perfection and attain the state of returning to one's original essence." In the depths of the forest, Lei Hu devoted 2 peaceful months to his cultivation, achieving a profound mastery of the finger-flicking technique, reaching a state of ultimate simplicity. Now, Employing this technique, he can strike targets 10 yards away with mere pebbles, capable of piercing through trees the size of a bowl, even in the absence of stones. He can directly channel his vital energy using compressed chi to hit targets 3 yards distant. At this moment, Lei Hu ceased his practice of the finger-pointing divine skill and turned his attention to the cultivation of the void-splitting palm. Following the directives of the martial arts manual, Lei Hu concentrated his vital energy into his palm and thrust it forward. As his hand struck out, a gust of energy erupted from his palm, propelling forward with such force that it stirred the branches of the surrounding trees. Upon witnessing this effect, Lei Hu remarked, at the initial stages of cultivation, "My mastery of energy is insufficiently refined and overly dispersed, which results in such an outcome. I can only cause the branches to sway." At this moment, Lei Hu devoted himself to his training, his palms striking continuously to generate gusts of wind that caused the branches ahead to sway incessantly. With each execution of the void-split palm, the branches trembled even more vigorously. At this juncture, Lei Hu understood that through relentless practice, his palm strength was being refined, which in turn was responsible for the violent shaking of the branches. After a month of diligent training, Thunder Tiger has perfected the void-splitting palm to an extraordinary level. With a single strike, he can now sever trees standing 3 feet away, demonstrating remarkable progress. After more than 2 months of diligent practice, Lei Hu has perfected the void-splitting palm, attaining a state of returning to one's true essence. At this moment, a single strike of his hand can unleash concentrated force capable of severing a tree a yard away. Trees of a bowl's circumference can be effortlessly broken. At this juncture, Lei Hu has yet to cultivate the whirlwind leaf-sweeping leg technique. The Thunder Tiger ceased the cultivation of his other martial arts, dedicating himself solely to the practice of the whirlwind leaf kick technique. As he executed the leg movements, his body fluidly shifted amidst the trees, sending leaves soaring into the air, where they danced gracefully. After practicing the Thunder Tiger technique, he observed the results and remarked, "Indeed, this is akin to a leg technique for sweeping leaves. It should be exceptionally suitable for tidying the ground." As Thunder Tiger practiced the whirlwind sweeping leg technique, he discovered through the circulation of his vital energy that it was possible to refine his legs and feet, thereby augmenting their strength. However, having previously cultivated the iron cloth technique, his body was already tempered. Furthermore, after practicing the 9-yang true scripture, his physique had been significantly enhanced through the refinement of 9-yang vital energy. It was only due to his formidable mental strength and heightened sensitivity that he made this realization. At that moment, Thunder Tiger recognized that these martial arts techniques, when cultivated, could effectively refine the corresponding body parts through the flow of vital energy. Only through persistent practice would one achieve discernible results. Chapter 21. Acquiring the Great Shift of the Universe. At this moment, Lei Hu has been practicing the whirlwind leaf-sweeping leg technique for approximately a month. He has discovered that through the cultivation of this leg technique, his legs have undergone significant refinement. Not only has the strength in his legs increased, but their agility has also improved considerably. There has been a notable enhancement in his movement speed as well. At this moment, Lei Hu sensed his progress, and his enthusiasm for cultivation surged even higher. Each day, he ventured into the woods to practice his leg techniques. As time passed, his mastery of these techniques improved significantly. After 3 months of dedicated effort, he had refined the whirlwind leaf-clearing leg technique to a state of profound simplicity. With a powerful kick directed at the trees, the trunk, as thick as a person's waist, was effortlessly severed. The colossal canopy came crashing down, striking the ground with a thunderous roar, sending countless clouds of dust billowing into the air. Leaves swirled about, dancing in the atmosphere, lingering long after the chaos had subsided. Upon witnessing this effect, Lei Hu broke into a satisfied smile. He remarked that it had taken him more than a year to cultivate these 4 martial arts to their perfected state. Now, he felt ready to depart from this place and venture into the realm of the Jianghu. Upon returning to the inn, Lei Hu summoned the attendant to bring hot water, allowing him to cleanse his body thoroughly, washing away the dust and sweat. Only then did he prepare to rest. Thunder Tiger reclined on his bed, lost in contemplation, pondering a journey to that distant place. At that moment, he recalled the Ming sect and a particular martial art that he could acquire. Thus, he resolved to venture to the bright summit of the Ming sect to obtain the art of the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi and dedicate himself to mastering this formidable skill. Upon leaving the town, Lei Hu began to gather information. Through inquiries with merchants, he discovered the location of the bright summit of the Ming sect. and thus set forth towards that destination. In order to facilitate the acquisition of the celestial transformation, Thunder Tiger procured ink, brushes, paper, and an inkstone while passing through the town, ensuring the seamless transcription of the celestial transformation. Upon arriving at the bright summit of the Ming sect, Lei Hu observed disciples patrolling below. At that moment, he began to employ his remarkable lightness skill to evade detection by these patrolling disciples, stealthily making his way up the mountain. As Lei Hu deftly evaded the patrolling disciples of the Ming sect, he ascended the mountain. After an hour's journey, he finally arrived at the summit of illumination. Upon reaching the summit of brightness, Thunder Tiger observed that the number of individuals present had begun to dwindle. Only a handful remained, engaged in patrols. Residing there were Yang Xiao and his family, along with the servants attending to them. No one else was in sight. Upon entering the summit of light, Lei Hu, through his inquiries, discovered that Yang Xiao was currently absent from the premises. It was rumored that he had ventured out, traveling to the vicinity of Jiangnan in search of the white-browed Eagle King, Yin Tianzhong, and had not returned for several years. Upon receiving this information, Lei Hu realized that there were no formidable experts remaining atop the bright summit, which allowed him to relax and commence his meticulous search. After 3 days of searching, Lei Hu finally discovered the room leading to the underground passage. He gathered the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and entered the room. Approaching the bed, he fumbled around until he finally uncovered the mechanism. The Thunder Tiger activated the mechanism, causing the bed to rise automatically, revealing a dark, mysterious opening. Thunder Tiger understood that this opening was the entrance to the underground passage. He secured his belongings and approached the cave's mouth, stepping into the hidden corridor within. As soon as Thunder Tiger entered the secret passage, the mechanisms above automatically activated, sealing the entrance to the passage. Upon entering the secret passage, the Thunder Tiger discovered an exceedingly dim environment. Fortunately, due to his dedicated cultivation, he was able to discern the path ahead with clarity. Lei Hu descended the staircase, swiftly reaching the bottom of the concealed passage. At that moment, he realized that this clandestine corridor was constructed much like a spider's web, with numerous pathways branching out in every direction and several exits available. At this juncture, Lei Hu had no choice but to randomly select an exit and proceed forward. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he realized he had arrived at a dead end. Reluctantly, Lei Hu retraced his steps back to the previous location and, wielding his large blade, carved a distinct mark into the wall, leaving a prominent scar as a reminder to prevent himself from straying down the wrong path. After wandering through the secret passage for 2 full hours, Lei Hu finally arrived at the secluded chamber where Yang Dingtian was in seclusion. The Thunder Tiger gazed ahead and beheld a skeletal figure, seated cross-legged upon the ground, its body propped against the wall, preventing it from collapsing. Beside it lay another skeleton, sprawled upon the earth. Upon seeing the 2 skeletons, Lei Hu immediately recognized them as the couple, Yang Dingtian. They had perished within the hidden passage, undiscovered by anyone, which ultimately led to the fragmentation and decline of the entire Ming sect. Upon approaching the skeleton, Lei Hu discovered a parchment crafted from sheepskin. He recognized that it contained the teachings of the profound art of Qian Kuan de Nuai. The thunderous tiger picked up the parchment, drew forth a large blade, and gently made an incision upon his fingertip, allowing the crimson liquid to flow forth. Lei Hu swiftly placed his fingers upon the parchment, allowing his own blood to seep into its fibers. As the parchment absorbed the crimson essence, inscriptions began to materialize upon its surface. In that moment, Lei Hu hastily retrieved paper and pen, diligently transcribing the martial arts secrets that had manifested before him. Lei Hu dedicated a quarter of an hour to meticulously transcribe the entirety of the Qian Kuan de Nuai. After thorough examination and multiple reviews, ensuring that there were no errors or omissions, he finally ceased his efforts. After meticulously transcribing the grand shift of heaven and earth, Lei Hu finally returned the parchment. Addressing the bones of Yang Dingtian, he declared, "Today, I, Lei Hu, having mastered the grand shift of heaven and earth, vow that should your bright sect face a crisis of extermination, I shall intervene once to aid you in overcoming this peril. Thus, I shall sever the ties of fate between myself and your esteemed sect." At this moment, Thunder Tiger rose to his feet and proceeded along the secret passageway, making his way outside. After wandering within the confines of the passage for what felt like half an hour, he finally emerged into the open air. As Lei Hu turned back, he beheld the entrance to the hidden passage, nestled deep within the forest, exceedingly well concealed. Had it not been for his emergence from this clandestine route, one would scarcely discern its existence, which directly led to the bright summit. At that moment, Lei Hu came to realize that previously, Cheng Kuan had engaged in an illicit affair with Yang Dingtian's wife, a transgression that had gone unnoticed for an extended period. Had fortune not favored the unearthing of this secret, with Yang Dingtian overhearing, it is quite possible that it would have remained undiscovered indefinitely. It is no wonder that over the years, Cheng Kuan had infiltrated the Bright Summit to gather intelligence on the Ming cult without ever raising suspicion. The Thunder Tiger pivoted and entered the forest, swiftly emerging from its depths to arrive at a nearby town. Thunder Tiger found an inn and rented a room, where he took out the meticulously pinned Qiankuan Great Shift and began to transcribe it onto paper anew. He divided the Qiankuan Great Shift into several segments, carefully inscribing each part onto separate sheets before finally ceasing his labor. After a night's rest, Thunder Tiger departed from the town and ventured into a nearby city, embarking on a quest to seek individuals proficient in Persian to translate the profound art of the Qiankuan Denuai through numerous Persian merchants. Lei Hu translated the Qiankuan Denuai. It was only after meticulous effort that the Qiankuan Denuai was rendered into another language. To prevent any errors, Lei Hu diligently translated each paragraph several times and, upon careful comparison, confirmed the accuracy before finally concluding the task. At this moment, Thunder Tiger retrieved the translated version of the Qiankuan Denuai and returned to his room to delve into its contents, committing the teachings of Qiankuan Denuai to memory, thereby finding solace. Chapter 22, Mastering the Qiankuan Denuai. During this period of rest, Lei Hu sought assistance to translate Persian text, expending considerable effort in the process. Now that the translation of the grand shift of heaven and earth is complete, he has finally begun to unwind. At this moment, Lei Hu contemplated the necessity of cultivating the grand shift of heaven and earth technique. However, the inn was bustling with a multitude of patrons, creating an environment far too noisy for meditation. He resolved to check out of the inn the following morning and venture beyond the city in search of a tranquil location to engage in his practice. After a night of restful slumber, Thunder Tiger rose with renewed vigor. After having breakfast, he checked out of the inn and made his way towards the outskirts of the city. Before long, he exited the city walls and headed towards the mountains and forests. After spending half an hour, Lei Hu arrived at a hillside. He discovered that this place was distant from the main road, sparsely populated, and an ideal location for cultivating martial arts. Upon reaching the summit, Lei Hu discovered a flat stone upon which he seated himself, preparing to cultivate the art of Qiankuan Dano. Once Lei Hu settled himself, he began to reflect upon the teachings of the great transfer of heaven and earth. Following the instructions laid out in the martial arts manual, he commenced the circulation of his vital energy to cultivate this profound technique. As Lei Hu engaged in his training, he realized that the great transfer of heaven and earth was a method that stimulated the latent potential within the human body. With the continuous practice, the development of his physical capabilities grew ever more pronounced. It was at this moment that Lei Hu recognized the remarkable enhancement of his innate potential as a result of practicing the great transfer of heaven and earth. His mastery over the vital energy within him became increasingly adept, as if it were an extension of his own will. Upon reaching the 7th level of this technique, and completing his training, he discovered that not only had his command over the vital energy improved, but his physical stamina had also significantly increased. His strength had doubled, with his arm's power reaching approximately 3,000 pounds. At this juncture, Lei Hu rose to his feet, sweeping his hand forward to unleash a powerful strike. The concentrated vital energy surged from his palm, traveling a distance of 10 feet before striking the stone wall, leaving a distinct imprint. It was as though a massive hand had struck the wall, creating a clear and unmistakable mark. As Lei Hu beheld the imprint of his palm, he spoke, noting that although his mastery of true energy had not ascended, his command over the true energy within him had become markedly more adept, resulting in a discernible enhancement of his strength. At that moment, Lei Hu cast his gaze upon his panel, where several martial arts techniques had been meticulously recorded. Name: Lei Hu Cultivation Level. Postnatal, 7th Level. Techniques: 9 Yang True Scripture. Return to Simplicity. 900900. Universe Shift. Return to Simplicity. 900,900 Martial Skills. Grass Flying Technique. Return to Simplicity. 900900. Gale Blade Technique. Return to Simplicity. 900900. One Yang Finger. Return to Simplicity. 900900. Finger Flick Divine Art. Return to Simplicity. 900900, Sky Split Palm, Return to Simplicity, 900900, Whirlwind Leaf Kick Technique, Return to Simplicity, 900900. At this juncture, Lei Hu had successfully completed his training in Universe Shift. Owing to his formidable cultivation and profound true energy, he had accomplished this feat in one breath, achieving perfection. Realizing that he had fulfilled his purpose for visiting the bright summit of the Ming sect, he resolved to depart and set his course towards the Central Plains. As Lei Hu descended the mountain, he followed a narrow path leading towards the main road, intending to traverse it on his journey towards the Central Plains. Shortly after setting forth, he arrived at a village where he discovered a battalion of Mongolian soldiers pillaging the settlement. The villagers within were being mercilessly slaughtered. The Thunder Tiger has been here for quite some time. Although he was previously aware of the Mongolian rule's brutality, he lacked a profound understanding of it. It was only upon witnessing the actions of this battalion of Mongolian soldiers that he gained a clear insight into the tyranny of the Yuan dynasty. Fortunately, he had mastered martial skills and honed his abilities, enabling him to resist such circumstances. Upon witnessing the atrocities committed by the Mongolian soldiers, Lei Hu felt an overwhelming surge of anger within. He harbored a profound disdain for these scoundrels, who could inflict harm even upon innocent civilians. With a single step, the Thunder Tiger activated his lightness skill, soaring gracefully above the foliage, his form akin to a fleeting apparition as he surged toward the village. Leaving behind a trail of ethereal afterimages, Thunder Tiger charged towards a soldier, intervening before he could strike down the villagers. With a furious swing of his fist, he delivered a powerful blow to the soldier. The force of his iron fist sent the soldier hurtling through the air, a considerable distance away. Even in mid-flight, the sound of cracking bones echoed, sharp and harrowing. Before he even touched the ground, the soldier's mouth gaped wide, blood pouring forth as his internal organs erupted in a gruesome display. The sight was devastating. Even his very insides lay shattered. As the soldier soared 3 yards before crashing to the earth, a cloud of dust erupted around him. He rolled a few times before lying still, breathless and utterly lifeless. In the wake of the soldier's demise, the remaining troops were stirred into action. Turning back, they beheld the lifeless body of their comrade, felled by a single punch, and realized they faced a formidable martial artist. Recognizing their disadvantage, they abandoned their grim task of slaughtering the villagers, fleeing in panic. They had no time to gather the spoils they had seized. Their only thought was to hasten to their horses and escape. After slaying a soldier, Lei Hu beheld the remaining warriors, abandoned the villagers, and began his pursuit. At that moment, the fleeing soldiers appeared to him as sluggish as snails, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace. In just a few strides, he caught up to one of the soldiers. With a powerful fist, he struck the unfortunate soul in the back, sending him hurtling forward, akin to a famished hound pouncing on its prey. The soldier crashed to the ground, motionless, meeting his demise on the spot. The remaining soldiers, witnessing yet another comrade fall, were consumed by terror, their legs propelling them to flee with frantic haste, desperately hoping to escape. The Thunder Tiger advanced with swift and unpredictable movements, leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground as he rapidly pursued the soldiers ahead. As Thunder Tiger caught up with the Mongolian soldiers, he swung his fists with great ferocity, dispatching each soldier with a single blow, leaving them lifeless on the ground. Upon witnessing the demise of these soldiers, the villagers approached Thunder Tiger to express their heartfelt gratitude. Thunder Tiger spoke, "You need not express your gratitude. In the face of such atrocities committed by these soldiers, anyone would take action. Your village has also suffered losses." He then offered the soldiers possessions as a form of compensation. The villagers, upon hearing his words, were deeply moved. The village chief stepped forward from the crowd and addressed Thunder Tiger. "Thank you, benefactor. We shall accept these assets with utmost humility." He called upon several villagers to come forward and retrieve the soldiers' wealth. Presenting the soldiers' weapons before Thunder Tiger, he continued, "Esteemed benefactor, should these weapons remain within the village, their discovery may bring trouble upon us. Therefore, we entrust them to you as a token of our gratitude." The Thunder Tiger took hold of these weapons and remarked, "In that case, I shall take these weapons with me. Once I reach the city, I will melt them down and incorporate their essence into my great blade." The Thunder Tiger assisted the villagers in properly handling the bodies of the soldiers before departing from the village and proceeding forward. Chapter 23. The Exchange of the Nine Manual. After leaving the village, Lei Hu swiftly arrived at the main road, embarking along the path towards Chang'an. At this juncture, Lei Hu had already mastered the esteemed techniques of the Nine Yang Manual and the Celestial Shift. However, during combat, he realized that his martial skills were still somewhat lacking. Against weaker foes, he could easily dominate through sheer cultivation. Yet, when faced with opponents of comparable strength or overwhelming numbers, his methods became limited, rendering him less agile in battle. Upon contemplating this, Lei Hu felt the urge to seek a place where he could enrich his martial arts skills and enhance his combat techniques. At that moment, the thought of the Nine Yin Manual crossed his mind, still held by others. He considered the possibility of visiting the Gu Mu sect to negotiate an exchange of martial arts. After a fortnight's journey, the Thunder Tiger finally arrived in the city of Chang'an, ready to take a moment's respite before embarking on the quest to locate the ancient tomb sect. Upon entering the city of Chang'an, Thunder Tiger observed a multitude of people gathered at the city gate. Driven by curiosity, he approached the crowd and overheard conversations regarding a wanted notice affixed to the wall. Lei Hu, towering in stature, stood outside the crowd, casting his gaze upon the city walls, where he chanced upon a wanted poster. To his astonishment, the description therein was none other than himself. Seizing the opportunity while he remained unnoticed, Lei Hu swiftly employed the art of body contraction, altering his height. With deft control over his facial muscles, he transformed his appearance entirely, becoming a figure unrecognizable to those around him. As Lei Hu walked away, his mind was consumed with thoughts. He realized that he had already been exposed. Through the elucidation on the wanted notice, he came to understand that after he had slain the Yuan dynasty soldiers, their subsequent disappearance had drawn the attention of the military camp. This prompted an investigation, and upon arriving at the village, he was met with a barrage of beatings from the soldiers. The villagers, unable to endure the violence, revealed his whereabouts, leading to his being sought after by the authorities. It was at this moment that Lei Hu recognized the irony of his actions. Despite his intentions to do good, he ultimately failed to save the village. Instead, he had unwittingly brought about its devastation at the hands of the soldiers. Thus, he became painfully aware of the cruelty of the Yuan dynasty. At this moment, Lei Hu realized that in order to save others, one could not act in such a manner. Only by leading the Han people to overthrow the Mongolian rule could he liberate the common folk from the oppression of the Yuan dynasty. Thus, Lei Hu resolved that after exchanging martial skills, he would first return to Jiang'an and assess the situation before determining how to resist the reign of the Yuan. In the city of Chang'an, Lei Hu procured a substantial quantity of cooked beef before departing the city, en route to the ancient tomb sect. As Thunder Tiger strolled and munched, he swiftly consumed the beef. After some inquiries, he finally arrived at the peaks of Mount Zhongnan. Traversing through the remnants of the Chuanjian sect, he commenced his quest to uncover the traces of the ancient tomb sect. After wandering for several days in the back mountains of the Chuanjian sect, Lei Hu finally uncovered a glimmer of a clue and resolved to head towards the ancient tomb sect. At that moment, a group of women approached from a distance, with the one at the center adorned in a radiant yellow attire. Upon catching sight of the approaching group, Lei Hu immediately recognized them as members of the ancient tomb sect, come to trouble him. Just as he was about to speak in his defense, a woman interjected, saying, "Miss, it is this fellow who has been loitering outside the ancient tomb, evidently plotting against our sect." Upon hearing this, Lei Hu, fearing a misunderstanding, hastily clarified, "Esteemed young lady, my name is Lei Hu. I have traveled here upon hearing of the renowned Guma sect, with the intention of exchanging martial arts techniques to enhance my own capabilities." The woman, known as Huang Shan, listened intently to Lei Hu's words and observed his imposing stature and robust aura, leading her to believe that his martial prowess was indeed commendable, and that he spoke the truth. She then replied, "I am Yang Qingying, the leader of the Guma sect. I am curious, Brother Lei, what manner of exchange do you propose concerning our martial arts manuscripts?" Upon hearing these words, Lei Hu sensed that this time he was likely to succeed, and thus he spoke up. "I have been cultivating the Nine Suns scripture and wish to exchange it for the Nine Yin scripture with the esteemed Master Yang. Might I inquire if you would be amenable to this arrangement?" Yang Qingying, upon listening to Lei Hu, replied, "Brother Lei, the technique you practice is already a pinnacle of mastery. Why would you come here to seek an exchange of techniques with our sect? Moreover, how did you come to know of our sect's presence here?" Lei Hu remarked that the entire martial world has now elucidated the origins of the Dragon Slaying Saber and the Heaven-defying sword. I, too, have been pondering this matter and, through inquiries, have learned that the legendary hero, the Divine Condor, once resided here. Hence, I ventured forth in hopes of fortuitous encounters. Upon my arrival, I meticulously observed the surroundings and discerned traces of activity, prompting me to search nearby in hopes of locating your esteemed sect. Yang Qingying replied, since you, Brother Lei, are so sincere, let us exchange our martial arts. Please allow me a moment to retrieve the 9 manual for our exchange. Lei Hu said, I kindly ask Master Yang to fetch some ink, paper, and an inkstone, so that I may transcribe the 9 manual and present it to you. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Yang Qingying replied, then, Brother Lei, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly with the materials. After waiting for approximately 15 minutes, Lei Hu finally spotted Yang Qingying emerging with several women. They brought out a complete set of tables and chairs, facilitating his silent writing. Upon witnessing Yang Qingying's actions, Lei Hu spoke, expressing his gratitude. I apologize for the trouble, Master Yang. After uttering these words, he approached the table and began to silently transcribe the 9 scriptures. After a quarter of an hour, Lei Hu meticulously transcribed the 9 scripture. With a swift exhalation, he unleashed a stream of 9 energy, which dried the ink. Only then did he present the 9 scripture to Yang Qingying. Lei Hu spoke, stating that he had already transcribed the Zhuyang Jinjing. However, he humbly requested Master Yang's understanding, as his handwriting was not yet sufficiently neat. Yang Qingying accepted the Zhuyang Jinjing and began to examine it. Although Lei Hu's script was not perfectly tidy, it was still legible. Yang Qingying then remarked that while Lei's handwriting may lack precision, it was clear enough to be comprehended, which sufficed. He passed the Zhuyang Jinjing to a nearby disciple before handing the Zhuyang Jinjing to Lei Hu, saying, this Zhuyang Jinjing is entrusted to you. Brother Lei, our transaction has been completed. I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing our Gumu sect. At this moment, Lei Hu finally realized that the other party, fearing him, had been entangled here all along, thus resorting to a transaction with him in order to dismiss him. Thunder Tiger remarked, in that case, I shall not impose upon your esteemed sect any longer. I take my leave now. Lei Hu performed a respectful fist salute, then turned his body and proceeded down the mountain. Once Lei Hu had distanced himself, a woman finally spoke up, inquiring why the young lady wished to exchange martial arts techniques with him. Yang Qingying replied, I have carefully sensed his cultivation. Lei Hu has already reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the postnatal realm and could break through to the 8th layer at any moment. My own cultivation is merely at the 7th layer, and I have no confidence in defeating him in combat. The woman responded, even so, there is no need for us to engage in an exchange. Yang Qingying explained, judging by his demeanor, he is determined to obtain the 9 manual. If I do not agree to this exchange, he will not leave this place. Should he continue to linger nearby, entangling us, how shall we respond? Given your cultivation, encountering him could be perilous. Thus, it is wiser to exchange with him to send him on his way. The woman queried, wouldn't that mean we are at a disadvantage? Yang Qingying reassured her, not at all. The 9 manual elucidates the cultivation of true energy quite clearly. Although I cannot cultivate it myself, after studying it, I can cross-reference it with the 9 manual, thereby enhancing my own cultivation. This will significantly accelerate my training. The woman remarked, so, this implies that you will quickly advance in your cultivation in the future. That would indeed be immensely beneficial for you. Yang Qingying concluded, since we have already exchanged martial manuals, let us return and devote ourselves to cultivation. Once I have memorized it, please transcribe several copies of the 9 manual and place them in the library for everyone to borrow. Chapter 24. Cultivating the Easy Classic, Bone Tempering Method. After exchanging martial arts manuals with the Thunder Tiger, he departed from the ancient tomb sect and made his way towards the foot of Zhongnan Mountain. Upon arriving at the town at the mountain's base, he sought out an inn to rest, intending to cleanse himself thoroughly and wash away the dust that clung to him. In order to peruse the 9 manual with due diligence, Lei Hu entered the inn and booked a room, requesting the attendant to bring bathwater in preparation for a refreshing wash. Upon seeing Lei Hu covered in dust from his travels, the attendant understood the urgency of his request. He promptly replied, Dear guest, please make yourself comfortable upstairs. Your hot water will be ready shortly. After Lei Hu ascended to his room, a short while later, several attendants arrived, bearing steaming water, which they poured into the bathing tub. They then announced, the hot water has been delivered. We kindly ask you to bathe at your leisure, and once you have finished, simply call for us, and we shall return to replenish your water. Upon witnessing several young attendants drenched in perspiration from their labors, Lei Hu recognized the arduous nature of their toil. He retrieved a couple of silver coins and remarked, You all have performed admirably. This reward of 2 silver coins is for you. Please divide it among yourselves. The young attendants, upon seeing Lei Hu produce the coins, thought to themselves how exceedingly generous this patron was. They resolved to serve him exceptionally well in hopes of earning a greater share of his bounty. Indeed, even this modest sum, when shared among the four of them, would equate to several days' wages. After sending away a few individuals, Lei Hu proceeded to take a bath, cleansing his body thoroughly. Upon emerging, he donned his garments and summoned the attendant to dispose of the bathwater. Lei Hu summoned the waiter to bring forth a sumptuous feast, indulging in delicious dishes that satisfied his hunger. For the past few days, he had been wandering the mountains, subsisting solely on the meager fare obtained from hunting, which offered little comfort. After finishing his meal, he instructed the waiter to clear the table before closing the door and retreating to his bed, from where he retrieved the esteemed Nine manual and began to study it meticulously. Upon completing his reading, Lei Hu discovered that the Nine manual was remarkably comprehensive. It not only contained techniques for cultivating inner energy, enabling martial artists to unblock their meridians and reach the limit of acquired abilities, but also offered detailed records of various martial arts techniques, ensuring that practitioners could master an array of skills without glaring deficiencies. Although the inner energy cultivated from this manual did not recover as swiftly as that from the Nine Yang manual, it was still significantly more formidable than other martial arts. At this moment, Lei Hu, having finished reading the Nine manual, resolved to first cultivate the bone refinement chapter of the Book of Changes, enhancing his innate talent, aptitude, and foundational strength. In doing so, he believed that his future progress in cultivation would accelerate. Lei Hu calmed his mind and began to circulate his vital energy, adhering to the principles outlined in the bone tempering section of the I Ching. He directed his vital energy to flow within, aiming to enhance his innate gifts, qualities, and foundational strength. As the technique progressed, the Nine Yang vital energy continuously circulated, initiating a refining process within his body. Gradually, Lei Hu's physique began to transform, with his innate gifts, qualities, and foundational strength slowly augmenting. Lei Hu devoted himself to arduous training throughout the night. It was not until the following morning, when the sun's rays streamed through the window, that he was awakened, bringing his practice to a halt. At this moment, Lei Hu turned his attention inward and discovered that after a night of diligent cultivation, his innate talents, qualifications, and foundational essence had all experienced a notable enhancement. He contemplated that with a month of dedicated practice, he could elevate his innate abilities, qualifications, and foundational essence to their utmost limits, beyond which no further improvement would be possible. At this moment, Lei Hu finally comprehended that talent, aptitude, and innate potential are merely different manifestations of an individual's physical form in the realm of cultivation. Talent refers to a person's affinity for the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. These spiritual energies possess varying attributes, thus, differing affinities result in disparate efficiencies in the absorption of these energies during cultivation. In order to absorb the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, one must reach the 7th level of postnatal cultivation, unblocking the meridians throughout the body to facilitate the operation of the great circulation. It is at this juncture that the quality of one's talent begins to play a significant role. Those endowed with superior talent will find their efficiency in absorbing the spiritual energies markedly enhanced, leading to a swifter progression in their cultivation. After a night of intense cultivation, Lei Hu became acutely aware of his innate talents. With his newfound abilities, he began to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, thus accelerating his progress. This enhancement significantly increased the pace of his cultivation. Innate talent is essentially the fundamental life essence of an individual. Only when this inherent life source is robust can the body grow exceptionally strong, yielding an abundance of vital energy. During the process of cultivation, this vitality translates into an expedited growth rate. To elevate one's innate talent, it is imperative to ensure adequate nutrition from a young age, meeting the body's essential needs. Regular physical exercise is also crucial, as it fosters the rapid development of one's life essence. Consequently, by the time one reaches adulthood, the life source can attain its maximum potential, allowing one's innate talent to reach its theoretical zenith. Thunder Tiger understands that his remarkable height is a result of practicing the iron cloth technique prior to reaching adulthood, coupled with ample nourishment. This has allowed his life essence to flourish, reaching its theoretical pinnacle. Now, by cultivating the bone refinement chapter of the Book of Changes, he can further enhance his life essence and improve his innate qualities, which is truly wondrous. The concept of one's innate bone structure, or genetic foundation, refers to how well an individual's skeletal growth aligns with their physique. The human skeleton functions akin to meticulously crafted components. Only through perfect harmony can the body's structure unlock its latent potential. If the genetic foundation is lacking, it resembles a machine whose parts are incompatible, leading to diminished efficiency and an inability to realize its full capabilities. Similarly, the human skeletal system must be in alignment for smooth operation, enabling one to execute tasks with grace and precision. Only those with a robust genetic foundation can cultivate martial skills with greater expediency. It is akin to having knowledge yet struggling with execution. No matter the effort, achieving the required standards remains elusive. Conversely, those endowed with a strong genetic foundation learn more swiftly, as the differences in their capabilities become evident during training. Individuals with a sound genetic foundation can grasp concepts quickly and, with repeated practice, master their skills. In contrast, those with a deficient genetic foundation may understand theoretically, yet struggle clumsily in practice, appearing notably inept. Lei Hu understood that upon completing the cultivation of the bone refinement chapter of the I Ching, his innate talents, aptitude, and foundational essence would experience a significant enhancement. Consequently, his future cultivation endeavors would become markedly more expedient. At this moment, Lei Hu, in his quest to swiftly complete the cultivation of the I Ching bone refining chapter, remained in the inn, diligently engaging in focused seclusion. Every evening, Thunder Tiger remains in bed, diligently practicing the I Ching's bone forging chapter to enhance his innate talents, qualities, and foundational strength. During the day, he visits the tavern's main hall to partake in meals, while also subtly inquiring about the happenings within the martial world. In the daylight, Lei Hu stepped out of the inn and ventured beyond the town to engage in some martial arts practice, invigorating his body. After residing in the inn for approximately a month, Lei Hu successfully completed the cultivation of the I Ching bone refinement chapter, thereby doubling his innate talent, aptitude, and foundational roots, resulting in a remarkable enhancement. At this moment, having attained perfection in the I Ching bone refinement, Lei Hu felt the transformation within his body and was exceedingly pleased. He remarked, "With my enhanced talent, aptitude, and foundational roots, my cultivation speed will undoubtedly accelerate in the future." Lei Hu opened the panel for inspection. Name: Lei Hu cultivation level. Postnatal, 7th layer. Techniques: 9 Yang True Scriptures. Returning to simplicity. 900900. Great Transfer of the Universe. Returning to simplicity. 900900. 9 True Scriptures. I Ching Bone Tempering Chapter. Returning to simplicity. 900,900 Martial Arts. Gale Blade Technique. Returning to simplicity. 900900. Grass Flying Technique. Returning to simplicity. 900900. One Yang Finger. Returning to simplicity. 900900. Sky Split Palm. Returning to simplicity. 90090. Finger Snap Divine Skill. Returning to simplicity. 900900. Whirlwind Leaf Sweeping Leg Technique. Returning to simplicity. 900900. Upon seeing the abundant panels, Lei Hu began to feel a surge of joy. Until now, he had been in a phase of accumulation. Only through diligent practice of martial arts could he enhance his foundation in the discipline. In this manner, he would ultimately be able to create his own martial techniques to bolster his strength. Chapter 25. Cultivating Fist Techniques and Body Movements. After mastering the I Ching Bone Refinement chapter, Lei Hu elevated his innate talents, qualities, and foundational skills to their utmost limits, thus preparing to embark on the cultivation of other martial arts. At this juncture, Lei Hu ventured beyond the inn during the day, making his way to the mountainous woods outside the town to commence his training in the martial techniques of the 9 Manual. On reaching the summit of a mountain, Thunder Tiger prepared to cultivate the Great Demon Fighting Fist. Once he had perfected the 8 Great Demon Fighting Fists, he would be able to engage in battle without the reliance on weaponry, relying solely on his fists. No longer would he be constrained by a mere semblance of martial skill, unable to unleash its true potential, resorting instead to haphazard strikes that failed to reflect his true strength. Lei Hu began to reminisce, practicing in accordance with the descriptions outlined in the martial arts manual. At this moment, as he commenced his training, he understood that the initial focus should be on cultivating the I Ching bone forging technique, reaping the benefits of enhancing his innate talent, aptitude, and foundational strength. Upon practice, Lei Hu discovered that his proficiency in the art of boxing had become significantly more fluid compared to his previous endeavors in mastering sword techniques and lightness skills. His body exhibited an extraordinary level of coordination when engaging in the practice of boxing, a stark contrast to the difficulties he once faced. At this moment, Lei Hu realized the tremendous impact of having his innate talent doubled, truly appreciating the magnitude of his enhancement. Logically speaking, the Great Demon Fighting Fist is far more intricate than the Gale Sword technique. However, the perceived difficulty in practice now feels remarkably similar. This transformation is a testament to the profound changes brought about by the elevation of his innate abilities. The Thunder Tiger discovered that by practicing the Great Subduing Demon Fist, the progress on the panel suddenly increased by 5 points. It seems that with dedicated effort and training, it will not be long before the Great Subduing Demon Fist is perfected. Outside the town, Lei Hu diligently practiced his martial arts for over a month. At last, he perfected the Great Demon Subduing Fist, enabling him to unleash his full potential. The Thunder Tiger approached the mountain wall, steadied his stance, and unleashed a powerful punch towards it. Observing intently, one could see the vital energy erupt from his fist, manifesting into a vigorous energy imprint that soared forward. It traveled over 2 feet before colliding with the stone wall. Upon impact, the wall bore the mark of the energy imprint, resulting in a deep indentation. Chunks of stone shattered and scattered in all directions. As the dust settled, a profound imprint remained etched upon the stone surface. Lei Hu pivoted his body and approached a tree of waist height. He delivered a forceful punch towards it. The impact of his fist struck the tree, causing it to splinter. The fracture was jagged and uneven. The immense canopy crashed down with a thunderous roar, striking the ground and raising a cloud of dust that swirled about, lingering in the air for an extended period. Upon witnessing this outcome, Thunder Tiger remarked, "In the future, one need not engage in close combat to strike an adversary. It suffices to unleash one's inner energy from a distance, thereby dispatching the opponent without the need for bloodshed, thus preserving the integrity of one's garments." At this moment, Lei Hu commenced his practice of lightness techniques, beginning with the Spiral 9 Shadows, followed by the Serpent's Flip. This approach would enhance his speed, rendering his movements increasingly agile. Consequently, Lei Hu ventured into the woods to refine his skills, utilizing the surrounding trees to hone his agility. As he executed the techniques, his body began to transform. Initially, his movements were sluggish, but as time passed, Lei Hu's velocity accelerated, ultimately leaving behind a fleeting afterimage suspended in the air, which gradually dissipated after a breath. As the practice of the Thunder Tiger intensifies, satisfaction burgeons. With relentless training, one's agility becomes increasingly refined. Within the confines of a limited space, the ability to maneuver has grown remarkably adept. Previously, one solely trained in the art of grass above the sky. Although the speed of travel has significantly increased, the fluidity of movement remained inadequate, hindering the ability to shift forms gracefully in confined quarters. Now, with the cultivation of the Spiral 9 Shadows, this deficiency can be effectively addressed. In the heart of the forest, Lei Hu dedicated over a month to his training, and through relentless effort, he perfected the Spiral 9 Shadows technique. As he activated his agility, he stepped forward, his form beginning to shift and transform. Within the woods, he darted with unparalleled speed, as if the trees were mere illusions, utterly incapable of hindering his advance. As he moved, a series of afterimages lingered in the air, suspended and indistinguishable, leaving onlookers bewildered as to which was his true self. It was only after 3 breaths that the afterimages began to dissipate. The Thunder Tiger transformed its form, emerging from the woods to a clearing beyond. At this moment, the Thunder Tiger realized that its Spiral 9 Shadows had been perfected, enabling it to progress to the next stage of lightness techniques. At this moment, Lei Hu commenced his practice of the Serpent's Glide and Raccoon's Leap technique. This particular method of movement emulates the actions of both serpents and raccoons. As Lei Hu executed the technique, his form would occasionally resemble that of a snake, gliding effortlessly along the ground, and at other times, he would embody the agility of a raccoon, leaping swiftly over obstacles in his path. Given that Lei Hu had already perfected the Spiral 9 Shadows, his movements were remarkably fluid and agile. Consequently, when he began to practice the Serpent's Glide and Raccoon's Leap, he adapted with remarkable speed, demonstrating significant progress. Within just a few iterations, he had already grasped the fundamentals of the technique. At this moment, Lei Hu realized that by first cultivating the Spiral 9 Shadows to enhance his agility, he could make his body more nimble, a benefit that brought him immense joy. After a day's training, Thunder Tiger has completely mastered the art of serpent slithering, enabling him to advance swiftly through the forest. After a night of restorative rest, Thunder Tiger returned to the woods to engage once more in his practice. The Thunder Tiger weaves through the forest with remarkable agility, akin to a nimble civet cat, leaping gracefully from branch to branch. At times, it ascends the trees, coiling around them like a serpent, persistently advancing in a manner that defies comprehension. As the Thunder Tiger immerses itself in the profound practice of the serpent's slither and civet's transformation technique, its progress becomes increasingly evident. After more than a month of diligent training, it has perfected the art of the serpent's slither and civet's transformation. At this moment, the Thunder Tiger, concealed within the woods, resembled a genuine creature of stealth, akin to a raccoon or a python, evading capture with remarkable ease. In an effort to enhance his agility, Thunder Tiger began to amalgamate 3 distinct techniques of lightness, experimenting with their effects. With a sudden flash, Thunder Tiger activated the technique known as grass on the wind, propelling himself into the air with a series of swift steps. His hands outstretched, he soared towards the treetops. Like a serpent, his body twisted, seamlessly transitioning to the opposite side of the massive tree. With a powerful push from his feet against the trunk, he launched himself forward, reminiscent of a python in motion. At that moment, Thunder Tiger resembled a nimble raccoon as he leaped to an adjacent tree, grasping the trunk with both hands. In a fluid motion, he flipped onto a branch, stabilizing his stance. Thereafter, he executed the Spiral 9 Shadows technique, weaving effortlessly among the branches, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. His agility surpassed that of a monkey as he advanced rapidly along the limbs of the trees. The Thunder Tiger's figure flickered as he leapt from the branch, channeling his vital energy to his feet, allowing him to tread upon the air, thus alleviating his weight. Like a master of the winds, he descended gently, finally landing upon the ground. At this moment, Lei Hu skillfully employed the intricate movement of 3 distinct techniques to transform his identity, pushing his agility to the utmost limits. During battle, his movements became increasingly unpredictable. Having perfected his lightness technique, Lei Hu chose to cease his training for the time being, resolving to pursue the mastery of other arts the following day. Chapter 26, Cultivating Various Techniques. After a night of rest at the inn, Lei Hu returned, fully rejuvenated and brimming with vitality. He ventured once more into the woods, ready to hone his martial skills. This time, he intended to practice the heart-crushing palm, a technique that harnesses one's vital energy to strike from the palm, aimed at shattering the enemy's heart. Thunder Tiger commenced his training in accordance with the stipulations outlined in the martial arts manual. He first directed his vital energy to his palm, subsequently projecting it forth. The energy thus expelled was remarkably refined, possessing formidable penetrating power. This enabled it to breach the human chest and penetrate the heart, shattering it in the process. As Thunder Tiger continued his practice, the vital energy projected from his palm became increasingly concentrated. After more than a month of diligent cultivation, the force of his palm strikes could pierce through the bark of a great tree, reaching the inner trunk. Upon observing the handprint on the tree, Lei Hu proceeded to peel back the bark. He discovered that the trunk had been shattered by a surge of vital energy. Witnessing this outcome, Lei Hu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He remarked to himself, "The heart-devouring palm has indeed begun to show results. With further practice, I shall soon achieve perfection." Thunder Tiger remained in the woods, diligently honing his skills. The surrounding trees bore the marks of his powerful strikes, their trunks marred with numerous scars. Fortunately, this area was abundant with trees. Otherwise, there would not have been enough for Thunder Tiger's training needs. After more than 3 months of arduous cultivation, Lei Hu finally perfected the heart-crushing palm. When he struck, his palm met the tree trunk without leaving a single mark on its surface. The force of his strike penetrated the trunk, causing it to splinter and ultimately crash to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. The Thunder Tiger spotted a black bear in the distance, busily extracting honey from a tree. With a swift movement, he employed his lightness skill and dashed towards the bear. Upon reaching the bear, he unleashed a powerful strike with his palm. The palm of the Thunder Tiger struck the black bear, the vital energy penetrating through its fur and impacting its internal organs. The immense pain caused the black bear to tremble violently. After a few convulsions, blood flowed from its mouth, and it collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few more times before succumbing to death on the spot. Upon witnessing the demise of the black bears, Lei Hu felt an immense satisfaction with the formidable power of the heart-prompting palm. Once engaged in close combat, Employing this technique renders it exceedingly challenging for martial artists to defend themselves. A single strike, should it connect, is likely to result in severe injury or even death. Lei Hu has perfected the heart-crushing palm before embarking on the cultivation of other martial arts. This time, he is poised to train in the divine claw of shattering strength. Thunder Tiger understood that the cultivation of the crushing claw involved the manipulation of vital energy, channeling it into the fingers. This process refined the fingers of both hands, rendering them as hard as steel, invincible and unyielding. During the training of the Thunder Tiger, one begins by striking the soft earth with one's fingers, honing them through this process. Once the fingers have attained a hardened state, only then does one proceed to strike other objects. As the Thunder Tiger diligently practiced, the cultivation of the destructive claw began to transform his fingers, rendering them increasingly rigid. What was once pliable clay now resembled brittle earth. After more than a month of rigorous training, Thunder Tiger's fingers had become remarkably hardened. When he struck the earth, 5 distinct impressions were left behind. As time progressed, Thunder Tiger infused his fingers with vital energy, further refining their strength. He had reached a point where he could strike trees with considerable force. Thunder Tiger stood before the trunk of the tree, his hands formed into claw-like grips, striking the bark with ferocity. His fingers, as unyielding as steel, effortlessly penetrated the wood. Upon withdrawing his fingers, 10 distinct punctures marred the surface of the trunk. Thunder Tiger remarked that after a period of cultivation, once he perfected the crushing divine claw, he would be able to strike even rock, leaving behind imprints of his prowess. After more than 3 months of relentless training, Thunder Tiger has honed his 10 fingers to an extraordinary hardness. Striking against the rock, his fingers penetrated the surface like steel, leaving behind 10 distinct cavities in the stone. The Thunder Tiger perfected the formidable claw of destruction. Deep within the forest, it beheld a magnificent leopard engaged in the pursuit of a deer. With a swift leap, it pounced upon the deer, pinning it to the ground, and delivered a fatal bite, ending the creature's life. The Thunder Tiger moved with a swift grace, treading lightly upon the fallen leaves without producing a sound. Its body glided forward like a phantom, rapidly closing the distance to the leopard. Seizing the moment when the leopard had relaxed its guard after dispatching its prey, the Thunder Tiger's right hand transformed into a claw-like formation, striking towards the leopard's skull. The hardened fingers, akin to sharp arrows, pierced through the leopard's head, penetrating its skull and delivering a fatal blow on the spot. After the Thunder Tiger slayed the leopard, he spotted a deer on the ground and remarked, "I have now perfected my formidable skill, the crushing claw. It is the perfect opportunity to take this deer back to the inn and indulge in a sumptuous venison hot pot." Thunder Tiger brought back 2 animals to the town and instructed the waiter to sell the leopard. He then sought out the innkeeper and requested the chef in the kitchen to prepare a pot of venison hot pot. Upon seeing the creatures in Thunder Tiger's possession, the innkeeper recognized him as a skilled martial artist and dared not offend him, promptly complying with his request. Before long, a sumptuous hot pot was prepared for Thunder Tiger to enjoy. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Thunder Tiger returned to rest. After a night of slumber, he emerged from his chamber, refreshed and invigorated. Within the inn, he procured a riding whip to practice the techniques of the white python whip. As Thunder Tiger emerged from the forest, he began to wield the riding whip, practicing the techniques of the white python whip method. With the rhythmic motion of his arms, the whip danced gracefully through the air, leaving a trail of fleeting shadows in its wake. It struck the surrounding trees, etching a series of whip marks into their bark. Lei Hu is aware that he seldom employs the white python whip technique. Nonetheless, he persists in his diligent training, aspiring to master the art to perfection. After more than 3 months of dedicated practice, Lei Hu finally perfected the white python whip technique. With each deft swing of the whip, he imbued it with his vital energy. When the whip struck the tree, those as thick as a man's waist were shattered, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. At this juncture, Lei Hu has largely perfected most of the martial arts contained within the Nine Manual, with only a few exceptional techniques remaining unmastered. For instance, the hand-waving 5 strings is a skill designed to dissipate the opponent's force, one that can only be practiced in actual combat. Mastery of the method suffices. Similarly, the flying fluff technique serves to release one's own force. Once the method is grasped, it allows the practitioner to divert the opponent's energy into the ground during confrontation, thereby avoiding injury. The healing chapter is specifically intended for treating internal injuries and can only be utilized post-injury. By simply memorizing the method, one can follow the guidelines of the technique to facilitate healing. The acupoint pressing chapter provides insights into the body's acupoints. An intimate understanding of these points is essential for immobilizing an opponent by targeting their acupoints effectively. Conversely, the acupoint releasing chapter serves as a counterpart to the acupoint pressing chapter. Mastery of the former inherently leads to proficiency in the latter, enabling the practitioner to release both their own and others' acupoints. The breath-holding technique is akin to the turtle breathing skill, a specialized underwater technique that allows one to swim while holding their breath. Notably, the breath-holding technique within the 9-in manual is exceptionally refined, allowing for prolonged breath retention underwater. These skills do not require deliberate training. Once the methods are committed to memory, they can be employed in times of need to navigate challenges. Presently, Lei Hu has yet to cultivate the soul transference technique, which he has resolved to master last. Chapter 27. The Eightfold Path of the Acquired. Upon returning to the inn, Lei Hu rested for a night to fully restore his spirit before embarking on the practice of the soul-shifting technique. At this moment, he realized that the soul-shifting technique merely represented a rudimentary application of mental power. Through dialogue, it aimed to ease the opponent's mind, subsequently hypnotizing them to achieve a momentary control over their actions. The Thunder Tiger has commenced the cultivation of the soul transference technique. With a formidable mental strength, he has already achieved the ability of introspection. The initiation into this practice was remarkably effortless, and he swiftly mastered the methodology. At this moment, Lei Hu could only employ the shop assistants to conduct experiments, utilizing them to cultivate the art of soul transference. As Lei Hu observed a young shop assistant preparing to descend the stairs, he initiated the soul manipulation technique to exert control over him, compelling the assistant to wander back and forth within the corridor. After expending a significant amount of mental energy, he finally released his hold on the assistant, who began to regain consciousness. The assistant murmured, "Wasn't I just about to go downstairs? How did I end up in the corridor?" Hastily, he turned and dashed down the stairs. At that moment, Lei Hu, feeling the weight of his mental fatigue, swiftly retreated to his room to practice his cultivation techniques. As he immersed himself in his practices, clarity returned to his mind, and his mental energy began to rejuvenate. Within the span of an hour, he had fully restored his vitality. Remarkably, Lei Hu realized that, as a result of the earlier exertion, his mental fortitude had significantly strengthened, exhibiting a subtle enhancement. Thunder Tiger discovered that through cultivation of the soul transference technique, not only can one hone their mental fortitude, but it also serves to amplify one's spiritual power, rendering the experience all the more invigorating. Lei Hu remained within the inn, employing the innkeeper's young attendant to practice the art of soul manipulation, causing the attendant to frequently lapse into a daze, wandering about aimlessly. After more than 3 months of diligent practice, the Thunder Tiger successfully perfected the soul transfer technique. At this juncture, it became unnecessary to utter a word. Merely gazing into another's eyes allowed him to convey his mental energy, momentarily exerting control over the other individual. After mastering the soul transfer technique, Thunder Tiger spoke, "This is quite advantageous. In the future, when I need to interrogate someone, I can employ the soul transfer technique to compel my opponent to divulge the truth." After residing in the town for over a year, Thunder Tiger has fully mastered the martial arts from the 9-in manual, significantly enhancing his prowess. At this juncture, through a period of diligent accumulation, he has refined the 9-yang vital energy to a remarkable purity. With sufficient accumulation, he is now poised for a breakthrough. After rejuvenating his spirit with a restful slumber in his chamber, Thunder Tiger emerged from the inn, invigorated and brimming with energy, ascending to the summit of the mountain. Poised for a breakthrough. On the summit of the mountain, Lei Hu sat cross-legged, delving deep into his inner self as he commenced the operation of his cultivation technique, initiating a rapid circulation of the true energy within him. Thanks to his mastery of the bone-tempering chapter of the I Ching, Lei Hu's innate talent, aptitude, and foundational strength had experienced a remarkable enhancement. The essence within his body was extraordinarily robust. At this moment, as the true energy flowed, it effortlessly refined the essence contained within him. After merely one complete cycle, his true energy surged slightly in strength. During this process, the true energy continued to circulate, drawing in the ethereal energies of heaven and earth through the myriad acupoints throughout his body. These energies were continuously refined and transformed into true energy, gradually augmenting its potency within him. Although the heavenly and earthly essence was exceedingly sparse, Lei Hu still managed to attract it, slowly refining and converting it into true energy. It was at this juncture that Lei Hu realized his cultivation was advancing rapidly, nearing its limit. Should he fail to break through, the true energy in his body would become incapable of further storage. At this moment, Lei Hu directed his mental energy into his dantian. Discovering that the true qi within had largely filled the space, gradually converging towards the dantian. The spirit of Lei Hu penetrated into the dantian, where he commanded the true energy to expand outward. As the true energy within the dantian gradually increased, an invisible barrier was shattered by Lei Hu, allowing the energy to spread towards the periphery of the dantian, occupying approximately 80% of its space. At this moment, Lei Hu experienced a sensation of ease. Observing the true energy within the dantian, devoid of any feeling of pressure, he realized that he had successfully transcended the 8th layer of the postnatal realm, enabling the continued storage of true energy. Feeling the thrill of his breakthrough, Lei Hu ceased his cultivation and glanced at the dantian, where he noted that the true energy had taken up more than 80% of the available space. It dawned on him that both the 8th and 9th layers of the postnatal realm involved the accumulation of true energy, progressively filling the dantian. This exemplifies the disadvantage of lacking a lineage. Everything must be explored through one's own efforts. Only upon reaching a certain level of cultivation can one truly comprehend the nuances of that realm. At this juncture, Lei Hu turned his gaze towards the panel displaying his status. Name: Lei Hu cultivation level. Postnatal, 8th layer. Techniques: 9 Suns True Classic. Return to simplicity. 900900. Great Cosmic Shift. Return to simplicity. 900900. 9 In True Classic. Return to simplicity. 90090. Martial Skills. Gale Blade Technique. Return to simplicity. 900900. Grass on the Wind. Return to simplicity. 900900. One Young Finger. Return to simplicity. 900,900. Finger of Divine Power. Return to simplicity. 900900. Sky Splitting Palm. Return to simplicity. 900900. Whirlwind Leaf Sweep Technique. Return to simplicity. 900900. Upon viewing this panel, Thunder Tiger felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his own strength. Moreover, the panel meticulously categorized all the techniques of the 9 manual, rendering it even more streamlined and elegant. At this juncture, Thunder Tiger had already transcended his cultivation level. The remaining practice involved gradually accumulating vital energy, striving to reach the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the acquired realm before making a breakthrough. Lei Hu rose to his feet, raising his palm forward, and unleashed a powerful strike. The void-split palm surged forth, propelled by his vital energy, advancing swiftly in the direction he faced. It traveled a distance of 2 zhang before beginning to dissipate. At that moment, Lei Hu comprehended that the distance for releasing his vital energy at the 8th layer of the acquired realm extended to 2 zhang. As long as he remained within this range, his vital energy could emanate freely without dispersing, allowing him to strike his target effectively. It was then that Lei Hu realized his strength had significantly increased. With an expanded attack range, he would be much more composed during combat. However, he also recognized that despite having transcended the 8th layer of the acquired realm and greatly enhanced his power, he still needed to engage in battles with others to refine his practical combat abilities, enabling him to fully unleash his potential. At this moment, Thunder Tiger resolved to no longer remain in this place and embarked on a journey back into the martial world, seeking out skilled warriors to engage in combat and thereby enhance his practical fighting prowess. As Lei Hu took a step, his figure swiftly moved downward, descending the steep mountainside. With the grace of a soaring bird, he executed his light footwork, advancing rapidly. In no time, he traversed the cliff and reached the ground below. The Thunder Tiger moved swiftly, advancing without pause. In a mere quarter of an hour, he returned to the town, only then slowing his pace as he continued onward. Upon returning to the inn, Lei Hu prepared to rest for the night, seeking solace from his weariness. The young attendant, upon noticing Lei Hu's arrival, hurried over to greet him, offering warm water for his bath. The attendants were well aware that Lei Hu was a master of martial arts, known for his daily training sessions, followed by refreshing baths upon his return. Their eagerness to serve him stemmed from his generous nature, as he frequently rewarded them handsomely, allowing them to earn a considerable amount of silver. Chapter 28. Returning to Jiangnan. After returning to the inn, Lei Hu entered his room and awaited the arrival of the young attendant with hot water. He thoroughly washed himself, cleansing away the grime that clung to his body. Only then did he rest for the night and, rejuvenated and invigorated, departed from the inn, making his way towards the outskirts of the town. After leaving the town, Thunder Tiger discerned the direction and set forth towards the southeast, intending to return to Jiangnan first to observe what stirrings the martial world might hold. As Lei Hu exited the town, he activated his lightness skill, advancing swiftly. When the terrain was smooth, he employed the technique of flying above the grass, gliding gracefully atop the blades of grass and foliage. In wooded areas, he utilized the art of serpentine movement, leaping rapidly through the trees like an agile monkey, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. On rugged mountain paths, he resorted to the spiraling 9 shadows, his form shifting rapidly, leaving a trail of afterimages as he pressed onward with relentless haste. The Thunder Tiger swiftly traversed the terrain using various forms of lightness techniques. As he activated his inner energy, he began to replenish his expended strength, ensuring that his prowess remained at its zenith. As Lei Hu traversed a mountain path, he sensed numerous presences surrounding him. It is likely that these individuals were the bandits lurking within the forest. The Thunder Tiger swiftly darted to the edge, employing the soul-shifting technique to ascertain the location of the bandit stronghold before dashing towards it. The bandit leader, upon catching a glimpse of the fleeting figure, hastily retreated, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He muttered to himself, "That must be the formidable expert. Their prowess is extraordinary. We can merely perceive their afterimage." The one-eyed second-in-command spoke up. "Fortunately, our reaction was delayed, and before we could take action, they had already distanced themselves. Otherwise, attempting to ambush them would have led to our own demise." The thunderous tiger traversed the ambush laid by the bandits, guided by their confessions, and made his way toward the stronghold. Soon, he arrived at the gates of the hideout, leaping gracefully over the walls and advancing into the depths of the lair. Inside, the bandits roamed aimlessly. Some were engrossed in gambling, while others indulged in drink, utterly oblivious to the presence of an intruder among them. The Thunder Tiger infiltrated the stronghold, thoroughly plundering its treasures. As he prepared to depart, he ignited a torch and set the stronghold ablaze before leaving. It was only when the flames began to engulf the stronghold that the bandits realized their predicament. By then, it was too late to extinguish the fire. They could only watch helplessly as their refuge was consumed by flames. As the sun sank in the west, the bandit leader returned with his men to the smoldering ruins. It was at this moment that they comprehended the extent of their loss. Upon inquiring with the remaining bandits, he learned that none had witnessed the arsonist's arrival. Reflecting on the shadows he had seen earlier that day, the leader deduced that it was indeed the work of their adversary, who had come to their stronghold and set it alight. The one-eyed dragon, the second-in-command, spoke up. "Boss, what shall we do now?" The bandit leader replied, "Since our stronghold has been torched, it is clear that our enemies wish for us to abandon our life of banditry. We must descend the mountain and seek legitimate means of livelihood to sustain ourselves." After setting fire to the bandits' lair, Thunder Tiger contemplated that this group of marauders had refrained from robbing him. By incinerating their hideout, he intended to impart a lesson. It would be most favorable if they could mend their ways. The Thunder Tiger traversed the journey with remarkable swiftness, employing his lightness skill. By day he traveled, and by night, he engaged in meditation to rejuvenate his spirit. After exerting himself tirelessly for over 10 days, he finally arrived near Suzhou in the enchanting Jiangnan region. As Lei Hu was about to enter the city, he witnessed 2 elderly women engaged in combat outside its gates. Suddenly, a dart, hurled by Jin Hua, flew towards him. Employing the technique of spiral 9 shadows, Lei Hu conjured a series of afterimages, swiftly sidestepping to evade the incoming dart. The movements of Thunder Tiger startled the 2 fighters, compelling them to cease their battle. Among them, an elderly nun gazed at Thunder Tiger and inquired, "Esteemed young brother, may I ask what technique you just employed?" At this moment, Lei Hu turned his gaze towards the 2 individuals. Upon hearing the nun's words, he realized that the old nun was none other than Master Mieju. It dawned on him that the adversary of Master Mieju was none other than the purple-shirt dragon king, Dai Qixi, of the Ming sect. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Master of Extinction, Thunder Tiger spoke, "The lightness technique I employ is known as the Spiral 9 Shadows, derived from the 9E manual." At that moment, Thunder Tiger, through observing the battle between the 2, discerned that their cultivation had only reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of the acquired realm, still falling short of the 7th level and the complete opening of their meridians. Given their martial prowess, even if they joined forces, they would not be his match, which he then conveyed to them. The Master of Extinction, upon hearing Thunder Tiger's words, felt a profound shock within her heart. She pondered how, at such a young age, seemingly not yet 30, he could possess such advanced cultivation and have mastered the Nine Manual. Trembling, she inquired, "May I ask, young brother, where did you acquire your knowledge of the Nine Manual?" The Thunder Tiger spoke. "My Nine Manual was procured through a trade with the esteemed young lady Yang Qingying, the leader of the ancient tomb sect. I exchanged it for my Nine Manual, thus its origins are impeccable. I am curious as to the insights you may have regarding my martial arts lineage, Master." The Master of Extinction, taken aback, exclaimed, "I had no knowledge that the Nine Manual still exists in this world." Lei Hu remarked that the members of the ancient tomb sect seldom engage in the affairs of the martial world, making their anonymity rather unsurprising. He himself was fortunate enough to have located the sect's leader, exchanging martial arts techniques to mutually enhance their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Dai Qixi began to ridicule the venerable Master Mieju, proclaiming, "You, old nun, have long coveted the Nine Manual. Little do you know. It has always been in circulation, yet you remain blissfully unaware of its existence. It is utterly laughable for you to claim that the Nine Manual is the unique skill of your sect." In response to Dai Qixi's taunts, Mieju retorted, "This matter pertains solely to my sect and is of no concern to you. You, old witch, stand no chance of defeating me. You can only indulge in empty boasts." Dai Qixi shot back, "Old nun Mieju, if it were not for the possession of the heavenly sword, how could you possibly contend with me? I would have vanquished you long ago." At this moment, Lei Hu, weary of their quarrel, decided to disregard them and prepare to depart. Observing Lei Hu's intent to leave, Mieju hastily inquired, "Might I trouble you, young brother, to inform me of the whereabouts of the ancient tomb sect?" Hearing the inquiry from Master Mieju, Lei Hu expressed his confusion, wondering if the master was truly unaware of the whereabouts of the ancient tomb sect and needed to inquire of him. Master Mieju's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "I am remiss in my filial duty. I have not perused the sacred texts of our ancestors and am unaware of the location of the ancient tomb sect. I humbly request you, young brother, to enlighten me." At this moment, Lei Hu realized that Master Extinction, who usually focused solely on martial arts manuals, had never perused other texts, which led to his ignorance of the location of the ancient tomb sect. Lei Hu spoke, "At the foot of Mount Zhongnan lies the tomb of the living dead, the abode of the divine eagle and the couple of heroes, now vanished from the martial world. Master Mieju, you are now aware of the location of the ancient tomb sect." Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Master Mieju finally grasped the whereabouts of the ancient tomb sect. She clasped her fists in respect towards Lei Hu and said, "I am grateful, young brother, for your enlightening revelation. Might I inquire your name, so that should you venture into the Yimei realm in the future, I may extend my hospitality to you?" Lei Hu remarked, "I am surnamed Lei, and my given name is simply Hu. You may address me as Lei Hu, Master." The formidable Master of Extinction, having learned the whereabouts of the ancient tomb sect, harbored intentions towards the Nine Manual. Turning to Dai Qixi, she declared, "Old witch, I have matters to attend to today, so I shall spare your life. Should we cross paths again, fortune may not favor you so kindly." Upon sighting the formidable Master of Extinction, Thunder Tiger observed her accompanied by her disciples, heading northward. It is likely that they are en route to the ancient tomb sect in search of Yang Qingying, seeking the coveted Nine Manual. Chapter 29, Confrontation with Yin Tianzheng. After the departure of the enigmatic Master of Extinction, Lei Hu made his way into the city, swiftly entering its confines. He dined at a local tavern, seeking to gather information about the happenings within the martial world. During his inquiries, he learned that years ago, after seizing the Dragon Slaying Saber, Xie Sun had set sail on a ship towards the east, his whereabouts now a mystery. Over the years, numerous adventurers had ventured into the vast ocean in search of Xie Sun, yet the boundless sea offered no clues. Despite 7 or 8 years of relentless pursuit, he remained elusive. Even the Heavenly Eagle sect had dispatched vessels in search of Yin Su and her companions, but they too had been unable to uncover their traces throughout these years. The Thunder Tiger is aware that Shi Sun and a few others are still on the Ice and Fire Island. It will take over 2 more years for Yin Su and her husband to return to the Central Plains. Lei Hu comprehended that this region of Jiang and was the territory of the Heavenly Eagle sect. In his quest to overthrow the Yuan dynasty, he resolved to first reclaim the Heavenly Eagle sect. By utilizing the members of the sect as the backbone, he aimed to establish a righteous army to challenge the Yuan dynasty. After a night of rest, Lei Hu inquired about the location of the Sky Eagle sect and set forth from the city towards it. After an hour's journey, he finally arrived at the headquarters of the Sky Eagle sect. The Thunder Tiger gazed ahead at the towering peaks, steep and formidable. He understood that the mountain path was treacherous, making it exceedingly difficult for the main force to ascend. Only a select few would reach the summit. Here, as the headquarters, they would not fear the encirclement by the enemy troops. The Thunder Tiger, adept in the art of lightness, gracefully ascended the mountain. His figure shifted seamlessly, traversing the steep paths as if they were mere flat ground, and he swiftly reached the summit, making his way towards the headquarters of the Sky Eagle sect. It was only upon his entrance into the stronghold that he was noticed. The formidable King Yi, upon spotting Thunder Tiger intruding upon his territory, hurried over to intercept him. He spoke, "Esteemed hero, may I inquire what brings you to our Sky Eagle sect?" Thunder Tiger spoke, expressing his intention to seek out Elder Yin Tianzhong, hoping to engage in a discussion regarding the future of the Sky Eagle sect. At that moment, Elder Yin Tianzhong received a notification from Yin Yuang and promptly emerged. Upon hearing Thunder Tiger's words, he inquired, "May I ask how this young brother wishes to deliberate with me about the future of the Sky Eagle sect?" As Lei Hu gazed upon the approaching figure, he discerned that the individual was approximately 60 years of age, exuding a vigorous spirit. Judging by the aura that emanated from him, it was evident that his cultivation level was likely at the 7th stage of the acquired realm. Lei Hu proclaimed, "I am Lei Hu, aspiring to lead the Han people in overthrowing the tyrannical rule of the Mongols. I wish to bring your Heavenly Eagle sect under my banner. I am curious to know, Master Yin, what your thoughts are on this matter." Hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tian chuckled heartily and responded, "Brother Lei, your ambition is commendable. However, if you wish to reclaim my Heavenly Eagle sect, it will depend on your abilities to win my genuine respect and allegiance." Thunder Tiger remarked, "In that case, I shall engage in a friendly contest with Master Yin. Should fortune favor me and I emerge victorious, I humbly request your assistance." Yin Tianzhong replied, "If you, Brother Lei, can earn the respect and loyalty of the entire Tianying sect, we would be more than willing to join your banner and support your quest for dominion over the world." Lei Hu proclaimed, "In that case, let us fight outside, allowing you, the members of the Sky Eagle sect, to witness my prowess and come to respect my abilities." As the two combatants, Thunder Tiger and his opponent, stepped out of the grand hall and onto the open ground, they prepared for battle. At that moment, Yin Tian, having observed the situation, failed to detect the overwhelming aura of Thunder Tiger. Aware of Thunder Tiger's formidable prowess, he dared not underestimate him. Thus, he began to channel his inner energy, readying himself to exert his utmost strength in order to overcome Thunder Tiger and safeguard his own legacy. As Lei Hu observed Yin Tianzhong poised and ready for battle, he spoke, "I have heard that Master Yin is proficient in the Eagle Claw technique. I propose we engage in a friendly contest of our skills, wherein I shall employ the 9 Yin manual, particularly the Overcoming Strength Divine Claw, to ascertain whose claw technique reigns supreme." Yin Tianzhong felt a stir of emotions upon hearing Lei Hu's words. In recent times, rumors regarding the Dragon Slaying Saber and the Heaven-Defying Sword had been rampant. The renown of the 9 Yin manual was already well known among the martial community. Yin Tianzhong understood that the 9 Yin manual was, over a century ago, a pinnacle of martial arts, lost only due to the ravages of war. The fact that Lei Hu had mastered such a technique indicated his formidable prowess. At that moment, Yin Tianzhong regarded Lei Hu with heightened seriousness. Dismissing any notion of underestimating him, he steeled himself and focused intently on the impending clash. As he channeled his inner energy, his fingers transformed into the shape of eagle claws, with vital energy coursing through them, causing his fingertips to gleam with a deadly sharpness akin to the iron talons of an eagle, glistening with a chilling light. With a mighty roar, Yin Tianzhong stepped forward, his form shifting like a hawk soaring from a precipice, pouncing upon Lei Hu, perceiving him as his quarry. Upon witnessing Yin Tianzhong rushing forth, Lei Hu sensed the formidable aura emanating from him and discerned that his cultivation level was merely at the 7th stage of postnatal development, inferior to his own. With a resounding shout, he unleashed the technique known as Divine Dragon extends its claw. With both hands firmly gripped, the Thunder Tiger conjured a dragon's claw. Channeling his vital energy, it coursed through his palm and extended through his fingers, manifesting a formidable dragon claw that soared forth towards Yin Tianzhong. As the two dragon claws propelled into the air, they expanded in the wind, stretching to a foot in length. Gleaming with a chilling light, they emanated a powerful aura, intent on tearing Yin Tianzhong to shreds. Upon witnessing the oncoming dragon claws, Yin Tianjing dared not to underestimate their might. He swiftly extended his hands to brace against the claws, preventing them from ensnaring him. However, the force of the dragon claws compelled him to retreat 3 steps. With a determined stomp, he stabilized his stance. Once steadied, Yin Tianjing summoned his strength, veins bulging like worms along his arms. With a resounding shout, he exerted all his might, tearing apart the dragon claws that loomed before him, shattering them into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. Upon seeing Yin Tianjing, Lei Hu realized that to triumph over his opponent, he would need to exert himself further. Defeating him within just a few moves was utterly impossible. The roar of the tiger echoed through the forest. With a single step, Thunder Tiger surged forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. His hands, poised with fingers curled into fierce claws, resembled the formidable talons of a tiger, commanding an imposing presence. With a swift extension of his arms, Lei Hu summoned his inner energy, which flowed through his claws and surged forth, manifesting as a pair of formidable tiger claws in midair, advancing towards Yin Tianjing like a predator stalking its prey. Yin Tianjing, sensing the overwhelming force of this attack, recognized the peril of the tiger claws and did not dare to underestimate them. He unleashed his ultimate technique in a bid to counter the onslaught. With a resounding shout, he propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap, soaring like a majestic eagle in pursuit of its quarry. As he somersaulted, reversing his position so that his head was down and feet were up, he extended his arms, mimicking the fierce hunting posture of an eagle, charging towards the tiger claws with the intent to shatter them. Upon reaching the forefront of the tiger claws, Yin Tianjing thrust his hands forward, grasping the essence-infused claws. He performed a swift maneuver, landing firmly on the ground and stabilizing himself against the force of the claws. With a mighty roar, he channeled his entire inner energy into his fingertips, forming a radiant spear of energy, and seized the tiger claws with resolute strength. With a decisive squeeze, he shattered the energy claws into countless fragments, which scattered and gradually dissipated into the air. Through this intense confrontation, Yin Tianjing discerned the exceptional purity of Lei Hu's inner energy. In his fervent desire to dismantle Lei Hu's powerful essence, he had exerted all of his own energy, only to realize the superior quality of Lei Hu's energy, which was markedly more refined than his own cultivated force. Seeing this, Lei Hu realized that Yin Tianjing possessed considerable skill. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to establish the Heavenly Eagle sect in the martial world, thriving and gaining such a remarkable reputation. Thunder Tiger understood that in order to subdue his opponent, it would require a prolonged battle to ultimately vanquish them, compelling them to genuinely submit and wholeheartedly yield to his authority. Chapter 30. Subduing Yin Tianjing. As Thunder Tiger stepped forward, his figure moved with the grace of a soaring arrow, utilizing his lightness skill akin to a swift breeze, racing towards Yin Tianjing. Upon reaching Yin Tianjing, his right hand formed a claw, fingers poised like dragon talons, radiating with a chilling light as he aimed for Yin Tianjing's chest. Yin Tianjing, witnessing Thunder Tiger's advance, understood the gravity of the situation and did not dare to underestimate the threat. He spread his fingers wide, resembling the iron claws of an eagle, reaching out to intercept. At that moment, Yin Tianjing reflected that although Thunder Tiger's mastery of true energy surpassed his own, his fingers had undergone decades of refinement, rendering them as solid as gold and iron. In a contest of wits, he was confident he would not falter. When Yin Tianjing's fingers made contact with Thunder Tiger's, he quickly realized that Thunder Tiger's fingers were equally formidable, comparable to gold and iron, exhibiting remarkable hardness. Moreover, through the collision, Yin Tianjing sensed the immense strength emanating from Thunder Tiger's arm, causing his own to tremble. Yin Tianjing thought to himself that after decades of practicing the eagle claw technique, not only were his fingers as resilient as gold and iron, but the strength in his arms was equally potent. Yet, in this confrontation, he found that not only were his fingers inferior in hardness, but his strength also fell short. As Yin Tianjing felt the overwhelming force of Thunder Tiger, his body began to retreat involuntarily, his arms shaking. He staggered back for about 10 steps before finally regaining his balance. Channeling his true energy into his arms, he diligently circulated his blood flow, alleviating the pain and restoring normalcy, ready to continue the battle. Upon colliding with Yin Tianjing, Lei Hu discerned that the latter's physical form was not as formidable as his own. Consequently, he resolved to close the distance, engaging in hand-to-hand combat to vanquish Yin Tianjing, thereby compelling him to submit wholeheartedly and serve him loyally. The Thunder Tiger fails to consider that when he first embarked on his journey of cultivation, He diligently practiced the iron cloth technique, a form of external martial arts. He has perfected the iron cloth to an extraordinary degree, rendering his physique remarkably powerful. Furthermore, his study of the nine yang true scripture has continuously refined his vital energy, advancing his physical form even further. Ultimately, he delved into the bone-tempering chapter of the Book of Changes, enhancing his corporeal strength to an unparalleled level. In the entire realm of martial arts, it is unlikely that anyone possesses a physique as formidable as his. Yin Tianzhong, on the other hand, has merely practiced the eagle claw technique. Were it not for Yin Tianzhong's considerable talent, which allowed him to master this martial art to its fullest extent and cultivate true energy, thereby establishing his own school, he would not have attained his current standing. However, the caliber of this technique is rather low, and having reached its limits, further advancement proves to be quite challenging. The Thunder Tiger's form shifted as he unleashed the Spiral Nine Shadows, commencing a relentless assault on Yin Tianzhong. His dual claws glimmered with a chilling radiance, akin to the talons of a dragon emerging from its lair, launching attacks from various angles that rendered Yin Tianzhong unable to defend himself, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. After approximately 15 minutes of combat, Lei Hu observed that Yin Tianzhong was severely drained of energy, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, and his breathing was rapid, clearly indicating that he had reached the limits of his endurance, making it exceedingly difficult for him to continue the fight. At this moment, Lei Hu exhibited no signs of fatigue. His vital energy was robust, as if he had not expended any at all. He was invigorated and full of spirit, capable of enduring battle for 3 consecutive days and nights without any issues. Upon perceiving Yin Tianzhong's condition, Lei Hu spoke, "Since Master Yin has expended considerable energy, let us cease hostilities and regard it as a draw." Hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tianzhong took a step back, withdrawing from the fray. He replied, "I am indeed outmatched. A loss is a loss, and there is no need for your concession. It is of no great consequence. Since I have been defeated, my previous words should stand. We may now deliberate on how to ensure that the Heavenly Eagle sect heeds your command." Lei Hu assured, "Rest easy, Master Yin. As long as your Heavenly Eagle sect aligns with me, I shall not treat you unjustly. With my martial prowess, I harbor no fear of your rebellion. Unlike the emperors of Ur, who, after seizing their thrones, would commence the slaughter of their loyal ministers." Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tianzhong recognized the veracity in his statement. Much like the illustrious Tang Taizong, Li Shimin, who, being a martial general himself, had no fear of insurrection from his subordinates, thus refraining from the massacre of his loyal officials. Yin Tianzhong felt reassured by Lei Hu's declaration, no longer burdened by the prospect of retribution once Lei Hu attained dominion. His advanced age rendered him indifferent to such concerns, yet he remained mindful of the future of his descendants. Yin Tianzhong replied, "In that case, let us return to the Grand Hall for a detailed discussion." Thunder Tiger followed Yin Tianzhong back to the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Eagle sect, where they took their seats and commenced their deliberations. The senior members of the sect, including figures such as the King of Yinyi, Li Tianheng, and Bai Guishuo, had gleaned from the recent skirmish that Thunder Tiger's martial prowess significantly surpassed that of Yin Tianzhong. They regarded Thunder Tiger as an equal to Yin Tianzhong, harboring no grievances, and expressed admiration for his skills. Yin Tianzhong then inquired, curious about the origins of Thunder Tiger's remarkable abilities. Thunder Tiger remarked, "I have been fortunate indeed, for I discovered the long-lost Nine Yang manual within a secluded valley. It was through the cultivation of this sacred text that I attained my current prowess. Subsequently, I engaged in a trade, exchanging the Nine Yang manual for the Nine Yin manual, which further augmented my abilities." Hearing Thunder Tiger's words, Yin Tianzhong expressed his envy, saying, "Ah, Brother Lei, you are truly blessed to have encountered such a top-tier inheritance. Unlike myself, who possesses only the eagle claw technique, I have had to rely solely on my own efforts and diligent study to achieve even a modicum of success. It is through these endeavors that I have managed to carve out a place for myself in the martial world." Thunder Tiger remarked, "The Nine Yin manual is a matter of trade with others. It would not be prudent for me to disclose it for everyone's cultivation. However, I am willing to impart the destructive claw and the I Ching bone forging techniques to Master Yin, thereby enhancing his strength." Lei Hu proclaimed, "I too can disclose the Nine Yang scriptures. As long as one achieves merit, anyone may learn it. Furthermore, I can also offer the divine skill of the great shift of the universe from the Ming sect for others to cultivate." Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tianzhong felt a profound shock within. Although he was aware that Lei Hu practiced commendable techniques, he never anticipated that he possessed such a plethora of exceptional martial arts. It was no wonder that Lei Hu's cultivation was formidable, and his myriad of skills made combat with him exceedingly effortless. The onlookers, captivated by Lei Hu's declaration, experienced a spark of excitement in their eyes. The 9 scriptures had already spread throughout the martial world, and everyone recognized it as an immensely powerful martial art. The mere mention of the 9 scriptures resonated as a counterpart to the 9 scriptures, suggesting it too was a premier technique. They now saw the prospect of acquiring such knowledge in their futures, and at that moment, they harbored no grievances about aligning with the Heavenly Eagle sect under Lei Hu's command. Yin Tianzhong, astonished to learn that Lei Hu also possessed the great shift of the universe, was particularly taken aback. During his time in the Ming sect, he had heard of the renown of this technique, knowing that only the leader of the Ming sect was deemed worthy of its cultivation. In astonishment, Yin Tianzhong inquired, "Might I ask, Brother Lei Hu, from where did you acquire the divine skill of the great shift of the universe?" Thunder Tiger recounted the process of attaining enlightenment and the great cosmic shift to Yin Tianzhong. He then remarked that, in his estimation, the fragmentation of the Ming sect over the years was likely orchestrated by Cheng Kuan, whose motive was to exact revenge on Yang Dingtian for the sake of his deceased sister-disciple. Yin Tianzhong replied that, given the passage of so many years, even if he wished to investigate, there would be no starting point. Furthermore, Cheng Kuan had long since vanished. It was reasonable to assume that he had succumbed to death after all this time. At that moment, Thunder Tiger realized that in the original timeline, when Zhang Wuji mentioned Cheng Kuan's name atop Bright Summit, the 6 major sects had been incredulous. Had it not been for the first-hand accounts of Yin Tianzhong and others, disbelief would have prevailed. After all, Cheng Kuan was of considerable age, being the master of Xiesun and a contemporary of Yang Dingtian. Thus it was plausible that he had long since passed away. Not everyone possesses the longevity of Zhang Sanfeng, who lived beyond a century. Chapter 31. The beginning of a conspiracy. At this juncture, Thunder Tiger contemplated the age of martial artists and grew perplexed. Upon his breakthrough to the 7th level of the acquired realm, he experienced a profound sensation that allowed him to perceive his lifespan, leading him to understand that he could potentially live for nearly 150 years. Lei Hu remarked that for the time being, we shall set aside the matters concerning the Ming sect and focus on organizing the Heavenly Eagle Society. We must coalesce our strength before we embark on a rebellion to overthrow the Yuan dynasty's rule and restore authority to the Han people. Yin Tianzhong responded, since Brother Lei is intent on dismantling the Yuan dynasty's dominion, I am curious to know what ideas Brother Lei has in mind that require the support of the Heavenly Eagle Society. Lei Hu remarked, since we aspire to overthrow the Yuan dynasty's rule, we must not act hastily. We need to re-strategize. We cannot flail about like 5 headless flies. Yin Tianzhong responded, in light of this, Brother Lei, if you have any thoughts, please share them so we may deliberate together. Lei Hu remarked that the Yuan dynasty was a regime established by the Mongols, who categorized the populace into 4 strata, with the Han people occupying the lowest tier, subjected to oppression. He proposed that we could disseminate the tales of the Yuan's brutal governance in the vicinity of the Jiangnan region to incite the wrath of the Han people, prompting them to harbor animosity towards the court and thereby undermine its foundational authority. Yin Tianzhong countered that even so, the prospect of the Han commoners successfully mounting a rebellion was rather bleak. Should we, the members of the Sky Eagle sect, engage in a desperate struggle against the court? Lei Hu remarked, there is no need for that. During this period, we can amass considerable wealth through our business endeavors, enabling us to construct numerous vessels and expand the influence of the Skyhawk sect. Subsequently, we shall establish clandestine bases across various regions, particularly in rural areas, to train our soldiers. Yin Tianzhong replied, even so, we must refrain from large-scale operations. Otherwise, should the court become aware, we would face annihilation at their hands. Lei Hu remarked that we could bribe the officials of the court to place our followers within the government, thereby gaining insight into its inner workings. Once our strength has sufficiently amassed, we shall initiate an uprising, compelling the imperial army to become preoccupied. Yin Tianzhong inquired, in light of this strategy, what course of action should we take? The Thunder Tiger remarked, you all should now focus solely on your martial training and enhance your abilities. Once the uprising commences, those of you who are skilled will be tasked with assassinating the officials of the court, particularly the high-ranking military officers. By doing so, our rebellion will proceed with greater ease. Ying Tianzheng responded, I never anticipated that we could play such a significant role. This way, the court will undoubtedly descend into chaos, making it exceedingly difficult to suppress us. Lei Hu remarked that after the uprising, he too would take action. He would infiltrate the capital to assassinate the emperor. If the emperor were to be slain, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the court. Consequently, our uprising would proceed with greater ease, encountering little resistance. Yin Yanzheng responded, while Brother Lei possesses formidable martial skills, the task of assassinating the emperor remains exceedingly challenging with his current abilities. The Yuan dynasty has occupied the Central Plains for so long that it must have cultivated its own masters. Otherwise, how could the emperor of the Yuan dynasty sleep soundly with so many warriors around? Lei Hu remarked, my cultivation has now reached the 8th layer of the postnatal realm. I believe it will not be long before I break through to the 9th layer. Surely, there are but a few martial artists in the entire Jianghu who have attained such a level. At that time, with my formidable strength, I could venture forth to assassinate the emperor without much peril. Ying Tianzheng replied, I wonder, Brother Lei, what grievances you hold against the court that compel you to seek the overthrow of the Mongolian rule. The Thunder Tiger remarked, although my cultivation is formidable, it is challenging to find tranquility in a chaotic world to pursue my training. Over the years, I have sought breakthroughs in remote and desolate places. As my reputation spreads, it will inevitably attract the court's apprehension. I must choose to either submit to their authority or retreat into the depths of the mountains, remaining hidden from the world of martial arts. Ying Tianzheng responded, in recent years, the emergence of any skilled martial artist in the realm has drawn the attention of the court. If one does not align with their interests, they shall face suppression. Our Heavenly Eagle sect has only dared to operate in the southern Jiangnan region. If we wish to flourish, we too must seek the court's favor. Lei Hu remarked, this is the very reason why I must rise in rebellion and overthrow the imperial court. Presently, the major sects within the martial world have all aligned themselves with the court to attain prosperity. Take Shaolin Temple and Wudong sect, for instance. They have received official titles from the court. Otherwise, how could they possibly command such vast territories and flourish within the realm of martial arts? Lei Hu remarked that the influence of sects such as Amei, Huashan, Kongtong, and Kunlun is confined to their local counties. Beyond those borders, they wield no power or deterrent effect, having no bearing on the governance of the imperial court. This lack of impact is precisely why they have not attracted the attention of the authorities. These sects operate solely within the realm of the Jianghu, disregarding matters of the court, which is why they continue to exist. Ying Tianzheng responded, since you, Brother Lei, hold such sentiments, our Heavenly Eagle sect shall undoubtedly lend its support to you. We too aspire to grow and flourish. Only by overthrowing the Yuan dynasty and allowing our Han people to take control can we truly thrive. Thunder Tiger remarked, in that case, let us first develop discreetly to amass wealth. We shall then acquire vast tracts of land for cultivation. By doing so, we can conceal our army within the rural expanse, making it exceedingly difficult for the court to uncover our presence. Ying Tianzheng interjected, when it comes to the most lucrative ventures, the trade of illicit salt reigns supreme. Previously, this enterprise was monopolized by the Haisha sect. However, since their decline, this trade has been embraced by many. Lei Hu remarked, I possess a unique method for producing exquisite salt through solar evaporation. I am willing to impart this technique to your esteemed Skyhawk sect for management. In doing so, our accumulation of wealth will be significantly expedited. Lei Hu imparted the method of modern salt production to Ying Tianzheng, stating that this technique was akin to a treasure for their financial stability and could only be entrusted to those of unwavering loyalty. Ying Tianzheng replied, Li Tianheng is my junior disciple who has faithfully followed me for quite some time, transitioning from the Ming sect to the Sky Eagle sect. I have complete confidence in his loyalty. He proposed that Li Tianheng be entrusted with the task of producing salt to generate substantial wealth to support their uprising. Upon hearing that such a critical responsibility had been entrusted to him, Li Tianheng recognized Ying Tianzheng's profound trust in him. He promptly rose and declared, since my elder brother has entrusted me with such a significant matter, I shall not disappoint you. I am determined to execute this task with excellence. Lei Hu remarked, since Master Ying places his trust in Master Li, let us entrust this matter to him. The craftsmanship involved in this production must not be learned by outsiders. Master Li can separate the workers, assigning them to distinct tasks. In this manner, the artisans will remain oblivious to the entire process of salt production, thereby safeguarding our secrets. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Li Tianheng responded. Indeed, Brother Lei is astute to devise such a strategy. This way, the craftsman will only be responsible for a singular task, rendering them unaware of the complete process of salt production. Even if they are tempted by bribery, they shall remain incapable of divulging our secrets. Lei Hu remarked that regarding the artisans who produce salt, we could arrange alternative employment for their families, thereby maintaining control and preventing any potential leaks of information. This would create several layers of security, significantly reducing the likelihood of the artisans disclosing confidential matters. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Li Tianheng recognized that Lei Hu possessed not only formidable martial skills, but also an exceptionally agile mind. In comparison to himself and others, Lei Hu was markedly superior. It was no wonder he dared to rebel and aspire to seize the world. Only individuals of such caliber have the opportunity to achieve grand undertakings and conquer the entirety of the realm. Chapter 32. The 9 Levels of the Postnatal Realm. Lei Hu remarked that in order to amass wealth, we must construct ships and venture out to sea to acquire substantial riches to arm our forces. Yin Tianzheng responded, questioning whether one could indeed profit from maritime trade. He expressed concern about the possibility of becoming lost at sea. My daughter, he lamented, was abducted by Xie Sun and has yet to be found. Lei Hu remarked, there is no need for you to worry, Master Ain. Through maritime trade, one can amass considerable wealth. It was precisely through such endeavors that the Song dynasty flourished. Without this, how could the Song dynasty have possessed such abundant resources to pay tribute to the northern tribes? As for the risks of getting lost at sea that you mentioned, that is easily manageable. We can initially traverse the coastal waterways. After making several voyages and becoming familiar with the sea routes, navigation will become second nature. Regarding your daughter, Master Yin, you need not fret. I trust that Xie Sun understands her identity and will not bring her any harm. In due time, he will release her. It is inconceivable that Miss Yin would remain on that isolated island indefinitely. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tianzheng felt a wave of relief knowing that his daughter could return. He spoke up, since Brother Lei Hu believes that engaging in maritime trade will yield profits, I shall organize a crew to commence our trading ventures at sea. Yin Yuang, upon hearing his father's declaration, quickly interjected, Father, since we are to embark on maritime trade, allow me to take charge. This will also provide me an opportunity to search for my younger sister. Upon hearing Yin Yuang's words, Lei Hu spoke, since the leader, Yin, has this intention, I shall entrust this matter to you. Should you execute it well, you shall be granted the opportunity to cultivate the 9 Suns true scripture to enhance your strength. Yin Yuang, delighted by Lei Hu's words, replied, Rest assured, Brother Lei, having grown up by the riverside, I am well acquainted with the water and am fully capable of accomplishing this task. Lei Hu remarked, For now, let us proceed with this arrangement. Should any issues arise in the future, we shall address them then. Yin Tianzheng responded, In light of this, to facilitate your leadership, Brother Lei, it would be more convenient for you to reside here. Lei Hu remarked, I am indifferent to where I reside. It matters not to me. Since Master Yin wishes for me to stay here, I shall make myself comfortable. Yin Tianzheng personally escorted Lei Hu to a secluded courtyard and spoke. This courtyard has been uninhabited for some time. For now, I hope you can tolerate residing here, Brother Lei. Thunder Tiger gazed upon the expansive courtyard, spanning over 10,000 square meters, embraced by a serene environment. He spoke, The surroundings here are quite delightful, far superior to my previous abode. I shall reside here for a while, secluding myself to focus on breaking through my cultivation. The Thunder Tiger took residence within the courtyard, renaming it the Lying Tiger Garden. This title symbolizes a fierce tiger resting here, poised to unleash its might upon the world when the opportune moment arises. After moving into the tiger's lair, Lei Hu devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. Each morning and throughout the day, he practiced various martial techniques, diligently mastering all the skills preserved within the Tianying sect to strengthen his martial foundation. In the evenings, he would sit cross-legged on his bed, engaging in the cultivation of the Jiuyang Xinjing, accumulating vital energy with the hope of breaking through his current level of mastery at the earliest opportunity. As the Thunder Tiger practiced, the flow of energy coursed through its meridians in harmony with the cultivation technique. The vital essence of the surrounding world was drawn in through the body's acupoints, assimilating the celestial energies of heaven and earth. This ethereal essence was then integrated with the body's vital essence, refining it into true energy, which was subsequently stored within the Dantian. With the Thunder Tiger's relentless cultivation, the accumulation of true energy within grew increasingly abundant, gradually merging into the Dantian and occupying its space. After approximately 3 years of relentless cultivation, Lei Hu finally amassed sufficient vital energy, enabling him to attain the pinnacle of the 8th level of postnatal refinement and prepare for a breakthrough. At this moment, Lei Hu gazed inward at his dantian, discovering that the true qi within had nearly occupied 90% of the available space. He realized that in order to store more true qi, a breakthrough in his cultivation was necessary to continue the accumulation. Otherwise, he would be unable to retain any additional true qi. At this moment, Lei Hu informed Yin Tianzheng and his companions to refrain from disturbing him during this period. He expressed his need to focus intently on his cultivation within the confines of his room, rendering him unable to attend to any affairs. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tianzheng couldn't help but marvel at his brother's remarkable talent. In just a few short years, he was on the brink of yet another breakthrough. It was evident that this advancement would elevate him to the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, a feat that few could match across the entire martial world. Yin Tianzheng reflected on his own journey, noting that he too had diligently practiced the 9-yang true scripture over the years. Yet, the accumulation of his vital energy had been exceedingly slow. He realized that to achieve a breakthrough, he must persist in his efforts. After giving instructions to Yin Tianzheng and the others, Lei Hu entered the courtyard, settled on the ground, and prepared to make a breakthrough. As his cultivation technique commenced, the vital energy within his body surged forth, coursing rapidly like a tumultuous river. This swift movement drew in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which began to converge around Lei Hu, forming a swirling vortex that spun incessantly. At this moment, Lei Hu turned his gaze inward, discovering the seamless flow of his cultivation technique. The surrounding spiritual essence of heaven and earth was drawn into his being, transforming into true energy, significantly accelerating its accumulation. With unwavering focus, Lei Hu devoted all his energy to mastering the control of this burgeoning true energy. He sought to tame the influx, seamlessly integrating it into the Jiao-Yang true energy, directing it into his dantian to commence the process of accumulation. After a day of diligent cultivation, Lei Hu had amassed a sufficient reservoir of vital energy. It was at this moment that he commenced his breakthrough. As the techniques were set in motion, the vital energy within his body surged with great velocity, relentlessly battering against his dantian. The energy within the dantian surged like tumultuous waves, striking continuously for an indeterminate duration, until a resounding crack echoed through the air. An invisible barrier was shattered by Lei Hu, allowing his cultivation to ascend to the 9th layer of postnatal realm. With the obstruction breached, the vital energy within the dantian began to swell. An unceasing stream of vital energy was refined and infused into the dantian, causing it to expand significantly, occupying over 90% of its capacity. At this juncture, Lei Hu's cultivation was deemed complete. He had successfully elevated his realm, enabling the dantian to harbor even greater quantities of vital energy. Now, all that remained was to accumulate this energy until the dantian reached its full capacity, thereby attaining the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. After the Thunder Tiger broke through, he opened his eyes, and 2 beams of brilliant light shot forth from within them, traveling a distance of 10 feet in the air before beginning to dissipate. The Thunder Tiger felt a surge of power within, realizing that his internal strength had significantly augmented. Upon introspecting his dantian, he discovered that his mastery of vital energy had improved by an additional decade, reaching the formidable level of the 9th layer of postnatal refinement. Thunder Tiger rose to his feet, exuding an aura of undeniable power. With a single step forward, he raised his palm and struck towards the front. A concentrated palm imprint surged forth from his hand, traveling 3 zhang through the air before it began to dissipate. The Thunder Tiger sensed a shift in the power of his palm. He spoke, noting that his cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the postnatal realm, significantly extending the range of his vital energy projection to an impressive 3 zhang. At this moment, Lei Hu began to examine the panel. Name: Lei Hu Cultivation. Acquired: 9th layer. Skills: 9-yang true scripture. Return to simplicity: 900900. 9-yin true scripture. Return to simplicity: 900900. Great shift of the universe. Return to simplicity: 900,900. Martial arts. Gale blade technique. Return to simplicity: 900900. Grass flying technique. Return to simplicity: 900900. One yang finger. Return to simplicity: 900900. Finger flick divine skill. Return to simplicity: 900900. Sky splitting palm. Return to simplicity: 900900. Whirlwind Leaf Sweeping Leg Technique. Return to Simplicity. 900900. The Thunder Tiger felt an immense satisfaction with his enhanced strength. He spoke, "With my current prowess, I should be regarded as a top-tier expert within the martial world. Even if there are those stronger than I, they are few and far between." Chapter 33. In Susu and her family returned to the Central Plains. After Lei Hu's breakthrough, he conducted a simple experiment, and now, with newfound strength, he stepped out of the courtyard and began to walk outside. Ying Tianzhong and the others, upon hearing the footsteps, realized that Lei Hu had indeed broken through and was approaching from outside. As Lei Hu approached the courtyard gate, he summoned his vital energy, which moved with the finesse of a great hand, grasping the bolt and effortlessly swinging the gate open. Outside, Ying Tianzhong and his companions witnessed this extraordinary display. Lei Hu's hands remained still, yet he commanded his vital energy to perform the task, leaving them in awe. Ying Tianzhong, astonished, remarked, "Brother Lei, after your breakthrough, your strength has increased remarkably. You can now manipulate your vital energy as if it were a part of your own limbs." Thunder Tiger remarked that a simple manipulation is indeed feasible. However, utilizing it as an extension of one's limbs continuously remains unattainable for the time being. Ying Tianzhong responded that, even so, it is still quite remarkable. The ability to wield vital energy in combat renders one exceptionally difficult to defend against. Lei Hu remarked that one could now break through their cultivation without the need for seclusion. Merely practicing for one night, each evening to accumulate true energy suffices. Ying Tianzhong then stated that their fleet had spotted Susu and her companions at sea. It is anticipated that they will reach the harbor within the next few days. Thunder Tiger remarked, "In that case, let us set off now to pay a visit to Miss Yin and inquire about their whereabouts during this period." Ying Tianzhong responded, "Since Brother Lei is willing to go, we shall have greater confidence. At present, many individuals from the martial world have gathered by the seaside, all seeking information regarding the whereabouts of Daoxie's son." As Lei Hu and his companions departed from the headquarters of the Tianying sect, they made their way towards the seaside. Along the journey, they encountered numerous individuals from the martial world, all heading in the same direction. Tang Wenliang of the Kongtong sect spotted Ying Tianzhong and his entourage and scoffed, "Old man Ying, do you truly believe that by bringing so many people along, you can safeguard your daughter? This is quite a disregard for our presence." Hearing this, Lei Hu inquired, "Who is this old man with such an imposing tone?" Ying Tianzhong replied, "The speaker is Tang Wenyang of the 5 elders of Kongtong. They too covet the Dragon Slaying Saber." Lei Hu sneered, remarking that with his abilities, his cultivation was merely at the 6th level of the acquired stage. How dare he be so arrogant as to attempt to seize the dragon-slaying blade? Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Tang Wenliang laughed derisively, saying, "Ying Tianzhong, has your Heavenly Eagle sect truly run out of capable individuals? Have you resorted to sending out such an inexperienced youth to join us in the quest for the dragon-slaying blade?" Upon hearing Tang Wenliang's words, Lei Hu's expression shifted dramatically. He stepped forward, pivoted his body to face Tang Wenliang, and raised his right hand, curling his middle finger before flicking it casually. A beam of golden true energy shot forth, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring. It pierced through the air, traveling over Tu Zhang before striking Tang Wenliang squarely in the chest. With a muffled thud, the concentrated true energy penetrated Tang Wenliang's chest, sending him flying over a zhang away. He crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Tang Wenliang felt a sharp pain in his chest as his body was propelled backward, landing far from where he had stood. A deep sense of fear enveloped him, for he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Hastily, he rose to his feet, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, and approached Lei Hu. Upon reaching him, Tang Wenliang spoke, "I must apologize for my earlier harsh words, which may have caused offense. I am grateful to this esteemed brother for showing mercy and sparing my life. I shall take my leave now and refrain from further involvement in this matter." Thunder Tiger remarked, "Given your age, I shall spare your life this time. Should you err again in my presence, it will not be so lenient. Your life shall be forfeit to atone for your transgressions." The onlookers from the martial world felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the unfolding scene. With Thunder Tiger's emergence, their aspirations to seize the dragon-slaying blade now seemed increasingly futile. Many among them, recognizing their lack of opportunity, promptly withdrew, refraining from advancing any further. Ying Tianzhong observed the reprimand of Tang Wenliang and commented, "Truly, Brother Lei is formidable. With a mere flick of his hand, he has taught his opponent a lesson, instilling a sense of caution in him." Lei Hu remarked, "Let us hasten our departure, so we may reach the harbor sooner and find solace." After 2 days of travel, the group led by Lei Hu finally arrived at the harbor. Upon reaching the headquarters of the Taoning sect, they took a moment to rest. As Yin Tianzheng had just arrived, he summoned the local leader and inquired about the arrival time of Su Su. The leader responded, in reply to the sect master, "Su Su will reach the harbor by this time tomorrow." Yin Tianzheng instructed, "Please make arrangements for us to receive Su Su tomorrow." The following morning, Yin Tianzheng and his companions arrived at the harbor and began to wait. At the fourth watch of the day, they spotted a ship approaching the port from a distance. As Lei Hu gazed at the ship approaching the shore, he observed 3 figures standing upon the deck, a man, a woman, and a child. Recognizing them, he surmised that they must be Zhang Chuishan, Yin Su Su, and Zhang Wuji. Once the vessel docked, Yin Tianzheng hurriedly made his way over, grasping Yin Su Su's hand, and inquired about their whereabouts over the years. Yin Su Su replied, "When we departed, we promised elder brother not to disclose his location to anyone. Please, father, do not put us in a difficult position." At this moment, Yin Tianzheng finally comprehended the gravity of the situation and insisted, "You must clarify what has transpired." It was then that Yin Su Su recounted their experiences, enlightening Yin Tianzheng about the events of the past years. Turning to Zhang Wuji, Yin Tianzheng remarked, "This lad is my grandson. Since you have arrived in Jiangnan, you shall accompany us back to the Heavenly Eagle sect. I will inform Zhang Jinren of your presence." Yin Su Su glanced at Zhang Chuishan and stated, "We will first stay at the Heavenly Eagle sect for a while, and then we shall accompany you to Wudong to meet Zhang Jinren." Zhang Chuishan added, "Now that we have returned to the Central Plains, there is no rush. Spending some time at the Heavenly Eagle sect is of no consequence." Hearing Zhang Chuishan's words, Yin Tianzheng responded, "At least you have some sense. Otherwise, I would have had to teach you a lesson on behalf of Zhang Jinren." Lei Hu remarked, "Since we are to return to the Sky Eagle sect, we should set forth immediately. Otherwise, once the news spreads, it will become quite troublesome with the myriad of martial artists converging upon us." With that, Yin Tianzheng and his companions began their journey towards the Sky Eagle sect. Along the way, Yin Tianzheng inquired, "Brother Lei, do you not wish to ask about the whereabouts of the Dragon Slayer sword?" Thunder Tiger remarked that since Miss Yin had promised Xie Sun not to disclose his whereabouts, there was no need to place any pressure on her. Once the time arrived, the dragon-slaying blade would naturally make its appearance. Curious, Yin Su Su inquired, "Brother Lei, do you have any evidence to support such a claim?" Lei Hu remarked that the secret of the dragon-slaying saber, after all these years, must have been comprehended by Xie Sun. It is inconceivable to acquire the dragon-slaying saber and the martial manuscript contained within it on this desolate island. It is likely that Xie Sun, in his quest to unveil the mysteries of the dragon-slaying saber, will undoubtedly return to the Central Plains. Yin Su Su added that we have tested with our true energy on the island and discovered that indeed there is a concealed layer within the dragon-slaying saber. However, despite our myriad attempts, we have been unable to breach the saber and extract its secrets. The Thunder Tiger remarked that the dragon-slaying saber is inherently exceptionally strong and sharp. Under ordinary circumstances, it cannot be destroyed. Only through extraordinary means could one hope to shatter the dragon-slaying saber. Yin Su Su, filled with curiosity, inquired what specific method could possibly break the dragon-slaying saber. Lei Hu remarked that the Grandmaster of the Amei sect must surely possess knowledge of the means to shatter the dragon-slaying saber. My approach, however, is rather unrefined. I intend to employ overwhelming strength to break the saber and extract the secret manual contained within. Chapter 34, Repelling the Xianming Elders. The group led by Thunder Tiger commenced their journey towards the headquarters of the Heavenly Eagle sect. Meanwhile, Zhang Xueishan and his companions were safeguarded in the center, apprehensive that someone might approach and abduct Zhang Wuji. In the original timeline, Lei Hu was aware that Zhang Wuji had been ambushed by the twin elders of Xianyi, succumbing to the chilling poison that tormented him daily. Fortunately, he acquired the Nine Yang Manual, which ultimately alleviated the affliction of the frostbite. As the group led by Thunder Tiger ventured into the marketplace, they soon encountered a growing congestion ahead. Lei Hu remarked, "Ensure the protection of Zhang Wuji. He must not fall into the hands of kidnappers." As the crowd surged forward, Yin Tianzheng and his companions commenced their actions to disperse the throng. They pushed through the street, advancing ahead and navigating their way through the bustling thoroughfare. At that moment, as the surroundings became devoid of the crowd, everyone began to ease their tension. At this moment, Lei Hu began to exercise caution. Malefactors often choose to strike when their targets are most vulnerable. Suddenly, From the side of the street, two elderly men dashed out, aiming directly for Zhang Wuji, intending to seize him while the others were caught off guard. As Lei Hu advanced with a swift step, his body shimmered and positioned itself in front of Zhang Wuji. With outstretched arms, he unleashed the crushing heart palm. His palms radiating with vital energy, directed towards the two elderly assailants. At that moment, the ambusher, perceiving Lei Hu's obstruction, lunged forward, extending his palm to strike Lei Hu, intent on incapacitating him before seizing Zhang Wuji. The palm of Lei Hu met that of his opponent, and he felt a surge of icy energy coursing through. With a burst of his vital energy, he expelled the chill from his hand, forcefully pushing it back towards his adversary. At that moment, Lei Hu discerned that the two assailants were none other than the twin elders of Xianming. Only their Xianming divine palm could exude such a frigid aura. Lei Hu gazed ahead and beheld the two elders of Xianming, who had been repelled by his formidable strike, their bodies trembling. It was evident that they had endured the full force of his palm strike, which must have been quite unbearable for them. The Thunder Tiger spoke, Master Yin. You should keep a close watch on Zhang Suishan and his companions. The adversaries are the two elders of Xianming. Allow me to handle them, and I shall teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they will continue to pester us relentlessly. After Lei Hu finished speaking, he activated the Spiral 9 Shadows, his body flickering as he charged towards the two elders of Xianming. He remarked, Elders of Xianming, you are indeed renowned masters. How shameful it is to ambush a mere child. The dear staff guest interjected, Where does this young one come from, possessing such formidable power to repel both of us? The esteemed Lord Lei Hu declared, Today, I shall impart a thorough lesson upon you, ensuring that you feel the sting of my wrath. Otherwise, you shall persist in your incessant entanglements, becoming a source of great annoyance. The Thunder Tiger surged forward. His 5 fingers splayed and contorted into the shape of a dragon's claw. As his vital energy coursed through him, a glimmering chill emanated from his hand, aimed directly at the heads of the two venerable figures, intent on shattering them. Sensing the menacing aura above, the two elders of Xianming dared not underestimate the threat. With a swift movement, they evaded to the side, narrowly escaping the lethal grasp. Aware of the icy gleam and recognizing the formidable prowess of Thunder Tiger, the Xianming elders understood the gravity of the situation. They resolved to unleash their signature techniques to contend against Thunder Tiger. The Crane Pin elder gripped the judge's pin tightly, channeling his vital energy into the pin, and propelled himself towards Thunder Tiger, seeking to pierce his palm with the judge's pin. Upon seeing the Crane Pin master rushing towards him, Thunder Tiger let out a hearty laugh and proclaimed, Today, I shall allow you to witness the true might of my presence. The Thunder Tiger raised its arm, employing the formidable crushing claw technique. Vital energy enveloped the palm, rendering it as resilient as steel, shimmering with a chilling radiance. With a forceful push of his palm, Thunder Tiger propelled forward, striking the judge's pen, crafted from solid iron, and shattered it into 2 pieces. One half fell to the ground while the other remained grasped firmly in the hand of the Crane Elder. As the judge's pen pierced into Thunder Tiger's palm, it met resistance akin to that of unyielding iron, resulting in its fracture. The recoil from the impact caused the Crane Elder to stagger backward, retreating over 10 steps before finally regaining his balance. After repelling the Crane Pin master, Thunder Tiger swiftly turned and charged towards the Deer Staff master. Upon reaching the Deer Staff master, he extended his left hand, fingers gripping the staff, and with a forceful squeeze, he shattered the iron staff, leaving one half on the ground and the other clenched in the Deer Staff master's hand. Witnessing the destruction of his staff by Thunder Tiger, the Deer Staff master recognized the formidable strength of his opponent and dared not engage directly. With a deft maneuver, he retreated, seeking to distance himself from Thunder Tiger's range of attack. The Thunder Tiger had just snapped the Deer Staff in 2 when he spotted the Deer Staff guest retreating. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, determined to close the distance and prevent his opponent from escaping the battlefield. Thunder Tiger approached the Stag Staff guest, raising his palm to strike. A solid wave of palm force surged forth, hurtling towards the Stag Staff guest. Crossing a distance of 2 zhang, it struck the Stag Staff guest's shoulder, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. The Stag Staff guest, realizing the gravity of the situation, rolled away repeatedly, distancing himself before finally rising to his feet and fleeing. The Thunder Tiger dashed forward upon seeing the Deer Staff master attempting to flee. Without hesitation, he unleashed the grass flight technique and surged ahead, swiftly closing the distance. As he approached the Deer Staff master, he delivered a powerful strike, manifesting a concentrated palm imprint that soared towards him. The impact struck the deer staff master squarely on the back, sending him hurtling through the air. As the Thunder Tiger witnessed the stag staff guest being injured, he swiftly propelled himself forward, intent on capturing the stag staff guest. At that moment, the crane pin elder, observing the stag staff guest being sent flying, hurriedly bent down to scoop up a handful of earth and rushed to the side of the stag staff guest. By the time Thunder Tiger arrived, he raised his arm and hurled a handful of sand towards him. Just as Thunder Tiger was about to seize the deer staff guest, he noticed Crane Pin Elder rushing towards him, scattering a handful of sand to obstruct his path. Lei Hu swiftly activated his cultivation techniques, channeling his vital energy outward to form a protective barrier of pure energy around himself, safeguarding against the onslaught of sand. As Lei Hu had just managed to obstruct the sand, he noticed He-Bai-Wing seizing the opportunity to snatch the deer staff guest and flee into the distance, having already covered a considerable distance of over 10 zhang. At that moment, Yin Tian observed Lei Hu driving back the two elders of Xianming and spoke, "Brother Lei, there is no need to pursue. Our priority now is to safeguard Zhang Chuishan and the others." Upon hearing Yin Tianjing's words, Lei Hu came to a halt and ceased his pursuit. Returning to join Yin Tianzhong and his companions, he spoke, "This time, we were fortunate to encounter the two elders of Xianming. Had fortune not smiled upon us, we would undoubtedly have pursued them relentlessly, eliminating the two to prevent any future troubles." Yin Tianzhong replied, "At present, safeguarding Zhang Cuishan and the others is of utmost importance. We shall deal with the Xianming elders when next we cross paths." Lei Hu remarked that, given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to spare the twin elders of Xianming in order to safeguard Zhang Cuishan and his companions. "We must exercise utmost caution during our journey to prevent any further ambushes." Yin Tianzhong responded, expressing gratitude for having Brother Lei by their side this time. Otherwise, the twin elders of Xianming might have succeeded in their nefarious plot to abduct Wuji. Lei Hu declared that as long as he was present, no one could abduct Zhang Wuji. "Let us hasten back to the Heavenly Eagle sect. Once we arrive there, we shall be safe. At that point, we can notify the Wudong sect to come and rescue him. Once we reach Wudong, he will be secure." In Susu inquired, "Father, what level of cultivation does this Brother Lei possess?" "His strength is remarkable, as he easily drove away the two elders of Xianming." Yin Tianzhong responded, "Brother Lei's cultivation has already reached the 9th level of the acquired realm. With such formidable prowess, it is evident that the two elders of Xianming are no match for him." Zhang Cuishan added, "My master is also at the 9th level of the acquired realm. I would surmise that Brother Lei's strength is comparable to that of my master." Thunder Tiger remarked, "My strength pales in comparison to that of Zhang Jinren. I have only just ascended to the 9th level of the acquired realm. Zhang Jinren has surpassed this stage many years ago. When juxtaposed with him, I still fall significantly short." Zhang Cuishan responded, "Brother Lei, your prowess is commendable. I have heard my master mention before that there are but a few in the entire Jianghu who have attained the 9th level of the acquired realm. Your strength has already reached the pinnacle of Jianghu." Chapter 35. An ambush on the road. The group, led by Lei Hu, treaded carefully along the road, taking 3 days to return to the headquarters of the Heavenly Eagle sect. Upon her arrival, In Susu finally felt a sense of relief. She spoke, expressing that being back home instills a comforting assurance. Here, surrounded by familiar faces, she knew that no one would harbor ill intentions towards their family. Yin Tianzhong remarked, "Susu, now that you have returned home, settle in with peace of mind. I shall dispatch someone to inform the Wudong sect, so they may come to escort you back to Wudong." The Thunder Tiger spoke, indicating that the Dragon Slaying Saber is indeed held in high regard by the court. Upon the emergence of the 5 heroes, they were immediately ambushed by the twin elders of Xianming. It seems the court is also eager to ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Slaying Saber. You must exercise utmost caution, for while a blatant attack can be evaded, a hidden strike is far more treacherous. Remain ever vigilant against unexpected assaults. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuji responded, "Are we to remain in hiding, too afraid to reveal ourselves?" The Thunder Tiger remarked, "It is not the case. You simply need to bide your time. Once the storm has passed, all will be well." Thunder Tiger remained at the headquarters of the Sky Eagle sect, practicing martial arts during the day and meditating in the evening. He kept a vigilant watch over the Zhang family to prevent Zhang Wuji from being captured by the imperial court. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Eagle sect, Thunder Tiger had remained for over a month, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Wudong sect representatives to escort Zhang Zuishan and his family. As Lei Hu entered the hall, he beheld Zhang Zuishan engaged in conversation with three individuals. In Susu approached and introduced, "Brother Lei, these esteemed figures belong to the Wudao sect, the valiant Song, the gallant In Lu, and the intrepid Mo Qi. They have come to escort us back to Wudong. We kindly ask for your assistance in accompanying us on this journey." Lei Hu assured Miss In that she need not worry, for he would escort them back to Wudong. Upon seeing Lei Hu's arrival, Song Yuanxiao and others, guided by Zhang Zuishan, approached to express their gratitude. Song Yuanxiao spoke, "I am deeply thankful, Brother Lei, for your protection of my fifth brother's family last time. You prevented the imperial court from succeeding in their attempts to capture young Wuji." Lei Hu remarked that there was no need for the esteemed Song to express gratitude, for it was his obligation. Song Yuanxiao spent a day at the headquarters of the Heavenly Eagle sect, and the following morning, he, along with Zhang Zuishan and his entourage, set forth towards Wudong. It had been a considerable time since In Tianzheng had seen In Susu. This occasion, accompanying them back to Wudong. He had also invited In Yuang to join in escorting In Susu and her party. It was an opportune moment to pay a visit to Master Zhang and become acquainted with the family-in-law. The Thunder Tiger followed Zhang Zuishan and his entourage as they made their way to Wudong. Just as they exited the territory of the Heavenly Eagle sect, they noticed spies along the road, observing Zhang Zuishan and his family. Thunder Tiger spoke, "It seems that our return to Wudong this time will not be so smooth. We are bound to encounter numerous adversaries along the way who will attempt to hinder our progress." At that moment, In Tian, having overheard Thunder Tiger's remarks, inquired, "Brother Lei, have you perhaps detected any suspicious individuals in the vicinity?" Lei Hu remarked that ever since we left the territory of the Tianying sect, there have been individuals lurking nearby. It seems these individuals are secret agents dispatched by the court, specifically monitoring us along our journey. Should they discover our whereabouts, they will report back, summoning the court's warriors to obstruct our passage. In Yuang replied, "With Brother Lei and his companions by our side, what do we have to fear? The last time the Xianming elders intervened, they failed and returned empty-handed. Even if others come this time, they are unlikely to possess significant prowess." Lei Hu remarked, "One must not be complacent. The last time, the two elders of Xianming, though formidable, were merely at the 7th stage of postnatal cultivation, barely qualifying as top-tier martial artists in the realm. Since the court has already faced defeat once, they will undoubtedly reinforce their ranks this time, ensuring we do not escape with such ease." In Tianzheng replied, "Here, we have only myself, the valiant hero Song, and Brother Lei. 3 of us at or above the 7th stage of postnatal cultivation. Should the 3 of us be restrained this time, you must find a way to flee towards the Wudong sect. As long as we can reach the territory of Wudong, we will be exceedingly safe." The Thunder Tigers grew vigilant, walking cautiously while scrutinizing the passers-by around them, fearful that they might be foes poised to launch a sudden ambush. As Lei Hu and his companions journeyed until noon, they arrived at a quaint tea stall, intending to savor a light meal before continuing on their way. The Thunder Tiger and his companions entered the tea stall, calling for several bowls of tea. They took out their provisions, mixing the dry food with the tea, and began to replenish their energy. After receiving the tea, In Yuang poured a bowl for each person. He then took out a silver needle and dipped it into the tea to check for poison. The Thunder Tiger chuckled, remarking that Master In was rather overly cautious. Even if the enemy intended to poison, they would not resort to such an obvious method, allowing us to detect it with ease. Master In Yuang stated that he would conduct an inspection to prevent any covert poisoning. After a thorough examination, he declared that there were no issues, assuring everyone that they could enjoy their tea without concern. The group then settled at the tea stall, sipping tea and savoring pastries, replenishing their spent energy. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted along the road, flowing into the tea stall. Upon taking a breath, Lei Hu sensed the surging energy within him, realizing that the air was tainted with poison intended to harm himself and his companions. Lei Hu ceased to breathe and exclaimed loudly, "The air is toxic. Hold your breath." Upon hearing his words, In Tian and the others promptly halted their breathing and began to retain their breath. At that moment, the remaining individuals within the tea stall inhaled the poisonous gas, collapsing onto the table and slipping into a deep slumber. As Lei Hu emerged from the tea stall, he continuously thrust his palms outward, producing a series of powerful imprints that sent the surrounding air into a tumultuous swirl, dispelling the noxious gas and restoring the atmosphere to a breathable state. At that moment, a dozen individuals emerged from the thicket by the roadside. The deerstaff man spoke, remarking on Lei Hu's uncanny resilience. How is it that this young man possesses such remarkable fortitude? Our poison is meticulously concocted, entirely colorless and tasteless. A mere few inhalations would render one's vital energy dormant, making it exceedingly difficult to circulate. The body becomes feeble, succumbing to the embrace of slumber. Upon hearing the words of the deerstaff guest, Lei Hu spoke, declaring, I cultivate the esteemed nine-sun true scripture. The nine-sun true chi that I have refined is of the utmost rigidity and radiance, impervious to all toxins. Should any poison dare to infiltrate my body, I would immediately recognize it and commence the detoxification process. Your venom, in its current form, is woefully inadequate to afflict me. The deerstaff guest, taken aback by Lei Hu's revelation, exclaimed, So, you are indeed a practitioner of the nine-sun true scripture. It is no wonder you remain unscathed by our Xianming true chi. This very essence of the nine-sun true chi is specifically designed to counter our powers, thus enabling your triumph over us. The crane brush elder interjected, saying, Given that you have cultivated the nine-sun true scripture, which specifically restrains both of us brothers, it appears that we must detain you today. Otherwise, you shall become our bane, a perpetual adversary to our very existence. Upon hearing the words of the crane pin elder, Thunder Tiger retorted, You two old fellows believe you can eliminate me? Do you not fear that the wind may grow fierce and strike your tongues? The stag staff guest replied, We, as mere brothers, are no match for you. Thus, we have summoned our master specifically to contend with you. The Thunder Tiger remarked, Your master is none other than the infamous by Sun Daoren. It is said that he was once tyrannical, ultimately incurring the wrath of Zhang Zhenren, who executed him. Could it be that this old wretch has not perished and has now resurfaced to stir up trouble? The crane pen elder replied, The two of us, brothers in arms, rescued our master, which led to our being bestowed with the profound Xianming divine palm. For many years, our master has been recuperating from his injuries. Recently, his condition has improved, and he has transcended to the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. He now intends to emerge and confront Zhang Sanfeng once more, seeking to redeem his past disgrace. The Thunder Tiger remarked, This old fellow, having narrowly escaped a wretched fate, fails to cherish his life. Instead, he ventures into the tumultuous world, stirring up chaos as if courting death. Chapter 36. Confrontation with the 100 Losses Taoist. Upon hearing the words of the two elders of Xianming, Thunder Tiger realized that the 100 Lost Taoist had arrived this time. He understood that he would undoubtedly be detained, making it exceedingly difficult for him to extricate himself. Thunder Tiger turned to Yin Tianzhong and said, This time, formidable experts have arrived. Allow me to confront the 100 Damages Taoist. Master Yin and Hero Song, you two shall deal with the twin elders of Xianming. The rest of you should seize the opportunity to break through and head directly towards the Wudong sect. As Lei Hu had just completed the allocation of combat assignments, he beheld an elderly man emerging from the depths of the forest. This venerable figure was clad in flowing white garments, his head adorned with silvery hair that cascaded freely down his back, exuding an air of unruly freedom. Upon observing the appearance of Lei Hu, it became evident to him that the individual before him was of considerable age. It seemed that this venerable elder was indeed the renowned Baikuan Taoist. Assessing the aura emanating from Baikuan Taoist, it was apparent that his cultivation level had only recently ascended to the 9th layer of the postnatal realm. With his own formidable abilities, Lei Hu surmised that contending with Baikuan Taoist would not prove overly challenging. As Baikuan Taoist emerged from the thicket, his gaze fixed upon Lei Hu, he remarked, My dear disciples, this young man is the expert you spoke of, the one who has bested you. Judging by his presence, he has reached the 9th layer of the postnatal realm. It is no wonder that you two were unable to prevail. It seems I must intervene to assist you. Lu Zhang interjected, Is this not a disgrace for our master? We have no choice but to solicit your aid to reclaim our honor. Baikuan Taoist continued, You, young one, have achieved the 9th layer of the postnatal realm at such a tender age. Your talent is indeed commendable. Why not align yourself with the imperial court? Harness the court's resources to further your cultivation and enhance your prowess. Thunder Tiger remarked, Do you presume that everyone is like you, willing to serve as a lackey for the court? I hold your actions in utter disdain. You possess not an ounce of the noble spirit that a warrior should embody. The 100 Lost Taoist, confronted by Thunder Tiger's brazen words, felt his face flush with anger. Enraged, he declared, Since you refuse to recognize my worth, I shall take your life today to alleviate my resentment. With that, the 100 Lost Taoist stepped forward, his body flickering as he charged from the thicket. Approaching Thunder Tiger, he unleashed a palm strike infused with profound dark energy, causing the surrounding air to grow chillingly cold, and frost began to form upon the ground. Lei Hu sensed the chilling aura and released his vital energy, channeling the 9-yang true qi outward. This act caused the surrounding air to warm, effectively dispelling the pervasive chill. The Thunder Tiger raised his right hand, extending his index finger, and unleashed a surge of yang energy, piercing forward. He punctured the incoming palm imprint, causing it to dissipate. Thunder Tiger shattered the palm imprint of the 100 Damages Taoist. Through their confrontation, he discerned that although their cultivation levels were equivalent, he had the upper hand, rendering the Taoist's full potential difficult to unleash. Thunder Tiger realized he could indeed vanquish the 100 Damages Taoist. Upon witnessing the destruction of his palm imprint, the Taoist understood that Thunder Tiger's strength matched his own. Yet he was hindered by a counteractive technique, making it arduous to demonstrate his true power. The 100 Damages Taoist remarked, "It appears you possess some skill, young man. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson, so you may comprehend my might." As onlookers beheld the clash between Thunder Tiger and the Taoist, they too began to disperse, seeking their own adversaries and engaging in fierce combat. Ying Tianzheng and Song Yuanchao advanced to restrain the two elders of Xianming, preventing them from aiding their master, thus diverting their attention to battle. In that moment, Thunder Tiger noted that the rest had been drawn away, leaving only himself and the Taoist in place. The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Reverend 100 Loss, it is no small feat that you have managed to salvage your life. Yet here you are, daring to oppose me. Today, I shall put an end to your existence, to prevent you from wreaking havoc upon the realm of martial arts." Thunder Tiger understands that the venerable Master Bai Sun, as a seasoned expert, must possess numerous formidable skills. Otherwise, he would not have managed to salvage his life from the hands of Zhang Sanfeng. Lei Hu swiftly propelled himself forward with his right foot, employing the skill of grass above flying, akin to an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the Taoist of 100 Wounds. The Thunder Tiger charged towards the 100 Damage Taoist, his arm extended, and with great force, he executed the Gale Blade technique. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of light from his palm, cleaving through the air and etching a mark upon the ground as he surged forward towards the 100 Damage Taoist. Upon witnessing the gleaming blade approaching, the 100 Damage Taoist quickly steadied himself. With both hands outstretched, he delivered a powerful strike, sending forth 2 palm imprints to confront the blade of light. This forceful counter sent the blade flying past him, severing the trees behind. As the Thunder Tiger encountered the 100 Lost Taoist, he deftly evaded the lethal flash of the blade, and with a swift movement, surged forward. With his right hand, he grasped the hilt at his waist and drew forth the great sword, executing a powerful slash. A radiant arc of blade light materialized, illuminating the air as it hurtled toward the 100 Lost Taoist. Upon witnessing the impending strike, the Taoist swiftly retrieved a judge's brush from his waist, channeling his vital energy into the brush as he thrust it forward. A piercing beam of brush light erupted, colliding with the blade's radiance, shattering it into a myriad of fragments that scattered in all directions. Upon witnessing the actions of the 100 Lost Taoist, Thunder Tiger remarked, "This old man is indeed treacherous. Anyone who dares to approach the 100 Lost Taoist is certain to be ambushed and wounded by the judge's pen." At this moment, Thunder Tiger dared not approach too closely, fearing that the 100 Lost Taoist might harbor hidden weapons, ready to launch a sudden ambush against him. Thunder Tiger gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, unleashing the Gale Blade technique. Like a tempest, he relentlessly struck towards the 100 Lost Taoist, with a continuous stream of blade light, compelling the Taoist to endure the onslaught. Observing Thunder Tiger's ferocious assault, the 100 Lost Taoist remarked, "Youngster, let us see how much true energy you possess to squander. Once your energy is depleted, I shall deal with you then." Little did the 100 Lost Taoist comprehend the essence of the 9-yang scripture. Only by unblocking the meridians throughout the body and circulating the great cycle could one draw spiritual energy from the cosmos to replenish their expenditure. In such a war of attrition, even if Thunder Tiger were to fight for 3 days and nights, it would pose no challenge. The notion that Thunder Tiger would exhaust his true energy was utterly unfounded. Perhaps it was the Taoist himself who would find his own energy spent while Thunder Tiger's remained abundant and unyielding. Upon hearing the words of the 100 Lost Taoist, Thunder Tiger sensed an opportunity to deceive him. He intended to lead the 100 Lost Taoist to believe that his own vital energy would be depleted, compelling him to engage in a contest of energy, ultimately exhausting the 100 Lost Taoists' vital energy entirely. Thunder Tiger, akin to an enraged bull, wielded his great sword with ferocity, relentlessly striking at the 100 Lost Taoist, who found himself subdued and unable to mount a counteroffensive, forced to endure the onslaught of blade glimmers. As the battle raged on, a quarter of an hour passed, yet Thunder Tiger remained as fierce as ever, tirelessly assaulting the 100 Lost Taoist, who could do little more than defend himself. Observing Thunder Tiger's demeanor, a sense of panic began to swell within the 100 Lost Taoist. At this juncture, his vital energy had been depleted by half, leaving his dantian feeling alarmingly vacant. Sensing this drain of energy, he reflected, "My vital energy is nearly exhausted." It stands to reason that this young man, too, must have expended a considerable amount. His current ferocity is surely a fade, intended to unsettle me and provoke a flaw for his advantage. Resolving to persevere, the 100 Lost Taoist steeled himself for the continued struggle, determined to outlast Thunder Tiger in this contest of endurance, awaiting the moment when Thunder Tiger's energy would wane, allowing him to turn the tide of battle. Upon witnessing the indomitable Baishan Taoist, Thunder Tiger couldn't help but smirk slightly. He mused to himself that this old fellow had indeed fallen for the ruse, still persisting in his endeavors. It seemed he was waiting for me, clearly expending immense amounts of vital energy in preparation for a counterattack. Chapter 37. The Decimation of Baishan Taoist. The Thunder Tiger, having realized that the 100 Lost Taoist had been deceived, prepared to seize this opportunity to devise a scheme against him, intending to completely eliminate the 100 Lost Taoist and execute him on the spot. At this juncture, the frequency of Thunder Tiger's attacks began to wane, as he feigned a fade of excessive energy depletion. Observing Thunder Tiger's movements, the Taoist of 100 Losses felt a spark of realization. He mused internally, nearly falling prey to this cunning lad's ruse. Now, it was evident that the young man had expended significant energy, his ferocity in battle markedly diminished compared to earlier. It was clear that his vital essence had been greatly depleted, and he could not sustain this for much longer. Upon observing the gleam in the eyes of the 100 Lost Taoist, Thunder Tiger realized that the other party had already begun to fall into the trap. If he could merely delay for a while, allowing the 100 Lost Taoist to expend a considerable amount of vital energy, then even if the Taoist were to realize the deception, it would be too late for him to make his escape. The Thunder Tiger began to manipulate the rhythm, wielding his great sword with increasing slowness. Yet, he managed to suppress the 100 Lost Taoist, making it arduous for his opponent to break free, forcing him to endure and continuously exhaust his vital energy. After approximately 15 minutes of battle, Thunder Tiger noticed the Taoist of 100 Damages, whose forehead was beaded with sweat and whose body began to tremble. Through the perception of his spiritual energy, he discerned that the opponent had expended a significant amount of vital energy. At present, there was scarcely any vital energy remaining in his dantian. At this moment, Lei Hu tilted his body slightly, feigning a fall to the side. He reversed the blade of his large knife, planting the tip firmly into the ground, using his hand to support himself and prevent a complete collapse. Meanwhile, the 100 Damages Taoist observed Lei Hu, recognizing the immense depletion of his vital energy, rendering even his body unsteady. With a taunting tone, he remarked, "You brat, your vital energy is completely exhausted. Let us see how arrogant you can remain now." He let out a sinister laugh, advancing towards Lei Hu. Upon reaching him, he grasped the judge's brush and thrust it forward with force, testing the waters. Upon witnessing the movements of the 100 Damaged Taoist, Lei Hu discerned that the Taoist remained on guard. As he observed the judge's pen lunging towards him, he swiftly brandished his great sword, utilizing its broad blade to deflect the judge's strike. He lifted his right foot and retreated 3 paces, finally stabilizing his stance. The 100 Damaged Taoist, noticing Lei Hu's actions, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Ha ha! You are indeed a prodigy. At such a tender age, you possess remarkable skills. Yet, you refuse to serve the court alongside me. Therefore, I must regrettably take your life today to eliminate future troubles." Approaching Lei Hu, the 100 Damaged Taoist channeled his internal energy into the judge's pen, thrusting it with great force towards Lei Hu's throat, intending to pierce him fatally. With a sidelong glance, Lei Hu perceived the glimmer of the pen approaching. He swiftly twisted his waist to evade the oncoming strike. Gripping the hilt of his sword firmly, he reversed the blade and executed a move reminiscent of fishing for the moon at the bottom of the sea, aiming to cleave the Baishan Taoist in two. Sensing the imminent danger as Lei Hu deftly sidestepped, The Baisun Taoist felt a surge of panic and quickly raised the judge's pen before him to deflect the lethal blow. The radiant blade of the Thunder Tiger cleaved through the judge's pen, shattering it with a swift strike. It continued its relentless advance, severing the wrist of the 100 Wounds Taoist. The tip of the blade descended upon the Taoist's groin, leaving behind a trail of crimson. As a piece of flesh fell away, the Thunder Tiger beheld the 100 Damages Taoist evading his attack and remarked, "You, old fellow, possess quite the quick reflexes. Such a sneak attack, yet you remain unscathed." The 100 Damages Taoist, feeling the pain in his lower body, trembled as he spoke. "How is it that your vital energy remains so abundant, seemingly unspent?" The Thunder Tiger remarked, "As for this matter, I shall withhold the answer from you, allowing you to carry your regrets into the realm of the departed." With a decisive stride, Thunder Tiger lifted his mighty blade above his head, preparing to deliver a lethal strike upon the 100 Wounds Taoist. He wielded his sword with the force of a mountain, unleashing a thunderous roar. The Thunder Tiger gripped the hilt of his blade with unwavering determination, delivering a powerful strike towards the 100 Damages Taoist. With an aura akin to a raging torrent, he could cleave through mountains with a single blow. The sharp edge of the sword sliced through the air, descending upon the 100 Damages Taoist's head. Following through, it shattered the skull and continued down the spine, cleaving the Taoist in two. Blood gushed forth, splattering in all directions. The Thunder Tiger emanated a true energy shield, enveloping itself and safeguarding against any blood splatter that might tarnish its garments. Lei Hu gazed upon the lifeless body, split asunder upon the ground, and began to speak, declaring, "No matter how cunning and crafty you may be, you ultimately fell victim to my subordinates and met your demise on the spot." The Thunder Tiger vanquished the 100 Damaged Taoist and turned his gaze towards the battlefield, where he beheld the two elders of Xianming being restrained in combat against Yin Tianzheng and Song Yuanxiao. As Lei Hu's figure shifted, he activated the Spiral 9 Shadows and surged towards the battlefield, intent on vanquishing the two ancient spirits of Su and Niming. The Su and Niming elders had been closely observing the clash between Lei Hu and his adversary. Upon seeing Lei Hu's arrival, they deduced that Taoist Baisun was either dead or had made his escape. At that moment, their courage to continue the fight waned significantly. The deer staff guest took a powerful blow from Yin Tianzheng and, leveraging the force of the strike, retreated towards the rear. His form continued to withdraw until he swiftly vanished into the woods, fleeing. Meanwhile, Yibiwing utilized his judge's brush to parry Song Yuanxiao's blade, retreating into the forest as well. By the time Lei Hu charged forward, both had already entered the depths of the woods, their figures obscured and elusive. The Thunder Tiger spoke, remarking that these two fellows were indeed quite astute. Upon sensing danger, they did not hesitate and immediately fled. They have now distanced themselves considerably, making pursuit exceedingly difficult. Yin Tianzheng inquired whether Brother Lei had managed to detain the 100 Damages Taoist. Lei Hu remarked, "Through cunning stratagems, I managed to ensnare the Baishan Taoist, ultimately leading to his demise. Had I not employed such tactics, the Baishan Taoist would have surely fled upon sensing peril, rendering it exceedingly difficult to vanquish him." Song Yuanxiao interjected, "The Baishan Taoist possesses formidable martial prowess and is exceedingly treacherous. His continued existence poses a significant threat. Thus, eliminating him today has also mitigated a potential hazard. Otherwise, our endeavors in the martial world would be fraught with danger." As for the remaining members of the court, upon witnessing the two elders of Xianming, they fled in terror, unwilling to engage further, abandoning a few corpses in their hasty retreat. As Lei Hu finished speaking and glanced around, he noticed that the officials of the court had already fled. He remarked, "These fellows are quite astute." Upon sensing something amiss, they immediately took their leave. Yin Tianzheng replied, "These hounds of the court have always been cunning. Otherwise, how could they have survived until now? They would have long since met their demise." Lei Hu turned his gaze towards Zhang Cuishan and observed that his family was unscathed, which brought him a sense of relief. He then spoke, "The officials of the court have only just met with failure. We must seize this moment to hasten our journey and strive to reach Wudong Mountain as soon as possible." Song Yuanxiao concurred, saying, "Brother Lei is indeed correct. We should expedite our travels. The sooner we return to Wudong Mountain, the safer it will be for the family of my fifth brother." A few members of the Thunder Tiger, seizing the opportunity after repelling the enemy, commenced their journey. After casually tidying up the battlefield, they set forth towards the Wudong sect. As the group led by Lei Hu approached the banks of the Yangtze River, they made their way toward the Wudong sect. At this juncture, The imperial court had only recently suffered defeat and had yet to mobilize forces for interception, allowing Lei Hu and his companions to traverse unhindered. Swiftly reaching the territory of Hubei, Song Yuanxiao remarked, "We have now arrived at the Three Gorges. Once we pass through, we shall enter the domain of Wudong Mountain, where we will be met by our allies." Yin Yuang interjected, "This journey has been perilously fraught with danger. Were it not for the assistance of Brother Lei, it would have been exceedingly difficult for us to reach this point with our own capabilities." Lei Hu gazed ahead and beheld a group of Taoist priests clad in the garments of the Wudong sect, approaching from the distance. The Thunder Tiger spoke, stating that the members of the Wudong sect had already arrived on the opposite side. We should hasten our approach and commence our convergence with them. Chapter 38. Arrival at Wudong sect. After Lei Hu finished speaking, he promptly advanced forward. Crossing the Three Gorges, he began to converge with the members of the Wudong sect, making their way towards the Wudong Mountains. Upon seeing that it was Zhang Shisong accompanied by Wudong disciples who had come to meet them, Song Yuanxiao and the others hurriedly moved ahead and soon joined Zhang Shisong on their journey to the Wudong sect. Zhang Shisong remarked, "Within the sect, I received a message from our elder brother, foretelling that we would face obstacles on our journey. That is why I have come with my companions to escort you, to prevent any potential ambush." Song Yuanxiao replied, "Indeed, we encountered an ambush while on the road. Fortunately, with Brother Lei's assistance, we managed to reach the territory of Wudong safely." Zhang Shisong continued, "It was those individuals who attempted to ambush you, nearly leading you into a trap." Song Yuanxiao explained, "It was the Baisun Taoist, accompanied by the two Xianming elders, who came to attack us. Thankfully, Brother Lei has slain the Baisun Taoist, allowing a safe passage to our sect." Zhang Shisong noted, "I have heard of the Baisun Taoist from my master before. He had been injured by my master and fell off a cliff. I never expected that he had survived and returned to launch an ambush against you." Song Yuanxiao assured, "The Baisun Taoist has indeed been slain by Brother Lei, and he will no longer trouble us." Zhang Shisong cautioned, "The Baisun Taoist is exceedingly cunning. Having survived a fall from the cliff, he may not be truly dead. He could be feigning death to deceive you once more." Song Yuanxiao replied confidently, "There is no need for concern, fourth brother. I witnessed with my own eyes as Brother Lei cleaved the Baisun Taoist in two. If he were to survive such a fate, that would indeed be remarkable." Zhang Shisong concluded, "Since the Baisun Taoist has been slain, it can be considered a favor to our Wudong sect, resolving a troublesome threat. Had he remained hidden and continued his ambushes, it would surely have resulted in severe losses for us." Thunder Tiger remarked that Zhang Sihai need not take it to heart. "Since this fellow has opposed us, we must deal with him to eliminate future troubles." Having traveled swiftly for an hour, they arrived at the foot of Wudong Mountain and began their ascent towards the Wudong sect. Upon arriving at the foot of Wudong Mountain, Lei Hu discerned, through his sensitivity, that the ethereal energy of this locale was remarkably more abundant than in other regions. It was evident that practicing cultivation here would greatly accelerate his progress. The Thunder Tiger discerned the peculiarities of the Wudong sect and contemplated that perhaps those illustrious sects, with their domains rich in celestial vitality, ensured that their disciples could attain the zenith of martial prowess, thereby safeguarding the legacy of their traditions. As Thunder Tiger ascended the mountain, he felt the spiritual energy growing ever more potent with each step. Upon arriving at the Wudong sect, the ethereal essence of the surroundings was remarkably abundant, approximately 3 times more so than in other locales. Residing here and regularly inhaling this profound energy would ensure that even an ordinary individual enjoys exceptional health, becoming remarkably resilient to illness. It bestows upon them the gift of longevity. Lei Hu followed Song Yuanxiao and the others into the Grand Hall, where they began to take their rest. At that moment, Zhang Sanfeng emerged from within and spoke, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, young friend Lei Hu, for escorting my disciples safely to our Wudong sect. Henceforth, you shall have the freedom to come and go as you please within our library, perusing the ancient texts therein to enrich your martial arts foundation." Upon hearing Zhang Sanfeng's words, Lei Hu promptly rose to his feet and bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Zhang. It is my duty to escort the esteemed Zhang Wuxia and his family. Your appreciation truly astonishes me." Zhang Sanfeng replied, "When one's martial arts reach our level, it becomes essential to draw upon the strengths of various schools, to learn from one another, thus enriching one's own martial foundation and elevating one's prowess to greater heights." Lei Hu remarked, "In that case, I shall take the liberty to engage you in conversation for a while longer, by exchanging martial arts experiences with Master Zhang. I hope to advance my own understanding. At that moment, Song Yuanxiao and the others were astounded to hear that Zhang Sanfeng had granted Lei Hu unrestricted access to the library. The library of Wudong not only housed the classic texts of various schools but also contained the entirety of Wudong's martial arts techniques. This revelation left them utterly astonished. Observing the exchange between Lei Hu and Zhang Sanfeng, Yin Tianjing quickly rose to join in the conversation, and the two began to deliberate on the lifestyle of the Zhang Chuishan family. At this moment, seeing Yin Tianjing and Zhang Sanfeng engaged in a fervent exchange, Lei Hu swiftly exited the grand hall and wandered about the Wudong sect, admiring the breathtaking scenery of the martial arts school. After a quarter of an hour's walk, Thunder Tiger encountered a young Taoist priest. He hurriedly approached and inquired, "Esteemed young Taoist, may I ask where your esteemed sect's library is located? I wish to peruse some texts." The young priest responded, "You are the renowned hero, Thunder. We have already received the instruction from our venerable master. Allow me to escort you to the library forthwith." The Thunder Tiger followed closely behind the acolyte, advancing forward. After traversing the main hall, they arrived at the exterior of the library, nestled behind the Wudong sect. The acolyte spoke, "Esteemed hero Lei, the pavilion ahead is our sect's library. Please feel free to enter and peruse the tomes at your leisure. When evening descends, we shall be awaiting your return to escort you to your quarters for rest." The Thunder Tiger expressed gratitude to the Taoist apprentice before proceeding towards the library. Upon pushing open the grand door and stepping inside, he was immediately enveloped by the fragrant aroma of ink. It was then that Lei Hu realized that this library was frequently visited by individuals who came to clean and maintain a pristine environment, which was why a fragrant aroma of ink lingered throughout the halls of the library. Lei Hu perceived the refreshing scent of books wafting towards him. Glancing inside, he beheld shelves brimming with volumes, meticulously arranged in an orderly fashion. Lei Hu gazed upon the myriad of books that filled the room, reflecting inwardly on why the Wudong sect had emerged as a formidable force within the martial world. Their lineage and heritage surpassed that of many other sects, exhibiting a level of dedication to preservation that was notably superior. In contrast, the vast and grand Ming cult lacked a dedicated repository for its texts, a designated sanctuary for the transmission of knowledge. When compared to the Wudong sect, it fell significantly short. Lei Hu approached the bookshelf and began to examine the catalog. He discovered that the first floor of the library was filled with various classical texts from different families, devoid of any martial arts manuals. Thunder Tiger casually took out a medical classic and began to immerse himself in its pages. Through the study of these medical texts, he sought to acquire an extensive understanding of human anatomy, thereby enriching his foundational knowledge. For an entire afternoon, Lei Hu immersed himself in the library, delving into classical medical texts to enhance his knowledge of medicine. He sought a deeper understanding of the human body, ensuring that in his future practice, he would not easily fall prey to injuries. As Lei Hu beheld the library, he noticed the light beginning to wane, prompting him to rise and exit the premises. Upon stepping outside, he observed that the sun had already descended beyond the mountains, leaving only a faint afterglow shimmering on the horizon, emitting a delicate luminescence. Lei Hu made his way outside, inquiring about the location of the cafeteria, and proceeded towards it. Soon, he arrived at the dining hall and began his dinner. At that moment, Yin Tianjing and his companions were also present in the cafeteria, partaking in their meal. Upon noticing Lei Hu's entrance, they promptly called him over to engage in conversation. Yin Tianjing remarked, "Brother Lei, you truly are diligent. You spent the entire afternoon without venturing anywhere else, dedicating your time to the library, engrossed in reading." At this juncture, Yin Yuang interjected, "If it were within my power, I too would enter the library, immersing myself in the martial arts manuals contained within, committing them to memory, and later, when time permits, practicing the techniques." Chapter 39, The Pinnacle of the Ninth Layer. Upon hearing the words of Yin Yuang, Lei Hu began to shake his head. He spoke, "This afternoon, I devoted all my time to perusing medical texts." Yin Yuang, taken aback, exclaimed, "How can this be? With so many martial arts manuals available, how could one choose to read medical literature? It is truly a waste of time." Yin Tian, overhearing Yin Yuang's remarks, cast a disapproving glance at him and interjected, "Brother Lei need not take this to heart. This child, Yuang, simply lacks the art of conversation and often offends others." Thunder Tiger remarked, "Master Yin need not elaborate. I believe you all share the same sentiment. You think I ought to delve into the martial arts manuals." Yin Tianjing responded, "Brother Lei, is there something novel in your approach that we are unaware of?" Lei Hu remarked, "At this moment, your cultivation is still too rudimentary, and you remain unaware. The essence of martial arts training has never solely relied on the manuals, but rather on one's own comprehension. Only when one's cultivation reaches the 9th layer of the postnatal realm should one immerse oneself in literature to broaden one's horizons, thus creating opportunities for further advancement. In Tian queried, does the methodology of cultivation indeed transform after reaching the 9th layer of the postnatal realm, becoming markedly distinct from previous practices? Lei Hu moistened his hand and drew a circle on the table. He began, our understanding is akin to this circle. As the circumference expands, so too does our knowledge. However, concurrently, as the circle enlarges, the realm of the unknown also broadens. In Tian then inquired, in such a situation, how should we address this matter? Thunder Tiger remarked that, at this juncture, in order to enhance one's knowledge, one must immerse oneself in literature, acquiring wisdom from books to enrich oneself. This endeavor will cultivate a more profound understanding. In Tianzheng inquired whether it is the case that all individuals, upon reaching the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, should engage in such practices. Lei Hu remarked, I cannot say for certain. In any case, my current focus is on cultivation, which entails extensive reading to enhance my knowledge and propel the advancement of martial arts. Lei Hu offered an explanation on the methods of cultivating the ninefold path, and only then did he commence his meal. The following morning, Lei Hu rose early and made his way to the plaza, where he began practicing martial arts, diligently honing various skills. After solidifying his techniques, he proceeded to the library to immerse himself in the reading of books. During this period, Lei Hu devoted himself to the library, immersing in a plethora of texts to deepen his intellectual foundation. After more than a month, he completed the reading of all the books on the first floor. Through this literary exploration, Lei Hu enriched his understanding across various domains: medical knowledge, Taoist philosophy, Confucian teachings, Buddhist doctrines, and military strategies, broadening the breadth of his wisdom. At this moment, Lei Hu began to ascend towards the 2nd floor, immersing himself in the study of various martial arts techniques. He commenced with the foundational skills, gradually delving into the more profound and intricate martial arts manuscripts as time progressed. After dedicating over a month to the study of the martial arts manuscripts, Lei Hu found himself with a profound understanding of martial arts. It was at this moment that he realized Zhang Sanfeng had yet to compose the classic of Taijiquan. Lei Hu's aspirations to merge the principles of Taijiquan with the insights of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang texts seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. Consequently, Lei Hu embarked on a quest to locate Zhang Sanfeng, with the intention of sharing both the 9 Yang and 9 Yin scriptures, in hopes of hastening the creation of the classic of Taijiquan. Upon discovering Zhang Sanfeng in the mountains, Lei Hu presented him with the esteemed texts of the Juyang Jinjing and the Jin Jinjing, inviting him to peruse their profound teachings. As Zhang Sanfeng received the tomes, he remarked, "Young friend Lei, fortune truly smiles upon you. Even such illustrious martial arts manuals have come into your possession, a testament to your remarkable destiny." The Thunder Tiger remarked that it was indeed fortunate to have acquired these martial arts manuals, which allowed his strength to rapidly enhance. Zhang Sanfeng replied that he had been contemplating the creation of a new martial art during this period, and now, with the 9 Yin and 9 Yang as references, he believed that the development of this new technique would not take long. Once the new martial art was established, he would certainly provide a copy to his young friend. The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Master Zhang, you are being too modest. I have merely lent you 2 tomes of martial arts manuals, enabling you to more swiftly establish a new school of martial practices." Thunder Tiger presented the 9 Yang manual and the 9 Yin manual to Zhang Sanfeng, thereafter beginning his period of anticipation. At this juncture, within the confines of the Wudong sect, the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth accelerated Thunder Tiger's cultivation. Each day, upon completing his training, he could distinctly sense the gradual amplification of the vital energy within him. At this moment, Lei Hu immersed himself in an array of literature, enriching his foundational knowledge. Consequently, the pace of his cultivation began to accelerate. With the profound infusion of the earth's and heaven's spiritual energies provided by the Wudong sect, Lei Hu's practice progressed as if aided by divine intervention. The vital energy within him gradually accumulated. As Lei Hu stepped outside the courtyard, he settled onto the ground and commenced his meditation. The luminous moonlight bathed his form, enveloping him in a silvery glow, rendering him akin to a divine being. At this moment, the Thunder Tiger turned inward, perceiving the vital energy circulating within his body. With each complete cycle of the great Zhou Tian, he absorbed the ambient spiritual essence from the heavens and the earth, initiating its refinement into the 9-yang true qi. This refined energy flowed into his dantian, causing the vital energy within to begin to surge and churn. At this moment, Lei Hu observed that the true energy within his dantian had occupied a significant portion of its capacity. It appeared that soon, he would completely fill his dantian, elevating his strength to the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level. As time progressed, the true energy within Lei Hu's body began to gradually increase. After more than a month, he finally succeeded in filling his dantian with true energy, achieving the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level in his cultivation. At this moment, Lei Hu beheld the true energy within his dantian, swirling incessantly like the tumultuous waves of the sea, crashing against the dantian and rising and falling in a relentless rhythm. Lei Hu understood that he had only reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. To advance further, he needed to continually refine his vital energy, rendering it more potent and pure. Only in this manner would he have the opportunity to transcend his current limitations. Lei Hu understood that even Zhang Sanfeng, after years of cultivation, had only reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm, failing to transcend into the innate stage. He recognized that he still had a long way to go and needed to continuously refine and solidify his own cultivation. Ying Tianzhang, upon seeing Lei Hu, remarked that it was indeed impressive how Lei Hu had elevated his cultivation to the peak of the acquired realm in just over a month's time. Lei Hu remarked, "This is not merely by chance. It is thanks to the Wudong sect. The spiritual energy in this realm is exceedingly rich, which allows me to cultivate at an extraordinary pace." Yin Tian then inquired, "Despite my efforts in cultivation, I have yet to perceive any changes. It remains as it was before, with no noticeable acceleration in my progress." Lei Hu remarked that perhaps Master Yin had reached the limit in refining the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, which explained the lack of any changes in this place. Yin Tian then inquired about the reasons that had hindered his own progress and speed. Lei Hu remarked that it might be the Master Yin, who has only just begun to delve into the profound intricacies of the 9-yang true scriptures. Consequently, his comprehension remains insufficient, leading to a lack of noticeable progress in his cultivation. Yin Tian then inquired, "What must I do to enhance the speed of my cultivation?" Thunder Tiger remarked that the sect leader Yin could visit the first floor of the library to peruse various tomes, thereby augmenting his knowledge. In doing so, he would stand a chance of comprehending the 9-yang true scriptures. Chapter 40. The Creation of Cultivation Techniques. After clarifying everything to Yin Tianzhang, Lei Hu began to contemplate, seeking to consolidate all his martial arts techniques into one. Every day, Lei Hu immerses himself in the library, perusing a myriad of ancient texts to deepen his martial arts foundation. During this period, Zhang Sanfeng acquired the 9-yin manual and the 9-yang manual, subsequently entering seclusion to develop a new martial art. After over a month of introspection, he finally succeeded in crafting the Tai Chi Chuan Classic. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Lei Hu beheld Zhang Sanfeng, who appeared radiant and invigorated. He spoke, "Master Zhang, during this period of seclusion, have you made significant strides and attained a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Zhang Sanfeng shook his head with a sigh, replying, "It is not so simple. Although I have established the principles of Tai Chi, I have yet to transcend my current state of cultivation, remaining ensnared within the realm of the acquired." Unable to advance further, Lei Hu, filled with curiosity, inquired, with Master Zhang's cultivation, he should be able to break through. How could he be hindered and unable to advance? Zhang Sanfeng, with a look of regret, replied, "The old master created a new technique, and when contemplating a breakthrough, he realized that due to his advanced age and waning vitality, he has unfortunately missed the opportunity for advancement and is now unable to transcend." The curious Lei Hu inquired, "Is there a particular significance to breaking through one's cultivation?" Zhang Sanfeng replied, "During my own breakthrough, I came to realize that age has taken its toll, leading to a decline in my vital energy. It has become impossible for me to transform the true energy within into true essence in order to advance my cultivation. Young friend, you must remember that if you wish to make further progress, you should seize the opportunity to break through while your body is still robust. Do not wait until you are old and frail like me, when the body can no longer support the transformation of true energy." Thunder Tiger remarked, thus stating that in order to enhance one's cultivation in the future, one must seize the opportunity to break through during times of robust vitality. Otherwise, advancement would become unattainable, and it is advisable to achieve this breakthrough before the age of 60. Upon discovering the forbidden breakthrough, Thunder Tiger took the Tai Chi Classic and retreated to his chamber, where he commenced his reading. Upon completing the reading of the Taijiquan Classic, Thunder Tiger realized that the entirety of the teachings expounds upon the principles of Tai Chi. The practiced martial forms, whether in boxing or swordsmanship, serve merely as a supplementary means to harness the power of Tai Chi. After finishing the reading of the Thunder Tiger, he began to integrate the Nine Yang Manual, the Nine Yin Manual, and the Great Shift of the Universe, preparing to create a martial art that embodies the principles of Yin and Yang. In the confines of his chamber, Lei Hu delved into deep contemplation, absorbing the essence of the three martial arts techniques, integrating them into a cohesive whole, and embarking on the creation of a novel practice. After 3 days of arduous effort, Thunder Tiger successfully devised the martial art technique. This entire system encompasses the principles of both the Nine Yin and Nine Yang, as well as the cosmic forces of heaven and earth. The Thunder Tiger named the newly created martial art Wuji Xinjing. This profound text, upon its inception, cultivates vital energy that seemingly unites Yin and Yang, resulting in a state of boundlessness. It allows for the fluid transformation between the two attributes, making it suitable for a myriad of martial techniques and enabling the true potential of these skills to be fully realized. The Thunder Tiger not only established the cultivation techniques but also intends to refine all martial skills, uniting them into a singular mastery. Thunder Tiger commenced a period of seclusion to develop his own martial arts techniques. He began by consolidating and refining his methods of fist fighting, palm strikes, finger techniques, and claw techniques. Lei Hu entered the courtyard and commenced his practice. He began with fist techniques, followed by palm techniques, gradually integrating his martial skills. At times, Lei Hu would unleash a punch, while at other moments, he would execute a palm strike, his hands dancing in the air, ceaselessly transforming. After a day of relentless practice, Thunder Tiger successfully amalgamated his martial skills, culminating in the creation of an entirely novel technique. This new martial art encompasses a diverse array of hand techniques, including fist methods, palm techniques, finger forms, and claw skills. The Thunder Tiger has named the newly developed martial art Wuji Fist technique, specifically designed to complement his own cultivation practices. After Lei Hu established his fist technique, he began to create his movement skills. The following morning, Lei Hu arrived in the courtyard to practice, intending to consolidate and integrate all his lightness techniques into a cohesive whole. The figure of Thunder Tiger began to shift, creating fleeting shadows within the courtyard. He seamlessly integrated various forms of movement, refining them into a singular mastery. The Thunder Tiger's foot touched the air, propelling his body into the sky as if he were treading upon solid ground, gradually ascending while gracefully dancing in the heavens. With a single stride, Lei Hu advanced, his figure gliding through the air. He traversed a distance of 10 feet, each step echoing with the grace of flight, executing 9 strides before finally descending to the ground. At that moment, Yin Tian, witnessing Lei Hu's remarkable display, exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Lei, your prowess is truly remarkable. You can already soar through the air." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "What I am doing is not flying at all. It is merely due to my exceptional agility that I can tread upon the air, taking a few steps and leaping forward." As Lei Hu spoke, it was then that I merged various techniques, such as the grass flying, spiral 9 shadows, serpent-like transformations, and Wudong cloud ladder, into a novel form of movement. I named this technique Carefree Windwalker, akin to navigating the tempestuous winds, allowing for a free and unrestrained journey. Yin Tian, intrigued, inquired about the training requirements for this art. If possible, I too would like to learn it. The Thunder Tiger remarked that in order to cultivate the art of carefree drifting with the wind, one must attain the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. Otherwise, lacking sufficient depth of vital energy, one would be incapable of treading upon the air, thus rendering the ascent into the skies and the ability to traverse through the air impossible. After elucidating the intricacies to Yin Tianzheng and the others, Lei Hu remarked, "At present, only Zhang Zhenren possesses the capability to cultivate this particular martial art. I shall retain a copy of the technique within the Wudong sect, so that when your cultivation reaches a sufficient level, you may embark on its practice." The Thunder Tiger commenced the creation of a unique swordsmanship, amalgamating all the techniques he had mastered into the formation of an entirely new style. In the courtyard, Lei Hu began to wield his large blade, amalgamating various techniques into a novel form of swordsmanship. As he continuously executed these techniques, a fresh style gradually emerged. By nightfall, this new technique had taken its preliminary shape. The Thunder Tiger has christened its new sword technique as the Boundless Divine Blade Slash, specifically designed to complement the newly established martial arts. Tailored for the freshly cultivated true energy. Lei Hu gazed at the panel. Name: Lei Hu Cultivation. Postnatal, 9th level pinnacle, technique. Infinite True Scripture, initial insight, 1100 martial arts. Infinite Fist, initial insight, 1100 Carefree Wind, initial insight, 1100 Infinite Divine Blade Slash, initial insight, 1100 Lei Hu gazed at the pristine panel and spoke. The current martial arts techniques are exceptionally refined. The cultivation method encompasses the Wuji scripture. The hand techniques include the Wuji fist, while the body movements are characterized by the carefree wind. The swordplay is represented by the Wuji divine blade slash. In the future, once I master other martial arts, I shall categorize them and integrate them into my techniques, thereby enriching the martial arts repertoire and broadening its applicability. Lei Hu meticulously organized the techniques, expending considerable energy in the process. He entered the dining hall and indulged in a hearty meal. Once his hunger was satiated, he returned to his room to rest, seeking to restore his depleted spirit. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the room, gently warming Lei Hu's face, which ultimately roused him from his slumber, prompting him to open his bleary eyes. Thunder Tiger rose from the bed, twisting his body and producing a series of resounding cracks. Only then did he feel invigorated enough to step out of the room. After having breakfast, Thunder Tiger ventured into the courtyard to commence his martial arts training, honing the newly devised techniques to achieve greater proficiency. During the course of his training, Lei Hu discovered that the martial art he had conceived himself allowed for an exceptionally rapid advancement. Remarkably, within just one morning, he elevated his proficiency from a mere glimpse of the fundamentals to a level of considerable mastery. Chapter 41. Disputes among the sects. The Thunder Tiger discovered a new martial art, progressing swiftly in his training, which brought him immense joy. He remarked that it seems only the techniques and skills he created himself allow for a more rapid mastery, enabling him to grasp them with greater speed. Lei Hu devoted himself to the rigorous practice of martial arts, dedicating an entire day to mastering the infinite fist technique, achieving a profound understanding and complete proficiency in it. On the following morning, he commenced his training in footwork, striving to attain a level of mastery that would enable him to fully comprehend and execute it with finesse. The Thunder Tiger commenced his training, his figure flickering within the courtyard like a sprite in the wind, swaying gracefully with the gentle breeze, rendering him elusive and enigmatic. After a day's dedicated effort, Thunder Tiger has mastered the art of carefree as the wind, achieving a profound understanding and complete control of this elusive technique, manipulating it with the ease of an extension of his own limbs. As Thunder Tiger commenced his training in the art of swordsmanship, each swing of the great blade unleashed a radiant arc of light that cleaved through the air, striking the ground and leaving a myriad of intricate fissures that crisscrossed in chaotic beauty. On the day when Thunder Tiger had perfected his craft, he gazed down upon the courtyard floor, now utterly shattered by the relentless onslaught of his sword's brilliance, leaving behind a scattered mosaic of fragmented remnants. It took Lei Hu an entire day to thoroughly master the Wujishindo, achieving a level of proficiency that allowed him to wield the blade's power with consummate skill. At that moment, Yin Tian entered the courtyard and, upon witnessing the disarray surrounding him, remarked, "Brother Lei, your dedication to training is truly remarkable. You are so engrossed that you seem oblivious to the passage of time." Lei Hu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What time is it?" "Every day seems the same, all alike." Yin Tianzheng replied, "Brother Lei, have you not noticed that during this period, the people within the Wudong sect have been exceedingly busy?" Thunder Tiger remarked, "They are busy. What does it have to do with me? I shall not lend a hand." Yin Tianzheng responded, "In a few days, it will be the centenary birthday of Master Zhang. The Wudong sect is preparing to celebrate this grand occasion for Master Zhang, and they invite us to attend." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Since it is the grand birthday celebration of Master Zhang, we ought to wholeheartedly extend our best wishes to him. I shall take a brief respite from my martial cultivation for a few days." Thunder Tiger is aware that during the original timeline, the centenary birthday celebration of Zhang Sanfeng was coerced by individuals from the martial world, which ultimately led to the tragic demise of the couple, Zhang Zuishan and his wife, by their own hands. Thunder Tiger contemplated that with his presence, as long as he remained vigilant to prevent the two from taking their own lives, he could ensure that Yin Tianzheng would become even more loyal to him. A few days later, the day of Zhang Sanfeng's centenary birthday arrived, and the entire Wudong sect became bustling with activity. At this juncture, the members of Wudong had already received messages from the foot of the mountain the previous day, revealing that numerous martial artists were making their way towards the Wudong sect. The 7 heroes of Wudong had become aware of the intentions of various sects, who sought to ascertain the whereabouts of Xie Sun through the Zhang family. The 7 heroes began their preparations, rehearsing the Wudong 7 formations to counter these martial artists. At this moment, Thunder Tiger glanced at Zhang Cuishan and noticed an unusual pallor on his face, as if he were burdened with unspoken worries. Thunder Tiger realized that Zhang Cuishan had learned of the past treachery by Yin Susu, which had led to Yu Daiyan's return being met with treachery and the lethal force of the diamond finger technique, resulting in his limbs being crushed and leaving him bedridden and incapacitated. When the members of various sects arrived at the Wudong training grounds, they began to threaten Wudong, demanding that the Zhang family disclose the whereabouts of Xie Sun. At this moment, Thunder Tiger became acutely aware that Zhang Cuishan had drawn his sword, preparing to take his own life. With a subtle lift of his right hand, Lei Hu executed a flicking motion, releasing a surge of inner energy that struck the long sword, sending it flying and preventing Zhang Cuishan from taking his own life. At that moment, the others finally reacted, rushing forward to seize Zhang Cuishan's hands, thwarting his suicide attempt. Zhang Sanfeng, having detected Zhang Cuishan's perilous intent, felt a chill wash over him as he cast a steely gaze upon the crowd, admonishing them to descend the mountain post-haste. If you dare to press further, do not blame this old Taoist for his wrath, he warned. As the group turned their eyes towards Shaolin Temple, they sought the intervention of Kongwen, hoping he would lead them in compelling Zhang Sanfeng to relent. Observing the apprehensive expressions of his companions, Kongwen's countenance shifted. He realized that these individuals, upon encountering Zhang Sanfeng, were gripped by fear and wished for him to confront Zhang's fury. Aware of Zhang Sanfeng's formidable martial prowess, Kongwen understood that they were no match for him. Should conflict arise, the others would likely retreat, leaving him and his Shaolin disciples to contend with the Wudong sect, thereby incurring Zhang Sanfeng's ire. In that tense moment, Kongwen spoke. There is no need for anger, Master Zhang. We have merely come to inquire about Xie Sun's whereabouts and had no intention of coercing the Zhang family. The near suicide of Zhang Wuxia was unforeseen. Zhang Sanfeng responded. So you still wish to learn of Xie Sun's location and intend to pressure the Cuishan family. Realizing Zhang Sanfeng's rising temper, Kongwen quickly added, in that case, as fellow practitioners of the martial arts, let us resolve this through combat. We shall have our disciples engage in a series of duels to determine the victor. What manner of contest do you propose, Abbot Kongwen? Zhang Sanfeng inquired. Kongwen replied, each of our sects will send forth a representative under the age of 30, and the battles will continue until only one remains standing. Should your sect emerge victorious, we shall cease our pursuit of Zhang Wuxia and his family for Xie Sun's whereabouts. Conversely, if we prevail, we request that Zhang Wuxia disclose Xie Sun's location, thus providing an explanation to our respective sections. At that moment, Yin Tianzhang, having heard Kongwen's words, brightened with enthusiasm and approached Zhang Sanfeng. If Brother Lei participates, victory is assured, he proclaimed. Yin Tianzhang continued, Abbot Kongwen, since my daughter is also entangled in this matter, the Tianying sect must likewise partake in this contest. Kongwen, acknowledging Yin Tianzhang's words, responded, if the Tianying sect wishes to join, we welcome your involvement. After all, with so many of us, how could we possibly falter? Yin Tianzhang asserted, you Wudong sect must swiftly select your combatants. As for the Tianying sect, we shall send Brother Lei to the fray. Upon hearing Yin Tianzhang's declaration, Zhang Cuishan felt a sense of relief, knowing that Lei Hu would be participating in the battle, reassured by his formidable strength. Hastily, they convened with Zhang Sanfeng to deliberate on the deployment of their third-generation disciples for battle. Kongwen and his companions also began discussions with the leaders of various sects, preparing to send forth their strongest juniors to overcome the Wudong sect and compel Zhang Cuishan to divulge the whereabouts of Xie Sun. The sect leaders engaged in earnest discourse, and soon reached a consensus. Each sect would dispatch one disciple to engage in combat with the members of Wudong. On the Wudong side, upon witnessing the emergence of 6 individuals from Kongwen's group, they selected 5 from their own third-generation disciples to partake in the fray. At this juncture, Kongwen observed that all parties had already designated their representatives for battle. He proposed that, since both sides were adequately prepared, the confrontation should take place in the training arena, allowing the onlookers to witness the clash. Zhang Sanfeng, aware of the formidable presence of Lei Hu among their ranks, felt assured of victory. He remarked, Since you are so eager to face defeat, allow me to facilitate your desires. Let them engage in battle and be thoroughly vanquished, so that you may accept your loss with true resignation. Chapter 42. The emergence of Lei Hu. Thunder Tiger initially intended merely to rescue the Zhang family, hoping to repay the favor owed to the Wudong sect. After all, having resided in the Wudong sect for an extended period, he was well aware of the family's fate and felt compelled to bring them back to safety. Little did Thunder Tiger anticipate that his intention to lend a helping hand would ultimately entangle him in a conflict, compelled to engage in battle with the younger generations of these sections. Lei Hu had no choice but to follow the disciples of the Wudong sect to the training ground, preparing for battle against them. Kong, upon hearing that the Wudong sect had selected their fighters, felt a surge of joy within. He mused to himself, "Here, we have gathered the elite disciples from the 6 major sects. They cannot possibly be our rivals. The disciples from Shaolin, whom I represent, are nothing short of the finest. Among them is my youngest junior brother, Kong Xing, who is merely 28 years old. His cultivation has reached the 6th level of the acquired stage, and his mastery of the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique is unparalleled, making him the chief disciple of the Demo Hall. With him leading our charge, victory is assured, unless, of course, the 7 heroes of Wudong take to the field, in which case there may be a chance to overcome my junior brother." As Lei Hu gazed into the arena, he discerned that the adversary he faced this time was a member of the Kongtong sect, possessing rather mediocre skills, only at the 5th level of acquired strength. Engaged in a fierce battle with a disciple of Wudong, the clash between the two was intense, and it would take some time before the confrontation reached its conclusion. After observing for a while, Lei Hu noted that the Wudong disciples, lacking experience, had succumbed to their opponent's relentless assaults, resulting in their defeat. Kong won. Witnessing his team's initial victory upon entering the arena, expressed his delight, proclaiming that they appeared poised to triumph in this battle. Although the Kongtong faction was significantly drained, they showed no inclination to withdraw, eager to engage further in combat to deplete the opponent's vital energy and secure victory in the wager for their side. In Tianzheng, perceiving the enemy's strategy, remarked quietly that the opposing team naively believed that by exhausting their fighters, they could ensure victory. He mused that if they allowed Brother Lei to take the stage, he alone could sweep the competition. Zhang Sanfeng interjected, suggesting that they refrain from deploying the young Lei for now, allowing the adversaries a moment of arrogance. Only by ensuring their defeat is complete would they relinquish their tenacity and cease their underhanded tactics. Hearing the dialogue between the two, Thunder Tiger interjected, "Since I am here to assist you, I shall fight as you suggest, determined to subdue the opponent completely." The battle on the field raged fiercely. Victory would ensure their continued presence, allowing them to exhaust their adversaries and secure a greater chance of triumph for their side. Several skirmishes unfolded, yet only Shaolin and Amei remained unengaged. Colin remarked, "It is your Amei disciples who should take the lead in this contest. Ultimately, it will be a member of the Shaolin sect who concludes this battle." Upon hearing Kong Wen's words, Master Miju understood that the Shaolin disciples were likely the most formidable fighters. Reluctantly, she dispatched her own disciples to join the fray. Turning to the earth, she addressed her student, "Genie, you shall take the field this time. Do not disgrace the dignity of our Amei sect." Hearing her master's words, Bei Genie promptly replied, "Master, rest assured, I shall fight earnestly, unleashing my full potential, so that others may recognize the strength of our Amei sect." As Lei Hu gazed upon the battlefield, he beheld the formidable master of extinction, who commanded Bei Genie to engage in combat and began to assess the strength of the adversary. At that moment, Lei Hu discerned that Bei Genie had attained the 6th level of postnatal cultivation, her internal vital energy remarkably solidified, a testament to her mastery of the 9 manual. It was evident that Master of Extinction had acquired the manual from Yang Qingying and subsequently imparted its teachings to her disciples. With a long sword in hand, Bei Genie stepped into the arena and spoke, "Esteemed senior brother, I beg your pardon. If I inadvertently cause you harm, I trust you will not hold it against me." The disciples of the Wudong sect responded, "Sister, please do not hesitate to act. Should I be injured by your hand, it shall solely be attributed to my lack of skill and insufficient cultivation, and I shall not reproach you." Acknowledging their words with a respectful bow, Bei Genie replied, "I apologize for any offense." She raised her arm, the sword held aloft, and with a fierce thrust, she surged forward like a swift arrow released from its bowstring. The Wudong practitioner, witnessing her advance, deftly sidestepped, evading the strike. Seeing her opponent evade, Bei Genie smiled slyly and unleashed the Spiral 9 shadows, intent on closing the distance and rendering escape difficult for her adversary. At that moment, the Wudong disciple recognized that Bei Genie had indeed cultivated the 9 manual and, realizing he could not prevail through sheer strength, opted instead to delay, hoping to withstand her onslaught a little longer. As Bei Genie employed the Spiral 9 shadows, she relentlessly pursued her opponent, her sword dancing through the air until she ultimately forced him out of the arena, securing victory. Observing Bei Genie's triumph, Master of Extinction remarked with a smile, "Genie has performed admirably, showcasing the prowess of our Mei sect, proving that we too can cultivate masters who make their names known in the martial world." Kongwen interjected, "They have but one fighter, while we still have two. Even if we must endure, we shall outlast them and achieve victory." At this moment, Thunder Tiger realized that he was the sole survivor on his side, yet still capable of combat. Thus, he began to advance onto the battlefield, in an effort to instill fear in his opponent. Lei Hu executed the graceful technique of Xiao Yao Sui Feng, lifting his foot and slowly ascending into the air. With a series of 3 steps, he elevated himself approximately 3 feet above the ground, continuing to stride forward into the arena. After traversing a distance of 6 zhang, he landed seamlessly on the ground. Kongwen, having observed Lei Hu's movements from the outset, felt a shift in his demeanor as the latter floated gracefully through the air. His expression changed, and a profound sense of astonishment enveloped him. He pondered the extraordinary strength of this individual, capable of such feats. Even within his own sect, only the legendary Bodhidharma had been recorded to possess such formidable prowess at the pinnacle of his cultivation. Upon Lei Hu's descent to the arena, Kongwen exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Zhang Zhenren, if you cannot bear the thought of defeat, there is no need for this contest. How could you allow a being of such cultivation to engage in battle with our disciples?" Yin Tianjing interjected, "Brother Lei is indeed one of us, a member of the Tianing sect, and his age falls within the stipulated requirements, not exceeding 30 years. He is qualified to participate. However," remarked the venerable mistress of extinction, "this brother's cultivation is extraordinarily formidable." Yin Tianjing, "Do you truly believe we are fools? In our sects, individuals who reach the 7th level of postnatal cultivation are typically around 50 years of age at the very least. Where is the logic in your claim that such a young man possesses this level of skill?" Yin Tianjing replied, "If you're skeptical, you may test Brother Lei's bones to ascertain his true age." Upon hearing Yin Tianjing's words, Kongwen responded, "Since the sect master speaks so, I shall proceed to verify this gentleman's age to determine if it aligns with the requirements." He stepped forward and addressed Lei Hu, "Esteemed sir, I humbly request your cooperation as I examine your age." Lei Hu remarked, "Master, if you harbor any doubts, feel free to personally verify my age to ascertain whether it meets the requirements for the contest." Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Kongwen extended his right hand, resting it upon Lei Hu's shoulder. Channeling his vital energy, he directed it through his arm and into Lei Hu's body, where it traversed and began to assess the condition of Lei Hu's skeletal age. As Kongwen's vital energy coursed through Lei Hu, it soon revealed that he was merely 28 years old, thus fulfilling the criteria for the competition. After this discovery, he withdrew his energy back into himself. Joining his hands in a gesture of humility, Kongwen spoke, "I apologize for any offense I may have caused you earlier, esteemed guest. I hope you will not hold it against me." Thunder Tiger, having assessed his own age and found no discrepancies, spoke, "I harbor no grievances against the master. Since the master has conducted his examination, I kindly request that you return to the sidelines, allowing me to continue my battle with my opponent." Chapter 43. Overcoming the adversary after inspecting the surroundings. Thunder Tiger began to withdraw from the arena, returning to the crowd of Shaolin to observe the battle. Lei Hu gazed at Bei Genie and spoke, "Miss Bei, allow me to witness the proficiency of your 9 manual, and I shall offer you some guidance." Bei Genie had been profoundly astonished by Lei Hu's earlier display. She was acutely aware of the vast chasm between her own abilities and his, rendering her incapable of overcoming him in combat. At that moment, Master Miju interjected, "Genie, since Brother Lei wishes to assess your strength, you should engage in a friendly spar with him, allowing him to provide you with some insights." Upon hearing Master Miju's words, Bei Genie finally responded, "Since my master has requested that I duel with Brother Lei, I must humbly present myself and seek his guidance." Thunder Tiger remarked, "I presume that your 9 manual has been acquired from Master Yang. Allow me to witness how well Miss Bei has mastered the 9 manual." After Lei Hu concluded his words, he remained still on the field, awaiting Bei Genie's offensive move. Observing Lei Hu's unmoving stance, Bei Genie finally spoke, "Apologies, senior brother Lei." She then began to channel the profound techniques of the 9 true scriptures, executing the spiral 9 shadows. In an instant, her figure flickered, leaving behind a trail of phantoms as she surged towards Lei Hu. With a swift motion, she raised her arm, gripping her longsword tightly, and unleashed the move Phoenix Descends, aiming a piercing strike at Lei Hu's chest. Upon spotting Bei Genie, Lei Hu unleashed the spiral 9 shadows, charging directly towards her. The long sword gleamed with a frosty light, its blade flashing as it lunged towards him. The Thunder Tiger raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers forward, skillfully intercepting the thrusting longsword, thereby halting it mid-air, rendering it incapable of advancing further. The Thunder Tiger grasped the longsword and spoke. "Miss Bei's spiral 9 shadows has yet to be mastered. For now, she can only produce 3 illusory afterimages, which merely signifies the beginning. With further practice, she will undoubtedly attain greater proficiency." With a flick of his finger, Thunder Tiger unleashed his formidable finger-flicking technique. The force traveled through the longsword and reverberated into Bei Genie's arm, causing it to tremble, nearly dislodging the sword from her grasp. A tingling sensation surged through her palm as the weapon almost slipped away. She quickly tightened her grip on the hilt, leveraging this surge of power to retreat backward, intent on evading Thunder Tiger before seeking an opportunity to engage in combat. Upon encountering Bei Genie, Lei Hu retreated and unleashed the spiral 9 shadows, conjuring 9 afterimages that pursued Bei Genie relentlessly. These phantoms encircled her, rendering it impossible for her to escape the confines of battle, forcing her to continuously evade in an effort to avoid Lei Hu's onslaught. Thunder Tiger caught up with Bei Genie, unleashing the demon-slaying fist technique. With a single strike, his fist impacted the air, causing it to tremble and ripple outward in waves. The fist of Thunder Tiger was formidable and powerful, akin to a cannonball discharged from its barrel, delivering immense force as it struck Bei Genie's shoulder, sending her sprawling to the ground, her hair disheveled and in a disarrayed state. Upon landing, Bei Genie felt a slight ache in her shoulder, realizing that Thunder Tiger had restrained his strength, merely propelling her away. Otherwise, given his prowess, a full-force strike could have potentially resulted in her demise on the spot. Swiftly rising to her feet, Bei Genie clasped her fists in a gesture of respect towards Thunder Tiger and spoke. "Thank you, senior brother Lei, for your mercy. It spared me from a humiliating defeat. Through this battle, I have come to recognize the inadequacy of my cultivation. Upon my return, I shall diligently practice to enhance my capabilities." Lei Hu humbly expressed that Miss Bei was too modest, and as a rough individual, he sincerely hoped she would not hold it against him for his excessive force, which had inadvertently caused her harm. In response to Lei Hu's words, Bei Genie spoke up, stating that her junior sister's defeat to Brother Lei was solely due to her own inadequacies and skill and not a reflection of Brother Lei's prowess. After speaking, Bei Genie took up her long sword and stepped back to stand before Master Miju, saying, "Master, I have lost the contest, and I humbly request your punishment." Master Miju replied, "Genie has performed admirably, considering Brother Lei's strength. Even I would have faced defeat in his stead. There is no reason to fault Genie." At this moment, Master Miju directed her gaze toward the Shaolin's side, implying that her disciple had already taken the stage, and it was now the turn of the Shaolin disciples to engage in battle with Lei Hu. Seeing Master Miju's look, Kong Wen turned to Kong Xing and said, "Junior brother, once you step into the arena, exert your utmost strength against the opponent. Even in defeat, I shall not hold you accountable." Kong Xing responded, "Then I shall proceed to battle. It would be best if you refrain from blaming me should I lose." As Kong Xing entered the arena, he spoke softly. "With my current abilities, I am not a match for you, yet I have diligently practiced the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique for over 20 years. I kindly request your guidance." Upon hearing the words of Kong Xing, Lei Hu spoke. "Thus, it seems the master possesses great confidence in his claw technique. In that case, I shall engage in a sparring match with you using my own claw skills." Kong Xing, upon hearing Lei Hu's declaration, felt a surge of joy within, contemplating that in a contest of sheer strength, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. However, in a competition of claw techniques, his 20 years of meticulous refinement of the Dragon Claw technique might indeed prove formidable. With that thought, Kong Xing stepped forward, extending his arms, fingers curling to form the shape of a dragon's claw, adopting the initial stance of the Dragon Claw technique, ready to engage Lei Hu in an earnest battle. The Thunder Tiger perceived the essence of emptiness and assumed the posture of the dragon's claw, extending both hands with fingers curved to form a fierce claw-like shape. As the vital energy surged, it gathered in his palms, causing the fingertips to emanate a chilling light. With a graceful lift of his foot, emptiness advanced towards the Thunder Tiger, closing the distance between them. His arms began to sway, executing the dragon's claw technique, targeting the vital points on the Thunder Tiger's body. He unleashed the full spectrum of the dragon's claw maneuvers, capturing the wind, grasping the shadow, embracing the remnant, and guarding the void. The claw shadows danced incessantly as they aimed for the Thunder Tiger's vital points. As Lei Hu beheld the ethereal dragon claws reaching out, he employed the art of carefree drifting with the wind, his feet lightly treading upon the ground, incessantly dancing. His body swayed subtly, deftly evading the grasp of the dragon claws within the confines of a mere heartbeat. When the specter of emptiness had unleashed its full barrage of dragon claws, Lei Hu remained steadfast in his position, exhibiting no deviation whatsoever. Not a single crease marred the hem of his garment, as though he had scarcely stirred. Upon witnessing the essence of emptiness, Thunder Tiger exhausted the techniques of the dragon claw. At this moment, through his keen observation, Thunder Tiger had mastered all the moves of the dragon claw. The Thunder Tiger spoke, "Master, please take a look at my newly acquired dragon claw technique and offer your esteemed appraisal." The Thunder Tiger's body flickered, akin to an arrow released with precision. Swift as the wind, leaving behind trails of afterimages as it surged towards the void. Thunder Tiger charged towards Kong Xing. His fingers curled and gleaming with a chilling light as he swung his arms, employing the dragon claw technique to strike at Kong Xing's entire being. Upon witnessing Thunder Tiger's advance, Kong Xing was seized by a sense of panic and hastily employed his evasive maneuvers. However, the disparity in strength between him and Thunder Tiger was insurmountable. Evasion was utterly futile. Before he could fully comprehend Thunder Tiger's movements, he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, a stark reminder of the overwhelming gulf in their abilities. Realizing that evasion was out of the question, he braced himself to endure the onslaught. As Thunder Tiger concluded his dragon claw technique and took a few steps back to create distance, he cast his gaze upon Kong Xing. The monk's robe was marred by deep claw marks, revealing the bronze hue of his skin beneath, marked by the very traces of the assault. Observing the tattered state of his robe and the injuries upon his body, Kong Xing understood that Thunder Tiger had shown restraint. Had it not been for this mercy, he would have long succumbed, reduced to a lifeless corpse. Kong Xing spoke, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Thunder Benefactor, for your mercy, which has spared me a more devastating defeat. I shall return to my monastery and diligently practice until I master the dragon claw technique to its most refined state. Otherwise, I shall not venture beyond the temple gates again." Lei Hu remarked, "Master, you are being overly modest. I merely relied on my formidable cultivation to triumph over you, causing you to lose the contest. I truly feel remorseful. I implore you not to take it to heart." Kong Xing, upon hearing Lei Hu's words, replied, "Your Excellency speaks too kindly. A humble monk has lost, and such is the nature of competition. There is no shame in defeat. I shall return and henceforth refrain from meddling in the affairs of the martial world." Having said this, Kong Xing joined his palms in a respectful gesture towards Lei Hu before retreating. Approaching Kong Wan, he expressed, "Brother Kong Wan, I have brought shame upon our Shaolin by losing." Kong Wan responded, "Dear brother, the disparity between you and Master Lei is immense. A loss is inconsequential in such circumstances, so there is no need for sorrow." Chapter 44. Entering the Yuan capital after defeating their adversaries, the Thunder Tiger departed from the battlefield and returned to the Wudong sect, contemplating the next steps regarding the Shaolin and other sections. Upon realizing their defeat in the contest, Kong Wan approached and stated, "Since we have lost this match, we shall descend the mountain. We will no longer inquire about the whereabouts of Zhang Wuxiao and Xie Sun." Hearing Kong Wan's words, Zhang Sanfeng replied, "As long as you refrain from disturbing the lives of the Cui family, our Wudong sect shall not interfere with your actions." Understanding Zhang Sanfeng's intent, Kong Wan recognized that as long as they did not disturb the Cui family, he could pursue Xie Sun without hindrance. He believed that by dispatching more individuals to search the seas, they would eventually uncover Xie Sun's whereabouts. After expressing his apologies, Kong Wan led the Shaolin members away, descending the mountain to return to Shaolin. The remaining sects, witnessing the departure of the Shaolin, found themselves without a leader and, unwilling to provoke Zhang Sanfeng, followed suit down the mountain. Upon observing the scene, Lei Hu noticed that, before long, the vast training ground had become sparsely populated. The various sects that had gathered had already departed, leaving the arena desolate. Zhang Sanfeng, seeing that others had taken their leave, finally spoke, expressing his gratitude to the young friend Lei for reviving the Chui Mountain clan. Otherwise, the sorrow of witnessing a white-haired man send off a black-haired one would have been a heavy burden for him to bear. Lei Hu remarked, I was fortunate enough to witness Zhang Wuxiao preparing to take his own life, which prompted me to intervene and save him. During my time residing within your esteemed sect, I have gained substantial insights, and there is no need for Zhang Zhenren to express gratitude. It is merely my duty. Zhang Sanfeng inquired, I am curious about your intentions. Young friend Lei Hu, if you have no pressing matters, you are welcome to remain within our sect and offer your guidance to our disciples. Lei Hu expressed that his cultivation had now reached the 9th level of the postnatal stage, and he was about to seek methods for a breakthrough. He prepared to lead the Tianying sect in an uprising to overthrow the tyrannical Yuan and expel the foreign invaders, restoring the dominion of the Han people. Zhang Sanfeng remarked that since young friend Lei Hu harbored such intentions, once their forces approached the vicinity of the Wudong sect, his followers would collaborate with them to secure the neighboring territories. The Thunder Tiger remarked, since Master Zhang supports us, once we conquer this place, we shall certainly invite your esteemed sect to assist in seizing control of this territory. After spending a day within the Wudong sect, Lei Hu led Yin Tianzheng and his companions towards the Heavenly Eagle sect. This return journey was swifter than their arrival, unencumbered by the presence of Zhang Zuishan's family. Along the way, no one attempted to impede Lei Hu and his party. Upon their return to the Heavenly Eagle sect, Yin Tianzheng inquired, Brother Lei, are you now ready to commence the uprising, without the need for further accumulation of time? Lei Hu remarked that over the years, the followers of the Ming sect have persistently endeavored to overthrow the rule of the Yuan dynasty. Although their efforts have not yielded significant results, they have nonetheless compelled the Yuan dynasty to exhaust its resources in combating the Ming sect. Now, having amassed sufficient strength, it would be prudent to initiate action rather than continue to build momentum, which might alert the court. This direct approach could attract a multitude of individuals to join us in our resistance against the Yuan. Yin Yanzhang then inquired, if that is the case, will Brother Lei be heading to the front lines to lead the command, ensuring that our endeavors proceed with greater efficacy? The Thunder Tiger remarked, there is no need for that. You should assign all the skilled individuals within the sect to undertake assassinations of local officials, particularly targeting the military officers. This will hinder the local authorities' ability to act, thereby facilitating the smooth progression of our uprising. Lei Hu paused for a moment, awaiting the understanding of Yin Tianzheng and the others, before he spoke. As for myself, I shall proceed alone. With my capabilities, solitary action will yield more effective results. Yin Tianzheng inquired, may I ask, Brother Lei, what is the plan for this operation? Are we to assassinate that local official, thereby disrupting the functioning of the government? Thunder Tiger declared, in order to instigate upheaval within the court, I am prepared to journey to the capital and eliminate the emperor. Such an act will undoubtedly send shockwaves through the court, facilitating the success of our uprising. Yin Tianzheng responded, Brother Lei, you have yet to visit the capital and are not well acquainted with its terrain. Should we enlist the cooperation of our brethren in this endeavor? Lei Hu replied, there is no need for that. I shall first journey to the capital to survey the terrain. Only after thoroughly assessing the landscape shall we commence our actions. Yin Tianzheng inquired, should we inform the Ming sect about our operation so their members can collaborate with us? Lei Hu remarked, there is no need for that. If too many people are aware, the news may leak, jeopardizing our operations. He continued, drawing from the experience of the Ming sect, should our actions be uncovered, they would undoubtedly cooperate with us and take action themselves. Yin Tianzheng added, over the years, the Ming sect has consistently been in rebellion and has accumulated considerable experience. If an opportunity arises, they will surely seize it and deliver a significant blow to the court. Thunder Tiger remarked that if he were to slay the emperor, the news would inevitably spread, prompting the members of the Ming cult to take action, thereby diverting the court's attention from them and allowing them to remain less conspicuous. Yin Tian then inquired when Brother Lei planned to make his way to the capital so that he could coordinate his subordinates to assist in Brother Lei's endeavors. Thunder Tiger remarked, there is no need for that. Pay attention. Once the news of the emperor's assassination is disseminated, you may commence your actions. This way, we shall avoid attracting the court's attention and remain unscathed. Yin Tianzheng replied, since Brother Lei has made such arrangements, let the Wild King proceed. We shall only act once the news from the capital reaches us. Lei Hu remarked, You may commence your preparations tomorrow. First, organize the team. And once the news from the capital is disseminated, we shall initiate our actions. I will depart from here tomorrow, heading directly towards the capital to assassinate the emperor." On the following morn, Lei Hu strapped his formidable blade to his back and left the headquarters of the Sky Eagle sect, setting forth towards the capital. After spending approximately 10 days inquiring and traveling, Lei Hu finally arrived at the capital of the Yuan dynasty. Upon reaching the gates of the grand city of Dadu in Hebei, he beheld the towering city walls, which rose majestically over 3 zhang high. Numerous soldiers patrolled atop the walls, vigilant against any vagabonds attempting to scale them and infiltrate the capital. Thunder Tiger understood that the towering city walls, standing at 3 zhang high, could indeed deter the majority of wanderers from the martial world. However, those who had attained the 7th level of postnatal cultivation had the capability to scale these walls and stealthily infiltrate the capital, plotting to assassinate the officials within. The Yuan dynasty's court was acutely aware of the discontent among the Han people, who persistently resisted their rule. These officials, wary of potential threats from the martial populace, had deployed numerous soldiers to patrol the city walls, seeking to prevent any clandestine entries aimed at assassination. Yet, unbeknownst to these officials, Thunder Tiger had no intention of sneaking in. He planned to boldly enter through the city gates to carry out his assassination of the emperor. With his formidable strength, he intended to break free from the city, making it exceedingly difficult for the soldiers to pursue him. Thunder Tiger, clad in a rugged attire befitting a wanderer of the martial world, swaggered through the crowd with a large sword slung over his back. Entering the city gate and making his way inside. Upon entering the capital, Lei Hu first sought out a tavern, ordered an array of sumptuous dishes, and began to indulge heartily. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he then rented a private room to reside in. After a night of rest, Thunder Tiger emerged from the inn the following morning, having partaken of breakfast. He then strolled into the city, leisurely wandering the bustling streets, surveying the entire layout of the capital to facilitate his plans for the assassination of the emperor. Thunder Tiger diverted to the outskirts of the palace, beginning his distant observation. At times, in order to scrutinize the terrain within the palace, he ascended nearby tall buildings, gazing down upon the imperial city from above, meticulously surveying its landscape. After wandering through the capital city for 6 days, the Thunder Tiger finally familiarized himself with the layout of the imperial palace, preparing himself for the forthcoming endeavor. Chapter 45. The Assassination of the Yuan Dynasty Emperor. Every day, Lei Hu discreetly observed the terrain while also paying attention to the emperor's movements, discovering that during this period, he would retire to the chambers of a particular concubine. During this period, Lei Hu has thoroughly deciphered the emperor's movements, which is why he is now prepared to take action. Once night falls, Lei Hu exits the tavern and approaches the palace. Under the cover of darkness, he scales the walls and makes his way into the palace grounds. Lei Hu, having calculated the timing with precision, stealthily entered the imperial palace and concealed himself in the shadows. He observed the emperor as he made his way into the concubine's chambers to bestow his favor upon her. Taking advantage of the emperor's indulgence with his concubine, the cunning Lei Hu stealthily infiltrated her chambers. At that moment, the eunuchs, palace maids, and guards, wishing to avoid disturbing the emperor's leisure, began to slack off outside the quarters. Upon reaching the outer chamber of the palace, Lei Hu discerned sounds emanating from within, revealing that the emperor was in the throes of passion with his consort, breathing heavily and emitting deep, robust tones. Upon his arrival, Lei Hu had scarcely stood outside for more than a minute when he noticed that the sounds from within had abruptly ceased. The thunderous tiger discerned that the emperor had just visited his consort, and now was the opportune moment for relaxation. It was the perfect chance to infiltrate and eliminate the emperor, thereby instigating a significant upheaval within the court. With a gentle push, Thunder Tiger opened the door, and like a bolt of lightning, swiftly entered the room unnoticed. At that moment, the emperor had just concluded his activities and was reclining on the bed, preparing to rest. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept in, causing the emperor to shiver involuntarily. Quickly, he grasped the blanket and wrapped it around himself to ward off the impending chill. Upon entering the chamber, Thunder Tiger beheld the emperor reclined upon the bed as he commenced to cover himself with a quilt. The Thunder Tiger gazed upon the emperor, who lay bare upon the bed, drenched in perspiration and gasping for breath. It was evident that the recent exertions had exhausted him. After all, such matters were beyond the aid of others. Even if the emperor's health were to falter, assistance from anyone else would remain futile. The thunderous tiger beheld the concubine sleeping beside him, extending an arm to embrace the emperor's neck, seeking to win his favor and yearning for even greater affection from him. The thunder tiger's fingers curled as he unleashed the miraculous technique of finger flicking, releasing 2 successive streams of vital energy that shot forth from his fingertips, striking the 2 individuals at their acupoints and inducing a deep slumber. The thunder tiger stepped forward and beheld the slumbering emperor. He spoke, "You wretched sovereign, consumed by your own indulgences, utterly oblivious to the plight of your subjects. To end your life in this manner would be far too lenient." Taking advantage of the emperor's deep slumber, Thunder Tiger extended his hands, fingers splayed, seizing the emperor's head and twisting with force. A sharp crack echoed through the chamber as the emperor's neck was abruptly broken, his breath ceased, and he succumbed to death in an instant. With a powerful tug, Thunder Tiger forcefully yanked the emperor's neck down, severing the head from the body. Channeling his vital energy, a chilling aura emanated forth, freezing the flowing blood to prevent the metallic scent from wafting into the air and drawing the attention of onlookers. The Thunder Tiger activated his true energy, utilizing the frigid air to freeze the emperor's head, causing the blood within to cease its flow, trapped within the confines of the skull. Upon witnessing the emperor's assassination, and with no one the wiser, Thunder Tiger prepared to depart from the scene. During this period, Lei Hu has made keen observations. Each time the emperor visits this place to indulge in the company of his concubines, he invariably spends the night here. It is only at dawn that a eunuch comes to awaken the emperor and escort him away. The Thunder Tiger was aware that even if the emperor were to be slain, the news would not be immediately uncovered. It would only be at dawn, when the eunuchs arrived to summon the emperor back to the palace, that the grim reality would come to light. The Thunder Tiger swathed the severed head in cloth, grasping the emperor's head as he swiftly exited the chamber, his figure darting through the night, unnoticed by any onlookers. As Lei Hu passed by the group of guards, he discovered them engrossed in a game of chance with the eunuchs, reveling in their merriment. Little did they know that the current emperor had already met his demise, his very head taken away by another. The figure of the Thunder Tiger swiftly navigated through the palace, quickly exiting and making his way towards the outskirts of the city. Thunder Tiger arrived at the corner of the city wall. Seizing the opportunity during the soldiers' shift change, he propelled himself with a powerful leap, ascending into the air and landing atop the fortification. The silhouette of the Thunder Tiger swiftly traversed the ramparts, approaching the tower. Gazing towards the edifice, he observed the soldiers nestled within, soundly asleep. The Thunder Tiger swiftly advanced, arriving at the city tower, where he hung the emperor's severed head outside the ramparts. With a powerful push against the city wall, he executed a graceful somersault, descending gently to the ground. The Thunder Tiger turned to gaze at the city tower, where he beheld a cloth bundle suspended above. Judging by its appearance, it would only be discovered by the soldiers come morning. Under the cover of night, Lei Hu made his way towards the outskirts of the city, intending to spend the night in solitude. It was only at dawn that he planned to approach the city gates to observe the soldiers' reactions. After a night of rest, Lei Hu awoke at the 3rd watch of the day. As dawn began to break, he made his way to the main road, blending into the throng of people heading towards the city. Upon reaching the exterior of the city walls, he observed soldiers emerging from within, preparing to open the gates and allow the citizens entry. One soldier stepped out from the watchtower and noticed a fabric bundle hanging outside. He hurriedly approached, lifted the bundle, and began to inspect its contents. Upon opening it, the soldier exclaimed that within the bundle lay a severed head, evidently torn from its body while the victim was still alive. The commanding soldier responded dismissively, remarking that in such a vast metropolis, death was an everyday occurrence. It was not the first instance of a murder with a head displayed at the city gates. There was no need for alarm. He ordered the head to be cast outside, where, shortly thereafter, wild dogs would come to gnaw it clean. Upon witnessing the actions of this group of soldiers, Lei Hu realized that these ordinary men had never laid eyes upon the visage of the emperor. Even if they were to encounter the emperor, they would remain oblivious unless informed, for the emperor had long resided within the confines of the royal palace, rarely venturing out. The common folk harbored no knowledge of the emperor's appearance. Thus, it is hardly surprising that these soldiers treated the emperor's head as if it were that of an ordinary individual. Upon witnessing the emperor's severed head, the Thunder Tiger was cast aside by the soldiers. It was only then that he descended to unlock the city gates, allowing the populace to enter the city. Lei Hu blended into the crowd, passing through the city gates and re-entering the capital, intent on gathering intelligence regarding the palace. Upon arriving outside the imperial palace, Lei Hu observed numerous soldiers diligently patrolling the vicinity. A throng of officials was making their way towards the palace, their expressions betraying a palpable sense of urgency. In that moment, Lei Hu recognized the unfolding events, realizing that the emperor's predicament had been uncovered. With the news now circulating, these ministers within the palace had commenced their fierce contention, each vying to elevate their own candidates to the coveted position, all in pursuit of personal gain. The Thunder Tiger observed the situation and understood that before the new emperor was selected, the news of the emperor's demise would not be disseminated to the common folk. At this juncture, Lei Hu, in an effort to instigate upheaval within the imperial court, had no choice but to devise a plan to disseminate the news of the emperor's assassination, ensuring that it reached the ears of the entire realm. At this moment, Lei Hu departed from the royal palace and ventured into the impoverished quarters, embarking on a quest. After a thorough search, he ultimately discovered that members of the beggars' sect were active in this vicinity. The Thunder Tiger trailed behind the other party, arriving at a corner where he discovered the vicinity was deserted, perfectly suited for his covert maneuvering. Thunder Tiger stepped forward, gazing intently at the beggar. Employing the soul transfer technique, he recounted the details of the emperor's assassination to the beggar, urging him to disseminate the information. On that morning, the Thunder Tiger roamed the vicinity, relaying the information to a dozen beggars, urging them to disseminate the news. The Thunder Tiger disseminated the news before returning to the tavern, where he summoned a feast of food and wine, indulging in hearty consumption. Thunder Tiger remained in the hall, beginning to inspect the situation, pondering how long it would take for the news of the emperor's assassination to spread and reach a wider audience. Chapter 46. The Dragon Chi of the Yellow Path. As Lei Hu was partaking in his meal, he soon overheard others discussing the assassination of the emperor. Numerous versions of the tale circulated, making it difficult to discern the truth. A man with a scarred face began to speak, stating that he had heard it was the emperor's concubine who had engaged in an illicit affair with a guard, which the emperor discovered, leading to his murder at the hands of the guard, with the head displayed on the city tower. Another individual with squinting eyes interjected, asserting that the account was inaccurate. He claimed that the emperor had succumbed to fatigue during an intimate encounter, resulting in his demise. To conceal the true cause of the emperor's death and protect herself from scrutiny, the concubine allegedly severed the emperor's head, feigning a murder to ensure it was displayed prominently on the city tower. Upon hearing this, Thunder Tiger listened to the individuals engaged in a heated argument, revealing their own information. Through their discourse, numerous versions have circulated, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the truth. Upon hearing this, Lei Hu felt a surge of joy within. He mused to himself, these officials of the court, in their relentless pursuit to uphold the regime, have concealed the news of the emperor's assassination. However, now that the word has begun to spread, it will not be long before it reaches every corner of the world, stirring unrest in the hearts of the populace. Surely, those righteous individuals will seize this opportunity to rise in rebellion, overwhelming the court and alleviating some of the pressure on their own ranks. Upon hearing the words of these individuals, Lei Hu resolved to linger in the capital for an extended period. He intended to wait until the new emperor ascended the throne before embarking on his assassination endeavors. After executing several attempts on the emperor's life, he would instruct the members of the beggars' sect to disseminate the notion that the Yuan dynasty had incurred divine wrath, leading to the emperor's successive demise. In this manner, he believed he could instigate a tremor within the foundations of the court's authority. Upon returning to his chamber, Lei Hu commenced his meditative practice to replenish his depleted spirit. It was only in the evening that he stealthily infiltrated the palace, keenly attuned to the subtle stirrings within its confines. After 3 days of diligent observation, Thunder Tiger finally witnessed these officials in action. Following a protracted exchange of arguments and deliberations, they ultimately selected a young emperor, merely 13 years of age, thereby facilitating the ambitions of these ministers to usurp power. The Thunder Tiger beheld the emperor, who had been elected by all to occupy the dragon throne, serving merely as a puppet sovereign. Thunder Tiger gazed upon the newly elected Yellow Emperor and spoke, "Let us grant you one more day to relish the indulgence of being an emperor, after which you shall meet your demise." Outside the palace, Lei Hu observed the new emperor being escorted away by the eunuchs to another palace for rest. After waiting until nightfall and ensuring that everyone had departed, Lei Hu stealthily entered the Golden Luan Hall and took a seat upon the dragon throne, relishing the privileges of an emperor. Once seated, he felt an extraordinary force permeate his body, stimulating the circulation of his internal energy. This energy began to coalesce, progressing towards the state of liquid essence. The Thunder Tiger began to speak, expressing uncertainty about the source of this power, and thus commenced an investigation. Lei Hu glanced around and found nothing of interest. Only then did he rise and take a seat on a nearby chair. At that moment, Lei Hu realized that sitting in a different chair diminished the peculiar energy he had felt before. Thunder Tiger began to experiment, journeying to various palaces and seating himself upon their chairs, yet he discovered nothing of significance. Only upon the recently encountered Dragon Throne did he sense this peculiar force. The Thunder Tiger returned to the Dragon Throne and settled down. At that moment, a peculiar force began to infiltrate his body, accelerating the flow of vital energy and causing it to start coalescing. It was only then that Lei Hu realized that within the vast expanse of the Imperial Palace, only this Dragon Throne emanated such power. The other chairs lacked this formidable energy. Even the Emperor's study, where he typically spent his time, did not possess this force. Only then did Thunder Tiger realize that this formidable power must be the Emperor's exclusive force. It is only when seated upon the Dragon Throne that one can truly perceive this immense strength. In Lei Hu's mind, he pondered whether this formidable power was indeed the Imperial Dragon Chi, a sensation reserved solely for emperors. Had it not been for his own desire to experience the feeling of sitting upon the Dragon Throne today, he would have remained oblivious to its existence. At this moment, Lei Hu yearns to uncover what revelations these emperors, having sat upon the Dragon Throne for such an extended period, have gleaned. Lei Hu pondered to himself that had he known of this power earlier, he would have first inquired with the deceased emperor to ascertain whether the emperor had discovered this force before proceeding to execute him. Upon pondering this, Lei Hu hastily rose and made his way to the young emperor's chamber, only to find the young sovereign soundly asleep. Lei Hu hastened to the bedside, employing the soul transfer technique, and inquired of the young emperor whether he perceived the peculiar force at work. Through inquiry, Lei Hu discovered that this young emperor, seated upon the Dragon Throne, bore no discernible differences from any other chair. The Thunder Tiger resolved to await the young emperor's ascension to the Dragon Throne on the morrow. It was only in the evening that he would inquire of the young emperor whether any discoveries had been made. Thunder Tiger remained within the Imperial Palace, closely observing the young emperor. As daylight broke, he noticed the new sovereign seated upon the Dragon Throne for a duration of 2 hours before finally dismissing the court and returning to his chambers to rest. When night fell, Thunder Tiger stealthily made his way to the emperor's quarters to begin his inquiries. Through inquiring with the young emperor, Lei Hu discovered that the new sovereign bore no remarkable traits. Seated upon the Dragon Throne, it appeared no different from any other chair. Thunder Tiger exited the imperial chamber of the young emperor and made his way to the Golden Chariot Hall. Upon reaching the front of the Dragon Throne, he turned around and, with a decisive motion, seated himself upon it, beginning to savor the experience. As Lei Hu settled into his seat, he immediately felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, propelling his vital force into motion and accelerating the condensation of his inner essence. At this moment, Lei Hu began to actively channel his internal energy techniques, thereby accelerating the flow of his vital energy. As he turned his gaze inward, he perceived a faint golden-yellow stream entering his body, hastening the circulation of his vital energy. This led to an approximate 10% increase in the speed of its movement compared to his usual practice. Even the rate at which his vital energy condensed saw a significant enhancement. The Thunder Tiger had completed several grand circuits, conducted a series of experiments, and only then did it come to a halt, engaging in contemplation. Thunder Tiger pondered whether this young emperor, being too immature and lacking martial prowess, had failed to perceive the situation. Should they consider replacing him with a more seasoned sovereign, one possessing the necessary cultivation to test the waters? Lei Hu began to ponder and realized that through his observations over this period, only the elder son of the old emperor had any experience in cultivation. His proficiency had reached the 3rd level of the acquired stage, which could enable him to vie for the throne. He then envisioned himself seated upon the Dragon Throne, conducting experiments. After making his decision, Thunder Tiger finally exited the Golden Chariot Hall and returned to the emperor's chamber. Upon reaching the bedside, he beheld the young emperor peacefully slumbering, a large bubble forming on the tip of his nose. The Thunder Tiger approached the young emperor, extending his right hand to press upon the emperor's acupoint. From within his own body, he summoned a thread of true energy, transferring it into the young emperor's being. This energy lay dormant, awaiting the arrival of the 3rd watch of the morning, when it would erupt, causing the emperor's blood to reverse its flow, resulting in instantaneous death. Even if the imperial physicians were to examine the body, they would merely conclude that the young emperor had succumbed to a sudden and grave illness, never suspecting that foul play had ensued. After dealing with the young emperor, Lei Hu finally exited the palace and made his way towards the residence of the Grand Prince. During this period, Lei Hu observed that the Grand Prince, due to his lack of favor with the old emperor, had not been bestowed the title of Crown Prince and thus had not ascended to the throne. Through keen observation, Thunder Tiger discerned that this Grand Prince harbored a certain degree of ambition. However, unfortunate circumstances had prevented him from being chosen as the emperor. The purpose of Thunder Tiger's visit this time is to employ the soul transference technique to awaken the ambition of the Crown Prince, urging him to vie for the throne. Subsequently, he will take his seat upon the dragon throne, observing whether he can discern this peculiar force. Chapter 47, Testing the Power. As Thunder Tiger emerged from the palace, akin to a phantom, he swiftly traversed the nocturnal landscape of the capital. Unnoticed by any, he soon arrived at the exterior of the Grand Prince's residence. The Thunder Tiger traversed into the mansion, making his way towards the heart of the estate, and soon arrived at the study of the Grand Prince. Lei Hu observed that the entire study was illuminated by the flickering candlelight, casting an unusually bright glow throughout the room. The Thunder Tiger's form flickered like a tempest, sweeping through the study's door and into the room. Upon entering, Lei Hu concealed himself in a corner and cast a glance toward the eldest prince. He beheld the prince seated at his writing desk, his brow furrowed in distress, deeply engrossed in contemplation. Upon observing the demeanor of the Crown Prince, Lei Hu discerned that the Crown Prince was contemplating his future. After all, the Crown Prince posed the most significant threat to the throne. Once the young emperor secured his position, he would undoubtedly take measures against the Crown Prince. In order to preserve his life, the Crown Prince would surely devise strategies to secure opportunities for his survival. The Thunder Tiger stealthily approached the Crown Prince, employing the art of soul manipulation to beguile him, igniting the Crown Prince's ambitions to vie for the throne. Through the subtle influence of the soul transfer technique, Thunder Tiger has awakened the ambition of the Crown Prince. By the time dawn breaks tomorrow and the Crown Prince arrives at the palace to discover the untimely demise of the young emperor, his aspirations will be further ignited, driving him to vie for the throne. Lei Hu understood that with the connections of the emperor, as long as one was willing to exert effort, there would be a glimmer of hope to seize the throne. The Thunder Tiger employed the soul transition technique, awakening the ambitions of the Crown Prince, which prompted him to cease its use. With a swift motion, akin to a tempest, he traversed through the study's door and ventured outside. The Crown Prince, ensnared by the Thunder Tiger's enchantment and lost in his own reverie, remained oblivious to the fact that the Thunder Tiger had visited his study. Upon leaving the residence of the Grand Prince, Lei Hu returned to the tavern to seek respite. As he settled in, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Once the news of the young emperor's sudden demise reached the ears of the ministers, it was inevitable that they would engage in protracted disputes. Through a series of intricate negotiations, they would eventually select a new sovereign. Upon contemplating this, Lei Hu murmured to himself that during this period, he would monitor the ministers within the imperial palace. He aimed to identify those who opposed the Crown Prince's ascension, eliminating them to ensure a smooth transition to the throne for the Crown Prince. The following dawn, shortly after the hour of the rabbit had passed, Lei Hu, seizing the opportunity of the dim morning light, stealthily infiltrated the palace and began his vigil. After the hour had progressed, Lei Hu observed the eunuchs within the palace becoming increasingly agitated. Recognizing their distress, he surmised that the young emperor had met an untimely demise, prompting the eunuchs' frantic reactions. The Thunder Tiger took residence within the palace, commencing surveillance over the entire realm, thereby gaining complete dominion over the palace's activities. The Thunder Tiger discovered that 3 ministers held significant opposition to the ascension of the eldest prince to the throne. This resistance stemmed from the fact that the eldest prince was already around 30 years of age once he ascended. It would become increasingly challenging for these ministers to exert control over the court. Upon seeing the 3 ministers, Thunder Tiger remarked, "Your opposition to the Crown Prince's ascension is tantamount to defiance against my authority. The means of your demise are already at hand, and by nightfall, I shall escort you to join the late emperor. In the underworld, you may assist him in establishing dominion over his realm." After nightfall, Thunder Tiger exited the imperial palace and executed the 3 ministers, displaying their severed heads upon the plaque of his residence as a grim warning to the remaining courtiers, urging them to make the wisest choices. The following day, when the ministers gathered in the palace, they noticed the absence of the 3 individuals and promptly dispatched aides to gather information. Upon learning that the three ministers had been slain the previous night, suspicions arose that the first prince was behind the act, causing a wave of anxiety among the courtiers. The three ministers had only just opposed the first prince's ascension, and their swift demise illustrated the prince's formidable influence. Fearing retribution, the ministers convened and hastily endorsed the first prince as the rightful heir to the throne. By noon, they summoned the first prince to the palace to prepare for his coronation. Meanwhile, the first prince was at home conferring with his advisors when he received a message from a eunuch instructing him to proceed to the palace for the coronation preparations. Dismissing the eunuch, he sent his advisors to investigate the matter and discovered that those who had opposed him had indeed been executed. Realizing the minister's motives for urging his ascension, the first prince, under the protection of his guards, arrived at the palace to deliberate the coronation process. After discussions with the ministers, they resolved to hold the coronation ceremony the following morning to solidify his claim to the throne. Upon observing the situation, Lei Hu felt satisfied. He entered the royal kitchen and began to indulge in a lavish feast. After satiating his hunger and thirst, he sought refuge in a palace to rest. The crown prince returned to his residence and inquired of his advisors about the identity of the individual responsible for the execution of several ministers, which had instilled fear in the court and facilitated his smooth ascension to the throne. The advisors exchanged glances and replied, "We did not take action ourselves. It seems that a certain faction has aided your highness. Once you are firmly established on the throne, the truth will be revealed." Little did the crown prince realize that he was merely a pawn in Lei Hu's grand design, his ascension serving only as a means to gauge the potency of imperial authority. The following morning, Lei Hu arrived outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony and witnessed the crown prince successfully seated upon the dragon throne. As night fell and the crown prince returned to his chambers to prepare for rest, Lei Hu abruptly entered, employing a soul-shifting technique to inquire whether the crown prince had made any discoveries. Upon inquiring with the crown prince, Lei Hu discovered that the latter, seated upon the dragon throne, was infused with a peculiar force that had entered his being. This extraordinary energy enveloped him in a sense of profound comfort, causing even the internal vital energy to accelerate in its flow upon contact with this force. The crown prince realized that if he continued to remain on the throne, he would only require 5 years to transcend to the first level of cultivation. By persisting in this practice for 2 decades, he could elevate his prowess to the 7th level of postnatal cultivation, thereby emerging as a formidable master. Upon discovering this formidable power, the crown prince was exceedingly delighted and has since claimed it as his own, resolutely preventing others from laying claim to it. With a disdainful tone, Lei Hu scoffed, "What are you? A barbarian from beyond, who has fortuitously seized the world, yet dares to covet the imperial dragon energy of the Central Plains? You, a mere savage, presume to stand alongside me, wielding the same imperial dragon energy? In this entire realm, only I possess the rightful qualifications to harness such power for the advancement of my cultivation. Only those who have practiced and possess true energy within their bodies can discern this power, and it is only when seated upon the dragon throne that one can truly perceive it. In order to conceal this formidable power from others, Thunder Tiger extended his right hand and pressed it against the prince's Tanzhong acupoint, infusing it with a trace of true energy, which lay dormant within. At the precise moment of the hour of the rabbit, it would erupt, causing the prince to perish instantaneously. After dealing with the crown prince, Lei Hu finally arrived at the Golden Luan Hall, where he took his seat on the dragon throne and commenced his meditation and cultivation. As the hour of the rabbit approached, the sky began to brighten slightly. Lei Hu then ceased his energy work, rose from the dragon throne, and exited the Golden Luan Hall. He concealed himself within the palace grounds and began to observe his surroundings attentively. As Lei Hu arrived outside the prince's chamber, he witnessed a eunuch hastily entering, only to emerge moments later in a state of utter panic, proclaiming that the new emperor had passed away. The eunuchs, engulfed in disarray, began disseminating the news, summoning the ministers to address the grave situation. When the ministers arrived and beheld the prince's lifeless form, they immediately called for the imperial physicians to conduct an examination. After several physicians assessed the body, they determined that the prince had succumbed to a sudden cardiac arrest caused by reversed blood flow. One physician remarked that their collective findings indicated the emperor had, in his exuberance following his recent ascension, experienced excessive excitement, leading to his untimely demise. The ministers, upon discovering the cause of the prince's death, noted its startling similarity to that of the young emperor, both having perished from overwhelming excitement. Chapter 48. The Assault on the County Town. Outside, Thunder Tiger observed the ministers becoming increasingly preoccupied due to the demise of the Grand Prince. The Thunder Tiger understands that these ministers, driven by their own interests, will inevitably engage in petty squabbles, only to eventually elect an emperor who serves the benefit of all. Upon witnessing the ministers engrossed in their labors, Thunder Tiger rose from his seat, exited the imperial palace, and prepared to disseminate the news from within the palace, aiming to further incite turmoil within the court. Upon exiting the imperial city, Lei Hu ventured into the territory of the beggar sect, casually seeking out a few beggars, employing the art of soul transference. He conveyed the tidings from within the palace to these beggars, instructing them to disseminate the information far and wide, ensuring that all would be made aware. After completing these tasks, Thunder Tiger returned to the tavern, ordered a sumptuous feast, and began to eat heartily. Once he was satiated, he returned to his room, took up his large blade, exited the tavern, and set forth towards the outskirts of the capital city. As Thunder Tiger wandered down the street, he observed an eerie desolation. Few pedestrians graced the thoroughfare. It seemed that the recent demise of several emperors within the Yellow City instilled a sense of peril among the capital's citizens, prompting them to remain indoors. As Thunder Tiger approached the city gate, he beheld the wide-open entrance and strode purposefully through it, making his way southward. The Thunder Tiger exited the capital, traversing the official road. With a subtle application of his lightness skill, he advanced swiftly, making his way towards the southern rivers. After a span of approximately 10 days, the Thunder Tiger finally returned to Jiangnan, arriving at the headquarters of the Tianning sect. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he beheld Yin Tianzhong and several others engaged in deliberation. As Thunder Tiger entered the hall, he inquired, "Is our team prepared? Once the news of the Emperor's demise reaches Jiangnan, we shall commence our operations." Yin Tianzhong responded, "Our forces are indeed ready. After several years of preparation, we have trained an elite army of 10,000, poised to besiege the city." Thunder Tiger remarked that these soldiers, although trained and somewhat more elite than ordinary civilians, have not yet experienced actual combat and thus cannot be deemed truly elite warriors. Ying Tian then inquired how they might achieve the greatest advantage. Lei Hu remarked, "Let us first assemble our forces in the countryside. When the news of the Emperor's demise reaches us and the officials are thrown into disarray, we shall commence our actions." Ying Tian then inquired, "Brother Lei, if we proceed to the capital and eliminate the Emperor, it will undoubtedly send shockwaves through the court." Lei Hu recounted his experiences in the capital to Yin Tianzhong and the others, providing them with a clear understanding of the court's movements. Yin Tianzhong remarked, "Brother Lei is truly formidable. This time in the capital, he consecutively eliminated 3 emperors, causing considerable turmoil within the court. Such developments will greatly assist our endeavors." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Master Yin, please enlighten us on how we can leverage the Emperor's demise to procure ample benefits for ourselves." Yin Tianzhong responded, "We might propagate the notion that the Mongol Yuan dynasty, through its oppressive taxation and transgressions, has incurred the wrath of the heavens. Their fate has long been sealed, leading to the consecutive deaths of 3 emperors. This serves as divine retribution for the Mongol Yuan." The Thunder Tiger remarked that Yin Jiao's suggestion was quite commendable. "When we rise in rebellion, we shall employ such a pretext to entice the populace to join our ranks." The Thunder Tiger settled at the headquarters of the Sky Eagle sect. After approximately 10 days, news from the capital finally reached the Jiangnan region, causing a stir among the local authorities. Upon learning this news, Thunder Tiger finally departed from the headquarters of the Sky Eagle sect and made his way outside, taking an entire day to reach the ranks of the rebel forces. Upon seeing Yin Tianzhong and his companions diligently directing others in preparation for the assault on the city, Lei Hu approached. Yin Tianzhong, noticing Lei Hu's arrival, promptly stepped forward and spoke, "Brother Lei, what is your opinion on our uprising? Should we initiate our attack on that particular location?" Lei Hu approached the map, intently studying its details. After a moment, he pointed to a specific location and proclaimed, "For our uprising, we shall first launch an assault on Wuxing County. Its proximity to Taihu Lake will allow us to train a naval fleet, facilitating the transportation of provisions and alleviating our logistical burdens." Yin Tianzhong listened to Lei Hu's words and replied, "As we embark on this uprising, any target is fair game. Since you believe we should prioritize Wuxing County, let us make the necessary preparations. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall commence our attack on Wuxing County." The following morning, Lei Hu positioned himself at the forefront of the group, alongside Yin Tianzhong and others, as they set forth towards Wuxing County. After 2 hours of travel, they arrived outside the city walls at the 3rd watch of the day, readying their formation. Yin Tianzheng gazed at the towering walls ahead and inquired, Lei Hu, in our assault on Wuxing County, shall we require the expertise of our martial comrades to breach the city? Lei Hu declared, this is our inaugural assault on a city. We cannot allow you to assist in the siege. It is imperative that these soldiers engage in the offensive independently. They must acclimate to combat through real-world experience, using it as a means of training. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tian reluctantly permitted King Yin Yi to lead the army to the outskirts of Wuxing City, where they arranged themselves in formation, poised to launch their attack. The magistrate of Wuxing County had received early intelligence about a band of refugees advancing toward the county. Consequently, he ordered the county's constables and soldiers to ascend the city walls for defense. Observing the troops in their battle formation, King Yin Yi finally commanded the soldiers to commence their assault. With the issuance of the order, countless warriors brandished their weapons and charged toward the city walls. Upon reaching the foot of the walls, they began to erect ladders, ascending towards the ramparts. In the distance, Lei Hu observed the soldiers, resembling ants, clambering up the siege ladders towards the city wall, relentlessly striving to capture the county seat. Yin Tianzheng witnessed many soldiers, unaccustomed to the rigors of siege warfare, being cast down from the ladders by defenders atop the walls, their anguished cries echoing as they fell to the ground. As he noticed the dwindling number of soldiers, Yin Tianzheng spoke, Brother Lei, shall we not lead a few of us in an assault on the city? With our strength, we could swiftly ascend the walls and disrupt the rhythm of the defenders, enabling our troops to seize Wuxing County. The Thunder Tiger remarked that they had only just begun the siege and there was no need for haste. He suggested waiting until the soldiers had engaged in battle for a while and became acquainted with the intricacies of siege warfare before offering assistance. This time, he proposed that they refrain from intervening, as he would take the initiative to assault the city and shatter the gates, thereby instilling fear in the court officials. After a brief interval of 15 minutes, Lei Hu awaited the soldiers to acclimate themselves to the intricacies of siege warfare before commencing their assault on the city. The Thunder Tiger executed his lightness skill, leaping gracefully into the air, his feet landing upon the throng below as he raced towards the city. As he approached the gates, he activated his carefree technique, stepping lightly through the air, propelling himself towards the city entrance. Upon reaching a distance of more than 10 feet from the gates, he drew forth the great blade from his waist, gripping the hilt firmly with both hands. With a powerful strike reminiscent of the legendary Huashan, he swung the sword towards the gates. A 3-foot-long arc of blade light surged forth from the weapon, swiftly traversing the 2 yards to collide with the city gates. A thunderous roar echoed as the blade light struck the gates, unleashing tremendous force that shattered the wooden barrier. Splintered fragments of wood flew in all directions, stirring a tempest that spread outward. As the dust settled, the entire city gate lay in ruins, revealing the interior of the city to the onlookers. Upon witnessing the soldiers, Lei Hu was profoundly astonished, momentarily forgetting the siege of the city. At last, he bellowed, "What are you all standing idly for? The city gates have been breached. Now is the time to rush in and seize Wuxing County." Only then did the soldiers come to their senses, beginning to sprint towards the city. In no time, they surged into the city, intent on claiming it as their own. Chapter 49. The Conquest of Wuxing County. As Lei Hu beheld his soldiers entering the county town and commencing their occupation of the city walls, he remarked that capturing Wuxing County would significantly bolster his troops' confidence. Yin Tian then spoke, praising Lei's prowess, noting how he had effortlessly shattered the city gate with a single strike. He mused that should Lei Hu employ the same strategy in future assaults on fortifications, there would be no city capable of resisting their advance. Thunder Tiger remarked, "How is it possible for me to conquer every city across the nation? With hundreds of cities to contend with, I cannot manage such a task alone. Henceforth, it would be prudent to train more soldiers, enabling them to assault the cities." Yin Tianzheng responded, "Regardless, Brother Thunder's intervention has significantly intimidated the court, making them aware that their fortresses are no longer impregnable and can be easily breached, instilling fear within them." Lei Hu proclaimed that his intention for taking action was to instill fear in the local officials, thereby diminishing their resolve to resist. This would facilitate a smoother assault on the city by our soldiers. After the passage of an hour, the entire Wuxing County was finally seized by the rebel forces. Only then did Lei Hu, accompanied by Yin Tianzheng and others, make his way towards the city. Upon entering the county office, Lei Hu observed the county magistrate and a few others being detained for interrogation. During the questioning, King Yi discovered that the magistrate was guilty of embezzlement and corruption, oppressing the common people, which had incited the ire of the populace. A number of citizens had gathered outside the county office, observing the proceedings. The Thunder Tiger discovered that the county magistrate was a corrupt official, and he was exceedingly pleased. He spoke. Since the common folk wished to ascertain the true nature of this magistrate's malevolence, let us unceremoniously bring him before the county office, allowing the people to witness firsthand the extent of his wickedness. Yin Tianzhong interjected, Brother Lei, we have only just apprehended the magistrate. It will require time to investigate his misdeeds and uncover the full extent of his embezzlement. Thunder Tiger declared, we are not the authorities here, tasked with the judgment of corrupt officials. Thus, evidence is no longer a necessity. Once we impose punishment on this county magistrate, he will have no choice but to speak. Hearing Thunder Tiger's words, King Yi expressed his delight, saying, these unscrupulous officials only know how to indulge in corruption and oppress the common people. I have longed to teach them a lesson, but I feared that my actions might provoke unnecessary trouble. Now is the perfect opportunity to bring justice upon these scoundrels and release my pent-up frustration. King Yi commanded his men to drag the magistrate and his associates outside the county office, where the interrogation commenced. Upon witnessing the multitude of townsfolk gathered before him, the magistrate realized the gravity of his misdeeds and understood that revealing the truth would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the people, leading to his own destruction. With his head held high, he laughed heartily and proclaimed, it is utterly impossible for me to confess my wrongdoings. Thunder Tiger approached, gazing into the magistrate's eyes, employing the soul manipulation technique to ensnare the official's mind, compelling him to divulge all his misdeeds. Once the magistrate had confessed to his wrongdoings, he exclaimed in panic, you are a devil. How could you possibly exert such control over me, forcing me to reveal all my transgressions? The thunderous voice of Lei echoed, in my eyes. You are akin to an ant, easily crushed beneath my heel. Controlling your mind poses no challenge for me. It is a task of utmost simplicity. The county magistrate, upon realizing the extent of his misdeeds laid bare, felt his heart turn to ashes. He slumped to the ground, a mind unraveling, his laughter a haunting echo of madness. The townsfolk of this county, hearing the magistrate's confessions, finally grasped the depth of his malevolence. In just over 2 short years since his arrival in Wuxing County, he had embezzled over 1 million taels of silver, leaving the county impoverished and its citizens struggling for survival. Yin Tianzhong observed as the aggrieved populace seized stones from the ground, hurling them at the magistrate and his accomplices, their fury manifesting in bloodshed. Yin Tianzhong then inquired, Brother Lei, once we acquire this silver, what course of action should we pursue to secure our own benefit? Lei Hu remarked that this sum of silver was, in fact, extorted by the county magistrate from the entire county. It ought to be returned to the people of Wuxing County, allowing them to sustain their livelihoods. Yin Tianzhong responded, however, that the amount was too substantial for us to distribute entirely. Thunder Tiger inquired, is it true that the Heavenly Eagle sect is in such dire straits that it must resort to plundering these common folk for a mere 1 million taels of silver? Yin Tianzhong replied, through our recent endeavors in maritime trade, the sect has amassed a considerable fortune in silver and is by no means in need of this sum. Lei Hu remarked, in light of this, why should we contend with the common folk for these coins? If we proceed in such a manner, how are we any different from those avaricious officials? We must consider how to garner the support of these people. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tianzhong finally grasped his intent. Lei Hu sought to utilize this sum to win over the citizens of Wuxing County, persuading them to rally behind him. Yin Tianzhong promptly communicated with Yin Yuan, instructing him to distribute the funds among the people of Wuxing County. Yin Yung inquired, how should I allocate these coins to ensure the satisfaction of the populace? The Thunder Tiger remarked that this sum of silver, having been extorted from the people, has become nearly impossible to trace back to its rightful owners. Therefore, it should be distributed evenly among the populace, based on headcount. Once King Yi exits and conveys this news to the people, only then will they find joy. Lei Hu remarked, distribute the silver according to the number of individuals. When these people arrive to claim their share, ensure that all the common folk are registered, thereby establishing a household registry for the citizens of Wuxing County to manage them effectively. Thunder Tiger settled in Wuxing County to stabilize the local situation. It took him 3 days to manage the county's affairs. Yin Tianzhong remarked that sitting at the desk for several days to handle the county's governance felt exceedingly unfamiliar to him. It seemed to be far more exhausting than his martial training. Lei Hu remarked, we are just beginning, In the future, you shall find yourselves quite occupied. Once we secure more territory, your tasks will undoubtedly increase. Yin Tianzhong replied, "What you say, Brother Lei, is quite the contrary. In these past few days, your excursion to the countryside for the population census has surely been a respite. Unlike us, who were confined to our chairs, grappling with intricate governmental affairs." Lei Hu remarked that as you engage in this practice more frequently, it will become second nature, alleviating any feelings of monotony. Yin Tianzhong added that aside from our location, numerous other regions are also rising in rebellion, complicating the governance for local officials. This is precisely why they have not dispatched troops to assault us. Thunder Tiger inquired about the leaders behind the uprisings and their activities across various regions. Yin Tianzhong responded that within these rebel factions, many individuals are members of the Ming sect. Seizing the opportunity presented by the chaos in the court, they have risen in revolt, making it difficult for local authorities to confront them. Thunder Tiger remarked, "Since the people of the Ming sect are rising in rebellion across various regions, let us refrain from hasty actions here. We shall first ensure complete control over Wuxing County before we commence our expansion." Yin Tianzhong replied, "If we proceed in this manner, the territory occupied by the Ming sect will increase significantly. Consequently, this would place us at a considerable disadvantage." The Thunder Tiger remarked with a smile, "Even if the Yuan dynasty were to be overturned, we, the insurgent factions, would still engage in conflict among ourselves. In the end, it ultimately comes down to whose strength prevails, as only the mightiest shall claim dominion over the realm." Lei Hu spoke up, declaring that as long as he was present, it mattered not how much territory the Ming sect occupied, their efforts would be in vain. They were simply not his adversaries, incapable of contending with him. Yin Tianzhong responded, "Yet under such circumstances, the members of the Ming sect would undoubtedly be dissatisfied." Lei Hu chuckled, asserting that in our dealings within the martial world, ultimately, it is strength that prevails. As long as one possesses formidable power, there is no need to fear dissent. Should anyone dare to resist, they can simply be eliminated without hesitation. Why should we fear their potential for sabotage behind our backs? Hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tianzhong interjected, remarking that only someone like Brother Lei could speak so boldly. Throughout the entire martial realm, aside from Zhang Zhenren, no one stands as a match for Brother Lei. Even if the top echelons of the Ming sect were to unite, there would still be no match for him. Chapter 50. The conquest of the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. After the Thunder Tigers seized control of Wuxing County, the army came to a halt here. They began to recuperate, while simultaneously recruiting soldiers. Yin Tian expressed his delight, declaring that Brother Lei was indeed sagacious. He distributed the embezzled silver from the county magistrate to the common people, garnering their fervent support. Upon hearing of our intent to recruit soldiers, the populace eagerly volunteered, allowing us to swiftly amass our ranks. The Thunder Tiger remarked, "This is precisely the reason I urged you to distribute the silver. Having just seized this territory, it is imperative that we win the hearts of the people here by providing them with tangible benefits. Only then will the populace rally behind us, solidifying our governance." Yin Tianzhong responded, "I have heard that during this period, the Ming sect has captured numerous territories. However, these individuals are merely adept at warfare and possess no skill in administering the regions, resulting in widespread chaos and frequent flights of the common folk." Lei Hu inquired, "Why do these common folk choose to flee? Is it possible that the governance of the Ming sect is far more oppressive than that of the Yuan dynasty, compelling these people to escape?" Yin Tianzhong replied, "The followers of the Ming sect are a mixed lot. Presently, many ambitious individuals, witnessing the decline of the imperial court, have begun to join the Ming sect, seeking to exploit the chaos of the world for their own gain. Once these individuals seize control of a region, they commence the plundering of wealth, plunging the area into utter turmoil." Thunder Tiger inquired, "Is it not the responsibility of the higher-ups in the Ming sect to address such matters?" Yin Tianzhong replied, "How could they? The current leaders of the Ming sect are embroiled in a fierce struggle for power, each aspiring to become the sect's master. Once they seize control, their ambitions will only extend to ruling as emperors." The Thunder Tiger scoffed, remarking that the upper echelons of the Ming sect possessed not a shred of managerial experience. What they had mastered was merely the art of brawling in the world of martial arts. To expect them to govern a territory effectively was indeed an unreasonable demand. Yin Tianzhong stated, "Witnessing the state of the Ming sect filled me with immense admiration for Brother Lei. To see such vast territories, and yet resist the temptation to launch an attack, while continuously expanding their influence, is truly commendable." Lei Hu remarked, It is not that I am unwilling to expand our influence. Rather, we currently lack a solid foundation. Once we have thoroughly subdued Wuxing County, we shall commence our expansion. After approximately 3 months in Wuxing County, Lei Hu, through relentless efforts, has revitalized the entire region, enhancing the lives of its inhabitants. Now, following this period of governance, he has firmly established control over Wuxing County. Yin Tian then inquired, Brother Lei, our administration during this time has successfully initiated the development of Wuxing County, allowing its citizens to enjoy a better life. When shall we mobilize our forces to conquer other counties? Thunder Tiger circled around the map and remarked, the areas surrounding Taihu have yet to be claimed. We can seize this opportunity amidst the chaos of the court to capture these counties. Yin Tianzhong replied, this time, we shall lead our soldiers to directly assault the county towns. Lei Hu remarked, as before, let the army advance and besiege the county town. Yin Tian questioned, this time, shall we, the adept ones, refrain from assassinating the officials of the court? Thunder Tiger remarked that our army has only just been established. It is crucial that we engage in fierce battles to cultivate a formidable force, one capable of conquering cities and territories. Failing to assassinate court officials now will render our siege operations considerably easier. The formidable army of Thunder Tiger commenced its expedition from Wuxing County, advancing along the shores of Taihu Lake to initiate an offensive. After a month of relentless effort, they succeeded in conquering the surrounding counties of Taihu Lake. Thunder Tiger remarked, let us cease our offensive for the time being and focus on securing Taihu Lake. This will serve as a training ground for our naval forces, enabling us to transport provisions for the army and alleviate the burdens faced by the common people. Thunder Tiger paused here, beginning to inquire about the activities of other rebel factions. Through meticulous inquiries, Lei Hu discovered that the army of the Ming sect had drawn the attention of the imperial court due to their fierce offensives. They were now engaged in battle with the court's forces, each side experiencing victories and defeats, unable to gain a decisive upper hand over the other. Upon learning this news, Yin Tian was elated and remarked, fortunately, Brother Lei is astute. He refrained from sending our troops to attack other regions, thereby diverting the court's attention and sparing us from conflict. Lei Hu remarked, our current strategy is to fortify our defenses, amass resources, and bide our time before seeking power. We must avoid drawing the attention of the court and focus on steadily building our influence. Once we have developed sufficiently, we shall then commence the expansion of our territory. For 3 months, the Thunder Tiger has steadily developed around Taihu, garnering the support of the local populace, thereby solidifying his rule to an extent that renders it exceedingly difficult to challenge. Lei Hu remarked that in the regions of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, the uprising forces of the Ming sect have already been driven away by the imperial army, leaving the area vacant. It presents an opportune moment for us to dispatch our troops and seize these territories. Yin Tianzhong responded, acknowledging that since Brother Lei believes the timing is exceptionally favorable for military action, we shall indeed send our forces to conquer these lands. The Thunder Tiger spoke, assuring the sect leader Yin, rest easy, for these territories, having endured the conflicts between the Ming sect and the imperial court, are now scarcely garrisoned by troops. It is an opportune moment for us to seize these lands. Yin Tianzhong chuckled, these territories are ones that the forces of the Ming sect could not hold, allowing the court to seize them. We shall occupy these lands, and the people of the Ming sect will have little recourse to object. In this period, the Thunder Tiger has successfully recruited an army of 30,000, which has been divided into 3 divisions, each led by Yin Tianzhong, Yin Yuang, and Li Tianheng, who will commence their assault from 3 different directions. In the city of Wuxing, Lei Hu began to await news. After 3 days of waiting, a triumphant report arrived, announcing the successful breach of a county, with ongoing assaults continuing thereafter. After a month of waiting, the 3 teams finally succeeded in conquering the entire Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Thunder Tiger arrived in the city of Suzhou, temporarily establishing it as a stronghold, and commenced the governance of the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. The Thunder Tiger has observed that the entire Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions have become severely ravaged after several battles. Numerous fields lie fallow, unattended and uncultivated. Lei Hu remarked that the current situation here is quite dire and that it would be challenging to cultivate crops in the short term. He suggested sending individuals outside to procure a substantial amount of grain to distribute among the populace, preventing them from fleeing. Yin Tianzhong responded by noting that such an approach would necessitate acquiring even more grain, which would result in considerable expenditures of silver on our part. Lei Hu chuckled, stating that the silver earned is meant to be spent. Otherwise, it merely remains a pair of iron lumps in one's possession, devoid of any utility. Only by retaining these common folk can we truly advance. Otherwise, occupying barren lands devoid of inhabitants is of no benefit to us. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tianjing finally grasped that the purpose of spending this silver was to retain the populace, enabling them to cultivate the land, engage in labor, and partake in commerce, thus generating value for us. Yin Tianjing remarked that his brother Lei Hu was indeed astute, not blinded by wealth, but rather seeking to invest financially in keeping these people here to unlock their potential. Lei Hu remarked, "This is the Ming sect, which differs greatly from us. Although they are a sect, they are not led by a singular leader. Rather, they are divided into numerous factions. Once they have established their territories, they commence the plundering of wealth to augment their military forces. They exhibit no intention of governing the local populace, which has resulted in many commoners becoming refugees, fleeing in search of safety." Yin Tianjing responded, "At present, in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, we are not lacking in population. We can attract these displaced individuals through this method." Thunder Tiger remarked, "We need not concern ourselves. Let us focus solely on distributing the provisions here. Once the refugees catch wind of the news, they will undoubtedly come to us." Chapter 51. The occupation of Minnan and Ling'an regions. The Thunder Tiger has seized control of the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, embarking on a journey of steady development to rejuvenate the area. Yin Tianjing remarked that the members of the Ming sect, aware of our endeavors, deem us foolish for generously providing these provisions to the common folk. Lei Hu remarked that they were utterly unaware that we were employing labor in lieu of relief. The common folk, upon receiving the grain, have commenced the cultivation of wasteland. By the following year, this area will yield an abundant harvest, leaving them astounded. Yin Tianjing stated that our army need not venture forth to assault other territories. Occasionally dispersing these troops would serve to alleviate our expenditures. Lei Hu remarked that there was no need for that. It was now possible to divide the troops into smaller units to eradicate the bandits, outlaws, and robbers plaguing the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, thereby restoring tranquility to the area. Yin Tianjing responded, however, that battles were occurring everywhere, and frequently, roving bandits, outlaws, and robbers infiltrated the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, resulting in significant disorder in public safety. Lei Hu remarked, "Isn't this better? These bandits, brigands, and robbers can serve as a means to train our troops, thereby rendering our army even more formidable." Yin Tianjing responded, "As we expand our territory, the question arises whether our army should be augmented to uphold our dominion over the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions." Thunder Tiger asserted that expansion is imperative, initially augmenting the ranks of soldiers to 50,000. The newly recruited soldiers shall be accompanied by seasoned veterans to eradicate the mountain bandits, local thugs, and robbers, thereby enhancing their practical combat skills. The Thunder Tiger remained in the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region, diligently fostering his influence. After a year's effort, he managed to rejuvenate the area, yielding a harvest sufficient for self-sustainability. Observing the bountiful grains collected, Yin Tian remarked, "It is indeed Brother Lei's foresight that has borne fruit. His willingness to invest resources in distributing wealth to the populace has enabled them to settle here. Now that we have cultivated food, we can ensure our sustenance. With the passage of time, the harvest shall only increase, allowing us to supply other regions." Lei Hu remarked that after a year of development, we have firmly established our presence in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, and are ready to venture forth and seize other territories. Yin Tianjing responded, "Brother Lei, prepare to conquer that location to enhance our strength." Thunder Tiger approached the map and declared, "Let us first seize the Minnan region. By doing so, we can then proceed to conquer the Ryukyu Islands, establishing a secure foothold overseas to bolster our strength." Yin Tianjing replied, "The Minnan region is predominantly mountainous, yielding little in terms of agricultural produce. Even the members of the Ming sect are reluctant to claim this territory." Lei Hu remarked that precisely because the members of the Ming sect were disinclined to seize this territory, we could take the opportunity to claim it for ourselves. Subsequently, we would capture Ryukyu to foster overseas trade, amassing considerable wealth to support the development of our military. Yin Tian, upon hearing Lei Hu's words, understood his intentions and thus offered his support. The Thunder Tiger led his army towards the Minnan region, intent on conquering it. The officials here had long fled during the turmoil of the court, seeking greener pastures to amass wealth. With no resistance to speak of, Thunder Tiger easily seized control of the Minnan territory. Yin Tianjing remarked that a domain abandoned by others is effortlessly subdued by our forces, requiring little exertion to claim it. Thunder Tiger remarked, since we have successfully occupied the Minnan region, let us advance our forces further and seize the Ryukyu Islands as well. White Turtle Show replied, Brother Lei, I have frequently commanded the naval forces, yet I have not engaged in a significant battle. Allow me to lead the army in the assault on Ryukyu this time. The Thunder Tiger remarked, since the White Turtle Sovereign is confident in seizing Ryukyu, I shall entrust you with the command of the Grand Army to conquer Ryukyu. The Thunder Tiger, stationed in Xuanzhou, waited patiently. It was not until a month had passed that news from the army finally arrived. Led by the illustrious White Turtle Longevity, the forces had successfully conquered the Ryukyu Islands. Upon encountering the White Tortoise Shosho, Lei Hu inquired whether the assault on Ryukyu had proceeded smoothly. Shosho replied that although there were indeed some individuals from the Central Plains seeking refuge in Ryukyu, their numbers were insufficient to establish a significant foothold. Many regions remained under the control of the indigenous inhabitants, who were effortlessly vanquished by our forces, resulting in the complete conquest of Ryukyu. The Thunder Tiger remarked, since Ryukyu has yet to be developed, we can allow more citizens to venture there and contribute to its development. Now, the Thunder Tiger has established its dominance over Minnan, choosing not to pursue further expansion, but instead focusing on steady development. Many refugees from the south have been relocated to the Ryukyu Islands, where they are encouraged to cultivate and develop the land. Additionally, shipyards have been established on the islands to construct large vessels, aimed at bolstering the naval forces and facilitating maritime trade to amass considerable wealth. For 3 years, the Thunder Tiger has established its dominion over the Minnan region, compelling the local populace to submit to its rule. Yin Tianjing remarked that while they have quietly thrived in this area, it has become a source of amusement for those from the Ming Church who mockingly claim that they lack the courage to seize the bountiful lands. The Thunder Tiger remarked, what do they understand? We are currently amassing our strength. Only once our power has been sufficiently gathered shall we strike against the court and expel the Mongolians from the Central Plains. Those from the Ming sect, despite their continuous struggles with the court, have achieved little in terms of results, allowing these Mongolians to persist in their existence within the Central Plains. Yin Tianjing responded, we have now secured Fujian. Our next step should be to launch an assault there. Lei Hu remarked, since the Mingjiao forces are fiercely clashing with the imperial court, we shall refrain from meddling in their affairs. Instead, we shall send our troops to assault the Lingnan region and seize Yazhou Island to safeguard our maritime routes. Yin Tianjing responded, Brother Lei's thoughts are truly unexpected. By choosing to attack the Lingnan region without involving ourselves, the conflict between Mingjiao and the imperial court will undoubtedly intensify. Lei Hu remarked, once we have secured the Lingnan region, the vast expanse south of the Yangtze River will be ours. As we amass our strength, we shall deploy our naval forces to seize control of the Yangtze itself. Thus, the entirety of the territory south of the river will belong to us. Yin Tian, upon hearing Lei Hu's words, responded, since you, Brother Lei, wish to conquer the Lingnan region, I shall lead our army to capture it this time. Lei Hu remarked, since Master Yin is willing, let him lead the troops to assault the Lingnan region. I shall remain in Gusu City, awaiting the good news from Master Yin. With Lei Hu's consent, Yin Tian commanded the army to march towards Lingnan. As the court's focus was entirely directed towards the Ming sect, there was a minimal military presence in Lingnan, allowing Yin Tian to seize it with remarkable ease. Even the Yanzhou was captured in the process. In the city of Suzhou, Lei Hu had awaited for over 2 months before finally receiving news. Yin Tianjing, leading a formidable army, had successfully conquered the Lingnan region. At this juncture, Lei Hu, in an effort to solidify his dominion over Lingnan, personally journeyed to Panyu, where he commenced the governance of the entire region, compelling its inhabitants to accept his rule. Upon seeing Lei Hu's arrival, Yin Tianjing remarked, Brother Lei, you truly are eager. Having only just secured the Lingnan region, you have come forth already. The Thunder Tiger remarked, I have received word that the area around Poyang Lake has been seized by Chan Yuyang of the Beggars sect. In our pursuit to control all territories south of the Yangtze River, it is inevitable that we shall engage in conflict with them. Hence, I hastened here to fortify our dominion and ensure the region stabilizes swiftly. Chapter 52, Development of Lingnan. Upon arriving in Lingnan, Lei Hu shifted his focus of governance to this region, aiming to strengthen his own power. Yin Tianjing, noticing Lei Hu's approach, spoke up, stating that after this period of training, He had acquired the experience necessary for local governance and was fully capable of effectively administering Lingnan. Lei Hu remarked, I hold a certain level of trust in Master Yin's abilities. However, your approach to governance appears excessively cautious, resulting in a sluggish growth of our strength. It is precisely for the sake of expediting our progress that I have come here to offer my guidance in person. Yin Tianzheng responded, Brother Lei, please share your vision for the development of the Lingnan region so that I may follow your directives and implement your strategies. Lei Hu remarked, the Lingnan region, situated near the coast, is home to the remote Yaozhou Island. We can regard this area as a significant maritime route for our endeavors. Through maritime trade, we can amass considerable wealth. Yin Tianzheng responded, we have only just secured the Lingnan region. The overseas Yaozhou Island has also just been claimed and remains largely undeveloped. Quite wild and untamed. Lei Hu remarked, in that case, let King Yin Yi lead a group to develop Cliff Island, transforming it into a vital supply station for our maritime trade. Yin Tianzheng replied, the island is inhabited by indigenous people who are utterly unfamiliar with agricultural tools and cultivation. Lei Hu, filled with curiosity, inquired about the historical context of this place, which had been governed by the Central Plains since the Northern and Southern dynasties. During that period, Lady Stin had led the people of Ling and to reclaim Yaozhou Island. However, after all these years, Yaozhou Island remains in a state of profound underdevelopment. Yin Tianzheng responded, explaining that ever since the Mongols assumed control over this region, vast expanses of land were transformed into pastures designated for the herding of livestock. This transformation rendered the land desolate. Similarly, the local officials converted the lands of Yaozhou Island into pastures, compelling the inhabitants to raise cattle, sheep, and horses to meet the demands of tribute. Consequently, Yaozhou appears exceedingly backward. Lei Hu remarked, this Mongolian is indeed a calamity. In just over a century, vast expanses of land have been transformed into desolate wastelands, becoming grasslands to accommodate their herding. If this continues for a few more centuries, the arable land cultivated by our Han people will inevitably revert to grasslands, rendering it difficult to farm. Yin Tianzheng responded, in the time we have spent conquering territories, we have amassed a considerable number of horses. We are fully capable of organizing a cavalry to engage in battle. Lei Hu remarked, since we now possess a substantial number of horses, we should retain several stables for the purpose of nurturing war steeds. Thus, we shall establish our own cavalry. Once we have crossed the Yangtze and reclaimed the Central Plains, cavalry will be indispensable. Yin Tianzheng responded, this matter has already been addressed. A cavalry unit is currently being formed. Once adequately trained, they will be ready for combat. The Thunder Tiger personally directed efforts in Lingnan, overseeing the development of the region. He transformed the grasslands into arable land, enabling the local populace to cultivate crops and reap a bountiful harvest of grain. Lei Hu is also actively developing Yaozhou Island, preparing to transform it into a significant port. This endeavor aims to provide supplies for passing vessels, facilitating better navigation for fleets to venture overseas and amass substantial wealth to support military expenditures. Thunder Tiger beheld that the entirety of Yaozhou Island, after several months of development, had established a magnificent harbor along the coastline to provide provisions for passing vessels. Yin Tianzheng remarked that Yin Yuang had indeed been diligent during this period, successfully transforming Yaozhou Island. In addition to the harbor, vast expanses of land on the island had been cultivated. Rice had already been sown, and by the end of the year, a harvest would be reaped to supply the Lingnan region. Lei Hu remarked, I have witnessed the diligent efforts of King Yinya. Numerous vessels have already passed through our waters, beginning to resupply. Through this port alone, we have amassed substantial wealth. As our reputation spreads, the influx of ships will undoubtedly increase, allowing us to further enrich ourselves. Yin Tianzheng responded, indeed, Brother Lei is astute. It is ingenious to employ such a method to augment our revenues, completely eschewing the collection of agricultural taxes, thus garnering the support of the populace. Thunder Tiger understood that this was himself, equipped with the experiences of future generations. He realized that collecting taxes from the farmers would yield little. To ensure the treasury was well-funded, one must turn to commerce. Lei Hu remarked, farmers toil daily in the fields, scraping together a meager existence. And at the end of the year, their earnings are scarcely sufficient. If we desire to amass considerable wealth, we must refrain from plundering it from the farmers. There are alternative avenues through which we can acquire substantial riches. Historically, the imperial courts have seized the farmers' grain, leaving them with no means to survive. This ultimately led to peasant uprisings that overthrew the ruling dynasty. I do not wish for our future court to disregard these lessons, forcing the farmers into rebellion and resulting in our own downfall. Yin Tianzheng responded, upon surveying the landscape and making comparisons, it becomes evident that other insurgent factions, once they seize territories, continue to employ antiquated methods. They rely on the taxation of farmers to accumulate wealth, merely sustaining their forces, while their populace endures considerable hardship. Thunder Tiger remarked, we can dispatch a multitude of spies to propagate our policies here. Let their populace be aware that cultivating the land in our territory incurs no taxation, inciting a deep-seated animosity towards those factions. Yin Tianzheng responded, even so, what advantage does that confer upon us? The insurrectionist forces have now recognized the significance of the common people and have established checkpoints along the borders to prevent their escape. Thunder Tiger remarked, what use is it? These common folk, if they remained oblivious, it would be one thing. But now that they are aware and can draw comparisons, it will inevitably cause harm. These people know that we, too, are farmers, yet our lives are vastly different. Once we advance, we shall garner the support of the local farmers, which will render our efforts more seamless. Yin Tianzheng responded, in light of this, our next target for attack shall be that location. We shall concentrate our efforts there. Lei Hu remarked, I believe our next target for assault should be the vicinity of Poyang Lake, aiming to seize the Jingxiang region. Yin Tianzheng responded, we have only just secured the Jiangsu and Zhejiang areas in the south. The region near the Yangtze River is currently under the control of a certain Zhu Yuanzhang, an associate of the Ming sect. We must first capture Boizhou before fully claiming the Jiangsu and Zhejiang territories. Lei Hu remarked that there was no need to rush. Once we have secured the Jingxiang region, we can harness the Yangtze River to allow our naval forces to flow downstream and launch an assault on Zhu Yuanzhang's territory, thereby claiming those lands for ourselves. Yin Tianzheng responded, acknowledging that since Brother Lei had made a decisive resolution, we should concentrate our efforts on the Jingxiang region. Once we have amassed sufficient strength here, we shall strive to completely seize control of the Jingxiang area. Lei Hu remarked that many of the rebel factions currently have powerful backing. Chun Yuliang, in particular, is supported by the Beggars sect. We can begin our investigation into Chun Yuliang's information from this point to effectively counter him. Yin Tianzheng responded, Brother Lei, I had almost forgotten that I am a person of the martial world. During this period, I have been so engrossed in handling state affairs that I nearly lost sight of it. Thunder Tiger remarked, it is not too late to consider this now. Within your Sky Eagle sect, there are numerous individuals who roam the martial world. We could have these individuals infiltrate the Beggar clan to gather intelligence on Qin Yuyang, thus facilitating our endeavors against him. Yin Tianzheng replied, since you have suggested it, my brother, I shall make the necessary arrangements. I assure you that we will thoroughly investigate Qin Yuliang's information, enabling us to effectively confront him. After inspecting Yanzhou Island, Lei Hu expressed great satisfaction with the current development. He then returned to Panyu and began to settle down. Chapter 53, Assisting Shi Hongshi. The Thunder Tiger settled in the Lingnan region and began to command his subordinates to develop the area. After more than 2 years of effort, the Lingnan region was transformed into a significant grain-producing territory. Yin Tianzheng remarked that, following these 2 years of development, the Lingnan region had yielded a bountiful harvest of grain. Not only was there sufficient supply for our consumption, but there was also an abundance of surplus grain that the local populace had stored away. Lei Hu remarked, the common folk are indeed this way. Once they have stored enough grain, they will live in peace, free from the fear of natural disasters that may lead to crop failures and threaten their livelihoods. Yin Tianzheng responded, these people, capable of amassing such a substantial reserve of grain, are well aware that it is thanks to the efforts of Brother Lei. They are profoundly grateful to him. Lei Hu remarked, unlike Emperor Yongjin of the Sui dynasty, who deceitfully appropriated the surplus grain of the populace for storage, only to withhold it during times of calamity, leaving the common people bereft of sustenance and unable to access the granaries. This ultimately led to an accumulation of their resentment and the eventual downfall of the Sui dynasty. Yin Tianzheng then commented, in the face of such an abundance of grain, does Brother Lei not feel envious? The thunderous tiger scoffed, asserting that to seize the world, one must possess a broad-minded spirit. One should not be preoccupied with trifling gains that tarnish one's reputation. Through maritime trade, we have amassed considerable wealth. When the need for grain arises, we can purchase it from the common folk, thereby enriching their lives. In doing so, the people will benefit and consequently offer us greater support. Yin Tianjing remarked that we have now accumulated sufficient strength to launch an assault on the Jingxiang region. Lei Hu inquired about the investigation into Chun Yuliang from the Beggar's sect. Yin Tianjing replied that, through the observations of our personnel, it has been discovered that the Beggar's sect is now under the control of Chun Yuliang. Even the leader of the Beggar's sect is completely obedient to Chun Yuliang, showing unwavering support for his propositions. Lei Hu remarked that upon seeing this piece of intelligence, Master Yin felt that there was nothing amiss. Yin Tianjing stated that through this information, he discovered that Chun Yuliang had completely taken control of the Beggar's sect. Curiously, Lei Hu inquired why Master Yin did not share the same curiosity. He pondered the reason behind the Beggar sect leader's unwavering trust in Chun Yuliang, to the extent that he adhered to Chen's every word. Yin Tianjing remarked that he too found this perplexing. Even the Wild King occasionally questioned his decisions, yet the Beggar sect leader exhibited profound faith in Chun Yuliang. Lei Hu remarked that if the leader of the Beggar sect were merely an impersonation orchestrated by Chun Yuliang, then the genuine leader may have long since fallen victim to his machinations. It is this false leader who obediently follows Chun Yuliang's commands. Yin Tianjing responded, expressing disbelief, stating that this is implausible. Although the leader of the Beggar's sect may not be considered an exceptional master, the sect itself boasts a long-standing heritage and possesses considerable depth. I have heard that the leader of the Beggar's sect has achieved the 5th level of postnatal cultivation, having opened most of his meridians, thus demonstrating formidable strength. How could it be possible that he has already met with misfortune? Lei Hu remarked that he wished to ascertain whether the leader of the Beggar's sect was indeed a fraud. A confrontation would reveal the truth. Yin Tianjing replied that their spies infiltrating the Beggar's sect possessed limited abilities. To truly gauge the prowess of the sect's leader, a master must intervene, ensuring that any offense taken by the Beggar's sect could be navigated without dire consequences. Thunder Tiger inquired. In accordance with the thoughts of the esteemed Master Yin, who should be sent forth as the most suitable candidate? Master Yin Tianjing replied, for this endeavor, it would be best to dispatch my junior brother, Li Tianheng. Throughout this period, under the guidance of Brother Lei, Li Tianheng has successfully transcended to the 7th level of postnatal cultivation. Even should he be discovered by the members of the Beggar's sect, with his martial prowess, he would assuredly be able to extricate himself unscathed. Lei Hu remarked, in that case, Master Yin should send Li Tianheng to investigate the situation concerning the leader of the Beggar's sect thoroughly. Yin Tianjing dispatched Li Tianheng to the headquarters of the Beggar's sect, where he encountered Shi Huolong. Through subtle probing, it became evident that this leader of the Beggar's sect was indeed an impostor. Ultimately, during their withdrawal from the Beggar's sect, they also brought back Shi Huolong's family. Lei Hu remarked, now that we are aware of the unfortunate demise of Shi Huolong, we can cleverly exploit his family to reclaim the position of the Beggar gang's leader, thereby significantly diminishing Chun Yuliang's power and enhancing our chances of success. Upon seeing Lei Hu, Shi Hongshi realized that with Lei Hu's formidable strength, avenging herself was entirely feasible. She then spoke, I, a humble woman, earnestly request Chief Lei to take vengeance on my behalf. Once we have vanquished Chun Yuliang, the Beggar gang will wholeheartedly support you in seizing control of the entire realm. Upon encountering Shi Hongshi, the young girl had matured significantly due to the loss of her father. She then spoke, I am acquainted with a former ally of your Beggar's sect. Once I escort you to her, she will undoubtedly assist you in reclaiming the position of the sect leader. Shi Hongshi replied, our Beggar's sect has fallen so low. Could there truly be an old acquaintance willing to aid us? The Thunder Tiger chuckled, of course. As a reputable man, I would never deceive a young lady like you. Shi Hongshi inquired, who is this old acquaintance that is still willing to assist our Beggar's clan? The Thunder Tiger remarked, your Beggar's sect must still possess records, particularly regarding the descendants of the divine eagle hero, Yang Guo. Shi Hongshi expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, the divine eagle hero has descendants still alive in this world? Lei Hu remarked, indeed, my Ninean manual was acquired from Master Yang. I believe the martial arts of your Beggar's sect must also be documented with Master Yang, enabling you to learn your sect's techniques. Shi Hongshi replied, if that is the case, I kindly request you, Leader Lei, to take me to meet the descendant of the divine eagle hero, so that I may acquire the skills necessary to vanquish the treacherous Chun Yuliang and avenge my father. Lei Hu said, I kindly request Miss Shi to stay here for a few days, allowing me to conclude my current affairs before escorting her to meet Master Yang. After successfully concluding his affairs and briefing Yin Tianjing, Lei Hu, accompanied by Shi Hongshi, made his way to the Mausoleum of the Living Dead in Jiangnan Mountain to meet Yang Qingying. After a journey spanning several days, they finally approached the outskirts of the ancient tomb sect, only to be intercepted by its members. A group of practitioners from the sect, engaged in their martial exercises, ceased their activities upon noticing Lei Hu's arrival. They promptly obstructed his path and remarked, "Why must you be so bothersome? It has only been a few years, and once again you find your way to our ancient tomb sect." Upon seeing the woman before him, Lei Hu spoke, "I have come to meet Master Yang. I wish to deliver the daughter of the beggar clan's leader here, so that Master Yang may instruct her for a time." The woman, after listening to Lei Hu's words, cast a glance at Shi Hongshi before replying, "Please wait here. I shall inform the master." After waiting for the duration of half a stick of incense, Lei Hu finally beheld Yang Qingying emerging from the ancient tomb, accompanied by her disciples. Lei Hu beheld Yang Qingying, adorned in a vibrant yellow attire, and discerned that her cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the acquired stage. With a period of diligent accumulation, she could soon reach the pinnacle of her realm. With a smile, Lei Hu remarked upon witnessing Master Yang's remarkable advancement, noting that he had achieved the formidable realm of the 9th layer of postnatal cultivation. It was evident that during this period, he must have diligently devoted himself to the cultivation of martial arts, resulting in such astonishing prowess. Yang Qingying, upon sensing Lei Hu's presence, discerned that he had also reached the pinnacle of postnatal strength. She then spoke, acknowledging, "Brother Lei, your progress is truly remarkable. You have ascended to the peak of postnatal cultivation, surpassing my own advancement." Lei Hu looked at Shi Hongshi and said, "This Yang sect leader, a descendant of the legendary hero, is known as Yang Qingying. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the acquired realm, placing him among the top 3 in the entire martial world. Slightly inferior only to myself and Master Zhang. Surely he is more than capable of imparting his martial arts wisdom to you." Lei Hu turned to Yang Qingying and said, "This is the orphan of the beggar gang's leader, Shi Huolong. He was secretly harmed by an enemy, and I rescued Miss Shi, bringing her here so that Miss Yang can provide her guidance." Yang Qingying replied, "Since she is a descendant of an old acquaintance, I shall dedicate myself to her instruction, ensuring her cultivation advances significantly. In due time, when she returns to the beggar gang, she will seek vengeance upon her foes." The Thunder Tiger entrusted Shi Hongshi to Yang Qingying and then remarked, "Now that I have delivered Miss Shi, I must attend to other matters and take my leave. Perhaps in the future, we shall have the opportunity to exchange insights on martial arts." Chapter 54, Confrontation with Chen Yuliang. After delivering Shi Hongshi to Yang Qingying, Lei Hu departed from the ancient tomb sect, returning to the Lingnan region. Yang Qingying welcomed Shi Hongshi into the sect and said, "Miss Shi, consider this place your home. I shall devote myself to nurturing you, empowering you to seek vengeance." Shi Hongshi replied, "My enemies possess a cultivation level of the 4th stage of the acquired realm, and they have a master at the 7th stage, which enabled them to conspire against my father, leading to his demise." Yang Qingying reassured her, "Rest assured. Here we possess the 9 scriptures, which are exceedingly suitable for your cultivation. Additionally, with the assistance of the cold jade bed, you will be able to elevate your abilities to the 9th stage of the acquired realm in just a few years. Moreover, we also have the martial arts of your beggar sect for you to practice." Shi Hongshi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you very much, Sister Yang. Once I have avenged my father, I will visit you often." Once Shi Hongshi returned to her room, Yang Qingying's maid spoke up. "That old tiger truly is troublesome. He sends someone here instead of instructing them himself, causing us inconvenience." Mississippi Yang Qingying replied, "This Lei Hu has been resisting the court lately. I imagine he lacks the energy to mentor Shi Hongshi himself, which is why he entrusted her to me. It is a testament to his trust in my abilities to guide her well." The maid remarked, "Miss still defends that old tiger and is willing to speak on his behalf." Yang Qingying responded, "You do not understand. We masters hold great respect for one another, and it is this recognition that compels us to assist each other in overcoming challenges." Upon returning to the Lingnan region, Lei Hu summoned Yin Tianzheng and stated, "I have delivered Shi Hongshi to the Guma sect. It is likely that within a few years, Shi Hongshi will significantly enhance his skills and seek vengeance against Chen Yuliang." Yin Tianzheng replied, "Should we not then wait for a period, allowing Shi Hongshi to master his craft and return to exact his revenge on Chen Yuliang before we launch our assault?" Lei Hu remarked that there was no need for that. "We must now commence our preparations, which will require some time to organize the army effectively. Subsequently, it will take several years to vanquish Chen Yuliang's forces." By the time Shi Hongshi returns, we will be well positioned to deal with Qin Yuliang, enabling us to effortlessly seize his territory. Yin Tianzhong responded, acknowledging that since Brother Lei has resolved to attack Qin Yuliang, he would promptly make arrangements for the army to prepare for the offensive. Lei Hu remarked that Qin Yuliang had taken control of the Dongting Lake region, where the majority of his forces comprised naval troops. We could, from Guilin, navigate along the rivers to deploy our navy and engage in battle with the adversary. Yin Tianjing stated that after years of development aimed at confronting Qin Yuliang, we have gathered a substantial naval fleet near Guilin, ready to set sail at any moment. Lei Hu remarked that this time, we shall not only advance via waterways but also deploy infantry to seize the cities surrounding Dongting Lake, thereby confining Qin Yuliang's naval forces within the lake, rendering it arduous for them to exhibit their full strength. Yin Tianzhong responded, praising Lei for his thoughtful strategy. By attacking Qin Yuliang from both the water and land, we will undoubtedly overwhelm him, leaving him with no choice but to face defeat. Lei Hu, well aware of Qin Yuliang's prowess, entrusted the army to the command of Yin Yuang, while personally leading the naval forces to confront Qin Yuliang. Upon arriving at the riverside in Guilin, Lei Hu beheld a seemingly endless array of warships adorning the river's surface, undoubtedly numbering in the hundreds, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Lei Hu remarked, at present, we possess such a formidable fleet of warships that we are fully capable of contending with Qin Yuliang's naval forces. Furthermore, we shall continue to construct additional vessels to bolster our efforts in battle. Yin Tianzhong added, Qin Yuliang is merely a fisherman by origin, possessing limited insight and a narrow vision. Throughout this period, they have relied solely on agricultural taxes to sustain their troops. Once the conflict commences, their financial resources will dwindle, rendering them incapable of enduring a prolonged engagement against us. Even in a war of attrition, we shall prevail. Lei Hu remarked that we must not underestimate one another. Qin Yuliang's ability to rise from a fisherman to a regional leader is indeed commendable. However, his narrow-mindedness has resulted in a scarcity of talented individuals willing to ally with him, which in turn has led to significant financial difficulties for his faction. Nevertheless, Qin Yuliang's control over the Dongting Lake region has endowed his navy with considerable strength. Yin Tianzhong responded that even so, they cannot be compared to us. Our fleet of large ships far exceeds theirs, and even in a direct confrontation, we would certainly prevail over them. Lei Hu remarked, it appears that during this period, our strength has significantly advanced, leading you to swell with arrogance. Little do you know, prideful warriors are destined for defeat. If your mindset does not shift, you will undoubtedly face grave consequences in the future. At that moment, Yin Tian, upon hearing Lei Hu's words, realized his errors and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He hastily replied, Brother Lei, you speak the truth. My hubris has clouded my judgment, almost resulting in a disastrous outcome. After imparting a lesson to Yin Tianzhong, Lei Hu led his naval forces towards Dongting Lake to confront Qin Yuliang. Upon receiving news of Lei Hu's impending assault, Qin Yuliang realized that he was at a disadvantage on the river, knowing that his true strength lay within Dongting Lake. Consequently, he deliberately allowed Lei Hu to pass, intending to annihilate Lei Hu's naval forces within the confines of the lake. With the destruction of Lei Hu's fleet, he believed that victory over Lei Hu would be assured. The infantry could not possibly undermine his dominion. When Lei Hu observed Qin Yuliang's maneuvers, he remarked that Qin Yuliang was quite confident in his naval forces, audaciously allowing them to engage in battle within Dongting Lake. Yin Tianzhong responded that this was fortuitous. If they could vanquish Qin Yuliang's naval forces in the lake, they would have the opportunity to eliminate Qin Yuliang himself. Lei Hu remarked that since Qin Yuliang dared to act in such a manner, it indicated a considerable level of confidence on his part. Furthermore, given that Qin Yuliang frequently operated in the entirety of Dongting Lake, he was undoubtedly more familiar with the terrain than we were and could adeptly maneuver around us by exploiting the landscape. Upon the arrival of the formidable army of Thunder Tiger at Dongting Lake, they were indeed intercepted by the naval forces of Qin Yuliang. A fierce battle ensued upon the waters of Dongting Lake. Yin Tianjing remarked that Qin Yuliang was exceedingly cunning, adeptly utilizing the terrain to frequently launch surprise attacks against them, thereby placing their naval forces in a rather precarious position. Thunder Tiger remarked, now aware of the formidable nature of the opponent, he no longer dared to underestimate them. Yin Tianzhong responded, in the past, when we launched our assaults on territories, we faced no obstruction from the authorities, which made our endeavors seem effortless. This led us to believe in our own might. However, now confronted with Qin Yuliang, we have come to realize the true strength of the adversary and no longer dare to take them lightly. In pursuit of superior combat capabilities, Lei Hu frequently relied on naval vessels, leveraging his formidable strength to sabotage Qin Yuliang's ships, thereby gaining the upper hand for his faction. After enduring a protracted struggle with Qin Yuliang, the two sides engaged in a stalemate on Dongting Lake for over 3 years. It was Lei Hu's substantial financial resources that ultimately enabled him to suppress Qin Yuliang. Originally, Lei Hu was prepared to engage in battle with Qin Yuliang. However, upon receiving news from Shi Hongshi, he decided to meet with the latter instead. Upon seeing Yang Qingying approach with Shi Hongshi, Lei Hu remarked, "Master Yang, your prowess is indeed remarkable. In just over 3 years, you have cultivated Miss Shi into a formidable practitioner of the 7th level of postnatal mastery." Yang Qingying replied, "I am aware that after your battle with Qin Yuliang, you dedicated considerable effort to nurturing Sister Shi. You guided her in the cultivation of the 9 true scriptures and sent someone to the valleys of Xianyang to capture the Pizik snake, procuring its gallbladder for her consumption. Additionally, she has benefited from our ancient sect's jade peak honey and has practiced her internal energy on the cold jade bed. It is through these rigorous methods that, after more than 3 years, Sister Shi has developed formidable strength with a solid foundation, achieving the 7th level of postnatal mastery, thus enabling her to seek vengeance." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Since Miss Yang has brought Miss Shi here, let us join forces and confront Qin Yuliang." Seeking an opportunity to vanquish him, Yang Qingying Smade replied, "You cunning old tiger, upon seeing our young lady's arrival, you scheme to enlist her aid against Qin Yuliang." Lei Hu remarked, "This time, I have invited Miss Yang not to seek her assistance, but rather to ensure the safety of Miss Shi." Yang Qingying responded, "Since you, Brother Lei, have extended your invitation, I shall accompany you on this journey to witness how you intend to vanquish Qin Yuliang's naval forces." Chapter 55, The Slaying of Qin Yuliang. Thunder Tiger led Yang Qingying and her companions aboard the warship, propelling forward with the intent to confront Qin Yuliang. Once on board, Yang Qingying remarked that prior to their arrival, they had visited the Beggars sect and garnered the support of several elders, successfully expelling Qin Yuliang's influence from the sect. Now, the remnants of Qin Yuliang's power were confined to these troops. If they could vanquish Qin Yuliang here, it would result in the disintegration of his forces, allowing them to seize control of the Jingxiang region. Lei Hu remarked, "In that case, after a while, upon encountering Qin Yuliang, I shall leave the opportunity for vengeance to Miss Shi, allowing her to exact her long-awaited retribution." Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Shi Hongshi expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "I am truly thankful for your graciousness, Chief Lei." After all, Shi Hongshi understood that with Lei Hu's martial prowess, eliminating Qin Yuliang would be a trivial endeavor. The fact that he had yet to do so indicated that he was awaiting her arrival to carry out the deed. The Thunder Tiger did not eliminate Qin Yuliang. Rather, he invested considerable time engaging in combat with him. The objective was to utilize Qin Yuliang's naval forces as a sharpening stone, refining his own fleet through this confrontation. It is only through the crucible of life and death that these sailors will mature and evolve into an elite naval force. Ultimately, this formidable fleet can be harnessed to dominate the Yangtze River and exert control over the entirety of the southern region. Upon entering Dongting Lake, the Thunder Tiger's warships encountered a multitude of vessels engaged in fierce combat. Catapults, crossbows, and artillery unleashed a relentless barrage. Several ships were swiftly rendered inoperative, sinking to the lake's depths. Witnessing such a brutal conflict, Shi Hongshi remarked, "We are fortunate to have Commander Lei's assistance this time. Otherwise, facing Qin Yuliang directly would undoubtedly lead to our downfall." Lei Hu remarked, "At present, we find ourselves within the embrace of Dongting Lake, on a quest to locate Qin Yuliang's warship. Once we have identified its whereabouts, we shall approach stealthily, providing Miss Shi the opportunity to strike down Qin Yuliang." The Thunder Tiger issued a military order to search for Qin Yuliang, instructing all naval forces to commence their quest. Tianzhong, upon receiving Thunder Tiger's command, understood that Thunder Tiger now believed the naval troops had sufficiently trained. The objective was to locate Qin Yuliang swiftly and eliminate him, thereby bringing this conflict to a conclusion. Tianzhong advised his comrades to be vigilant and to seek out Qin Yuliang. He emphasized that they should refrain from taking independent action and instead relay any findings to Brother Lei, who would handle the situation. The soldiers, upon receiving Tianzhong's directive, recognized that the search for Qin Yuliang signaled the impending end of the battle. They began to fight with fervor, striving to accumulate more military merits. After all, within Thunder Tiger's ranks, The most crucial criterion for promotion was military achievement. Without it, advancement would prove exceedingly challenging. The warship of the Thunder Tiger roamed the battlefield, commencing its search for the whereabouts of Chun Yuliang. After a wait of an hour, it finally received news from Yin Tianjin, revealing that Chun Yuliang's vessel was located to the north. The Thunder Tiger propelled its warship toward the position of Chun Yuliang, swiftly reaching the front line. Upon arrival, it beheld the fierce and intense clash between both sides. Thunder Tiger gazed ahead and beheld a colossal warship, towering 3 stories high, magnificently imposing, and surrounded by numerous smaller vessels for protection. All combat orders were issued from this formidable flagship. Upon observing the situation, Lei Hu discerned that the imposing vessel ahead was none other than the transport of Chun Yuliang. As long as he approached the grand ship, there would be a chance to vanquish his adversary. At this juncture, Lei Hu commenced issuing commands, urging his forces to advance and close in on the enemy, thereby creating opportunities to approach Chun Yuliang's warship. As the battle progressed, Chun Yuliang also discerned Lei Hu's movements, observing his warship steadily drawing nearer. With a sense of elation, Chun Yuliang remarked that if they were to engage in Dongting Lake, they could vanquish Lei Hu, which would undoubtedly lead to the disintegration of his power. Turning to his foremost general, Zhang Dingbian, Chun Yuliang inquired, "General Zhang, do you possess the confidence to eliminate Lei Hu?" Zhang Dingbian responded, "It is said that Lei Hu has attained the formidable strength of the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. If we were on solid ground, with my own 6th level of postnatal prowess, I would have little chance of defeating him. However, within the confines of Dongting Lake, where we hold the advantage of terrain, we may indeed have the opportunity to strike him down." Upon hearing Zhang Dingbian's words, Chun Yuliang declared, "Should you succeed in defeating him, I shall appoint you as the Grand General, entrusting you with the command of our future military forces." Chun Yuliang understood that among his subordinates, Zhang Dingbian was the most capable, particularly in naval warfare, hence offering such a significant reward to motivate him. As Lei Hu's warship charged towards Chun Yuliang's vessel, it encountered fierce resistance along the way, with numerous ships attempting to intercept him, yet Lei Hu pressed forward. Just as Lei Hu was on the verge of closing in on Chun Yuliang's warship, a sudden arrow, imbued with tremendous force, pierced the air and shot towards him. Upon witnessing the arrow soaring through the air, leaving behind a white trail, Thunder Tiger immediately discerned the formidable power of the projectile. Realizing it was not launched by an ordinary individual, the Thunder Tiger extended his right hand, fingers splayed wide. As the arrow surged toward him, he suddenly struck, his fingers seizing the projectile with precision. Upon capture, the arrow continued to tremble uncontrollably in his grasp. The Thunder Tiger cast down the arrow and beheld ahead a robust man in his 30s, who, with a longbow in hand, gazed at him in astonishment. Upon seeing the shadowy figure, Lei Hu immediately recognized it as Zhang Dingbian, the foremost general of Chun Yuliang, a formidable man indeed. The current power wielded by Chun Yuliang has been largely attributed to Zhang Dingbian, who has played a pivotal role in establishing such an expansive territory. Seizing the moment of surprise, Lei Hu deftly leapt from the warship, alighting gracefully upon the water's surface. With an effortless mastery of his art, he glided across the liquid expanse, traversing a distance of 100 zhang, and swiftly ascended onto the vessel to commence his pursuit of the adversary. Zhang Dingbian, upon witnessing Lei Hu's approach, finally grasped the gravity of the situation and began to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows in an attempt to thwart his advance. However, all efforts proved futile, as Lei Hu closed the distance and boarded the warship with remarkable agility. As Lei Hu swiftly boarded the warship, he launched an assault on Zhang Dingbian, his hands moving with relentless vigor. Before long, he subdued Zhang Dingbian and captured him. The Thunder Tiger mentioned Zhang Dingbian, soaring back to his warship, and spoke, "First, bind him tightly. Keep a watchful eye on him to ensure he does not escape." Lei Hu remarked that now Chun Yuliang's foremost general has been captured by him. It seems that there is no way to prevent us from slaying him. The warship of Thunder Tiger swiftly advanced, drawing near to Chun Yuliang's vessel. Once close enough, they commenced boarding the ship to eliminate Chun Yuliang. Upon witnessing Thunder Tiger's ship approach, Chun Yuliang realized that Zhang Dingbian had met with defeat. He hastily instructed his crew to turn the ship and flee. However, the immense size of the warship made it too late to maneuver effectively, and it was soon overtaken by Thunder Tiger's forces. Meanwhile, Shi Hongshi observed the approaching warship and, without waiting for it to draw closer, swiftly executed the Spiral 9 Shadows technique, propelling himself across the water's surface toward Chun Yuliang. As Lei Hu observed, Shi Hongshi swiftly charged on Chun Yuliang's warship, intent on slaying him to avenge his parents. Chun Yuliang, taken aback by Shi Hongshi's sudden approach, exclaimed in astonishment, "In just a few years of absence, how have your martial skills improved so remarkably?" Shi Hongshi replied, "Under the guidance of Sister Huang, I have spent 3 years honing my abilities, achieving a breakthrough to the 7th level of the acquired realm. My sole purpose is to eradicate you, the treacherous scoundrel, and avenge my parents." With that, Shi Hongshi brandished the dogbeat stick, employing its technique and creating a multitude of afterimages as he swung it. He unleashed his fury upon Chun Yuliang, treating him like a rabid dog to vent his pent-up resentment. When Shi Hongshi finally ceased his assault, Chun Yuliang lay crumpled on the ground, his body in tatters and bones shattered beyond recognition, having been mercilessly beaten to death by Shi Hongshi. Chapter 56. The occupation of Jingxiang region. Upon witnessing the murder of Chun Yuliang, Lei Hu realized that he had already triumphed in this battle. The Thunder Tiger commanded his men to steer the warship over and board Chun Yuliang's vessel. Approaching the lifeless body of Chun Yuliang, he spoke, acknowledging that despite his transgressions, he was nonetheless a lord of the realm. It was unseemly to allow his corpse to rot in the wilderness. He ordered his men to retrieve the body and arrange for a burial befitting a lord. Lei Hu turned his head and addressed Zhang Dingbian, saying, "General Zhang, now that Chun Yuliang is deceased, I implore you to come forth and assist me in accomplishing the grand endeavor of expelling the invaders." Zhang Dingbian replied, "I must deliberate on this matter further, as my decision will hinge upon the assessment of Commander Lei's character." Lei Hu remarked that General Zhang could observe at any moment, and he requested General Zhang's assistance in subduing these soldiers to prevent further conflict and unnecessary sacrifices. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Zhang Dingbian replied that since Commander Lei placed such trust in him, he would indeed assist in the endeavor to pacify the soldiers. After Zhang Dingbian departed, Yin Tianzheng spoke up, expressing concern over Brother Lei's unwavering trust in the other party. He questioned how they would handle the situation should the general consolidate his forces and declare himself king, opposing them. Lei Hu remarked that Zhang Dingbian was merely a general in the past, and now uniting these troops poses no challenge. However, his aspiration to establish himself as a sovereign will likely encounter resistance from many generals who may not yield to him. After all, they were once commanders themselves. How could they reconcile their subservience to Zhang Dingbian? In Daunting Lake, Lei Hu embarked on the endeavor of consolidating the formidable army of Chun Yuliang. After 3 days of relentless effort, with the invaluable assistance of Zhang Dingbian, he successfully subdued these naval forces. Upon successfully subduing these naval troops, Lei Hu became aware that they had not received their military pay for 6 months. In a bid to win their loyalty, Lei Hu generously decided to disperse the owed salaries and granted them a month-long leave to reunite with their families, thereby completely winning the hearts of these soldiers. Observing Lei Hu's magnanimity over the course of several days, Zhang Dingbian recognized the leader's exceptional treatment of his subordinates, as well as his frequent guidance in martial arts, which significantly enhanced their abilities. Zhang Dingbian remarked, "Having witnessed your actions today, Commander Lei, and so graciously treating your soldiers, it is clear that Chun Yuliang's defeat at your hands was entirely justified. I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you, my lord, and humbly request your acceptance." The Thunder Tiger hastily stepped forward to assist Zhang Dingbian, exclaiming, "I, General Zhang, am akin to Emperor Gaozu with Fan Kuai, and I am truly elated. Let us unite our efforts to overthrow the tyrannical Yuan and establish a government for our Han people, ensuring the perpetuation of Han culture." Thunder Tiger was situated within Daunting Lake, allowing the naval forces to take a respite and recuperate. Upon observing that there was no longer any pressing matter for Thunder Tiger, Yang Qingying approached to bid farewell. She spoke, "Now that there is no further need for our assistance, I shall return to the ancient Tomb sect. Once you, my dear brother Thunder, have seized the world, I shall return to extend my heartfelt congratulations." Lei Hu remarked, "Since Master Yang intends to return, I shall not retain you any longer. I wish you safe travels and well-being on your journey." Shi Hongshi interjected, "This time, I owe my vengeance to the assistance of Commander Lei. Though Chun Yuliang has been slain, his master has managed to escape. I must return to the beggar's sect to pursue his whereabouts. Thus I shall make my way back to the sect. Should Commander Lei require anything in the future, merely inform us, and the beggar's sect shall undoubtedly offer its utmost support." Lei Hu remarked, "Since Miss Shi intends to return, then she shall. However, it is evident that Chun Yuliang's master is exceedingly cunning. Even under such circumstances, he has managed to evade capture. Pursuing him will undoubtedly prove to be quite troublesome. Miss Sure must exercise patience and diligently investigate, and she will surely uncover his whereabouts. After Yang Qingying and her companions departed, Lei Hu instructed Zhang Dingbian to assist Yin Yuang in commencing the conquest of the land, seizing control of Chun Yuliang's territory. The Thunder Tiger requested Zhang Dingbian to assist. And indeed, this greatly facilitated the operations of teacher Yin Jiaoyi, resulting in the complete occupation of the Jingxiang region within merely 6 months. Ying Tianzheng remarked, "Brother Lei, we have now secured the Jingxiang area. What should be our next target for occupation, so we can plan ahead?" Thunder Tiger remarked that there are several factions currently entrenched in the south. The most formidable threat to us is the forces of Zhu Yuanzhang, who are stationed around Nanjing, preventing us from fully controlling the Jiangnan region. Yin Tianzheng inquired about our course of action to suppress the opposition and hinder their development. Lei Hu remarked, "We have now secured the Yangtze River and can proceed downstream to capture Poyang Lake, thereby confining their influence to the lower reaches of the Yangtze. This will undoubtedly simplify our future engagements." Yin Tianzheng replied, "Since Brother Lei has devised this plan, I shall relay the message to prepare our naval forces for the acquisition of Poyang Lake." Lei Hu remarked, "We have only just secured Daunting Lake and the surrounding area of Poyang Lake, and currently, a band of water bandits occupies the region. They surely do not anticipate that we shall continue our offensive. When we do launch our attack, we shall catch them completely off guard, rendering them incapable of resistance." After several days of rest, the formidable army of the Thunder Tiger finally set forth, journeying down the Yangtze River, harnessing the swift currents of the river. They made remarkable progress, reaching the vicinity of Poyang Lake in just 3 days. The Thunder Tiger proclaimed a strategic maneuver to redirect the Grand Army towards Poyang Lake, with the intent to decisively eradicate the band of water pirates. This faction of marauders was, in fact, a deliberate creation of Chun Yuliang and Zhu Yuanzhang, serving as a buffer zone between their two powers. Little did Zhu Yuanzhang anticipate that Thunder Tiger, having recently seized Chun Yuliang's territory, would launch an offensive towards Poyang Lake, catching him unprepared. Even if Zhu Yuanzhang wished to intervene, he would find it too late to respond. Unbeknownst to him, Thunder Tiger had already regarded him as the foremost rival in the quest for dominion, and would not hesitate to suppress Zhu Yuanzhang at the slightest opportunity, acting without delay. The Thunder Tiger's naval forces infiltrated Poyang and commenced an assault on the water bandits. Upon seizing the stronghold of these marauders, Thunder Tiger discovered that they were utterly depraved, frequently abducting innocent civilians to satiate their bloodlust and derive amusement from their heinous acts. The Thunder Tiger is acutely aware that these water bandits are stained with the blood of countless innocents, rendering it difficult to grant them forgiveness. Thunder Tiger remarked, "Given the malevolence of these water bandits, we cannot harbor them lest they tarnish our military discipline. They must be executed." Upon hearing Thunder Tiger's decree, Zhang Dingbian finally comprehended the reason for the stringent discipline within Thunder Tiger's formidable army. Such brigands and bandits have no place in our ranks. Allowing them entry would only corrupt our standards. After Lei Hu seized Poyang Lake, in an effort to stifle Zhu Yuanzhang's advancement, he left Zhang Dingbian in command of the naval forces stationed there, tasked with obstructing Zhu Yuanzhang's influence and preventing his expansion upstream along the Yangtze River. Upon receiving Lei Hu's orders, Zhang Dingbian pledged to remain stationed at Poyang Lake, taking command of the considerable naval forces entrusted to him. Deeply moved, he declared, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall steadfastly guard Poyang Lake and ensure that Zhu Yuanzhang does not encroach upon our territory." Lei Hu remarked, "General Zhang, please remember, if we preserve our people yet lose our territory, both the people and the land shall endure. Conversely, if we safeguard the land at the expense of our people, we shall ultimately lose both. As long as there are still individuals remaining, the territory can be reclaimed at any time. However, once our forces are depleted, even if we temporarily maintain our hold on the land, we will inevitably face loss." Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Zhang Dingbian's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he replied, "Indeed, my lord is astute. This principle is articulated with utmost clarity. Throughout history, many commanders have failed to grasp this truth, leading to their eventual downfall. I, as a humble general, shall remember your words and strive to protect our territory for you." After delivering his instructions, Lei Hu led a fleet of vessels upstream along the Yangtze River, ultimately reaching the Jingxiang region. Yin Tianzheng remarked, "Brother Lei, Our territory has expanded significantly. It is time for us to relocate our base of operations. The Thunder Tiger remarked that henceforth, our focus of operations shall be centered in the Yangtze River Basin. We could establish our headquarters in Balan, by Dongting Lake. This arrangement would facilitate our offensive maneuvers both upstream and downstream along the Yangtze River. Chapter 57. Journey to Yuyao. The Thunder Tiger has established its stronghold along the banks of the Yangtze River, facilitating the control of the entire river. This marks the beginning of the development of the Jingxiang region. Previously, it was under the management of Chun Yuliang, a fisherman by origin, who excelled in cunning schemes, yet found himself challenged when it came to local governance. The Thunder Tiger stationed its troops along the border to safeguard its territory from foreign incursions, thereby shifting its focus towards the development of the Jingxiang region. In order to foster the local economy and restore production, Thunder Tiger began to invite numerous scholars to assist in management, armed with knowledge from a previous existence. He discerned the true talents among them and personally sought them out to aid in the governance of his domain. The Thunder Tiger summoned figures such as Liu Bowen and Li Shachang to assist him. Liu Bowen remarked that the lord had already seized substantial territory and had become a regional lord. Thus, he ought to have a prestigious title. This would facilitate the better governance of his domain. Thunder Tiger remarked, in that case, how about I call myself the Duke of Shigua? Our territory shall be recognized as the Duke's domain. This way, without declaring myself a king, we shall avoid drawing the attention of the court while also uniting the hearts of the people. Liu Bowen responded, since the Lord has made a decision, we can adopt this title for the time being. Once we have seized the world, we shall redefine our nation's name. At this juncture, Lei Hu established his office and formed his own team, commencing the governance of his territory. Upon learning that Lei Hu had changed his title, Yin Tian, upon meeting him, ceased to address him as Brother Lei and instead referred to him as Duke, in order to uphold Lei Hu's dignity. After acquiring a title, Thunder Tiger finally allowed others to recognize his prowess, igniting his ambition to seize dominion over the realm. Many individuals within his territory began to pledge allegiance to Thunder Tiger. Previously, he was merely proclaimed as a leader, lacking a distinguished name to command his following, which rendered it difficult for these individuals to perceive his aspirations and thus hesitate to ally with him. Now, with his ambitions laid bare, those who have rallied to his side began to showcase their talents in a fervent pursuit of fame and fortune. After meticulously managing these affairs, Lei Hu finally arrived at the Wudong sect to meet Zhang Sanfeng. Within the Zixiao Hall, Zhang Sanfeng greeted Lei Hu and remarked, through the course of recent developments, young friend Lei has ascended to the status of a regional lord, beginning to stir the winds and clouds of the world. Thunder Tiger remarked, it is preferable to be like Master Zhang, finding tranquility in the mountains, observing the ebb and flow of the world. Zhang Sanfeng responded, since you, young friend Lei, have come here, I shall entrust to you the territories overseen by our Wudong sect, allowing these lands to merge with your esteemed influence. Thunder Tiger said, then I must extend my gratitude to Master Zhang. After all, this territory belongs to your Wudong sect. It is only fitting that you manage it yourselves. Zhang Sanfeng replied, since you, young friend Lei, have expressed it thus, we shall indeed oversee this territory ourselves. However, we shall remit a small tribute as a token of goodwill. Thunder Tiger inquired, during this period, I have been engrossed in territorial disputes and have paid little attention to the happenings in the martial world. I beseech you, Master Zhang, to enlighten me on the current affairs of the realm. Zhang Sanfeng replied, if we are to discuss the significant events in the martial world, the most notable news is that the golden-haired Lion King, Xie Sun, has returned from overseas. Many martial artists have already journeyed to Jiangnan, eager to seize the Dragon Slaying Saber. Even the Chui Mountain clan, concerned for Xie Sun's safety, has set forth. Lei Hu, filled with curiosity, inquired why Xie Sun, who had been overseas for an extended period, had suddenly returned. Zhang Sanfeng replied that it was rumored the Purple Shirt Dragon King sought to borrow the Dragon Slaying Saber to engage in a contest of strength against the formidable mistress of extinction. In pursuit of this goal, he diligently searched for Xie Sun and ultimately brought him to Snake Island. The revelation of this news subsequently came to light. Lei Hu remarked, since it is so, Jiangnan is my territory. At this moment, with nothing pressing to attend to, I shall pay a visit and observe how much commotion these individuals of the martial world can stir up. After spending a day within the Wudong sect, Lei Hu finally led his subordinates on their journey towards Jiangnan. In the region south of the Yangtze River, Zhu Yuanzhang held territories near the river, while Zhang Shicheng occupied the lower reaches. The coastal lands were under the dominion of Lei Hu. After a journey of over 10 days, Lei Hu finally arrived at Yu City, situated near the coast. Upon setting sail, the vessel traversed more than 300 miles to reach Ling Snake Island. It was here that numerous individuals from the martial world congregated, eager to seize the dragon-slaying blade. Yin Tianzheng remarked, "My lord, these practitioners possess varying levels of skill. With their martial prowess, it is utterly absurd for them to aspire to claim the dragon-slaying blade." His words provoked the ire of many in attendance. One individual with crossed eyes, whose cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of acquired strength, retorted, "You old man, how audacious you are! As if your abilities could truly allow you to lay claim to the dragon-slaying blade." Yin Tianjin confidently replied, "Indeed, if my lord intervenes, you would stand no chance of obtaining the dragon-slaying blade." The cross-eyed man, unwilling to concede, declared, "I shall test your abilities, old man, and see if you are merely boasting." Observing the man charge toward him, Yin Tianjing spread his fingers and unleashed the eagle claw technique. A streak of claw energy surged forth, striking the cross-eyed man and sending him flying. Witnessing Yin Tianjing's demonstration of true energy projection from a distance of 10 paces, the onlookers realized that his cultivation had reached the 7th level of acquired strength, marking him as a formidable expert, and they dared not provoke him further. Lei Hu settled in Yuyao City and waited for 3 days, until someone finally took the lead to venture towards the seaside, heading for Spirit Serpent Island. With the intention of seizing the dragon-slaying blade, Ray Tiger ascended aboard his warship, following closely behind the fleet as they set sail for distant shores. The figures of the martial world, upon sighting Ray Tiger's vessel adorned with the banner of the Duke of Shugua, realized that he and his entourage were indeed part of the Duke's retinue. A bearded man remarked, "It seems the dragon-slaying blade possesses quite an allure, even drawing the Duke's men into its orbit." Another, bearing a scarred visage, responded, "This is, after all, the territory of the Duke of Shugua. Their intelligence will naturally be well informed. With such a fortuitous opportunity at hand, they would surely wish to involve themselves." Kong Wen and his companions turned their gaze towards the rear, where they beheld Ray Tiger and his cohort standing upon the deck. One of them spoke, "This endeavor to seize the dragon-slaying blade will prove exceedingly arduous." Hearing this, the bearded man inquired, "Even your Shaolin Temple dares not confront the Duke of Shugua?" Kongxing replied, "You brash fool, what do you know? The Duke himself has arrived. With his martial prowess, not even a collective effort from us could stand against him." The bearded man continued, "Is the Duke of Shugua truly that formidable? Yet, in my years traversing the martial realm, I have scarcely heard any news of him." Kongxing responded, "You newcomers are blissfully unaware. The Duke reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm several years ago. After this period of cultivation, his skills have surely deepened. He has spent these recent years in overturning the Yuan dynasty, rarely engaging in the affairs of the martial world. Given this, has the Duke's strength not reached the zenith of the realm?" The bearded man queried. Kongxing replied, "Even if he is not the strongest in the world, he is certainly among the top 2. Only Zhang Zhenren of the Wudong sect might stand a chance against him." The bearded man noted, "I have heard the Duke is still under 40 years of age, yet possesses such prowess. One must wonder what martial arts he practices to achieve such might." Kongxing divulged, "It is said that the Duke cultivates the supreme arts of the 9-Yang Manual and the 9-Yin Manual, which have endowed him with extraordinary strength." The bearded man mused, "If that is the case, we too may have a chance. I have heard that the dragon-slaying blade contains top-tier martial arts manuals that could elevate a practitioner to mastery in a short span." Kongxing cautioned, "These are mere rumors. The true nature of the dragon-slaying blade's secrets can only be uncovered upon its acquisition." By revealing this information, Kongxing aimed to incite the avarice of these martial figures, encouraging them to contend for the dragon-slaying blade. In the ensuing chaos, the disciples of Shaolin would find their opportunity to seize the legendary weapon. Chapter 58. Subduing the Persians. Thunder Tiger sat aboard the vessel, following the individuals of the martial world, setting sail towards the sea. It took them 2 hours to reach Spirit Serpent Island. Upon disembarking and making their way onto the island, they were met with the sounds of combat echoing from within. Kongwen remarked, "We are the first to arrive. How is it that there are others engaged in battle on this island?" It was no surprise that someone, taking advantage of the momentary distraction, had stealthily approached in an attempt to seize the dragon-slaying blade. Hearing the sounds of battle, Lei Hu recalled the original tale and realized that a group of Persians had arrived, intent on bringing back the purple-shirt Dragon King to reclaim his position as the leader. Based on the timeline, it seemed these Persians had come during this very period. It was likely that Xie Sun and his companions were engaged in combat with them. Kong I and the others, alarmed by the clamor of conflict, feared that the Dragon Slaying Saber might be seized. They hurriedly rushed towards the island, eager to discern who was embroiled in the skirmish. After the departure of individuals such as Thunder Tiger, orders were finally issued for the warships to commence their operations in search of the Persian vessels. Upon locating these ships, they were to be seized and brought under control. After issuing his orders, Lei Hu made his way towards the island, swiftly arriving at its center where he beheld the purple-robed Dragon King and his companion engaged in combat with a group of Persians. Upon noticing the arrival of numerous individuals from Central Plains, the Persians hastily ceased their fighting. One of them spoke up, addressing Dai Qixi. As the holy maiden of the Persian Ming sect, you have remained in the Central Plains, refusing to return. What is your reasoning behind this? Upon hearing the words of King Bashu, Dai Qixi replied, I have lost my purity. How can I return to the sect? Would I not face punishment? King Bashu responded, Our sect leader has passed away, and there is currently no leader among us. We wish to bring you back to assume the role of sect leader. Dai Qixi countered, I am no longer chaste. How could I possibly take on the position of leader? You should seek another holy maiden to return and lead the sect. King Baoshu insisted. If we could find someone else, we would not have traveled such a great distance to the Central Plains to retrieve you. The presence of so many here on your island is detrimental to you. If you agree to return with us, we will ensure your safety. As Lei Hu arrived, he overheard the words of these Persians and spoke up, questioning when it was that our Central Plains had become a realm where you barbarians could roam freely. King Baoshu turned to glance at Lei Hu, noticing that upon his arrival, the individuals from the martial world parted to grant him passage. Their reaction indicated that Lei Hu must indeed be a formidable figure. King Baoshu remarked, I wonder who this esteemed hero is, who speaks with such audacity. In Tianzheng, having heard the Persian's remarks, sensed the palpable lack of reverence towards Lei Hu. Thus, he declared, My lord is the master of this land, the Duke of Shugua. You barbarians, having trespassed upon our territory, dare to act so brazenly. It is tantamount to courting death. King Baoshu retorted, Even if you are the king here, it does not concern us. This matter falls within the jurisdiction of our sect and is not subject to your governmental authority. Ying Tianzheng replied, Since this is indeed a matter occurring on my lord's territory, it is under my purview, regardless of the nature of the affair. Even you barbarians are not exempt. At that moment, a Persian rushed over to King Baoshu, breathlessly reporting, King Baoshu, our ship anchored offshore has been seized. We are now unable to leave this place. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, King Baoshu turned towards Lei Hu and inquired, Duke of Shugua, as foreigners, what does it mean that you have commandeered our vessel? Thunder Tiger remarked, Since you have arrived in our Central Plains, you must abide by our customs. Your vessels are temporarily detained until we conduct a thorough investigation. Should we ascertain that you harbor no nefarious intentions, we will return your ships and allow you to depart. Upon hearing Thunder Tiger's words, King Baoshu felt reassured, understanding that Thunder Tiger would not harm him or his companions. He then inquired, Surely, the matters within our sect will not be of concern to the Duke of State? Lei Hu remarked, This is your own affair, and we shall not interfere excessively. However, Dai Qixi has resided in the Central Plains for many years and dwells upon the territory of the Duke. Thus, she is considered a citizen of the Duke's domain. Regardless of your intentions, you cannot coerce Dai Qixi. Her consent must be freely given. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, King Baoshu understood that his subordinates could not compel Dai Qixi to return. He was left with no choice but to devise another means for her to choose to return on her own accord. Listening to Lei Hu, Dai Qixi realized that he was protecting her. She tore away the human skin mask from her face, revealing her true identity, the individuals from the martial world. Upon witnessing Dai Qixi's unveiled countenance, beheld her exquisite features. Her nose was slightly pronounced, and her beauty was striking. From the shape of her face, it was evident that she had the visage of a Persian woman. Her skin was fair and tender, well-maintained, akin to that of a youthful maiden. It was clear that Dai Qixi was an unparalleled beauty, and to refer to her as the foremost martial artist of your would not be an exaggeration. With her true appearance revealed, she approached and spoke, I am Dai Qixi, a humble woman. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Duke for your benevolence in advocating for me. Your protection has spared me from the oppression of these Persians, and I am eternally grateful. Lei Hu remarked, Since you are my subjects, it is my duty to ensure your safety and shield you from the threats of others. Upon gazing into the arena, Lei Hu observed a multitude of individuals from the martial world who had already arrived at Spirit Serpent Island. He spoke. The turmoil surrounding the dragon-slaying blade has persisted for far too long, resulting in grievous casualties among the martial community. Allow me to bring this tempest to a close, to prevent further loss of life. Kongwen remarked, I wonder how the Duke will address this matter, so that we may all be convinced. Thunder Tiger said, Since you have come in pursuit of the martial arts manual, I shall unveil the secrets of the Dragon Slaying Saber today, allowing you to indulge your curiosity and discover what mysteries lie within the revered weapon. As Lei Hu gazed into the arena, he beheld Xie Sun's fingers, gripping the Dragon Slayer's sword, turning pale, evidently a result of excessive strain, which had caused his digits to lose their color. Thunder Tiger said, Xie Sun, you have possessed the Dragon Slaying Saber for over a decade. Do you wish to uncover the secrets concealed within it? Xie Sun, upon hearing Thunder Tiger's words, responded, No wonder the Duke is aware of the mysteries held within the Dragon Slaying Saber, and also knows the method to extract those secrets. Of course, Lei Hu replied. If I were unaware, how could I possibly ensure their satisfaction? Xie Sun interjected, Since the Duke knows the secret of the Dragon Slaying Saber, I shall entrust it to him, allowing him to unveil the mystery that has lingered in my heart for so many years. Surely, given the Duke's esteemed status, he would not covet my Dragon Slaying Saber. Upon witnessing Xie Sun extending the saber, Yin Tianjing hastily stepped forward to receive it. Rest assured, King Xie, my master has no intention of appropriating your possession, he assured. Xie Sun, noticing Yin Tianjing's approach to take the Dragon Slaying Saber, remarked, By May, it has been many years since we last met. I did not anticipate you would align yourself with the Duke. I trust you are faring well now. Yin Tianjing responded, My master's martial prowess is unmatched across the land. Under his guidance, I have transcended to the 7th level of postnatal cultivation, significantly enhancing my strength. Even the former Yang sect leader was merely at this level. Hearing Yin Tianjing's words, Xie Sun felt a sense of reassurance, knowing that Lei Hu would not covet his dragon-slaying saber. The members of the martial world present began to feel buoyed by Lei Hu's words. Some remarked, We have come here simply to witness the secret of the dragon-slaying saber. We understand that with our abilities, we could never seize it. We are merely here to partake in the excitement. Chapter 59. Unraveling the secret. Lei Hu took the dragon-slaying saber, handed over by Yin Tianjing. His fingers spread wide before curling inward to grasp the hilt, firmly securing the legendary weapon in his hand. The Thunder Tiger felt a heaviness in his hand as he grasped the dragon-slaying blade, only then realizing its immense weight. It felt as though it weighed 80 pounds, a formidable weapon indeed. Those with lesser strength in their arms would find it nearly impossible to wield for any extended duration. Upon witnessing Xie Sun lift the dragon-slaying saber with remarkable ease, Lei Hu surmised that over the years, the continuous wielding of this formidable weapon had significantly augmented his arm strength, allowing him to handle it as if it were an ordinary instrument of war. The members of Kongwen gazed intently at the dragon-slaying saber as it rested in Lei Hu's grasp, acutely aware that the secrets enshrined within the blade were no longer destined for them, rendering them unable to partake in its enigmatic legacy. As Lei Hu gazed into the arena, he beheld the formidable mistress of extinction, accompanied by a throng of disciples, standing amidst the crowd, their eyes fixated upon the dragon-slaying blade. Thunder Tiger said, Master Extinction, I implore you to lend me the heavenly sword for a moment. Let us unveil the secrets of the dragon-slaying saber, allowing everyone to behold its wonders. Once the secrets are revealed, the contention over the dragon-slaying saber will cease. Master Extinction, upon hearing Thunder Tiger's words, replied, Since His Excellency wishes to enlighten everyone, how could I possibly impede him? Therefore, I shall lend the heavenly sword to His Excellency. With that, Master Extinction took the heavenly sword and stepped out from the crowd, approaching Thunder Tiger. Kongwen, observing Master Extinction's actions, inquired, What connection does unveiling the secrets of the dragon-slaying saber have with the heavenly sword? Must it truly involve the heavenly sword? The Thunder Tiger accepted the treasured sword and spoke, Thank you, Master, for your generosity. Once I have secured control over the Shu region, I shall bestow upon your esteemed sect the jurisdiction over the Amei territory, allowing you to govern the surrounding areas. Upon hearing Thunder Tiger's words, Master Destroyer revealed a smile and replied, Since the Duke has graciously bestowed this upon me, I shall shamelessly accept it. Master Destroyer then entrusted the heavenly sword to Thunder Tiger, and with his promise in hand, she returned contentedly. Lei Hu grasped the heavenly sword in one hand and the dragon-slaying saber in the other. He circled the gathering, allowing everyone a clear view of these legendary weapons. Finally, he spoke, "I am sure you are all immensely curious about the secrets contained within the heavenly sword and the Dragon Slaying Saber. After all, it has long been rumored in the martial world that the supreme power of the martial realm is commanded by the Dragon Slaying Saber, compelling obedience from all, while the heavenly sword remains unsheathed, leaving none to rival its might. This legend has undoubtedly caused much distress among you, pondering the mysteries it conceals. Today, we shall unveil the answers, allowing you to witness the truth for yourselves." At this moment, Lei Hu's internal energy began to circulate, channeling into both the dragon-slaying saber and the heavenly sword, causing the two weapons to emanate a chilling radiance, their edges glinting with sharpness. As the Thunder Tiger wielded the dragon-slaying saber and the heavenly sword, he gathered a sufficient reserve of true energy before commencing his actions. His arm swung with grace, bringing the two weapons together in a resounding clash. Observers from the martial world, intrigued by Thunder Tiger's movements, began to murmur with curiosity. After all, these two weapons were renowned for their prowess, and this encounter would reveal which was superior. A man with a scarred face spoke up, asserting, "In my opinion, the dragon-slaying saber is undoubtedly the stronger of the two, given its substantial heft. When these weapons collide, the saber should remain unscathed, capable of cleaving the heavenly sword in two." A bearded fellow countered, "My good brother, your assessment is flawed. While the dragon-slaying saber may be heavier, the heavenly sword possesses far greater sharpness. In a clash, it should effortlessly sever the saber." Standing to the side, Kongwen observed Thunder Tiger's actions and remarked, "Could it be that the secrets of the dragon-slaying saber and the heavenly sword lie within the very weapons themselves? Though I have previously probed and discovered layers within. Considering their thickness, how much could truly be concealed?" With a resounding clang, the two weapons collided, producing a crisp sound that resonated outward, clear to all present. Following the clash, the point of impact began to fracture, resulting in a dramatic split, and the severed piece of weaponry fell from the air, crashing to the ground. In the hands of the Thunder Tiger lay a broken sword, and as he gazed upon its severed edge, he noticed a glimpse of silk protruding from the fracture. The secret of the sword was thus unveiled. The individuals from the martial world, upon witnessing the silk emerging from within the blade, exclaimed in astonishment that indeed, the sword harbored its secrets within. It was no wonder that for so many years, no one had unraveled the mysteries concealed within. The sword itself was remarkably resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. Fortunately, it was the intervention of the Duke that allowed these secrets to come to light. Upon witnessing the revelation of the secret, Lei Hu presented the sword to Yin Tianzhong, instructing him to extract the silk contained within. After Yin Tianzhong retrieved the silk, he respectfully handed it to Lei Hu and remarked, "The secret within has been procured by the Lord. It is only fitting that the Lord examines it first." The Thunder Tiger took the silk and began to unfold it for examination. First, he picked up the silk from the heavenly sword and scrutinized it. Upon finishing his inspection, he realized that it merely contained the abridged version of the Nine manual, which was far from complete. There was another piece of silk that detailed the complete set of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. After finishing reading, Lei Hu finally spoke, revealing that within lay two martial arts manuals, one being an abridged version of the Nine manual, and the other the 18 dragon-subduing palms. One of these tomes belonged to the Amei school, while the other was affiliated with the Beggars sect. It was only fitting that these texts be returned to their respective factions for their practitioners to study, and others were forbidden from peeking. The ruthless Master Miezhu and Shi Hongshi, upon hearing Lei Hu's words, hurriedly stepped forward to receive the two manuals. Though they had already acquired the complete techniques within the ancient Tomb sect, these manuals rightfully belonged to their own sects and should be reclaimed, ensuring that no outsiders could practice them. After waiting for Thunder Tiger and the others, they retrieved the secret manual and began to examine it. Inside the Dragon Slaying Saber, they found silk. Upon completing their review, they discovered that it contained the legacy of Wu Mu. The Thunder Tiger remarked that within the dragon-slaying blade lies the recorded legacy of King Yu's martial treatise, an esteemed military manual. It is no wonder that tales abound of the supreme martial prowess, the dragon-slaying blade commanding the world, with none daring to defy its authority. With this military text in hand, there exists a formidable opportunity to cultivate an elite force, one capable of seizing dominion over the realm. The Thunder Tiger gazed at Xie Sun and said, "The secret of the dragon-slaying saber has now been unveiled. I have arranged for someone to transcribe the martial emperor's manuscript for you. Additionally, I will have the heavenly sword and the Dragon Slaying Saber reforged and returned to you. C.S. Sun replied, Today, the Duke has revealed the secret of the Dragon Slaying Saber, alleviating my long-standing doubts spanning over a decade. I am already immensely pleased. Since the contents within hold no benefit for me, I shall forego them. Lei Hu remarked, The martial emperor's legacy, even if it holds no value for you, is still your possession and rightfully belongs to you. Therefore, you need not decline. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, C.S. Sun replied, Since it is a gift from the Duke, I shall accept it without shame. The figures of the martial world, upon discovering that the secrets of the Dragon-Slaying Saber and the Heavenly Sword had been unveiled, felt a sense of resolution, harboring no regrets. They understood that, with their own abilities, it would be utterly impossible to seize the Dragon-Slaying Saber or the Heavenly Sword. Kong Wan and his companions observed that the mysteries surrounding the Dragon-Slaying Saber and the Heavenly Sword had been disclosed. Now, these martial arts manuals and military treatises had found their rightful owners. Any attempt to usurp them would be tantamount to opposing Lei Hu. Realizing that there was nothing of value to gain from this place, Kong Wan and his companions suggested, Since there is nothing here for us, let us hasten back to the temple. The other martial artists, seeing that Kong Wan and his group had departed and sensing the absence of excitement, followed suit. Chapter 60. Trading with the Persians. Upon seeing that the figures of the martial world had departed, Lei Hu finally spoke, C.S. Sun, the Purple Shirt Dragon King. The atmosphere here has dissipated. Are you remaining or heading towards the Central Plains? C.S. Sun, upon hearing Lei Hu's words, replied, I have been away for over a decade. My sworn brother's family has sought me out, and I shall accompany them to the Central Plains. Dai Qixi, listening to Lei Hu, interjected. My daughter has gone to the Ming cult. I must find her. I will first accompany the Duke back to the Central Plains before proceeding to the Bright Summit. Thunder Tiger remarked, Since you all desire to return to the Central Plains, join me. Lei Hu addressed the group led by King Baoshu, saying, You Persians shall accompany us to the mainland. Once our investigations are complete, we shall release you. King Baoshu realized that their vessels had been seized, and thus, the only course of action was to follow Lei Hu back to the land before devising any further plans. Upon returning to the ship, Lei Hu instructed the crew to set sail towards Yuyao City, heading to the mainland for their mission. On board, Lei Hu had a copy of the Wumu Legacy transcribed and entrusted it to C.S. Sun, fulfilling the promise he had just made. The Thunder Tiger and his companions swiftly returned to the port of Yuyao City, docking their vessel. Upon entering the city, they arranged accommodations for the Persian visitors. After disembarking, Xiexuan approached to bid farewell, stating his intention to accompany his sworn brother to reside for a time near Wudong before pursuing the whereabouts of Cheng Kuan. Dai Qixi then interjected, saying, Your Excellency, it has been quite some time since I last saw my daughter, and I am deeply concerned for her well-being. I shall make my way to Guangming Peak to search for her. Upon witnessing several individuals preparing to depart, Thunder Tiger spoke, Since you wish to leave, then depart. However, I implore you to refrain from unnecessary bloodshed and to spare the lives of innocents. C.S. Sun and Dai Qixi, upon hearing these words, recognized the malevolence that had previously clouded their thoughts, often leading them to unjustly involve the innocent in their conflicts. This realization prompted Thunder Tiger's admonition. Aware of Thunder Tiger's formidable strength, the two refrained from retorting and replied, Lord Duke has aided us. How could we dare to disobey his counsel? From this moment forth, we shall cease to harm ordinary citizens. The Thunder Tiger issued a stern warning to the two individuals before allowing them to depart. He then turned his attention to the Persians. Yin Tianzheng remarked, My lord, these Persians are merely members of a sect. Why should we extend such kindness towards them? Lei Hu remarked that, unlike us, the Persians are divided among various sects that occupy different territories. These followers of the Persian Zoroastrian faith offer us the opportunity to engage in commerce, allowing us to amass considerable wealth to bolster our finances. Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tian realized the true intent behind Lei Hu's capture of this group of Persians. It was to conduct trade with them and profit from their riches. After residing here for several days and familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, the Persian individuals such as Lei Hu began to engage in communication with the local populace. The Thunder Tiger summoned the group of Persians, instructing them to sit down upon their arrival. Only then did he speak, acknowledging his awareness of their intentions. You wish to bring Dai Qixi back to serve as your leader, he stated. The king of the treasure tree interjected, The Duke's actions are indeed swift. In such a brief span, he has already discerned our purpose. I wonder what business the Duke has in summoning us. The Thunder Tiger remarked. Surely you are aware that Daisy has been married before and has a daughter. Given her status, it is utterly impossible for her to return and assume the role of your leader. The king of the treasure tree responded, I am curious to know what methods the Duke might possess to assist us. Lei Hu remarked, I certainly possess methods that could assist you. However, I have heard that you are in possession of the sacred fire token of the Mingjiao. I wonder if it might be possible to exchange this token for my assistance. The king of Baoshu responded, First, please reveal your methods, and after we have listened, we shall decide whether to engage in a trade with you. Thunder Tiger said, Since Daisy can no longer return to be your leader, she has a daughter who, I believe, remains untarnished and meets the requirements of your sect's leader. If you grant me the Holy Fire Order, I can assist you in restoring Daisy's daughter to the position of your leader. Upon hearing Thunder Tiger's words, the king of the treasure tree realized that Thunder Tiger's true intention was to possess the Holy Fire Order in order to dominate the Ming sect. After a brief discussion among the king of the treasure tree and his companions, they concluded, Given that the Duke has confidence in bringing Daisy's daughter back into our fold as our leader, we shall entrust the Holy Fire Order to the Duke. Lei Hu remarked that once we conclude this matter, we may also discuss the prospect of future trade. After your return, our two families could engage in commerce across the seas. Wang Baoshu responded, expressing his full support for the Duke's idea. Henceforth, we shall be partners in trade, able to share our resources and needs. After reaching an agreement, Wang Baoshu and Lei Hu instructed someone to bring forth the Holy Flame Order and hand it over to Lei Hu. Thunder Tiger took the sacred flame order, examining it closely. He discovered that these orders were crafted from a unique metal, layered and robust, rendering them difficult to damage. After Lei Hu and King Baoshu reached an agreement, they finally released King Baoshu and his entourage, allowing them to proceed to the Mingjiao to seek out Daqisi. Their mission was to bring back Daqisi's daughter to Persia to assume the role of the leader. Once Tianzhang and the others departed, he spoke up, revealing that the Lord had retained a few individuals specifically to obtain these sacred fire tokens. Lei Hu remarked that the Holy Fire Token of the Ming sect had been lost for a considerable time. Within the Ming sect, there has long been a stipulation that whosoever possesses the Holy Fire Token may ascend as the leader governing the sect. Tianzhang responded, acknowledging the existence of this regulation. However, he asserted that it is utterly impossible for an outsider to claim the title of sect leader solely based on the possession of these few tokens. Lei Hu remarked, Of course I am aware of this. However, we can utilize this sacred fire token to support the emergence of a leader who will sow discord within the Ming sect. Tianzhang inquired, Whom does the Lord wish to appoint as the leader of the Ming sect to incite turmoil? The Thunder Tiger remarked, I believe that you, Lord Yin, are exceptionally suitable. You have always been one of the four great kings of the Ming sect, merely discontented with Yang Shao and his cohorts who vie for power, which led you to establish the Heavenly Eagle sect. Yet, you have never truly severed ties with the Ming sect. You remain one of its esteemed four kings. Tianzhang replied, Now that I possess the Holy Fire Token and have ascended to the position of the sect leader, it is indeed quite challenging to contend with Yang Shao, who has managed the sect for many years. Thunder Tiger reassured, You need not worry about this matter. Within the Ming sect, only the blue-winged Bat King, Wei Yixiao, stands in support of Yang Chao. The rest show no allegiance to him. Once you assume the position of leader, you shall be able to win over these individuals and turn them to your advantage. Tianzhang remarked, The members of the Ming sect are already aware that I have been vying for territory under the command of our Lord. How could they possibly allow me to ascend to the throne of the sect leader? Thunder Tiger reassured, Rest assured, you may win over Xie Sun and Dai Qixi, securing their support to ascend as the leader of the Ming sect. Furthermore, with your mastery of the profound skill, the great shift of the universe, you are destined to seize the position of the sect leader. Tianzhang replied, Although we share a modicum of camaraderie with Xie Sun and Dai Qixi, garnering their support remains a formidable challenge. Thunder Tiger remarked, Rest assured, I have everything arranged. The one whom Xie Sun most desires to eliminate is Chen Kuan. He is currently concealed within the Shaolin Temple. As long as you assist Xie Sun in dispatching Chen Kuan, he will undoubtedly lend you his support. Regarding Dai Qixi, you need not worry. Her backing is assured. Do you believe she sent her own daughter to the Ming sect for no reason? It was merely a ploy to steal the Qianquan Denui and hand it over to the Persian Ming sect, thus securing her own merit and avoiding punishment. Tianjin commented, This Dai Qixi is indeed cunning, attempting to pilfer the Qianquan Denui to present to the Persian Ming sect in order to establish her own achievements and evade retribution. Has the Persian Ming sect truly lost the Qianquan dignity? Ray Tiger remarked that even the sacred fire order could become lost, and the great shift of the Persian Ming sect has already vanished. Thus, there is nothing peculiar about it. Yin Tianzhong responded, since our Lord has already made arrangements, I shall journey to Bright Summit to contest for power against Yang Shao, initiating chaos within the Ming sect. Chapter 61, Journey to Bright Summit. After clarifying matters with Yin Tianzhong, Lei Hu set off for Wudong, Hubei, intending to seek the support of Xie Sun first. Upon their arrival at Wudong, Lei Hu and his companions sought out Xie Sun, only to discover him living harmoniously with Zhang Zuishan's family, frequently imparting martial wisdom to Zhang Wuji. Life seemed to treat them well. Yin Tianzhong, having reforged the Dragon Slaying Saber, presented it to Xie Sun, thereby revealing his true intentions. Upon hearing Yin's words, a flicker of resentment ignited within Xie Sun. He spoke, Brother Yin, your words ring true. You can assist me in tracking down that scoundrel Chen Kuan. To which Yin Tianzhong replied affirmatively, indeed. Chen Kuan, once known by the alias Yuan Zhen, became a disciple of Kong Jian. It is likely he has been hiding within the Shaolin Temple all these years, which explains your inability to locate him. Xie Sun continued, if Brother Yin can help me uncover Chen Kuan's whereabouts, I would have no qualms in supporting your bid for leadership. Zhang Zuishan and the others, having listened to Yin Tianzhong's words, expressed their unwavering support for Xie Sun. After all, Xie Sun's previous indiscriminate killings were driven by his desperate pursuit of Chen Kuan. Now, with a chance to find him, their backing was resolute. Having briefly organized matters, Xie Sun accompanied Yin Tianzhong and the others as they set forth towards the Ming cult. Upon reaching the territory of Amei in Sichuan, Lei Hu advised Yin Tianzhong and the others to rest in the town while he took the Etian sword to the Amei sect, intending to return it to Master Mieju. As Lei Hu arrived at the entrance of the Amei sect, he spotted Master Mieju and her disciples waiting at the gate. Hastening forward, he addressed her, Master, the Etian sword, which I previously borrowed, has been reforged and I now return it to your esteemed sect. Master Mieju, upon hearing Lei Hu's words, stepped forward and accepted the sword, stating, Lord Duke, your integrity is truly commendable. It has not been long since you borrowed the Etian sword, and we are quite astonished by your prompt return. Since you have graced our sect with your presence, we kindly invite you to stay for a day, allowing us to extend our hospitality. The Thunder Tiger remarked, your sect is entirely composed of women. As a man, I wonder if my presence might be somewhat inconvenient. The Master of Extinction replied, it seems that the Duke is not entirely familiar with our sect. We have never exclusively accepted female disciples. There are indeed male disciples among us. It is merely that, under the leadership of a nun, we travel with our female disciples for the sake of convenience, which has led others to assume that only female disciples are welcomed in our sect. Rest assured, there are male disciples present who will attend to you upon your arrival. Duke, Lei Hu remarked, in that case, I shall enter for a brief observation, staying only until tomorrow morning before I depart. Thunder Tiger followed the Extinction Master into the Amei sect, embarking on a tour of this venerable institution. He discovered that within the Amei sect, there exists a harmonious coexistence of Buddhism and Taoism. Female disciples, upon renouncing worldly ties, become nuns, while male disciples, upon their ordination, assumed the role of Taoist priests. After a brief tour, Lei Hu was guided by his disciple to his quarters to rest. Once Lei Hu had settled in, Beijini finally spoke up, remarking on how exceptionally kind the master was to the Duke, allowing him to rest within the sect. Master Mieju replied, in our Sichuan, it is certain that the Duke will eventually take control. If we do not cultivate a good relationship with him now, how shall we thrive in the future? I am already old and do not have much time left. For you, it will be quite a challenge to reach the 7th level of postnatal cultivation. Without establishing a rapport with him, how can our sect prosper? Beijini countered, but Master, did you not recently take in Sister Jirua? With her talent, she still holds the potential to reach the 7th level and become a formidable expert. Master Mieju responded, that may be true, but it will take time for her to break through. I have often engaged in battles and sustained many hidden injuries, which are now surfacing due to my advanced age. I may only have a few years left. It is imperative that I lay the groundwork for you all now, so that our sect may endure. After spending a night at the Amei sect, Lei Hu bid farewell to the formidable Master Mieju the following morning. He then proceeded to rendezvous with Yin Tianzhong and his companions. Upon their reunion, they resumed their journey towards the Kunlun Mountains in the western regions, aiming for the summit of Guangming Peak. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the foot of Guangming Peak. Preparing to ascend and vie for the position of the sect leader, Yang Xiao had long been managing affairs at Guangming Peak. As Yin Tianzheng and his group reached the base of the mountain, they were intercepted by a few lackeys who barred their passage. The hot-tempered Xie Sun, upon seeing these minions daring to obstruct him, was instantly enraged. Drawing his dragon-slaying blade, he advanced and swiftly dispatched the lackeys. Just as Xie Sun had finished his grim task, Wei Yixiao descended from the summit and remarked, "Master Xie, upon your return to the sect, you have already resorted to slaying our brethren. What does this signify?" Xie Sun retorted, "We are all high-ranking members of the Ming sect. Yet these lackeys dare to impede our progress. They are courting death." Understanding the implication of Wei Yixiao's words, Xie Sun continued, "It seems these individuals are acting under your directive, with the intent of preventing our return to the sect." Wei Yixiao replied, "Master Xie, you misinterpret my intentions. It is only natural that these newcomers, having not encountered you for quite some time, do not recognize your authority. Even if they err, their transgressions do not warrant death." Xie Sun asserted, "Now that you, old bat, have appeared, you must know our identities and should not obstruct us any further." Wei Eshi responded, "I certainly welcome your return, Master Xie. However, since the Eagle King has established the Tianying sect and severed ties with the Ming sect, how could he possibly return?" Yin Tianzheng laughed heartily, saying, "When I previously departed to establish my own faction, it was due to my disdain for your internal power struggles. However, I have never severed my ties with the Ming sect and remain one of its 4 great Dharma protectors. Has Yang Xiao truly ascended to the position of sect leader and expelled me?" Wei Yixiao clarified, "Yang, the left envoy, has not yet become the sect leader. He is merely acting in the leader's stead, managing sect affairs to maintain order among the followers in the leader's absence. He has not expelled the Eagle King." Yin Tianzheng declared, "Since I still hold the position of one of the 4 great protectors, I am entitled to return to the sect. Who dares to impede me?" Realizing he could not prevent their entry, Wei Yixiao finally conceded, "Since both protectors wish to return to the sect and strengthen our forces, I wholeheartedly welcome you. However, the Duke of Shugua is not a member of our sect and cannot enter." Thunder Tiger remarked, "Is your Ming sect akin to a den of dragons and tigers, forbidding entry? I have come today with the intention of seeking the purple shirt Dragon King. Is it also forbidden to pay a visit to a friend?" Wei Yixiao was aware of the intentions of the few individuals who had arrived at Bright Summit. Their hearts were anything but pure. However, each possessed their own compelling reasons, rendering refusal impossible. Reluctantly, he permitted their entry, contemplating his next course of action. The Thunder Tigers, a small group, commenced their ascent towards the Summit of Light, entering the Ming cult, where they began their preparations to seize the power held by Yang Xiao. Upon entering, Lei Hu began his visit to Dai Qixi. Upon finding her, he inquired, "Purple Robe Dragon King, having been in the Ming sect for quite some time, have you located your daughter?" Dai Qixi replied, "I have indeed found her. May I ask what instructions the Duke has for me?" Lei Hu remarked, "Our intentions must be clear to the Purple Robe Dragon King. If you are willing to support Master Yin and ascend as the leader of the Ming sect, I shall assist you in evading the repercussions imposed by the Persian Ming sect." Dai Qixi replied, "Although the Duke possesses great power, it cannot extend to the followers of the Persian Ming sect, shielding them from punishment." Lei Hu remarked, "While I cannot influence them, I am acutely aware of your intentions in sending your daughter here. It is to seek the Qian Kun de Nuai, in hopes of retrieving this martial arts manual to bring back to the Persian Ming sect and thereby evade punishment." Dai Qixi, taken aback, exclaimed, "This matter has been conducted with such secrecy that only my daughter and I are privy to it. How could you possibly know?" The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Of course. It is deduced from your behavioral patterns. Your actions are so blatant that only individuals like Yang Xiao from the martial world have not scrutinized them closely enough to discern your intentions." Dai Qixi replied, "Even if you are aware of my objectives, how could you possibly assist me? Can you truly uncover the secrets of the universe within the Bright Summit? My daughter has been missing for over 3 years with not a single clue. How could you possibly find her in such a brief span of time?" Chapter 62. Enlisting the 2 kings of Dharma. Lei Hu remarked, "Purple Robe Dragon King, what do you believe are the merits of my martial arts?" To which Dai Qixi exclaimed in astonishment, "Your martial prowess is formidable. You must have cultivated the most esteemed techniques. Have you perhaps also practiced the divine art of cosmic shifting?" Lei Hu remarked, "Of course. My current martial arts prowess is a fusion of the 9 Yang Manual, the 9 Yin Manual, and the supreme skill of the universe, reimagined through the lens of Zhang Jinren's Tai Chi classics. Dai Qixi joyfully responded, "As long as I support Yin Tianzhong, you shall impart the supreme skill of the universe to me." Lei Hu remarked that it is imperative to support Lord Yin and to see him ascend as the leader of the Ming sect. Dai Qixi responded that even with her backing, it would still be quite challenging for Yin Tianzhong to attain the position of sect leader. Lei Hu remarked, "You need not worry about this. We have already secured the allegiance of Xie Sun. With your support, we shall have two protectors of the faith backing Master Yin, thus granting him a greater opportunity. We are currently working to sway Wei Yixia to also support Master Yin, which would leave Yang Xiao isolated and compelled to yield." Dai Qixi replied, however, "Wei Yixia is a staunch supporter of Yang Xiao. Persuading him to switch sides will prove quite challenging." Lei Hu remarked, "There's no need for you to concern yourself with this. We shall devise a strategy to win over Wei Yixia." After reaching an agreement with Dai Qixi, Lei Hu departed. Upon returning to his residence, he found Yin Tianzhong and spoke. "I have heard that Wei Yixia, in his previous practice, fell into a state of madness. Now, he can only sustain his life by consuming fresh blood." Yin Tianzhong replied, "If the Lord has any thoughts, please share them, and we shall deliberate together." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "According to our intelligence, Wei Yixia has cultivated the frosty cotton palm, which has injured his meridians, resulting in a hidden ailment. To alleviate his condition, he resorts to the consumption of fresh blood, preventing the eruption of his injuries." Yin Tianzhong replied, "I was already aware of this matter before my departure. It is precisely because Wei Yixia frequently draws upon human blood that he has earned the moniker of the Azure Wing Vice King." Thunder Tiger remarked that the Nine Yang True Scripture, once mastered, cultivates an energy that is both supreme and radiant, possessing remarkable healing properties. It stands to reason that treating Wei Yixiao's injuries should be quite manageable. Yin Tianzhong then stated that the Lord's intention is for me to seek out the individual in question, utilize the Nine Yang True energy to heal Wei Yixiao, and subsequently persuade him to support our cause. Thunder Tiger remarked, "What is there to prevent us? As long as we can win over Wei Yixiao, we can isolate Yang Xiao and seize the position of the leader." Yin Tianzhong responded, "Since the Lord has devised a strategy, I shall execute it and bring Wei Yixiao to our side to secure his support." The next morning, Yin Tianzhong sought out Wei Yixiao. Upon arriving at Wei Yixiao's residence, he spoke, "Isn't the Bat King curious about the origins of my martial prowess?" Wei Yixiao replied, "You have allied with Duke Su, who is indeed a top master of our time. He possesses superior techniques that have enabled your breakthrough to the 7th level of postnatal cultivation." Yin Tianzhong continued, "The technique I practice is called the Nine Yang True Scriptures. The energy I cultivate possesses remarkable healing properties and is extremely vigorous. It can effectively treat your injuries and restore you completely." Wei Yixiao inquired, "You are so benevolent as to offer me treatment, promising that I will recover fully and cease my need for human blood?" Yin Tianzhong stated, "That depends on whether your choices can satisfy me, Bat King." Wei Yixiao asked, "What is your intention? Speak plainly, so I may consider." Yin Tianzhong declared, "If you, Bat King, support my ascension as the leader of the Ming sect and unify it, I shall ensure your complete recovery." Wei Yixiao countered, "You have already pledged loyalty to Duke Su and now desire to become the leader of our Ming sect. If that is the case, then the entire Ming sect will surely fall under Duke Su's dominion." Yin Tianzhong asserted, "In the end, this world will be claimed by our Lord. If the Ming sect aligns itself with him, what harm is there in that?" Wei Yixiao responded, "However, our uprising has already seized considerable territory. Ultimately, the victor remains uncertain. What makes you so confident that Duke Su will prevail?" Yin Tianzhong replied, "It is based on our Lord's unmatched martial prowess. Even the Wudong and Amei sects, as well as the Beggar-S sect, have already pledged their allegiance. With our Lord's strength, conquering the world will be effortless. Should you dare to resist, it would be an easy task for our Lord to eliminate you. He recognizes your talents and wishes to recruit you. Do not be foolish." Upon hearing Yin Tianzhong's words, Wei Yixiao realized that several major sects had already allied with Thunder Tiger. If he and his companions continued to obstruct, they would ultimately face annihilation at Thunder Tiger's hands. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "If we ally with Duke Su, will we be treated differently?" Yin Tianzhong reassured him, "Fear not. Our Lord is magnanimous and would not make things difficult for you. Even after claiming the world, he will not act as Liu Bang did, harboring suspicion and eliminating you." Wei Yixiao understood that, given his own martial skills, opposing Thunder Tiger was utterly impossible. That will not be the case. There is no need to fear the possibility of being eliminated, Wei Yixiao remarked. Since the Eagle King has made his intentions clear, I shall lend you my support this once, hoping that I shall not come to regret it. Ying Tianzhong responded, Rest assured, King Wei. Your allegiance to our Lord is undoubtedly the wisest decision of your life. Upon hearing Ying Tianjing's words, Wei Yixiao continued, If I am to receive treatment, let us proceed to my training chamber, where I shall not be disturbed. Ying Tianzhong followed Wei Yixiao into the latter's training room. Upon entering, Wei Yixiao settled onto the central meditation mat, crossing his legs and gathering his vital energy as he awaited his healing. Seeing that Wei Yixiao was properly seated, Ying Tianzhong positioned himself behind him, sitting on the ground, extending his hands to rest upon Wei Yixiao's back, and commenced his healing technique. Ying Tianjing's vital energy began to flow within his body, coursing through the meridians in his arms and into Wei Yixiao's form. Through this energy, he began to inspect Wei Yixiao's internal condition, discovering that the Han Taiyin Lung Meridian and the Han Shaoyang Sanjiao Meridian had suffered due to improper cultivation methods, resulting in Wei Yixiao's injuries. A thin layer of chilling ice had formed along the meridians, making it difficult to dispel. Ying Tianjing's vital energy penetrated Wei Yixiao's body, reaching the Han Shaoyang Sanjiao Meridian, where the icy blockage melted away as if it encountered molten lava, transforming into cold energy that was expelled by the Juyang vital energy, ultimately being forced out of the body. Once the cold ice from the Han Shaoyang Sanjiao Meridian was eliminated, Ying Tianzhong applied the same approach to the Han Taiyin Lung Meridian, driving out the ice within. At this moment, Ying Tianzhong instructed the Jiuyang vital energy to circulate through Wei Yixiao's body, nurturing the meridians back to their normal state. Once Wei Yixiao's meridians were restored, he withdrew his energy, concluding the treatment. After Ying Tianzhong finished the healing, Wei Yixiao began to circulate his own vital energy, discovering that it flowed effortlessly within him. Unlike before when pain would strike the Han Taiyin Lung Meridian and Han Shaoyang Sanjiao Meridian, hindering his progress, Wei Yixiao declared, My injuries have been thoroughly healed. There is no longer a need to consume blood to sustain my meridians, which would have only led to my body growing cold and ultimately freezing to death. Ying Tianzhong replied, King Wei, your injuries have indeed improved. You need not suffer any longer. Wei Yixiao assured, Fear not, Eagle King, since I have pledged my support. I shall honor my word. When the time comes to elect the leader, I will undoubtedly stand by your side. Ying Tianzhong suggested, In that case, let us step outside to discuss a suitable time to hold the election for the leader. Chapter 63. Ying Tianzhong presents evidence upon returning to his residence. Lei Hu encountered Ying Tianzhong, whose countenance radiated with joy. He inquired, observing the expression on Yin's face, which suggested that this time, the master had experienced considerable success. Ying Tianzhong replied, stating that he had diligently followed his lord's instructions to aid Wei Yixiao in recovering from his injuries, successfully winning him over to their cause. Now, they had garnered the support of several Dharma kings, effectively isolating Yang Shao. It was merely a matter of seizing an opportunity to initiate the election of a new leader, thereby seizing control of the Ming sect. Lei Hu remarked that during this period, several Dharma kings had returned to the Ming sect. The 5 scatterers and the leaders of the 5 elements banner had already gathered. He suggested to Yang Shao that they should discuss and select a time to re-elect a leader for the sect. Ying Tianzhong replied that he would confer with Yang Shao the next day to commence the selection of a new leader. The following morning, Lei Hu accompanied Ying Tianzhong and others to the council hall of the Ming sect, where they began to observe the election of the new leader. Yang Shao stated that the Dharma kings believed it was necessary to elect a new leader. He boldly put himself forward as a candidate, asserting that he had been the one managing sect affairs and ensuring its continuity over the years without allowing it to fade into obscurity. Zhou Jian interjected, expressing his discontent at the prospect of Yang Shao becoming the leader. He accused Yang of using his authority for personal vendettas, leading many disciples into conflict with the Yamei sect, resulting in significant casualties. Yang Shao defended himself, stating that the Yamei sect's master had persistently targeted the Ming sect, causing them substantial losses, and thus he had no choice but to resist and engage in conflict. Zhou Jian countered that the grievances with the Yamei sect had originated from Yang Shao himself. He argued that the troubles brought upon the Ming sect should be resolved by Yang without escalating the situation into a feud between the two sections. Yang Shao insisted that allowing the Yamei sect to bully them without retaliation was unacceptable. Zhou Jian maintained that the matter should not be exacerbated, inadvertently involving others in the conflict, and should be handled by Yang alone. Yang Shao retorted that the brothers within the Ming sect were akin to family. and one should assist another in times of trouble. He criticized Zhou Jian for his reckless behavior, suggesting that if he stirred up trouble outside, it would inevitably drag others into conflict. Wei Yixiao, observing Zhou Dian's inability to counter Yang Xiao's arguments, interjected, stating that since the disappearance of the former leader, their influence had waned. He suggested that to restore the prestige of the Ming sect, it was imperative to elect a new leader to unify their efforts and prevent fragmentation. Xie Sun then noted that it seemed the Bat King supported Yang Xiao's proposal. However, Wei Yixiao clarified that this was not the case, as Yang Xiao's management had not fostered growth or revitalization of the sect. He advocated for the selection of a new leader to guide them all. The assembly was stirred by Wei Yixiao's words, beginning to reflect on Yin Tianjing's manipulative skills. Having arrived not long ago, he had already swayed Wei Yixiao to oppose Yang Xiao, isolating him without support. Yin Tianjing proclaimed that according to the regulations of the Ming sect, there were several methods available to elect a new leader in such circumstances, ensuring that everyone would be satisfied. Zhou Dian acknowledged that he was aware of this, mentioning that one method involved having cultivated the great shift of the universe and inherited the legacy of the previous leader. There exists another way, which is to retrieve the lost holy fire token. Yin Tianjing remarked, I am but an unworthy individual, yet I have previously obtained the teachings of the esteemed Master Yang, through which I have mastered the art of Qian Kuan de Nuai. It is only recently that I have perfected my practice, thereby inheriting the legacy of Master Yang. Upon hearing Yin Tianjing's words, Yang Xiao responded incredulously, this is impossible. As the left envoy of light, I have only managed to learn the first 2 levels of Qian Kuan de Nuai from Master Yang. What merit do you possess to have received his teachings? Yin Tianjing replied, perhaps it is your lack of aptitude that has hindered your progress, resulting in Master Yang's disappointment. Recently, he chose to impart the teachings of Qian Kuan de Nuai to me. I have not betrayed Master Yang's trust, after years of relentless effort. I have now perfected the art, elevating my cultivation to the 7th level of the acquired realm, matching that of Master Yang. Yang Xiao retorted, is this the basis upon which you contend for the position of the master? Yet, this alone is insufficient. You have been away from the holy sect for many years and remain unfamiliar with its affairs. You must first reacquaint yourself with the internal matters of the sect before being deemed worthy of the title of master. Dai Qixi interjected, Yang Xiao, your reluctance to relinquish your authority is what impedes the Eagle King. Although he may not be well versed in sect affairs, once he becomes the master, he can gradually familiarize himself, which is not an insurmountable challenge. Yang Xiao found himself at a loss for words against Dai Qixi's opposition. If he continued to argue, it would only serve to portray him as power-hungry, thus diminishing his own prestige. He remarked, however, the Eagle King is still the master of the Sky Eagle sect. If he wishes to assume the role of master, he must integrate the Sky Eagle sect into the Holy Sect. Yin Tianjing asserted, should I be elected as the master of the Holy Sect, I shall resign from my position as master of the Sky Eagle sect and pass the title to King Yin Yi, returning solely to the Holy Sect. Xie Sun commented, it seems the Eagle King is yet to gain the support of the people. If he possesses any merits concerning the Holy Sect, he should showcase them to garner respect. Yin Tianjing continued, did I not just mention that aside from receiving Master Yang's legacy, I can also reclaim the lost Holy Fire token? Fortune smiled upon me during my last encounter on Spirit Snake Island, where I retrieved the token from the hands of individuals from the Persian Ming sect. With this token in my possession, do you have any objections to my claim as master? Dai Qixi interjected, during our skirmish on Spirit Snake Island. I did not notice that these Persians possessed the Holy Fire token. Eagle King, you must not deceive us. If you truly have the Holy Fire token, present it forthwith for all to see its authenticity. Yin Tianjing responded, since Miss Yishan harbors doubts, I shall produce it for examination. With that, Yin Tianjing reached into his bosom, withdrawing the Holy Fire token and offering it to the assembly, stating, you may all inspect this Holy Fire token to verify its authenticity. The onlookers, upon witnessing Yin Tianjing produce the token, began to approach and examine it closely. Through the intricate patterns above, it becomes evident that these markings document the formidable skills of the sacred fire token, which can facilitate one's cultivation. Xie Sun brandished the Dragon Slaying Saber and remarked, I have heard that the sacred fire token is forged from a rare metal, rendering it exceptionally resilient. By testing it with the Dragon Slaying Saber, I shall ascertain the authenticity of these tokens. Xie Sun placed one sacred fire token on the ground, raised the Dragon Slaying Saber with his right hand, and struck down with great force. The The blade shimmered as it descended towards the sacred fire token. Yang Xiao observed Xie Sun's actions, pondering that the sacred fire token had been lost to the ages. It seemed improbable that Yin Tianzhong could have fortuitously recovered it. He surmised that it was merely a ruse, perhaps fabricated tokens intended to deceive the masses. This trial with the Dragon Slaying Saber would expose the charade. Xie Sun understood that Yin Tianzhong's audacity in presenting the tokens indicated their genuine nature. To preclude any deceitful claims that the sacred fire tokens were counterfeit, he decided to conduct the examination publicly. If the tokens were proven authentic, no one would dare dispute their legitimacy. In such a scenario, it would be only natural for Yin Tianzhong to ascend as the leader. With a powerful swing, the Dragon Slaying Saber struck the sacred fire token, producing a crisp sound. The blade made contact, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Upon inspecting the sacred fire token, Xie Sun noted the absence of any discernible marks. He declared, "This sacred fire token is indeed authentic. I have reason to believe the others are genuine as well. Therefore, I am in support of Eagle King becoming the leader. I wonder if anyone has any objections." Chapter 64. Yin Tianzhong becomes the leader of the Ming sect upon witnessing the unfolding events. Lei Hu comprehended that Yin Tianzhong would undoubtedly ascend as the leader of the Ming sect, which brought him a sense of relief. Yang Xiao, upon observing Xie Sun's demeanor, realized that Xie Sun was not questioning Yin Tianzhong but rather assisting him. The confirmation of the authenticity of the holy fire token rendered it challenging to contest Yin Tianzhong's position as the leader. The purple shirt Dragon King spoke up, asserting that since the Eagle King possessed the genuine holy fire token and had received the legacy of the Yang leader, mastering the art of the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi, it was only fitting for the Eagle King to assume the role of leader. Wei Yixiao remarked that he had no objections to the Eagle King becoming the leader and could not oppose it. Zhou Jian added that as long as Yang Xiao did not become the leader, he would support the Eagle King wholeheartedly. The remaining 5 scatterers, witnessing the multitude supporting Yin Tianzhong, expressed their backing for the Eagle King as well, desiring not to see the holy sect fall into disarray. The leaders of the 5 Elements banner exchanged glances, recognizing the substantial support for Yin Tianzhong, and quickly voiced their endorsement to avoid offending him. Observing the overwhelming backing, Yin Tianzhong stepped forward and proclaimed that in light of such support, once he assumed leadership, he would unite everyone and put an end to their internal conflicts. Yang Xiao, sensing the tide had turned against him, conceded, stating that since everyone supported the Eagle King, he too would not oppose the decision. They should select a date for the Eagle King's coronation as the leader. Yin Tianzhong declared that he would promptly resign from the position of the Eagle sect leader and transfer the leadership to Yin Yuang, with plans to commence the coronation as the 34th leader in 7 days. After finalizing the details, Yin Tianzhong and the others departed from the assembly hall to prepare for his coronation. Upon returning to his quarters, Yin Tianzhong immediately began composing a letter detailing his experiences and formally resigning as the leader of the Eagle sect, bequeathing the position to Yin Yuang. Upon witnessing the situation, Lei Hu spoke, "Since Master Yin is soon to assume the role of the leader of the Ming sect, once you have taken on this mantle, please send someone to the Riyang Palace to inform Fan Yao, urging him to return to the Ming sect for a brief visit." Yin Tianzhong responded, "The master is aware that Fan Yushi is currently within the confines of the Ruyang Palace." Lei Hu remarked that during his previous visit to the capital, he had discovered Fan Yao infiltrating the Ruyang prince's residence, seemingly investigating the cause of Yang Dingtian's demise. Yin Tianzhong inquired, "If the Lord could master the art of the great shifting of the universe, he must surely possess knowledge of the whereabouts of the sect leader Yang." Lei Hu remarked that Yang Dingtian was in seclusion within the secret passage. Upon unexpectedly discovering his wife in an intimate liaison with Chen Kuan, he fell into madness, ultimately leading to his demise. His wife, burdened by the belief that she had caused Yang Dingtian's death, took her own life. Witnessing this, Chen Kuan commenced his vendetta against the Ming cult, annihilating Xie Sun's entire family, thus inciting Xie Sun's wrath. This manipulation drove Xie Sun to indiscriminately slay innocents, sowing discord and enmity among the martial world against the Ming cult. Once you ascend to the position of cult leader, you should first venture into the secret passage to uncover Yang Dingtian's remains, allowing all to comprehend the truth behind his death. Consequently, the support of the people will be assured. Yin Tianzhong held Lei Hu's words in his mind, preparing to act once he assumed the mantle of leadership. 7 days later, Yang Xiao summoned the nearby followers to the summit of Guangming Peak. In the outer square, The coronation of Yin Tianzhong as the cult leader commenced. Following the completion of the ceremony, Yin Tianzhong proclaimed, "Now that I have become the leader, I shall not allow anyone to suffer. To begin, I will distribute 100 taels of silver to each individual to improve their lives. The remaining management will receive compensation commensurate with their positions." The ordinary followers, upon hearing Yin Tianzhong's words, shouted in unison, "The leader is righteous. We shall obey your commands henceforth." Once seated as the leader, Yin Tianzhong summoned the upper echelons of the Ming cult to deliberate matters. Following Lei Hu's directive, he stated, "I have inadvertently discovered that Fan Yushi has infiltrated the Riyang Wangfu, masquerading as a mute beggar. It is imperative to send someone to notify him to return to the holy cult." Yang Shao replied, "As the leader commands. I shall immediately arrange for personnel to retrieve Fan Yushi upon my return." Yin Tianzhong continued, "Now that I have become the leader, one of the 4 great kings is vacant. Wei Fuwang, since you are frequently at Guangming Peak, you shall oversee the selection of a new king to fill this vacancy." Wei Ashi responded, "As the leader commands, I shall diligently endeavor to select a new king." Once the discussions concluded, Yin Tianzhong proceeded into the secret passage, commencing his search for Yang Dingtian's trace. Upon discovery, he refrained from disturbing Yang Dingtian's remains and hurried back to inform Yang Shao and the others. Yang Shao, upon receiving Yin Tianzhong's news, exclaimed excitedly, "Leader, have you truly found the trace of the esteemed Yang?" Yin Tianzhong replied, "I cannot say for certain. I merely found 2 corpses within the secret passage and came to notify everyone for confirmation." Yang Shao urged, "If that is the case, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to verify whether these are indeed Yang Dingtian's remains." Yin Tianzhong agreed. "Since you are so eager, let us proceed." Upon arriving at the secret passage with the group, they beheld 2 corpses leaning against the wall. There was a letter resting on one of the remains' legs. Yin Tianzhong approached, retrieved the letter, opened it for all to see, and began to read. Upon completing the reading, the cause of Yang Dingtian's demise became clear. Xie remarked, "That scoundrel Cheng Kuan murdered my entire family as an act of vengeance against the leader Yang, thus binding me in enmity with the holy sect." After perusing the letter, Yang Shao, intending to sow discord between Xie and Yin Tianzhong, spoke, "The testament of the late leader indicates that you, Lion King Xie, are to assume the role of the leader." Xie replied, "My hands are stained with blood, and I have enemies lurking everywhere. Should I become the leader, it would spell disaster for the holy sect, allowing these rogues to unite against us. I cannot accept the position of leader. Moreover, since Yin has already taken on the mantle, there is no need for further change." Wei Yixiao interjected, "At this juncture, we must select a leader for the stability of the holy sect. We cannot risk further upheaval by choosing another. It is imperative that we endure this slight to the Lion King, lest the holy sect descend into chaos once more." Xie acknowledged, "I am aware that my temperament is unsuitable for leadership, as I am impulsive and quick to anger. My foremost desire is to exact vengeance upon that scoundrel Cheng Kuan." Yang Shao responded, "Cheng Kuan is not only your adversary, but a foe of our holy sect. It was he who caused the death of leader Yang, leading to our sect's fragmentation and decline over the years. I wonder if leader Yin possesses any means to locate Cheng Kuan and avenge leader Yang." Yin Tianzhong replied, "Previously, Cheng Kuan was a disciple under Kong Jian, having joined Shaolin. It is likely he now hides within the Shaolin temple. When our uprising forces reach the Hunan region, we shall besiege the temple and demand Cheng Kuan's surrender." Yang Shao stated, "If that is the case, we must first support the uprising armies in various regions, directing their offensive northward. Once Hunan is secured, we can address the matter of the Shaolin temple." Yin Tianzhong continued, "To bolster the uprising forces, we should establish a trade caravan to engage with the western regions, thereby amassing considerable wealth." Daichi Si offered, "Allow me to undertake this task. As I hail from the western regions and am quite familiar with that area, conducting trade will be effortless." Yin Tianzhong responded, "In that case, we shall entrust this matter to Sister Zishan." With Yin Tianzhong assuming the leadership, he began to consolidate power and prepare for the northern expedition against the Yuan dynasty. Chapter 65, Occupation of the Bashu region. After spending several days at the Bright Summit, Lei Hu observed that Yin Tianzhong had firmly established himself in the position of the sect leader. It was only then that he began his journey back to Balan to manage his own forces. Upon his return, Lei Hu received intelligence indicating that insurrections were erupting across various regions, all targeting the imperial court. Lu Bowen remarked, "My lord, this is our opportunity. We can seize the moment while the court is preoccupied and lead our army to launch an offensive on Bashu, thereby securing control over that region. The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Since Commander Lu believes it is feasible, let us commence our actions and prepare to launch an assault on the Bashu region." Li Shanchong responded, "As we prepare to invade the Bashu region, should we not dispatch troops to the Poyang Lake area to guard against Zhu Yuanzhang's forces?" Lei Hu remarked, "This Zhu Yuanzhang is exceedingly cunning. He has consistently sought to gain advantages in the shadows. As our grand army prepares to assault Bashu, we must remain vigilant against any potential threats from the enemy. I shall also mobilize the naval forces stationed at Dongting Lake and appoint Zhang Dingbian to command them for our defense." Lu Bowen inquired, "As we advance into the Bashu region, do we have any local factions that will lend their support to our cause?" Lei Hu remarked, "Certainly. The Amei sect will lend us their support. Once we commence our offensive, they will sow discord, facilitating our assault." Lu Bowen responded, "If that is the case, Your Excellency may inform them to proceed with the assassination of the court officials, particularly the generals of the army. Following such acts, the imperial forces will descend into chaos, thereby diminishing the resistance we face during our attack, rendering our endeavor considerably easier." Thunder Tiger remarked that Lu Junxi's idea was commendable. He would promptly dispatch someone to inform Master Mieju, urging her to collaborate with them in seizing the Bashu region. Within the Amei sect, Master Mieju received Thunder Tiger's message and summoned her disciples. She addressed them, stating that the Duke had resolved to launch an assault on the Bashu region, instructing them to assassinate officials across various locales to support their efforts. This time, she would personally lead the mission to eliminate these officials, while Beijini would manage the sect in her absence. In a bid to foster a stronger alliance with Thunder Tiger, Master Mieju, along with her disciples, commenced their campaign to assassinate court officials, particularly targeting military officers at all ranks, thereby plunging the imperial army into chaos. In the realm of the Thunder Tiger, in an effort to better assault the Bashu region, the Grand Army was divided into two factions. One contingent traversed along the Yangtze River, advancing through the Three Gorges to initiate an offensive against Kuei-Ling. The other force set forth from Wudong, aiming to attack Hanzhong. The treacherous assassinations of numerous court officials had plunged the local military into disarray, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective resistance. The might of Thunder Tiger's army surged forth like a tempest, making swift progress into Bashu, and within a span of 6 months, they breached the region, compelling the imperial forces to retreat incessantly. Upon witnessing this outcome, Lu Bowen remarked that with the involvement of these figures from the martial world, the imperial troops would prove unable to withstand their advance. Before long, they would seize control of the entire Bashu territory. Lei Hu remarked, "This is quite evident. These individuals from the martial world are masters of their craft. Integrating them into the military makes it challenging for them to fully unleash their potential. However, they can be invaluable for intelligence gathering and eliminating adversaries." Lu Bowen replied, "My lord, are you not concerned that these formidable practitioners of the martial arts, due to their immense strength, may prove difficult to manage and thus pose a threat to our governance?" Lei Hu remarked that the Yuan dynasty's inability to subjugate them stemmed from their flawed approach. These individuals from the martial world possess their own desires. As long as those needs are satisfied, they can be governed with relative ease. Our current task should be to devise a strategy to better harness these martial figures for our own purposes. Lu Bowen concurred, noting that the Lord has indeed considered matters thoroughly. Every situation bears its advantages and disadvantages. If managed properly, one can yield superior outcomes. We must conceive a method to regulate these martial individuals, ensuring they serve our interests. The formidable army of the Thunder Tiger, in collaboration with the various factions of the martial world, advanced with an unstoppable momentum, conquering the entire Bashu region within the span of a year. After the Thunder Tiger seized the Bashu region, he summoned various martial sects from across the land to Chengdu, initiating a process of rewards for those factions that aided him in his conquest. Upon receiving Thunder Tiger's missive, the martial artists felt a surge of trepidation, fearing it to be a trap akin to a banquet of betrayal, where their attendance might lead to their demise at his hands. Consequently, these individuals convened at the Amei sect, seeking counsel from the esteemed Master Mieju. Upon observing their demeanor, Master Mieju reassured them, stating, "Fear not, esteemed heroes. Who is the Duke? He is already the preeminent figure in the world. If he wished to eliminate you, your martial prowess would be insufficient to thwart him. There would be no need for deception to ruin his own reputation by orchestrating a massacre." The leader of the Qingqing sect, having listened to Master Mieju, remarked, "If we are to take your words to heart, then the Duke's call for our presence is indeed a genuine reward for us. As for those among us without sects, how might they be compensated?" Master Mieju replied, "I cannot speak to that. However, since the Duke has summoned us all, he will surely provide clarity on the matter." Reassured by her words, the martial artists felt a sense of relief. The leader of the Qiqing sect declared, "In that case, we shall set forth tomorrow to Chengdu and witness firsthand how the Duke intends to address our presence." At this juncture, Lei Hu had already conferred with Liu Bowen and others, deliberating on how to leverage these individuals from the martial world. They could only proceed to Chengdu to address the matter thereafter. After only a few days, Lei Hu's associates from the martial world gathered together, entered the city, settled in, and awaited Lei Hu's summons. Lei Hu discovered that these individuals from the martial world had already entered the city and taken up residence. Consequently, he sent word to inform them to gather at Tianfu Square the following day for his summons. The next morning, Lei Hu, clad in a resplendent azure python robe, with a tall and imposing stature, appeared in the square, exuding an aura of authority as he summoned these figures from the martial realm. The Thunder Tiger initially invited these individuals from the martial world to take their seats, serving them tea and snacks to soothe their spirits. At this point, Thunder Tiger spoke, stating that the successful acquisition of the Bashu region was made possible by the contributions of all present. In addition to the promised rewards, I shall bestow upon each of you 1,000 taels of silver to enhance your livelihoods. The female master of extermination then inquired, aside from these rewards, what intentions the Duke harbored regarding our sections. Lei Hu remarked, "I believe that your sects lack a unified standard and are plagued by disarray. I have formulated a set of criteria to categorize the various sects into different ranks, each to receive distinct privileges." The Grand Mistress inquired, "Might I ask, Your Grace, what standards do you propose for our sect? Please, do enlighten us." Lei Hu proclaimed, "I classify the sects into 3 distinct tiers, based on the highest level of cultivation within each sect, which determines the privileges they enjoy. Only those who attain the first level of postnatal cultivation and become true martial artists are qualified to establish a sect and possess their own base of operations. Others may only establish martial arts schools, where they can accept students. These schools rely on teaching martial arts to sustain their operations through tuition fees. Such a martial arts school may accommodate a maximum of 10 individuals affiliated with it. The remainder are merely ordinary students, who may depart once they complete their training. This has sparked considerable discussion among many in the martial world. Consequently, the aspiration to establish a sect and preserve a legacy becomes exceedingly challenging." A bearded man interjected, "Many of us in the martial realm are at this level, having yet to cultivate true energy, and thus do not qualify as formal martial artists. Does this not render our desire to leave a legacy unattainable?" "Of course," Lei Hu remarked. "You may indeed establish a prestigious lineage within the martial arts world and ensure the continuation of your skills. Numerous sects have been perpetuated in this very manner." Chapter 66, Subduing the Heroes of the Jianghu. Thunder Tiger stated that for martial artists whose cultivation has reached the first level of the postnatal realm and above, I categorize the established sects into 3 tiers: primary sects, intermediate sects, and advanced sections. The formidable master of extinction inquired about the criteria for judging these sections. Lei Hu remarked that the criteria for judgment is, of course, one's cultivation level. Only those sects established by individuals with cultivation levels ranging from the 1st to the 6th stage of the postnatal realm are considered elementary sections. Those with cultivation levels at the 7th and 8th stages are classified as intermediate sects, while only those at the 9th stage are deemed advanced sects, determined by the individual with the highest cultivation within the sect. Master Miju inquired about the privileges that we, as sects, might be entitled to enjoy. The Thunder Tiger remarked, "For instance, the Qiqing sect, within your faction, the highest cultivation level only reaches the 6th stage of the acquired realm, which classifies it as a primary sect, entitled to enjoy basic privileges. Your sphere of influence encompasses merely the size of a county, specifically the counties surrounding Qingqing Mountain, which you are responsible for managing, overseeing the public order, and assisting the authorities in maintaining stability within the county. Moreover, each time you publicly recruit disciples, you are limited to sourcing candidates solely from within the confines of the county." The leader of the Qiqing sect interjected, "However, a county has a scant population. Under such circumstances, it is nearly impossible for us to attract exceptional disciples." Lei Hu remarked that if there are no rival sects in your vicinity competing with you, And should individuals from distant lands, who admire your renown, come forth to enroll, you may accept them. However, such actions must be passive. You cannot actively venture beyond your sphere of influence to indiscriminately recruit disciples. Mistress Mieju asked, as for our Mei sect, classified as a mid-tier sect, what privileges do we enjoy? Thunder Tiger remarked that the influence of an intermediate sect is confined to a single prefecture. For instance, your Mei sect governs the Meishan prefecture, where your responsibility lies in assisting the local authorities to uphold public order, combating various bandits, outlaws, and robbers, ensuring that the local populace may lead a peaceful existence. When it comes to recruiting disciples, the same principle applies to you. Recruitment must remain within the bounds of your own strength and cannot extend beyond your jurisdiction. However, if members of the sect encounter individuals of exceptional talent outside of this realm, they may recruit them individually. Should someone approach to seek apprenticeship, they may be accepted. Take the Wudong sect, for example. Master Zhang has achieved the 9th level of the acquired realm, qualifying it as a high-ranking sect. The entirety of the Hubei province falls under the influence of the Wudong sect, and their duties mirror yours, assisting the authorities in maintaining order, combating bandits, outlaws, and robbers, thereby ensuring a stable life for the people. Master Miju inquired. Thus, it seems that a primary sect possesses influence limited to a county, an intermediate sect to a prefecture, and a high-ranking sect to an entire province. She then posed a question. If a martial artist from a high-ranking sect were to perish without any new practitioners advancing to the 9th level of the acquired realm, would they still retain the privileges accorded to high-ranking sects? Lei Hu remarked, we have indeed contemplated this issue. In the event that the highest-ranking individual within a sect meets their demise, the sect standing begins to decline. There exists a grace period during which the sect may retain its original rank, awaiting the emergence of new martial artists. Should no new practitioners arise within the stipulated time frame, the sect's ranking will inevitably diminish. This duration varies among different sections. For lower-tier sects, a span of 10 years is allotted to maintain their rank. Mid-tier sects are granted 20 years, while high-tier sects enjoy a 30-year period for the same purpose. The Venerable Mistress of Extinction inquired, even with the support of our sects, managing the locality and combating these mountain bandits, brigands, and thieves proves to be an arduous task. I wonder, does the Duke have any strategies to propose? The Thunder Tiger remarked, indeed, there is such a necessity. I have resolved to establish an organization known as the Six Gates, dedicated solely to matters of the martial world. For instance, in areas plagued by bandits, marauders, and robbers, you, the members of the Six Gates, shall undertake their eradication. Should you find yourselves unable to accomplish this, you may seek the assistance of the local authorities to dispatch troops for the extermination. The Master of Extinction inquired, I wonder if we, the members of various sects, will be permitted to join in this endeavor. The Thunder Tiger stated that any martial artist, be they wanderers of the rivers and lakes or disciples of various sects, may enter. Upon entry, individuals will assume different positions and responsibilities according to their respective levels of cultivation. The Grand Master of Extinction inquired, wishing to understand the organizational structure of the Six Gates, and requested the Duke to enlighten her on this matter. Thunder Tiger stated that the headquarters of the Six Doors is temporarily established in Balan City, under my direct command. Each province will have a branch, led by a school captain. The established sub-branch in the capital city will be overseen by 1,000 households leader. In each county, a local office will be set up, governed by 100 households leader. Their responsibilities include maintaining local public order and combating demonic forces, evil cults, mountain bandits, local tyrants, and robbers. Master Extinction inquired whether there are any cultivation requirements for the various positions. Lei Hu remarked, indeed, there are prerequisites. After all, the Six Doors must contend with individuals from the martial world. Without formidable cultivation, how can one manage these martial figures? To attain the position of a school officer in a branch, one must reach the 7th level of postnatal cultivation. To become 1,000 household leader within a subdivision, one must achieve the 6th level of postnatal cultivation. To serve as a 100 household leader in a locality, one must attain the 5th level of postnatal cultivation. As for others, they will be assigned roles based on their cultivation levels, with commanders overseeing 50 individuals, leaders managing 10, and the rest serving as strongmen. Lei Hu proclaimed that as long as you achieve merit within, you may exchange your accomplishments for various martial arts manuals. I shall place all my martial arts tomes within, allowing everyone to partake in the exchange. You are also welcome to submit your own manuals to the Six Gates in return for merit. the individuals of the martial world. Upon hearing that Lei Hu would contribute his cultivated techniques for the sake of exchange, were filled with delight. After all, Lei Hu is already the foremost master in the realm, and the skills he has honed are of the highest caliber. Should they be able to acquire these techniques for their own practice, they would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. It is known that upon reaching the 7th level of postnatal cultivation and unblocking all meridians, one can theoretically extend their life to 150 years. As long as one does not suffer from hidden injuries that damage their life essence, living beyond 100 years is quite attainable. Zhang Sanfeng exemplifies this. Having lived well over a century, many warriors among the monks of Shaolin Temple have secluded themselves within its walls, allowing them to reach similar ages. Captivated by Lei Hu's teachings, these martial artists began to join the Six Gates, aiding in the development of this nascent organization. Liu Bowen remarked that it is indeed the leader's ingenuity that enables us to harness this unruly assembly of martial individuals to serve our purposes. Lei Hu remarked, "The world is bustling, all for the sake of profit. The realm is teeming, all for the pursuit of gain. If one can seize their desires, one can easily manipulate these individuals of the rivers and lakes." In a bid to win over the individuals of the martial world, Thunder Tiger summoned numerous physicians to engage in the study of pills designed to enhance one's cultivation. This endeavor was aimed at enticing these practitioners. Even various sects from far and wide dispatched many of their members to infiltrate the Six Doors, with the objective of exchanging for Thunder Tiger's martial arts techniques. Although these techniques, once acquired, could not be imparted privately, mastering them would empower individuals to innovate their own methods, thereby benefiting their respective sects and elevating their standing within the martial community. The Thunder Tiger established the Six Gates not long ago. Those who joined, in pursuit of merit, willingly surrendered the martial arts of their own sects in exchange for the skills contained within. Through this method, Thunder Tiger has amassed a wealth of martial arts manuals, significantly enriching his martial foundation. Although he has reached the pinnacle of his cultivation and cannot yet break through, he believes that with sufficient accumulation, once he unifies the realm, he can harness the Imperial Dragon energy to achieve a breakthrough. Chapter 67, Breaching Chang'an. The Thunder Tiger has successfully seized control of the Bashu region, enlisting numerous individuals from the martial world to serve his interests, thereby accelerating the development of his dominion. Meanwhile, the remaining insurgents, under the leadership of the Ming sect, have advanced aggressively northward, compelling the Imperial troops to suffer consecutive defeats and capturing extensive territories. The rebel forces have reached the banks of the Yellow River, driving the Imperial army beyond it, rendering them incapable of advancing southward. Through intelligence, Lei Hu learned that a rebel army had occupied Hunan and began to besiege the Shaolin Temple, led by Yin Tianzheng and others. They demanded that Shaolin surrender Cheng Kuan to avenge Yang Dingtian. In defense of its reputation, Shaolin refused to hand over Cheng Kuan and engaged in battle with Yin Tianzheng and his allies. After several fierce confrontations, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of Du Yi and his companions that Yin Tianzheng and his faction were forced to retreat. However, Shaolin, having repelled their attackers, was left severely weakened, with many martial monks perishing in the conflict. To preserve its strength, Shaolin had no choice but to close its gates and withdraw from the world of Jianghu. In the realm of Lei Hu, a year of governance over the Bashu region has resulted in a remarkable transformation. The lives of the local populace have significantly improved, and commerce has flourished. The exquisite shoe brocade has been disseminated across the nation, generating substantial tax revenues to sustain the growth of Lei Hu's military forces. The Thunder Tiger observed that the Bashu region had already gotten back on track and required no further intervention. He resolved to dispatch troops northward to first secure the Guanzhong Plain. Upon the decision to mobilize troops, the Thunder Tiger faction resolved to divide their forces into two separate contingents. One contingent would march forth from Hanzhong to seize the lands of Longxi, while the other would advance from Xiangyang, traversing through Wuguan, to capture Chang'an, subsequently securing Hangu Pass to fortify the Guanzhong Plain. When the Thunder Tiger army mobilized, it prompted these individuals from the martial world to spring into action as well. Leading the charge, they not only gathered intelligence, but also assassinated court officials, making it exceedingly difficult for the imperial forces to mount an effective resistance. In a bid to galvanize the enthusiasm of the martial artists in the realm, Lei Hu issued bounties to the officials of the imperial court, inciting the sects in the Guanzhong region to confront the government. Even the esteemed Huashan, Kangtong, and Kunlun sects commenced their endeavors, spurred by Lei Hu's rewards. Under the leadership of their respective masters, they set forth to eliminate these court officials, bringing back their severed heads to claim their rewards in Lei Hu's military encampment. The Thunder Tiger employs this tactic to confront the imperial court, rendering it difficult for the officials to respond effectively. In a bid to resist the onslaught of the Thunder Tiger, the court officials dispatch their own guards to engage in combat with these individuals from the underworld. The formidable army of the Thunder Tiger frequently traverses the Guangzhou region, where one often witnesses the fierce clashes between martial warriors, leaving behind numerous marks of battle. The Thunder Tiger commanded his army to halt outside the city of Chang'an, while he stealthily infiltrated the city to assess the situation. Upon entering Chang'an, he immediately sensed an atmosphere of palpable tension. Numerous figures from the martial world traversed the streets within the city. Upon entering a tavern, Lei Hu ordered a lavish spread of food and drink, indulging in his meal while casually inquiring about the happenings within the city. A man with a scarred face posed a question, wondering why there seemed to be an influx of martial artists in Chang'an. A lean figure replied, explaining that these warriors were drawn by the rewards promised by the Duke. The Duke had invested significantly to secure the Guangzhou region, even including the esteemed 9-yang true scripture among the rewards available for exchange. The scarred man remarked that these martial artists had come to Chang'an to assist the Duke in seizing control of the city. The slender individual continued, mentioning that the court, in an effort to retain Guangzhou, was compelled to dispatch a multitude of warriors to confront these challengers. Presently, the city of Chang'an is under the watch of the king of Ruyang, who commands a substantial number of martial artists. Together with other warriors, they now number over 10,000, engaged in fierce combat throughout the city. Upon hearing this news, Thunder Tiger instructed his entourage to swiftly disseminate the information, ensuring that his army was well prepared for the impending siege. In Chang'an, Thunder Tiger took a leisurely stroll, observing the surroundings. During this excursion, he witnessed several fierce battles between martial artists, a testament to the intensity of the conflicts within the city. After completing a thorough reconnaissance within the city, Lei Hu emerged from the underground passage and proclaimed the need to dispatch a select squad of elite soldiers through this very tunnel to infiltrate the city. They were to remain concealed until the main force commenced their assault on the city, at which point they would spring into action, coordinating with the army to seize Chang'an in one decisive strike. Upon his return to the camp, Lei Hu began to rest, awaiting the moment when the army would advance to besiege the fortress. After a 3-day respite for the troops of Thunder Tiger, they finally emerged from the city outskirts, poised to commence their assault once the soldiers had fully regained their strength. The Thunder Tiger stood at the forefront of the army, observing his troops as they advanced towards Chang'an. Numerous soldiers gathered outside the city, initially employing siege engines to suppress the defenders within. Catapults hurled massive stones against the city walls, subduing the garrison and enabling his soldiers to fill the ditches and moats, thereby facilitating the grand assault on the city. Thunder Tiger observed a figure atop the city wall, wielding a bow and arrow, specifically targeting his soldiers. Numerous soldiers, engaged in operating the catapults, fell victim to his deadly aim. Thunder Tiger inquired, "Who is this remarkable individual? Such exceptional archery skills suggest he is not an unknown figure." Lu Bowen responded, "According to our intelligence, this man is a guest of the Prince of Ruyang, known as the 8-armed god general, Dongfang Bai. He was once an elder of the Beggars sect, but later pledged his allegiance to the Prince of Ruyang and has since served him faithfully." Lei Hu remarked that this individual's prowess is quite commendable. Having been nurtured by King Ruyang, his cultivation has now reached the 7th level of the postnatal realm. It is this very strength that enables him to take down many of our soldiers. Thunder Tiger commanded, "Bring me a bow and arrows. I shall shoot down the adversary to minimize our losses." King Yi hastily retreated to the rear and retrieved a grand bow for Thunder Tiger. He spoke, "This magnificent bow is known as the Overlord's Bow, rumored to have once been wielded by the formidable overlord of Western Chu." Lei Hu remarked that the era of the Western Chu hegemon has now spanned approximately 2 millennia. What sort of bow and arrow could possibly endure for such a long duration? It is merely the name of the Western Chu hegemon that is employed to elevate the status of this great bow. Thunder Tiger grasped the grand bow and exerted a mighty pull, only to discover that drawing this bow required a force exceeding 1,000 pounds. There are but few individuals in the world capable of achieving such a feat. Thunder Tiger knocked an arrow onto the bowstring, drawing it back until it resembled a full moon. As his vital energy surged, it enveloped the arrow, amplifying its potency. Lei Hu released the bowstring and the arrow, imbued with boundless power, tore through the air, leaving behind a trail of white mist. With an unstoppable force, akin to a soaring rainbow piercing the sun, it struck the city wall, transforming the eastern white into a cloud of blood mist. After Thunder Tiger eliminated the adversary, the trenches and moats on his side had already been filled, allowing the army to commence its assault on the city. The Thunder Tiger proclaimed, "Let the army commence the siege. I shall aid you by raining arrows upon the city gates until they are shattered." After the forces of Thunder Tiger besieged the city, they readied a long spear, drawing it back to a crescent shape. The arrows were aimed at the city gates, and they commenced their assault. The spear, imbued with tremendous power, pierced the air like a furious cannon, generating a tempest that stirred the atmosphere and unleashed a wave of force towards the gates. With a thunderous roar, the spear, fueled by boundless might, collided with the city gates, shattering them and creating a substantial breach that claimed the lives of the soldiers behind it. The gates were marred with countless fissures, battered and on the brink of collapse. The Thunder Tiger once again brandished a long spear, employing it as a missile to strike the city gate, shattering it and causing it to collapse uncontrollably, permitting the advancing army to commence their assault. The soldiers, upon witnessing the gate's destruction, surged into the city, swiftly ascending the walls to slaughter the defenders. And soon they had captured the battlements, allowing the main force to penetrate the city. Thunder Tiger remarked, "Now that we have breached the city walls, let us hasten to enter the city." Chapter 68. The Occupation of Chang'an. After breaching the city walls, the Thunder Tiger army commenced their advance into the city to eliminate the remaining defenders. The Thunder Tiger also entered the city, making his way towards the Lord's manor, intent on capturing the Prince of Ruyang. The Prince of Ruyang was already a formidable general within the court. Should he be slain, the court would be left with no capable leaders. Consequently, any future assaults would be executed with greater ease in the conflict against the court. As Lei Hu reached the exterior of the Lord's mansion, he beheld a throng of martial artists safeguarding several officials as they emerged from within. Within this assembly, Lei Hu discerned the presence of the elder Xianming, leading him to realize that among them was the king of Ruyang. Lei Hu commanded urgently, instructing his comrades to swiftly prevent the escape of their adversaries and to intercept them without delay. At that moment, numerous martial artists emerged from the streets, converging to obstruct the path of the Ruyang Wang and his entourage. Lei Hu gazed ahead, recognizing the presence of individuals from the Huashan, Kongtong, and Kunlun sects, all poised to hinder the progress of Ruyang Wang. Xian Yutong spoke up, declaring, "Ruyang Wang, your head is of considerable value, capable of securing the 9 Sun scripture. It would be prudent for you to remain, allowing me to dispatch you, so that I might exchange your head for our sect's advancement." Lu Zhangke retorted, "Do you truly believe that with your meager skills, Xian Yutong, you can detain the prince? Such thoughts are mere folly." Xian Yutong replied, "With so many of us gathered here, capturing you should prove rather effortless. Do you genuinely think you can escape?" Ruyang Wang countered, "With your multitude, I possess but one head. To whom shall I surrender it to satisfy your desires?" Xian Yutong responded, "Do not attempt to sow discord, Ruyang Wang. We have already reached an agreement. The one who first claims your head will rightfully possess it. We are not intimidated by your attempts at division." Zhong Weixia interjected, "Xian, do not waste breath on these dead men. Simply advance and sever his head." With a powerful shout, he charged forward, employing the 7 Injuries fist to strike at an opponent, sending him flying. Seeing the Kongtong sect initiate the assault, the others, fearful of having the prize snatched away, hastily joined in, rushing towards Ruyang Wang in a fervent bid to claim the coveted trophy. As Lei Hu commanded his troops to commence preparations for encircling the Wang of Ruyang and his entourage, he observed Xian Yutong and others intercepting the Wang of Ruyang, rendering his escape impossible. King Yinyi inquired, "Should we still proceed to surround the Wang of Ruyang and his party?" Lei Hu remarked that, to prevent the escape of the king of Ruyang, it is essential to encircle him. Should Xian Yutong and his companions succeed in slaying the king of Ruyang, our intervention would be unnecessary. However, if the king of Ruyang attempts to break through the blockade, we shall intervene to impede his escape, ensuring he does not elude us. The Thunder Tiger divided his forces, encircling the entourage of the king of Ruyang before turning his gaze toward the battlefield. He observed that the king's retainers were quite formidable. Among them were the 2 elders of Xianming, experts at the 7th level of acquired strength, as well as disciples of the Diamond sect, whose physical prowess was exceptional and whose strength was nearly at the same level. making it exceedingly difficult for Xian Yutong and his group to approach and slay the king of Ruyang. The king turned to a young woman beside him and remarked, "Minmin, the group of martial artists you have gathered possesses considerable strength. With their protection today, we should be able to break through." Upon hearing the words of the Prince of Ruyang, Lei Hu realized that the woman before him was none other than Zhao Min. However, the entire martial world had been altered by him, and he had never encountered her before. Zhao Min remarked that her father should not be overly optimistic. The city gates had already been breached, and it was likely that Lei Hu's forces had entered the city. Once Lei Hu arrived, escape would become exceedingly difficult. The Prince of Ruyang inquired, "Is this Lei Hu truly so formidable that he instills such fear in you?" Zhao Min replied, "Years ago, Lei Hu visited the Wudong sect and exchanged insights with Zhang Sanfeng, achieving a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level. His prowess is on par with that of Zhang Sanfeng, yet he is significantly younger, suggesting that his strength surpasses that of Zhang Sanfeng. At that time, he was already the foremost martial artist in the realm. With the passage of time, his power has only intensified. It is precisely this fear of him that has prevented me from allowing our people to roam the martial world and draw Lei Hu's attention." Upon hearing Zhao Min's words, Lei Hu finally realized that the other party had not been stirring up trouble in the martial world. It was, in fact, his own apprehensions that had caused this. His fear of drawing attention to himself was indeed a testament to his vigilance. Had it not been for this encounter, he might have completely forgotten about this individual, making it quite challenging to address him directly. As Lei Hu gazed upon the battlefield, he observed Xian Yutong and his entourage. Although they were numerous, their strength was woefully inadequate. None among them possessed a cultivation level beyond the 7th stage of the acquired realm, and they found themselves at a disadvantage, being steadily pushed back by the forces of King Ruyang. Upon witnessing this situation, Lei Hu realized that if he did not intervene, it would indeed be impossible for him and Xian Yutong's group to detain the Ruyang Wang and his entourage, potentially allowing them to escape the city and evade capture. At this moment, Lei Hu, intent on detaining the entourage of King Ruyang, commenced his intervention to thwart their escape. The Thunder Tiger unleashed the One Yang finger, a surge of energy emanating from his index finger, traversing 3 zhang to strike the deer staff guest. The pure and vigorous energy infiltrated the opponent's body, commencing the destruction of his own vital force, causing his movements to slow. Upon being attacked and sensing this energy permeating his being, the deer staff guest realized that Thunder Tiger had arrived, intent on detaining him and his companions in Chang'an. Enduring the pain, the deer staff guest proclaimed loudly, "Thunder Tiger is here. We must fight with all our might. Otherwise, none shall escape, and we will be left here to face his wrath." Upon hearing the deer staff guest's words, Xian Yutong and the others erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "The Duke has arrived. Do you truly believe that your pitiful lot can escape? It is nothing but a dream. Let us all exert ourselves and ensure that these rascals remain here." The Thunder Tiger employed the One Yang finger, injuring the deer staff master and rendering him unable to flee, thus altering his focus. The Thunder Tiger beheld the Crane Pen Elder, who was attempting to break free. Employing the art of finger flicking, he unleashed a strike imbued with the essence of the 9 Suns scripture. The attack struck the Crane Pen Elder, penetrating his very being, and commenced the dissolution of his vital energy, thereby diminishing his strength. The Thunder Tiger beheld the 3 individuals, Ada, Aer, and Asan, of the Golden Steel Gate, as they relied on their physical strength to propel the Prince of Ruyang and his daughter towards the exit. The Thunder Tiger chuckled, "Now that I have arrived, how could I possibly allow you to escape?" The Thunder Tiger unleashed the great demon fighting fist, delivering a golden imprint that varied in size. It tore through the air, striking Ada with tremendous force, sending him hurtling to the ground. Upon impact, his chest caved in, unmistakably indicating that his bones had been shattered. Blood poured from his mouth incessantly as he lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated. The Thunderous Tiger unleashed the Split Sky Palm, a concentrated imprint of power surging forth, traversing a distance of 3 zhang, striking Aer with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing to the ground. Blood spewed from his mouth, leaving him gravely injured and incapable of continuing the fight. The Thunder Tiger unleashed the 9 Divine Claw. A radiant claw-like projection surged forth, resembling that of a dragon, and struck Asan's knee. With a powerful grip, it crushed Asan's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground, groaning incessantly in agony. Upon witnessing the prowess of several skilled warriors, Lei Hu realized they had been severely wounded and rendered incapable of fighting. The entourage of the Prince of Ruyang found themselves thwarted by Xian Yutong and his companions, unable to escape. Xian Yutong remarked on the formidable nature of the Duke, noting that his mere arrival had incapacitated several adversaries, thus hindering the prince's flight. In an effort to capture Lei Hu's attention, Xian Yutong and his associates unleashed their signature techniques. Soon, they triumphed over the prince's party, decisively vanquishing numerous martial artists. The father and daughter of the Prince of Ruyang were captured alive and presented before Lei Hu. Xian Yutong proclaimed, "We have successfully apprehended the father and daughter of the Prince of Ruyang. They are now at the Duke's discretion." Lei Hu assured, "Rest assured. I have witnessed your efforts this time. Once the battle concludes, I shall duly reward your contributions, ensuring that you do not suffer any loss." The Thunder Tiger summoned the soldiers to bind the several individuals from the Wang of Ruyang and escort them down first, planning to deal with them later. Chapter 69, The Destruction of the Bright Summit. After capturing the father and daughter of Wang Ruyang, Lei Hu took them away, thus commencing the reorganization of Chang'an. He dealt with the hooligans and troublemakers responsible for the chaos, restoring stability to the city. Once these matters were resolved, he summoned Xian Yutong and his entourage, initially bestowing rewards upon them to assure their loyalty. He then spoke, addressing the matter at hand. "I trust you are aware of how I have dealt with the martial artists. Should you agree, you may continue to exist under my conditions. If you do not, you are free to relocate your sect overseas, where numerous islands await your habitation." Xian Yutong replied, "Since we are willing to come forth and assist the Duke, we express our agreement with his views. We shall manage our sect in accordance with the Duke's directives." Xian Yutong and his companions understood that only by remaining in the Central Plains and aligning themselves with Lei Hu's power could they acquire superior martial arts manuals, allowing their sect to flourish. While it might seem appealing to reside overseas with freedom from constraints, the lack of resources would hinder their development. In no time, their sect would face extinction, fading from the annals of history. After Lei Hu dealt with the martial artists, he had them brought forth alongside the Wang of Ruyang to begin interrogations aimed at extracting intelligence. Zhao Min declared, "Lei Hu, you fiend. Do not presume that by capturing us, you can compel our submission. We shall never yield to you, and you will extract no information from us." The Thunder Tiger chuckled, stating that he could obtain any information he desired without needing their cooperation, and that he could make them divulge it themselves. Zhao Min replied, "Though you are indeed formidable, surpassing even the venerable Zhang Sanfeng, it is utterly impossible for you to persuade us to reveal any intelligence willingly. You are merely attempting to intimidate us." Lei Hu approached Ada, employing the soul transference technique, fixating his gaze upon him. He commanded, "Reveal to me the secret formula for the black jade discontinuity ointment." Under Lei Hu's influence, Ada's spirit was ensnared, rendered akin to a marionette. Upon opening his mouth, he divulged the coveted recipe for the black jade discontinuity ointment. Using the same approach, Lei Hu subdued Air and Asan, compelling them to divulge the martial arts techniques of their sect, while the scribe nearby began to document these martial arts manuals. Witnessing this, Zhao Min collapsed onto the ground and exclaimed, "How can this be possible? You are merely a warrior, with slightly superior skills than ours. How could you possess such enigmatic abilities, akin to those of deities or demons?" The Thunder Tiger stated, "I am distinct from all individuals in the martial world. Do not compare them to me." Taking advantage of Zhao Min's momentary lapse in focus, Lei Hu employed the soul transfer technique and inquired, "Where has your subordinate, the monk Yuan Zhen, gone?" Zhao Min replied, "Yuan Zhen departed with 1,000 men, claiming he intended to eradicate the Ming cult. This would allow us to catch our breath and contend with the uprising forces across various regions. Once we consented, we provided Yuan Zhen with 3,000 men and ample explosives, permitting him to proceed with his mission." The Thunder Tiger extracted intelligence from the entourage of the King of Ruyang and spoke, "Since these individuals have become of no further use, let us execute them and bury their remains." After Lei Hu concluded his dealings with Wang Ruyang and his entourage, he sought out Wang Yinyi to convey the intelligence he had gathered. He began, stating that Yuan Zhen was none other than Chen Kuan. It was likely that he had gathered such a multitude to annihilate the Ming sect. Wang Yinyi replied that even with these allies, Chen Kuan's ambition to obliterate the Ming sect was utterly implausible. Although not long ago, the Purple Shirt Dragon King had returned to the Persian Ming sect with his daughter to assume the role of leader. There remained numerous formidable experts who would make it exceedingly difficult for Chen Kuan to succeed. Thunder Tiger remarked, Chung Kuan is a treacherous and cunning individual. Over the years, no one has been able to uncover his whereabouts, which demonstrates his meticulousness in executing his plans. Now that he dares to act, it is evident that he possesses considerable confidence in annihilating the Ming sect. Thunder Tiger remarked, do not forget that Chung Kuan is aware of the secret passage beneath the Bright Summit. Should he place an abundance of explosives within that passage, it could obliterate the Bright Summit, resulting in the demise of the higher echelons of the Ming sect in the ensuing explosion. Upon hearing Thunder Tiger's analysis, Yin Yuang began to take the matter seriously and stated, given the gravity of this situation, I shall personally go and inform my father, urging him to remain vigilant against Chung Kuan's treachery. Thunder Tiger remarked, we have now secured the Guangzhou region. Once we capture Hangu Pass, it shall be impregnable. You should hasten to inform Master Yin, allowing him to prepare defenses and guard against any treachery from Chung Kuan. At Lei Hu's command, he dispatched Yin Yuang to convey a message to the Ming sect. He himself led the Grand Army toward Hangu Pass, preparing to seize control of this strategic stronghold. Upon the army's arrival in the vicinity of Hangu Pass, they established their encampment and sent out scouts to gather intelligence. It soon became apparent that Hangu Pass had fallen into disrepair, having been unused for a considerable time, rendering it quite dilapidated. Moreover, the direction of Lei Hu's assault was from within the pass, which would facilitate an effortless attack. After the army had rested, they approached the front of Hangu Pass. Gazing upon its structure, they observed that only a handful of veteran soldiers remained on patrol, while the Mongolian troops had vanished without a trace, leaving the walls devoid of any visible presence. The Thunder Tiger remarked, in such a scenario, how can we guard against the enemy's assault? We shall swiftly seize the pass of Hangu. The army, after merely one round of offensive, captured the pass of Hangu, claiming dominion over the entire stronghold. After ascending the fortress, Lei Hu spoke, let us commence forthwith the reconstruction of this stronghold. May Hangu Pass become the gateway to Guangzhou, an impregnable bastion. After Lei Hu seized Hangu Pass, he left behind an army of 10,000 to garrison the fortification before returning to Chang'an. Wang Yejun, aware of Chung Kuan's plans, intended to destroy the Bright Summit. Fearing for Yin Tianjing's safety, he hurriedly made his way to the foot of the Bright Summit. Upon seeing the intact summit, Wang Yejun remarked to himself that it appeared Chung Kuan had not yet acted, and it was still timely to inform his father. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Wang Yejun turned his gaze toward the summit, witnessing a plume of smoke rising high into the heavens, obscuring the sky. At that moment, he realized he had arrived too late. Chung Kuan had successfully detonated the summit. Anxious for Yin Tianjing, Wang Yejun dashed toward the peak. Upon reaching the summit, he discovered that the entire structure had been obliterated, leaving behind a vast pit filled with rubble and debris. Without hesitation, Wang Yejun rushed into search for Yin Tianjing, keenly sensing for any signs of life. By listening intently, he discerned faint sounds emanating from the depths of the pit. He hastened over and began to clear away the debris, soon uncovering a pale visage. Quickly, he extricated the individual from the wreckage and, upon closer inspection, realized it was Yin Tianjing. Although his breath was weak, he was not in mortal danger. He had merely exhausted his vital energy and was utterly fatigued. Wang Yejun moved Yin Tianjing to a safer spot and had someone provide him with water, which helped him regain consciousness. Father, are you all right? Wang Yejun inquired. Yin Tianjing responded, I merely overexerted myself. With some time to recover, I shall be fine. Had you not come to rescue me, I might have perished within the wreckage. It was then that Wang Yejun disclosed Chung Kuan's malevolent plot, ensuring that Yin Tianjing was aware of who was behind the calamity. Yin Tianjing expressed his gratitude, saying, fortunately, you reacted swiftly and came to my aid. As for the others, their lacking strength prevented them from utilizing their vital energy to protect themselves. It is likely that the explosion has claimed their lives, leaving them buried beneath the debris. Upon observing the followers attempting to rescue Yang Xiao and the others, Yin Tianjing urged, you should assist them, see if anyone can be saved. When Wang Yejun approached and began to sense the situation, he heard no sounds from below, not even a breath. This realization confirmed that the individuals affected by the explosion had likely met their demise. As the rescue efforts concluded and the rubble was cleared, only the lifeless bodies remained. Thus, the once great Ming cult was utterly annihilated by Chung Kuan. Yin Tianjing lamented, I came to lead the Ming cult merely to restrain Yang Xiao and the others, preventing them from consolidating the rebel forces to obstruct us. Now that the Bright Summit has been destroyed, I shall dissolve the Ming cult and allow them to seek their own paths. Chapter 70. The Slaying of Zhu Yuanzhang after dissolving the Ming cult. Yin Tianzhong, accompanied by those willing to follow him, and Wang Yejun, prepared to return to Chang'an to assist Lei Hu in seizing control of the realm. In Chang'an, Lei Hu received a message from King Yin Yi, learning of the calamity that befell Bright Summit and sensing the ruthlessness of Cheng Kuan. Within, a mission was proclaimed, urging individuals to pursue and eliminate Cheng Kuan. Lei Hu was aware that Cheng Kuan had departed from the Shaolin Temple, stirring up considerable trouble. The temple dared not accept him back. Meanwhile, the likes of Prince Ruyang and his companions had been slain, leaving them without refuge. In a bid to preserve their own lives, they would undoubtedly align themselves with the imperial court, opposing the rebel forces. They fervently hoped for the court's triumph, allowing them to continue their existence. As Lei Hu's mission was announced, numerous individuals from the martial world began to converge upon the great capital of Yuan, seeking Cheng Kuan. They aspired to vanquish him and exchange his severed head for rewards, thereby securing their own fortunes. After Lei Hu and Yin Tianzhong returned, they assigned Yin Tianzhong to manage logistics in order to facilitate his recovery from injuries. The Thunder Tiger dispatched numerous scouts to investigate the movements of other rebel factions. It was only then that they learned, following the destruction of the Bright Summit, the Ming sect had disbanded. These rebel groups began to fight independently, each refusing to yield to the others, plunging into a chaotic melee. Thunder Tiger understood that in the past, the Ming sect had exerted pressure, which kept these factions in check. Although they fought independently, they were still cautious, refraining from excessive chaos for fear of inciting the displeasure of the Ming sect and provoking other groups to retaliate. Now, with no one to restrain them, these factions had begun to vie for territory, resulting in a tumultuous conflict. Upon realizing this situation, Lu Bowen spoke up, "My lord, the time is ripe. While they are embroiled in their strife, we can dispatch troops to Jiangnan, seize control of all lands south of the Yangtze River, and then proceed to overthrow the Yuan dynasty." Thunder Tiger remarked, "Since Master Lu believes that we can take action, let us deploy our forces to first unify the south, and then proceed to overthrow the imperial court." After making the decision, Thunder Tiger left behind tens of thousands of troops to garrison Chang'an, preventing any attacks from the court. He personally led the army to Zhejiang, preparing to seize the entirety of the southern region in one decisive move. This time, Lei Hu entrusted the army to General Zhang Dingbin. He remarked, "General Zhang has been stationed here for quite some time, engaging in battle against Zhu Yuanzhang. He must be most familiar with him. I am confident in handing the army over to you." In response to Lei Hu's words, Zhang Dingbin expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I shall certainly secure Zhu Yuanzhang's head and present it to you." The Thunder Tiger army, in a magnificent display, traverses the Yangtze River, advancing downstream with the intent to decisively obliterate Zhu Yuanzhang's forces. Aware of the Thunder Tiger's approach, Zhu Yuanzhang also begins to make preparations. He dispatches a multitude of warships to fortify his defenses along the Yangtze, ready to engage in a fierce battle with the Thunder Tiger. Zhu Yuanzhang understands that the might of the Thunder Tiger far surpasses his own. Only by achieving victory on the Yangtze, inflicting significant damage to the Thunder Tiger's naval power, can he ensure his own safety and continue his development. The naval forces of the Thunder Tiger arrived upstream of Zhu Yuanzhang and observed him fortifying his defenses along the Yangtze River. One remarked, "This Zhu Yuanzhang is indeed formidable. This upcoming battle promises to be quite fierce. Overcoming him will pose a significant challenge." Zhang Dingbin replied, "My lord, there is no need for concern. Although Zhu Yuanzhang excels in military command, his personal martial prowess is rather mediocre. He lacks innate talent for the martial arts and currently possesses only a postnatal cultivation level of the third stage. If we can eliminate Zhu Yuanzhang during the conflict, his forces will inevitably collapse, allowing us to absorb them." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Now that General Zhang has devised the strategy, let us commence our operations. We shall strive for an early victory over the adversary and bring this conflict to a swift conclusion." The warship of the Thunder Tiger surged downstream, relentlessly attacking the adversary. At this moment, Zhang Dingbin began to search for the whereabouts of Zhu Yuanzhang, preparing to eliminate him. In order to slay Zhu Yuanzhang, Lei Hu personally ventured to the front lines, seeking an opportune moment. Thunder Tiger understands that Zhu Yuanzhang is destined by heaven, and with Zhang Dingbin, it is still impossible to slay Zhu Yuanzhang. The Thunder Tiger observed as Zhang Dingbin, after an extensive search, finally discerned the whereabouts of Zhu Yuanzhang amidst the vastness of the Yangtze River, having scoured countless warships. He steered his vessel towards Zhu Yuanzhang, intent on vanquishing him. Upon witnessing Zhang Dingbian approach Zhu Yuanzhang, Lei Hu observed him draw his bow and shoot arrows directly at Zhu Yuanzhang, yet he failed to strike his target. Each arrow released was intercepted, thwarting any attempt to slay Zhu Yuanzhang. As Lei Hu beheld, Zhang Dingbian approached the vicinity of Zhu Yuanzhang and released an arrow, which seemed destined to strike its target. In a sudden turn of events, Chang Yechen appeared, colliding with Zhu Yuanzhang and propelling him away, thereby evading the deadly projectile. Steadying himself, Chang Yechen drew his bow with a full moon-s arc, aiming the arrow at his own heart, prepared to sacrifice himself. He declared, "Since you dare to attempt the assassination of our sovereign, I shall eliminate Lei Hu. Once he is vanquished, without a leader, I wonder for whom you, Zhang Dingbian, will continue to fight." Upon witnessing Chang Yechen's actions, Lei Hu contemplated that he was being treated as Chun Yuliang from history. However, this seat is not Chun Yuliang. It is you, Chang Yechen, who can be slain. As Thunder Tiger beheld the arrow being loosed, it carved through the air, rushing towards him with a fierce momentum. When the arrow reached his immediate vicinity, Thunder Tiger extended his right hand, fingers splayed wide. With a swift motion, he grasped forward, tightening his grip as his fingers coalesced, thereby ensnaring the arrow and rendering it utterly immobile. The Thunder Tiger brandished his longbow, knocking an arrow upon the string and drawing it to a perfect crescent. Aiming at Zhu Yuanzhang, he spoke, "It appears that only I can take action to eliminate Zhu Yuanzhang." The Thunder Tiger released his fingers, propelling the arrow with the bowstring, piercing through the air and stirring a wave of force that left a white streak as it hurtled towards Zhu Yuanzhang. Observing the Thunder Tiger's swift motion, Chang Yechen hastily seized an iron shield and rushed in front of Zhu Yuanzhang, shielding him from the imminent threat of the arrow. The projectile, imbued with tremendous power, struck the iron shield with a force so great that it sent Chang Yechen flying, causing both him and Zhu Yuanzhang to tumble helplessly across the deck of the ship. Upon witnessing this arrow, Lei Hu realized that it was no simple task to slay Zhu Yuanzhang with mere projectiles. As long as Chang Yechen stood guard over Zhu Yuanzhang, the likelihood of successfully delivering a fatal shot remained exceedingly low. Thunder Tiger soared to Zhang Dingbian's warship and spoke, "General Zhang, continue to command the battle and restrain Zhu Yuanzhang's navy. I shall leap onto Zhu Yuanzhang's vessel and eliminate him to prevent future troubles." Zhang Dingbian replied, "My lord, go forth without hesitation. I shall lead our troops and keep Zhu Yuanzhang at bay, creating an opportunity for you." After directing Zhang Dingbian, Lei Hu burst forth from the warship, deftly employing his lightness skill to glide over the surface of the water, making his way towards Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon seeing Lei Hu approach, Chang Yechen realized that, given Lei Hu's martial prowess, should he reach the warship, he and his comrades would stand no chance. He hastily commanded the soldiers to fire upon Lei Hu in an effort to impede his advance. Thunder Tiger walked upon the surface of the water. Observing numerous arrows soaring towards him, he began to circulate his energy, projecting his vital force outward, which formed a protective barrier around his body. As these arrows struck the protective shield, they were rendered ineffective, much like they would be against solid steel, failing to disturb Thunder Tiger, and instead, they cascaded into the water below. The thunderous tiger surged forth like a shark, swiftly gliding across the water's surface, creating a tumultuous wave as it advanced relentlessly, soon breaking through the barriers and leaping onto the warship. Thunder Tiger laughed heartily. "Zhu Yuanzhang, with merely your soldiers, you dare to obstruct me? You are utterly overestimating yourself." Chang Yechen replied, "Thunder Tiger, you are indeed a formidable master. How could you possibly demean yourself by personally taking action against a mere, trifling weakling of the third tier?" Lei Hu gently caressed his face and spoke, "What is the worth of appearance? Is it truly that significant? Why must I refrain from personally striking down my enemies? Regardless of who they are, even if they lack martial prowess or are frail and vulnerable, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them." Lei Hu gazed at Zhu Yuanzhang as if beholding a corpse. He drew a large blade from his waist, gripping the hilt firmly, poised to take matters into his own hands and slay Zhu Yuanzhang. The Thunder Tiger activated his true energy, channeling it into the blade, causing the great sword to emanate a series of chilling glimmers, its sharpness laid bare. The thunderous figure of Lei Hu gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, raising the massive sword high above his head. With a formidable strike reminiscent of a mighty cleave of Mount Hua, he aimed directly at Zhu Yuanzhang, unleashing a fierce blow that manifested as a 3-zhang long arc of blade light, intent on slaying Zhu Yuanzhang on the spot. Upon witnessing the deadly onslaught, Chang Yuchen grasped his iron shield with both hands, bracing himself as he charged forward to shoulder-barge Zhu Yuanzhang out of harm's way, allowing him to evade the lethal blade light. He then lifted the iron shield to withstand the impending strike, determined to buy Zhu Yuanzhang precious moments to escape. With a chilling sound, the razor-sharp blade light collided with the iron shield, severing it with the ease of slicing through soft tofu. Even Chang Yuchen himself was cleaved in twain by the merciless arc of the blade. In a moment of peril, Lei Hu encountered Zhu Yuanzhang, evading a calamity by employing his agile skills. Utilizing the Spiral 9 Shadows technique, he conjured a fleeting afterimage and propelled himself towards Zhu Yuanzhang. With a powerful strike, his razor-sharp blade descended upon Zhu Yuanzhang's head, cleaving him in twain, blood splattering in the air, leading to his immediate demise. The thunderous tiger addressed the lifeless body of Zhu Yuanzhang, stating that even with the mandate of heaven, one cannot escape death when confronted with absolute power. Chapter 71. The Conquest of the Lower Yangtze. After slaying Zhu Yuanzhang, the Thunder Tiger leapt into the air, gripping his great blade with both hands. With a powerful swing directed at the warship, a blade of light, 3 zhang in length, cleaved through the vessel, causing it to fracture and begin to take on water. The thunderous tiger swung its dual arms, unleashing a series of swift strikes. The gleaming blades cleaved through the air, severing the warship as it began its descent into the depths of the river. After the Thunder Tiger shattered the enemy vessel, it swiftly turned around, skimming across the river's surface like a great wild goose, racing towards its own warship, and soon leaped aboard. Thunder Tiger remarked, "Now not only has Zhu Yuanzhang met his demise, but even his warships have sunk to the depths of the river. His army, upon witnessing this, will realize that Zhu Yuanzhang has been slain. At that moment, they will undoubtedly be leaderless and thrown into disarray. We shall seize the opportunity to vanquish our adversaries." Zhang Dingbian responded, "Truly, my lord is formidable. I have long desired to eliminate Zhu Yuanzhang, yet I have not succeeded. It is only through your intervention that we have achieved this victory." Lei Hu remarked, "Beside Zhu Yuanzhang stands Chang Yuchen as his protector. Given your capabilities, it is improbable that you could succeed in assassinating him. Only through my own hand can the adversary be vanquished." Upon witnessing the demise of Zhu Yuanzhang, the warships sank to the riverbed, and the Grand Army found itself devoid of leadership. Chaos now reigned over the entire naval force, as they faced relentless setbacks, overwhelmed by their own troops and struggling to withstand the onslaught. It is well understood that among Zhu Yuanzhang's ranks, he was the most formidable in battle. Figures such as Chang Yuchen and Su De, who emerged under his leadership, undoubtedly possessed great prowess. However, with Zhu Yuanzhang's assassination, the absence of a commanding figure led to chaos and disorder, ultimately resulting in defeat. Furthermore, his death dealt a significant blow to the morale of the troops. These generals had pledged their allegiance to Zhu Yuanzhang. In the wake of his demise, they found themselves at a loss, uncertain of whom they were fighting for. This profound confusion diminished their fighting spirit, rendering it difficult to effectively lead the army. Thunder Tiger proclaimed that now, taking advantage of the enemy's disarray, we must decisively vanquish their forces. We cannot afford to allow them the time to react or retreat. It is imperative that we completely annihilate this naval contingent. Zhang Dingbian responded to Thunder Tiger's command and began orchestrating the army's assault. He aimed to divide the enemy forces and strike them down one by one. By afternoon, the enemy was utterly defeated, with only a handful of troops managing to escape. The Thunder Tiger army has seized Zhu Yuanzhang's water fortress and discovered a plethora of supplies within. This revelation unveiled Zhu Yuanzhang's intentions to engage in a prolonged conflict along the Yangtze River, aiming to thwart their advance and prevent his forces from penetrating his territory. Little did Zhu Yuanzhang realize that he had barely commenced battle before falling victim to the blade of Thunder Tiger. Lei Hu remarked that after a day of arduous combat, the army was exceedingly weary. Having vanquished Zhu Yuanzhang, they could now afford a day of respite. They would set forth again the day after tomorrow to commence their offensive and seize Zhu Yuanzhang's territory. After a period of rest, the Thunder Tiger army resumed its offensive. The defending forces stood no chance against the might of the Thunder Tiger army, succumbing effortlessly to defeat. The Thunder Tiger army advanced with unstoppable momentum, sweeping through obstacles like a tempest, making their way towards Nanjing. Within the span of a month, they seized control of the city, claiming the territory of Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhang Dingbian remarked, "My lord, after Zhu Yuanzhang's demise, his family was safeguarded by Su De and others, retreating from Nanjing and embarking on a journey of escape." Lei Hu remarked that with the demise of Zhu Yuanzhang, they could no longer stir up any significant turmoil. He proposed sending forth Zhu Yuanzhang's family members on a mission, enlisting the aid of those from the martial world to pursue their adversaries, confident that it would not be long before they could vanquish them. Zhang Dingbian interjected, noting that near the Yangtze River, there were still two lords, Zhang Shiqing and Fang Guozhen, who had entrenched themselves in the vicinity. He inquired about the timeline for completely assimilating these two lords into their fold. Lei Hu remarked that, according to the intelligence gathered, Zhang Shiqing had completely fallen from grace during this period. He was preoccupied with indulgence within the palace, neglecting the management of his army. His forces had deteriorated significantly. Lacking in combat effectiveness, Fang Guozhen had seized control of the area around Hengze Lake on the northern bank of the Yangtze River, designating Linhui as his capital. However, his own development was stagnant, as he was solely focused on self-indulgence, leading to a decline in his power. Zhang Dingbian stated that while stationed at Poyang Lake, he had been monitoring these factions. Now, having triumphed over Zhu Yuanzhang, we find ourselves without rivals throughout the Yangtze River basin. We should seize the opportunity to vanquish these two waning powers before they regain their strength and rally against us. If they become resolute and actively resist, engaging in battle will become exceedingly troublesome. Lei Hu remarked, "General Zhang is correct. We should seize the moment while our morale is high and decisively vanquish these two factions, thereby completely occupying the Yangtze River basin and amplifying our influence." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Given that General Zhang possesses profound insights into both factions, I propose that he assume the role of commander for this offensive, leading our grand army." Zhang Dingbian responded, "I am grateful for your majesty's trust. I believe we should divide our forces into two paths, launching simultaneous assaults on the enemy to deny them any opportunity to react, thereby swiftly vanquishing them. This operation shall be led by both myself and your majesty, as we each command our respective armies to engage the adversary." Thunder Tiger inquired, "General Zhang, to which target do you intend to launch an assault? Please disclose your intentions so that we may deliberate." Zhang Dingbian responded, "Though Zhang Shiqing has now fallen into decline, he once displayed great benevolence, often generously aiding those in need. Numerous individuals from the martial world pledged their allegiance to him. It is more fitting for our lord to confront him. On the other hand, Fang Guozhen lacks such a following, making it less troublesome to contend with him." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Since General Zhang has made a decisive choice, let us divide our forces into two paths and launch a joint assault to secure the Yangtze River basin. Here, the Thunder Tiger leads an army of 50,000 naval troops, flowing downstream to invade the territory of Zhang Shiqing. During this period, Zhang Shiqing, indulging in pleasures, has allowed military discipline to deteriorate. His forces have become utterly ineffective, proving no match for the formidable Thunder Tiger army, which relentlessly drives them into retreat." The formidable army of the Thunder Tiger departed from Nanjing, traversing along the banks of the Yangtze River until they reached the estuary, where they utterly vanquished the forces of Zhang Shiqing. The Thunder Tiger army advanced to Guangling on the northern bank of the Yangtze River, encircling the city and leaving Zhang Shiqing with no avenue for escape. At this moment, Zhang Shiqing realized the gravity of the situation and rallied his forces atop the city walls to resist the encroaching army. Outside the city, Lei Hu observed Zhang Shiqing's movements and laughed heartily, saying, "It is too late for Zhang Shiqing to retaliate now. In order to swiftly breach the walls of Guangling City, Thunder Tiger unsheathed his mighty blade and took matters into his own hands." As Lei Hu emerged from the ranks of the army, he advanced leisurely towards the city gate. Zhang Shiqing, upon noticing Lei Hu's audacity, remarked, "Even if you are the foremost master in the realm, your boldness in such a manner is a gross underestimation of my capabilities." He commanded his soldiers to commence firing upon Lei Hu. Countless arrows were unleashed, aimed at striking down Lei Hu before he could cross the threshold of the city. The thunderous tiger beheld the rain of arrows filling the sky and remarked, "With such feeble projectiles, do they dare to attempt my demise? It is nothing more than the ravings of a madman." The Thunder Tiger entered the range and began to emanate its vital energy, forming a protective shield of vital energy around itself. This shield rendered it impervious to the arrows, which, upon striking the barrier, were thwarted and fell harmlessly to the ground. As Lei Hu approached the city gate, he stood 2 zhang away, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a formidable strike akin to the legendary forceful chop of Mount Hua. A blade of light, 3 zhang in length, emanated from his sword, its sharpness unmistakable, cleaving toward the city gate with an unstoppable force. As though it could shatter even the mightiest of mountains ahead, the gleaming arc of his sword struck the gate with the ease of slicing through soft tofu, effortlessly breaking it apart in a spectacular explosion, revealing the entrance and granting a glimpse into the vibrant scene within the city. Chapter 72. A full-scale assault. The Thunder Tiger, with a single stroke, cleaved through the city gate, utterly instilling fear in Zhang Shiqing. At that moment, Zhang Shiqing came to realize just how formidable the martial prowess of the Thunder Tiger truly was. After Thunder Tiger shattered the city gate, he bellowed, advanced the siege. The soldiers behind him, witnessing the destruction of the gate, were invigorated with newfound zeal. Upon hearing Thunder Tiger's command, they sprang into action, their faces flushed with excitement as they surged forward, eager to penetrate the city and vanquish the foes within, seeking glory and honor for their valiant efforts. The Thunder Tiger led his formidable army and commenced the siege. Brandishing his great sword, he charged into the city, wielding it with ferocity, the blade's radiance flashing as he cleaved through the soldiers at the city gate. In his wake, a gruesome scene unfolded, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies strewn across the ground, lying in pools of blood. Thunder Tiger swiftly dispatched the guards at the city gate, enabling the subsequent soldiers to enter the city with greater haste. He then brandished his large blade and charged towards the city wall, intent on capturing Zhang Shiqing alive. Upon seeing Thunder Tiger effortlessly slay his soldiers, Zhang Shiqing realized that his troops were insufficient to thwart their adversary. Knowing that being caught by Thunder Tiger would inevitably lead to his capture, he commanded his soldiers to impede Thunder Tiger's advance. Meanwhile, he made his way to a nearby staircase, descending swiftly and fleeing towards the palace, hoping to escape the city through the palace's secret tunnels and avoid falling into Thunder Tiger's clutches. Upon spotting Zhang Shiqing, Lei Hu summoned his soldiers to impede his own progress and began to hasten towards the city. He swiftly altered his course, pursuing Zhang Shiqing with fervor. As Lei Hu beheld the advancing soldiers, he brandished his broadsword with ferocity, executing a sweeping strike that unleashed a blade of light extending 3 yards in length. This arc of brilliance expanded in a fan-like manner, cleaving through the ranks of soldiers and leaving them severed and sprawled in pools of blood. With this single stroke, dozens of soldiers were slain, instilling a profound fear that deterred the others from advancing to obstruct him. The Thunder Tiger executed a graceful maneuver, employing the technique of floating with the wind, soaring into the air like a great wild goose, and propelled forward. In no time, he caught up with Zhang Shiqing, landing with precision and delivering a forceful strike with the back of his blade against Zhang Shiqing's leg, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Rendered incapable of escape, Thunder Tiger stepped forward, approaching Zhang Shiqing, and with a powerful grip, seized him by the neck, as one would a chick, lifting him effortlessly into the air. There, Zhang Shiqing flailed about, limbs thrashing wildly. The Thunder Tiger remarked, "Zhang Shiqing, you have now fallen into my grasp. With no means of escape, your only option is to surrender, which is your sole path to survival." Zhang Shiqing replied, "Since I have already been captured by you, I am left with no choice but to yield. I sincerely hope that you will grant me a chance at life." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "You, Zhang Shiqing, are quite commendable in your treatment of the common people. In comparison to many other lords, you are considerably more virtuous and do not oppress the populace. I shall not take your life. Instead, I will grant you a life of affluence." After vanquishing Zhang Shiqing, Thunder Tiger completely seized his territory. In order to placate the local populace, Zhang Shiqing was conferred the nominal title of Duke of Chenghua, a mere empty honor. He was placed under house arrest and temporarily resided in Guangling, with plans to relocate him to the capital once the nation was established, facilitating closer supervision of his movements. At Thunder Tiger, the territory of Zhang Shiqing was seized, allowing the army to establish a stronghold and commence the maintenance of stability in the region. A substantial force was dispatched to eradicate the water bandits, mountain robbers, and thieves, ensuring peace and security for the local populace. A month after the Thunder Tiger seized the territory of Zhang Shiqing, news of Zhang Dingbian's extermination of Fangguozhen finally reached them. From that moment on, the Yangtze River Basin was entirely under the dominion of Thunder Tiger. At this juncture, Thunder Tiger has seized control of the Yangtze River Basin and commenced a period of consolidation. awaiting the restoration of strength before embarking on a northern expedition to expel the Mongols from the Central Plains. The dynamics of power across the realm have become increasingly clear. Thunder Tiger has established dominion over the entirety of the southern territories, including Bashu and Guangzhou. The imperial court's influence has been repelled by various regional forces, retreating to the north and beginning to languish in a state of survival. During the period of recuperation, the Thunder Tiger vigorously promoted agriculture and commerce, aiming to restore the economy. Taxes were levied from merchants, and farmers were encouraged to cultivate the land, resulting in increased income. Recruiting soldiers became remarkably effortless. The fallen soldiers were adequately replaced, and numerous new recruits were enlisted. After a year of training, they were prepared for battle. Lu Bowen remarked, "My lord, after a year of recuperation, we have regained our vitality and are ready to continue the fight. This time, we can dispatch forces from several locations simultaneously to drive the Mongols out of the Central Plains." The thunderous voice of Thunder Tiger echoed, asserting that the Mongols hail from the northern steppes. Should we emerge victorious against them, these Mongols might retreat back to their vast plains, complicating any subsequent pursuit. I propose that we occupy the northern steppes as we mobilize our forces from Chang'an, preventing these Mongols from escaping to their homeland. Lu Bowen remarked that this implies the Grand Army stationed in Chang'an will advance along the Great Wall, progressing from west to east, thereby thwarting any attempts by the Mongols to return to their steppes. Lei Hu remarked, "Indeed, that is the case. Otherwise, once we vanquish the court and allow them to flee back to the grasslands, they will become a significant threat, necessitating considerable effort on our part to guard against them." Lu Bowen responded, "My lord intends to drive these Mongols to the northeast, where they may reside." Lei Hu remarked, "Indeed. These Mongolians have been residing in the Central Plains for over a century and have long since acclimatized to its way of life. Forcing them into the northeast will not allow them to easily adapt to the new environment. In their struggle for survival, they will inevitably engage in conflicts with the local foreign tribes, thereby diminishing their strength and facilitating our defense against the northeast's foreign entities." Lu Bowen responded, "Your Highness, this method is quite commendable. Although it may not entirely resolve the issue of these Mongolians, it can certainly serve to continuously weaken the adversary, making our defense of the northern front considerably more manageable." Thunder Tiger remarked, "I implore you, Master Lu, to undertake this journey once more, joining forces with the Grand Army of Chang'an to intercept the Mongols." Lu Bowen responded, "Since it is the Lord's command, I shall exert my utmost efforts to assist the army in blocking the Mongols' retreat, ensuring they are unable to escape back to the Mongolian steppes." After a thorough discussion, the Thunder Tiger began to mobilize the troops, dividing them into 4 distinct paths. One contingent, led by Yin Tianzhong and assisted by Lu Bowen, departed from Chang'an, making its way eastward along the Great Wall, advancing relentlessly. Another force, commanded by the wild King Yin, set forth from Xiangyang, heading northeast with the intention of eventually converging in the Yuan Dadu. A third division, under the leadership of Zhang Dingbian, marched northward from Yangzhou, with its sights firmly set on Yuan Dadu. The final group, led by Thunder Tiger himself, comprised the naval forces that embarked along the coastline, also making their way toward Yuan Dadu. Ultimately, these forces were to unite and launch a decisive assault on Yuan Dadu. The Thunder Tiger army advances from 4 fronts, rendering the imperial forces nearly defenseless. Various local rebellious factions recognize this as the final showdown. Only by vanquishing the imperial army can they establish a regime for the Han people. These insurrectionist groups, eager to expand their influence, also begin to exert their strength, seizing territories held by the court. It is only through their assault on the imperial forces that they can augment their own power. Once the court is defeated, they will be able to contend with the Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger embarked along the coastline, with the Grand Army emerging from the mouth of the Yangtze River, advancing relentlessly northward. The imperial forces found themselves ensnared by the terrestrial armies, leaving the coastal cities largely unguarded. These cities fell effortlessly to the Thunder Tiger, serving as supply stations to replenish resources, thus allowing the Grand Army to progress smoothly towards the north. The Thunder Tiger remarked that the court lacks a naval force to impede us. At this pace, our fleet should be the first to reach the Yuan capital. Chapter 73. Infiltrating the capital for assassination. Thunder Tiger sat upon the warship, navigating along the coastline, steadily heading northward. Without encountering any obstacles, he reached Tianjin port after a month, seizing the coastal cities to utilize them as ports. After the Thunder Tiger army established their encampment, they dispatched scouts to the Yuan capital to gather intelligence. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the imperial forces, in an effort to resist their own troops, had already been deployed. Presently, within the Yuan capital, there remains a scant number of soldiers stationed in the city. In order to prevent the emperor from fleeing, Thunder Tiger ordered his army to encamp and recuperate. He, alone and stealthily, infiltrated the capital, ruthlessly eliminating the royal family to plunge the entire court into chaos. After an hour's journey, Lei Hu arrived in the Yuan Dadu from Tianjin. By this time, darkness had fallen, and the city gates were firmly shut. However, such defenses were utterly insufficient to deter Lei Hu. Under the cover of night, the Thunder Tiger identified a vulnerable spot in the patrol and, employing his lightness skill, effortlessly scaled the three-zhang high city wall, infiltrating the city without alerting the guards. Upon entering the city, the Thunder Tiger advanced steadily. Utilizing the veil of night as his cover, he arrived at the outskirts of the imperial palace, intent on first eliminating the members of the Huang clan before breaching the palace to confront the emperor himself. Upon arriving at a royal residence, Lei Hu observed that the exterior was patrolled by guards. It seemed that these princes were acutely aware of the current turmoil and feared being assassinated, with their heads brought to Lei Hu for a reward. Consequently, they began to take precautions, assigning guards to patrol the surroundings. The Thunder Tiger circled around, arriving at the rear of the royal residence. With effortless grace, it leaped over the surrounding wall and entered the palace grounds. The thunderous tiger leapt onto the rooftop, stealthily advancing directly towards the heart of the royal residence. Soon, it arrived at the center of the palace, where the prince's chamber lay, guarded by patrolling sentinels. Suddenly, Thunder Tiger leaped down from the rooftop and charged outside the room, wielding a large blade with fervor. With a powerful strike, he executed a move reminiscent of a fierce cleave, unleashing a three-zhang-long blade of light that struck the room, shattering it into countless fragments. Those within were engulfed by the explosive force, meeting their demise on the spot. After the swift execution of his adversary, the figure leapt onto the rooftop, sprinting away and swiftly vanishing into the night. The guards beheld a shadowy, masked man in black who abruptly descended from the rooftop. Seizing the moment when their attention waned, he unleashed a lethal strike, obliterating the room and slaying the prince. He then ascended back to the rooftop and rapidly fled, evading capture with remarkable ease. With this method, Lei Hu successively eliminated over a dozen princes, decimating the royal lineage. The remaining members of the Huang clan, who did not reside in the capital of Yuan Dadu, were scattered across various regions, assisting the emperor in local governance, each commanding their own military forces to confront threats. Lei Hu need not concern himself with the possibility of these individuals escaping. Thunder Tiger had slain the members of the royal family, and it was already the early hours of the morning. He swiftly entered the imperial palace, intent on locating the emperor, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Upon entering the imperial palace, Thunder Tiger conducted a thorough search and ultimately encountered a chief eunuch. Approaching him, he employed the soul transference technique, which enabled him to ascertain the whereabouts of the emperor. Only then did Lei Hu realize that the current emperor, fearing for his life, dared not rest in the opulent palace. Instead, he hid away in the quarters designated for the eunuchs. Outside, there were no guards, a precaution against being discovered. The sentries had been reassigned elsewhere to create the illusion that the emperor resided in the grand halls. Lei Hu sighed, reflecting on the emperor's cunning nature. Were it not for his own ability to employ the soul transference technique to extract information from the eunuchs, it would be exceedingly difficult to ascertain the emperor's whereabouts through conventional reasoning. Upon arriving at this palace, Lei Hu discovered that it was exceedingly remote and well-concealed, devoid of any ostentation, making it hard to believe that the emperor slumbered within its walls. The Thunder Tiger stealthily infiltrated the palace, commencing his search. Through meticulous observation, he discerned that the entire palace was occupied solely by the emperor, with the eunuchs stationed outside the chambers, dutifully standing guard for their sovereign. The figure of the Thunder Tiger flickered, resembling a shadow, as it darted outside the room. With a sweeping motion of the arm, it executed a yang finger technique, sealing the acupoints of the eunuchs, rendering them motionless, forced to remain standing. The figure of the Thunder Tiger flashed like a tempestuous wind, pushing open the door and entering the room, before closing the door behind it. Upon entering the room, Lei Hu, aided by the dim light, cast his gaze towards the bed and beheld an individual clad in a yellow brocade robe, peacefully slumbering. The Thunder Tiger approached the bedside and gazed at the silhouette. Upon comparison, he realized that this figure was none other than the emperor of the Yuan dynasty, identical to the portrait depicted in the intelligence report. The Thunder Tiger extended his right hand, touching the opponent's chest. A surge of vital energy was infused within, reaching the heart, where it lay in wait. After the passage of an hour, it would erupt, causing the heart to shatter and resulting in instant demise. Thunder Tiger remarked, "It would be far too easy for you to perish in such a manner." After dealing with the emperor, Lei Hu opened the door and, in a flash, dashed outside, conjuring a tempest that slammed the door shut behind him. Without pausing, he leapt onto the rooftops and sprinted forth, swiftly exiting the palace. The eunuchs, having been incapacitated, found their bodies immobile, yet their minds remained alert. They were aware that an intruder had infiltrated, posing a threat to the emperor's safety. At this moment, uncertainty loomed over the emperor's fate, though anxiety gnawed at their hearts. There was naught they could do but hope for the swift restoration of their mobility to ascertain whether the emperor had met with harm. After leaving the palace, Lei Hu glanced at the time and noted that there were still 2 hours until dawn. He resolved to assassinate several ministers, plunging the entire Yuan capital into further chaos. Upon recalling the intelligence, Lei Hu discerned the direction and first proceeded to the residence of the chancellor, where he executed him before moving on to eliminate the other officials. The Thunder Tiger raced forward, its dark silhouette gliding through the streets like a specter, elusive and difficult to discern. The Thunder Tiger swiftly arrived at the residence of the chancellor, where he observed guards patrolling at the entrance. Taking advantage of the cover of night, he circumvented to the back of the estate, scaled the wall, and entered the premises. As Thunder Tiger observed, a figure resembling a steward was returning from outside after relieving himself. In a swift motion, he approached the individual and employed the soul-shifting technique to ascertain the location of the Prime Minister's residence. With a flick of his arm, he struck the opponent's vital point, resulting in immediate death, before discreetly dragging the corpse to a secluded area to conceal it from prying eyes. The shadow of the Thunder Tiger swiftly dashed through the night, leaving behind a trail of fleeting phantoms. Should anyone catch a glimpse, they would surely believe it to be a specter, utterly incredulous that a mere mortal could emerge from the darkness. Thunder Tiger arrived at the residence of the Prime Minister. His figure flickered like a tempest, pushing open the grand doors and entering the chamber within. The door of the Thunder Tiger was shut firmly. Upon glancing towards the bed, he beheld an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his body adorned with excess flesh, embracing a young maiden who lay peacefully asleep beside him. Lei Hu thought to himself, this must be the newly acquired concubine of the Prime Minister, who appears to be favored greatly by him. They share the same bed every night. Under the glow of the light, Lei Hu approached the bedside, his arms gracefully waving as he touched the 2 individuals. He infused them with a surge of vital energy, which lay dormant within their hearts. After the passage of half an hour, it began to erupt, leading to their demise. Upon leaving the residence of the Chancellor, the Thunder Tiger proceeded to the abodes of several officials. Within these officials, he infused a trace of vital energy, lying in wait. As soon as the hour of the rabbit passed, he unleashed his power, claiming the lives of these officials, causing them to perish on the spot. Lei Hu cast a glance at the sky and noticed that in the east, a faint glimmer of light had begun to emerge, suggesting that it would not be long before the sun graced the horizon with its presence. Taking advantage of the dimming light, Thunder Tiger began his departure from the city. Upon reaching the base of the city wall, he leaped effortlessly over it and ventured outside, making his way towards the military camp in Tianjin. As Lei Hu ran, he pondered the current situation. Those whom he had infused with vital energy had already experienced its explosive force, resulting in immediate demise. Particularly concerning was the emperor. After his death, the entire capital would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Upon returning to the military camp, Lei Hu resolved to mobilize his forces and advance towards the Yuan capital, seizing the opportunity presented by the chaos in the city to capture it. Chapter 74, Breaching the Great Capital. Thunder Tiger raced back to the military camp, swiftly gathering the generals to organize the troops for departure. Once the army was prepared, they advanced towards the great capital, reaching its outskirts after 4 hours. The Thunder Tiger divided his army into 3 divisions, each stationed in the south, west, and north of the city, leaving the east unguarded to allow the troops within the city to make their escape. After the Thunder Tiger army was well stationed, they received intelligence relayed from within the city. At the second watch of the morning, the emperor was suddenly stricken by a grave illness and passed away on the spot. Numerous ministers, too, fell ill at the same hour and met their demise instantly. The Thunder Tiger understood that this was the court, which had disseminated false information. The objective was to create confusion and mislead the public. If it were revealed that these individuals had been assassinated, what would become of the court's reputation? If even the emperor and high-ranking officials could be easily slain, one could only imagine the extent of the court's lax defenses. After the Thunder Tiger stationed the army, observing that the daylight had waned and it was too late to launch an assault on the city, he ordered his troops to rest for the night, planning to attack the capital at dawn. Upon learning that Thunder Tiger's forces had encircled the city, Yuan Ting fell into a state of disarray. In a single day, the emperor, the chancellor, and various princes, along with other significant officials, were assassinated, with the enemy at the gates and no one to command the troops within the city. The question of how to defend arose. Many officials dispatched servants to gather intelligence from outside. Upon discovering that the eastern city gate remained unbesieged, they began instructing their subordinates to prepare, hastily packing their belongings in anticipation of fleeing through the eastern gate, prioritizing their escape from the capital. Upon receiving intelligence from his scouts regarding the commotion within the city, Thunder Tiger erupted into hearty laughter. These officials, believing they could abscond with their riches from the capital, were sorely mistaken. With such a heavy load of valuables, their escape would be anything but swift. A mere cavalry unit dispatched in pursuit would effortlessly catch up to them. The Thunder Tiger gazed down at the generals below and spoke, "By Goetia, tomorrow morning, take 3,000 cavalry and depart from the eastern gate to pursue these scoundrels." By Goetia replied, "My lord, once we catch up to them, how shall we transport these valuables back?" Lei Hu remarked, "There is no need for you to worry about this matter. I shall dispatch 5,000 infantry to follow closely behind you. Once you catch up with the enemy and seize their treasures, you may return to hand over these spoils, which will be transported back to the capital. You need only leave a small contingent to guard the valuables." Thunder Tiger said, "Chang Jinping, you shall lead 5,000 infantry to collaborate with Bai Guizhou and transport these treasures to the capital." The subordinate accepted the command. The two understood their mission for the following day, which was merely to pursue the fleeing officials, an endeavor that promised to be rather effortless. On the morrow, as dawn broke, the sun ascended, casting its golden rays upon the earth and dispelling the chill. The formidable army of Thunder Tiger has commenced its advance, approaching the grand capital from 3 distinct directions, intent on breaching its defenses with utmost urgency. The soldiers stationed atop the city walls are merely ordinary troops, commanded by their superiors to defend the ramparts. As they behold the Thunder Tiger's forces surging forth like an unstoppable tide, a sense of overwhelming dread envelopes them. The Thunder Tiger has assembled a formidable army in the southern part of the city, preparing for a siege. Upon witnessing the grand forces charging towards the city, they commenced the construction of siege ladders, aiming to scale the towering walls. In a fervent bid to swiftly breach the great city, Lei Hu brandished his formidable blade, gripping it tightly as he charged toward the fortress. Upon reaching the moat, he leapt with prowess, soaring over the 3-zhang-wide expanse, and landed gracefully on the ground. After landing, the Thunder Tiger exuded its vital energy, creating a protective aura around itself, shielding it from harm. Thus, the arrows from the city walls could not inflict any injury. Amidst the relentless rain of arrows, Lei Hu surged toward the city gate, his stance resolute and unwavering. With both hands gripping the hilt of his sword, he raised his formidable blade high above his head and let out a thunderous roar. The breaking wind unleashed a dazzling arc of light, 3 zhang long, which extended from the blade as he executed a powerful downward strike upon the city gate. This stroke, reminiscent of a force that could cleave mountains, descended upon the gate with unparalleled might, shattering it into a myriad of fragments. The debris erupted outward, stirring up clouds of dust that soared into the heavens. As the dust settled, the city gate lay in complete ruin, incapable of hindering the advance of Lei Hu's formidable army. The soldiers stationed behind the gate were also caught in the chaos, suffering grievous casualties and writhing on the ground in agony. Witnessing Lei Hu's formidable display of power, the defending soldiers understood that their stronghold was no longer tenable. Many of them cast aside their weapons and fled in desperation, seeking escape through the eastern city gate. After the Thunder Tiger breached the city gates, it waited for the dust to settle before entering the city. With a sweeping motion of the great saber, the blade shimmered as it began to slay the guards stationed at the gates. The Thunder Tiger surged into the enemy ranks, wielding his blade with unparalleled ferocity. as if traversing a realm devoid of adversaries. With remarkable prowess, he swiftly dispatched the defending soldiers, leaving a gruesome scene of severed limbs strewn across pools of blood. The army behind him, witnessing the shattered gates, hastily followed in the wake of the Thunder Tiger. By the time they penetrated the city, he had already annihilated all the defenders stationed at the gates. Thunder Tiger turned and said, "Since we have entered the city, let us march directly towards the palace. Seize it first to prevent those eunuchs and palace maids from removing anything of value from within." Led by Thunder Tiger, 3,000 soldiers surged forward, effortlessly dispatching the defending troops they encountered along the way. Soon, they reached the palace's exterior, where they allocated 1,000 men to encircle the palace, ensuring that those within could not escape. The Thunder Tiger, leading 2,000 soldiers, arrived at the palace gates, only to find them firmly shut. A number of guards stood vigilant, maintaining their defensive posture. Thunder Tiger laughed heartily, proclaiming that the entire capital had already fallen under his control. With just your meager numbers, you dare to think you can defend the imperial palace? Such delusions are utterly absurd. The leading general retorted, "Thunder Tiger, you traitor, relying on your formidable martial prowess. You lead these unrefined peasants in rebellion against the court. Even if it costs me my life, I shall thwart your ambitions." The Thunder Tiger proclaimed, "It appears that you are impervious to reason until faced with the grave. Today, I shall eradicate all of you, sending you down to accompany the canine emperor in his eternal rest." With a powerful leap, the Thunder Tiger soared like a great wild goose, ascending the palace walls. It charged into the ranks of the guards, wielding a broadsword with ferocity, commencing a ruthless slaughter. The Thunder Tiger understood that these troops were unwavering loyalists to the court and would never consider surrendering to him. The only way to honor their loyalty was to eliminate them entirely. The thunderous tiger surged into the palace walls, akin to a fierce tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. With unparalleled prowess and strategic finesse, it carved a path through the chaos, its blade glinting menacingly, leaving the defending soldiers in utter disarray. The mighty army of Thunder Tiger, upon sighting their leader, surged forth against the palace walls, commencing their assault on the enemy. They too ascended, erecting scaling ladders to climb the fortifications, and began to coordinate with Thunder Tiger, mercilessly slaying the opposing forces. The Thunder Tiger swiftly eliminated the guards, leaping down from the palace wall. With a single, powerful stroke, he shattered the grand entrance of the palace into splinters, rendering it incapable of hindering his advance. Thunder Tiger led his troops into the royal palace, where they commenced gathering the inhabitants for the purpose of oversight. As Lei Hu entered the palace, he beheld a scene of chaos, with eunuchs, palace maids, and concubines in disarray, desperately scrambling for valuables. In their frantic attempts to seize more items for a better future, they were caught off guard. However, Lei Hu swiftly breached the palace gates, cutting through their illusions and shattering their dreams into oblivion. After the Thunder Tiger seized the imperial palace, he dispatched individuals to inventory the possessions within, to prevent the eunuchs, palace maids, and concubines from damaging the valuable items contained therein. After Lei Hu made the necessary arrangements, he finally exited the imperial palace to survey the situation outside and ascertain which city walls had been seized by the army. Upon leaving the palace, he sought out the generals and learned that they had completely occupied 3 sides of the city walls. They had already commenced the encirclement of the defending troops within the city. It would not be long before they could claim the capital entirely. Chapter 75. The Assault on the Ming Cult Forces. After Lei Hu breached the defenses of Dadu, he observed numerous Mongols fleeing through the eastern city gate. Lei Hu dispatched his formidable troops to pursue them, intending to drive them northeast to contend with the neighboring tribes for survival space, thereby diminishing their strength. By nightfall, the entirety of Dadu had been seized by Lei Hu's forces. The Thunder Tiger deployed his forces to patrol the city, ensuring the maintenance of order within its walls. He then returned to the barracks to rest. Upon his return, White Turtle Show greeted Thunder Tiger with a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "My lord, today I pursued those officials and intercepted their wealth. However, due to a lack of personnel, they managed to escape." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "This is a deliberate strategy of mine, to intercept their wealth and grant them a temporary reprieve. Subsequently, I shall dispatch a formidable army to drive them away, banishing them to the frigid and desolate northeastern lands, compelling them to lead the remaining Mongols in a struggle for survival against the local tribes, thereby weakening these foreign entities. Once we have fortified our own position, we shall turn our attention to conquering them." Bai Guo responded, "Since the Lord has devised a plan, I shall rest easy. My only concern is that we might allow them to escape, letting the tiger return to the mountains, which could pose a significant threat to us. Lei Hu proclaimed, "We have now seized control of the capital, decisively declaring the fall of the Yuan dynasty. Once we vanquish the various rebel forces, we shall unify the realm." Hearing Lei Hu's words, Bai Guizhou joyfully responded, "Our years of diligent effort are on the brink of fruition." Reflecting on this journey, it feels almost surreal that a mere wanderer like myself could follow my lord in the quest to claim the world. After the Thunder Tiger army seized control of the capital, they dispatched 3,000 cavalry to pursue the remnants of the Mongolian forces. Meanwhile, the remaining troops commenced a thorough sweep of the surrounding cities. Upon learning of the Thunder Tiger's occupation of the capital, the remaining Mongolian factions fled towards the northeast, never to return to the Central Plains. Local officials began to surrender to the Thunder Tiger, seeking positions within the new regime to ensure a more comfortable existence. Lei Hu understood that these officials were merely opportunists. Their allegiance was contingent upon his formidable power. It was only then that they would submit. Lei Hu resolved to allow these officials to govern the localities for the time being, with the intention of cultivating new officials to eventually replace them. Upon receiving news of Lei Hu's conquest of the capital, Yin Tianzheng and his forces were filled with renewed vigor. The pace of their assaults on the cities quickened remarkably. Within a month, they led their troops to the capital, establishing their encampment outside the city, and prepared to enter in order to meet Lei Hu. In the imperial palace, Lei Hu received several individuals and inquired, "Why have only a few armies come this time? Where are the remaining rebel forces?" Yin Tianzheng replied, "Although the remaining armies have all emerged from the Ming sect, they are unlikely to submit to our authority. After all, they initiated their rebellion against the Yuan dynasty before us, and it was ultimately we who overthrew the court and seized control of the capital. They are certainly unwilling to acquiesce and likely wish to engage us in conflict." Lei Hu disdainfully remarked, "As it stands, we have already seized the majority of the Central Plains. The territories occupied by their various armies have been entirely encircled by us. To think they still harbor ambitions of contesting with us is nothing short of delusional." Yin Tianzheng interjected, "Ping Yuiying holds dominion over the Shuzhou region, and it is quite possible that she extends her influence into the Yuzhou area, while Zhou Jian commands the Qingzhou territory. The regions between the Yangtze and Yellow River basins have all fallen under the control of the Ming cult. They mistakenly believe that by uniting, they can stand against us, which is precisely the source of their defiance." The Thunder Tiger proclaimed, "Since these individuals remain unyielding, we shall deploy our forces to thoroughly subdue them. Let us swiftly unify the Central Plains and restore peace to the realm." Here in Thunder Tiger, a decisive action is taken against the Mingjiao forces, as the army is divided into several contingents to confront various lords. Yin Tianzheng leads a grand army to commence an assault on Luoyang, aiming to thoroughly pacify the powers that occupy Hunan. Yin Yuan commands another force to attack the region of Yuzhou, seeking to eradicate the lords that have taken residence there. Meanwhile, Zhang Dingbian advances into Shuzhou, intent on annihilating the forces entrenched in that territory. The formidable Lei Hu personally led his troops to assault Qingzhou, thoroughly obliterating the forces that had entrenched themselves there. The Mingjiao factions, under the impression that Lei Hu would take a respite after vanquishing the Yuan dynasty to recuperate his strength, believed they had ample time to develop their own alliances in order to oppose him. Little did they know that Lei Hu offered them no such respite. Capitalizing on the momentum from his recent triumph over the Yuan, his morale soared as he dispatched his forces against them. Caught completely off guard, these factions were systematically attacked. And even if they had harbored intentions of uniting, they found themselves bereft of any opportunity to do so. The Thunder Tiger army advanced upon Qingzhou with an unstoppable momentum, sweeping through the territory like a raging torrent. They reached the outskirts of Linzi, encircling Zhou Dian's forces and preventing any escape. Bai Guizhou remarked that it was indeed the Lord's strategic foresight. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy's troops were exhausted from battle, he ordered an immediate assault, leaving Zhou Jian with little room to withstand the onslaught. Lei Hu remarked, "If we commence our respite now, the few individuals atop the summit will undoubtedly unite against us. In such a scenario, our assault would become significantly more arduous. Presently, we remain unrefreshed, and so do they. They have yet to forge an alliance. This presents us with a prime opportunity to strike them down individually. The sooner we eradicate them, the sooner we shall achieve dominion over the realm." The Thunder Tiger army, divided into 3 formations, commenced the encirclement of the entire city of Linzi. However, on the eastern city wall, a single path was deliberately left open to allow the defending soldiers a chance to flee. Yet, lurking just outside the city were numerous soldiers, and the survival of those escaping would hinge upon their fortune. The Thunder Tiger army took a day to recuperate. The following morning, as the sun rose, they commenced their siege. Zhou Jian gazed at the endless expanse of troops outside the city, surging towards him like an unstoppable tide. He understood that, given the fortifications of Linzi City, it was utterly impossible to thwart the advance of the Thunder Tiger forces. Zhuang Zheng suggested, "Brother Zhou, we should escape through the eastern city gate. With our capabilities, we still have a chance to flee." Zhou Jian replied, "It's not that simple. The Thunder Tiger must have hidden ambushes outside. If we attempt to flee, we will fall into their trap, leaving no chance of survival." Zhuang Zheng asked, "Then what must we do to preserve our lives and restore the holy sect?" Zhou Jian concluded, "We can only engage the enemy forces, using their might to our advantage, while seeking an opportunity to escape from within the city." Upon arriving at the western city gate, Thunder Tiger beheld the grand army commencing its siege. Countless soldiers surged forth like ants, charging towards the fortress, beginning their ascent upon the siege ladders. The Thunder Tiger brandished his broadsword, his body darting forward as he charged towards the city. In no time, he reached the city gate, delivering a powerful strike that sent a flash of blade light, shattering the gate into fragments. Seizing the moment amidst the billowing smoke, Lei Hu advanced into the city, his body soaring as he leapt onto the city wall, making a beeline for Zhou Jian. His intent was to slay Zhou Jian on the spot, ensuring that his adversary had no chance of escape. Zhou Jian, witnessing Lei Hu shatter the city gates, was taken aback. Although he had heard tales of this figure before, he had yet to behold such a spectacle with his own eyes. As the smoke began to dissipate, Zhou Jian realized, to his astonishment, that Lei Hu was indeed charging towards him. With a fierce charge, Lei Hu lunged beside Zhou Jian, wielding his great sword with tremendous force. In a sweeping motion, he unleashed a formidable arc of blade light, cleaving Zhou Jian in two and resulting in his instantaneous demise. The Thunder Tiger observed that beside Zhou Jian stood a figure clad in general's attire, seemingly untouched by the turmoil. Realizing this individual was a high-ranking member of Zhou Dian's faction, he swung his arm with force, and a flash of blade light emerged, cleaving the opponent in two. Blood splattered, and death ensued instantaneously. Upon witnessing the formidable Thunder Tiger army, morale surged as they swiftly eliminated the opposing leader. In no time, they breached the defenses of Linzi and seized control of the city. After the Thunder Tiger army captured Linzi, they commenced a campaign to eradicate the remaining forces. It took approximately a month to pacify and seize control of Qingzhou. Chapter 76, The Establishment of a Nation. At Thunder Tiger, after vanquishing Zhou Jian and seizing control of Qingzhou, efforts to cultivate the region commenced. After all, Zhou Jian had previously possessed little experience in governance, resulting in inadequate development. After the Thunder Tiger army occupied Qingzhou, they remained there to foster the local economy, ensuring that the residents enjoyed a prosperous life. Meanwhile, the remainder of the forces continued their offensive, relentlessly pushing back various warlords, swiftly defeating them and seizing territories. A portion of the army was stationed locally, while the leader returned to the capital with the main force to present himself before Thunder Tiger. After achieving victory, the Thunder Tiger left a portion of their forces to maintain local order while returning to the capital. Upon returning to the imperial palace, Lei Hu addressed the civil and military ministers, stating, "We have vanquished the various lords and unified the central plains. Only the surrounding regions remain unclaimed, which we may reclaim at a later time. For now, let us deliberate on the establishment of a new nation." Lu Bowen inquired, "My lord, have you contemplated the title of the nation and the era name? If not, we can convene forthwith to devise a new one." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "My former title was Duke of Xiu. Now that peace has been restored to the realm, we shall designate the national name as Xiu and establish the Great Xiu dynasty. As for the era name, since we have brought stability to the world, we may choose Dingen, which signifies the tranquility of the nation and the well-being of its people." Lu Bowen responded, "Since your excellency has already made a decision, we shall proceed according to your wishes. Let us select an auspicious day to proclaim to the world the establishment of the Great Xiu dynasty." Lei Hu remarked, "Esteemed ministers, it is imperative that you carefully select an auspicious day to announce to the world." Lu Bowen responded, "Your Majesty is on the verge of ascending the throne and becoming the emperor. For the sake of the nation's legacy, I kindly urge you to consider expanding the imperial harem to secure the succession. Lei Hu remarked that once he established his nation, he would commence a beauty selection to enrich his harem. After deliberation, Liu Bowen and others agreed that in half a month, an auspicious day would arrive, and preparations would be made to announce it to the world. When the time came, Lei Hu, accompanied by officials, arrived at the Temple of Heaven to commence the grand ceremony of his enthronement. The Thunder Tiger ascended to the Temple of Heaven, retrieved the manuscript penned by the Ministry of Rites, and commenced to read aloud. I, born of humble origins, have been fortunate to receive the assistance of all you esteemed ministers in overthrowing the tyrannical Yuan. Today, we establish the Grand Xiu Empire, proclaiming peace to the realm and issuing a decree to the world. After Lei Hu ascended to the throne, he commenced discussions with his ministers, preparing to rename the capital from Dadu to Shengjing. He summoned officials from the previous dynasty, instructing them to gather and seize the books of the former regime, initiating a revision of the historical records to ensure the complete eradication of the Yuan dynasty, rendering it incapable of continuation. Following months of diligent efforts, these officials meticulously examined the texts and successfully revised the history of the Yuan. Henceforth, the Yuan dynasty became but a relic of the past, unable to persist. Since Lei Hu's ascension, he began issuing proclamations to select beautiful maidens to enrich the imperial harem. The sects in the martial world began to stir with ambition, many seeking to send their disciples into the harem to amplify their influence. Upon learning of this development, the formidable mistress of extinction gathered her disciples and proclaimed that this was an opportunity for the Amei sect. As long as a disciple entered the harem, the growth of their sect could be well sustained. Ding Minjun inquired, "Master, do we have suitable disciples to participate in the selection?" The mistress of extinction replied, "Certainly. Jiroa is an exemplary candidate for the selection. Moreover, her cultivation has reached the 7th level of the acquired realm, making her fully qualified to compete for the title of Empress, thereby securing benefits for our Amei sect." Upon hearing the mistress's words, Zhou Jiroa expressed her gratitude, stating, "I am deeply indebted to my master's nurturing. It brings me great joy to have the opportunity to repay this kindness." The mistress of extinction remarked, "My health has begun to decline, and I may not have long to live. The future inheritance of our sect will depend on you. I shall now pass the leadership to Genie, so he may guide Amei in preserving and promoting our traditions." The mistress continued, "Jiroa, you are to assist Genie in ensuring the continuation of the Amei legacy." Simultaneously, Yin Tian, aware of Lei Hu's decision to select for the harem, sought to bring Ainli back to participate in the selection. Wang Yinye commented, "This girl has been restless ever since we retrieved her from Spirit Snake Island. Marrying the emperor would indeed be fortunate for her." Upon learning that Lei Hu had commenced the selection, Shi Hongshi gathered the members of the beggar's sect and declared, "I too shall participate in the selection. Once I enter the harem, our sect status will be elevated, paving the way for greater development." The elder of transmission remarked, however, "If the leader participates, shall we not need to elect a new leader for the beggar's sect?" Shi Hongshi responded, "Select an outstanding individual from among our disciples to inherit the leadership of the beggar's sect." In Shengjing, Thunder Tiger commenced diligent efforts for the sake of the new nation. After several rounds of elections, 3 individuals were ultimately selected to enrich the imperial harem. Lei Hu conferred the title of Empress upon Zhou Jiroa, while Ainli was honored as the noble consort Ing, and Shi Hongshi was bestowed the title of noble consort Hong. Knowing this, Lei Hu anticipated that Liu Bowen and others would finally be at peace, ceasing their incessant disturbances. Once the crown prince was born, they would find solace in the belief that the nation would thrive under a rightful heir. It was then that Lei Hu would find the time to earnestly pursue his cultivation, absorbing the celestial dragon energy to refine the true energy within his body and achieve a breakthrough in his abilities. A month later, all 3 consorts found themselves with child, and by the following year, they would give birth to princes and princesses, providing reassurance to the officials in the court. In October, Zhou Jiroa bore a son, whom Lei Hu named Lei Ainli, and Shi Hongshi each welcomed a daughter, whom Lei Hu named Lei Shui and Lei Bing, respectively. The Thunder Tiger conferred the title of Crown Prince upon Lei An, resolving to cultivate him as the heir apparent. He designated Lei Shui and Lei Bing as princesses, ensuring their companionship by his side. Recently, Thunder Tiger has been absorbing the royal dragon energy, allowing the true energy within to refine and begin its transformation into a liquid state of true essence. The true energy within has become remarkably concentrated and pure. Every day, Thunder Tiger sits upon the dragon throne, dedicating 2 hours to his cultivation, harnessing the imperial dragon energy that perfectly replenishes his reserves, ensuring that the essence of the imperial dragon energy does not diminish. In order to foster economic development, enhance tax revenues, and alleviate the burdens on farmers, Thunder Tiger dispatched Zhang Dingbian to launch an assault on Yingzhou Island, successfully seizing control of the territory. The objective was to exploit the island's silver and gold mines, utilizing these precious resources as currency. In addition to utilizing copper coins as currency, the Thunder Tiger also commissioned the minting of silver and gold coins for the convenience of merchants, facilitating their trade and commerce. The regulations of Thunder Tiger stipulate that 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. Consequently, this system greatly facilitates the use of currency for the populace. Unlike in the past, when merchants would have to use iron shears to cut silver into smaller pieces and weigh them on scales, this new arrangement simplifies transactions for the common people, fostering unprecedented growth in commerce. In a bid to expand its dominion, the Thunder Tiger dispatched a formidable army to launch an assault on the western regions, reclaiming territories lost for over a millennium and thereby bolstering national strength. The forces advanced northward to confront the Mongols, penetrating as far as Lake Baikal, reclaiming lands once held by the Xiongnu. Additionally, they sent a grand army to engage in conflict in Yunnan, ultimately reaching the Southeast Asian peninsula and securing control over the Strait of Malacca to facilitate maritime trade. The Thunder Tiger dispatched a formidable army, conquering the Tibet region and occupying the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, advancing all the way to the majestic Himalayan mountains before finally halting. They commenced the development of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, subjugating the indigenous tribes in its entirety. A grand army was also sent to assault the Korean peninsula, successfully occupying the entire territory and establishing the Korean province to assimilate the local populace. Through these endeavors, the Thunder Tiger expanded the nation's territory, enhancing its national strength. This expansion led to an increase in the auspicious yellow dragon qi, fostering greater stability and alleviating fears of a decline in national fortune. Chapter 77. The Limit of the After Tomorrow. The Thunder Tiger diligently governs the nation, facilitating his own cultivation. Each day, he dedicates 2 hours to the practice of internal martial arts, refining and purifying his vital energy. After 6 years of relentless effort, he finally witnesses a transformation in the vital energy within his body. The Thunder Tiger focused inward on his dantian, discovering that the true energy within had transformed into a mist, continuously swirling in his dantian. At this moment, he had reached the limits of the acquired realm and was entirely capable of transcending into the innate realm. At this moment, Lei Hu truly comprehended the arduous nature of transcending the innate realm. Firstly, the vital energy within one's body must be abundantly vigorous, capable of facilitating the transformation of vital energy into true essence. The warrior's spirit must also possess formidable strength, sufficiently powerful to carve open the sea of consciousness, thereby enabling the projection of mental force. Furthermore, the warrior's physique must be youthful and brimming with vitality, ensuring that the body remains in its prime condition. Thunder Tiger discovered that these prerequisites are exceedingly stringent for a martial artist. Achieving such conditions would prove to be immensely challenging. A martial artist must, in moments of abundant vitality, accumulate sufficient genuine energy to facilitate its transformation. Additionally, one must possess formidable mental fortitude to, during a breakthrough, unveil the sea of consciousness and thereby enhance their spiritual power. Thunder Tiger discovered that the entire world, due to a deficiency of spiritual energy, rendered martial artists unable to achieve breakthroughs. His own ability to transcend was attributed to alternative methods. By ascending to the throne, he could harness the nation's fortune and absorb the dragon's energy to facilitate his advancement. However, owing to the constraints imposed by the world upon his breakthrough, he found himself unable to exist within this realm any longer. He was compelled to shatter the void and journey to other worlds to continue his cultivation. Upon learning of this situation, Lei Hu decided to cease his cultivation temporarily, refraining from any attempts at breakthrough. He resolved to wait until the prince matured and could smoothly ascend to the throne before pursuing his own advancement. At the court assembly, Thunder Tiger spoke, stating that the crown prince, being the legitimate eldest son, had already reached the age of 6. I am prepared to bestow upon the crown prince the title of heir apparent, thus affirming the line of succession. Lu Bowen remarked, It is indeed the prime of spring and autumn. Why the haste in establishing the position of the crown prince? The Thunder Tiger remarked that ultimately, this realm must be entrusted to the eldest prince for inheritance. It is imperative to establish his position first to facilitate his cultivation. The Thunder Tiger proclaimed, Lu Aiqing, I appoint you as the Grand Tutor to instruct the Crown Prince. Li Aiqing, I designate you as the junior guardian of the Crown Prince, to join Lu Aiqing in this endeavor. Upon hearing the words of Thunder Tiger, the two understood that his intention in establishing the Crown Prince was to stabilize the court, ensuring that his ministers would prepare the Crown Prince for his future ascension to the throne. In order to facilitate the prince's development, Thunder Tiger began meticulously reviewing the martial arts techniques he had gathered, with the intention of creating a refined and exceptional physical training method anew. Through extensive study of various martial arts techniques, Lei Hu absorbed their essence and, building upon the foundation of the 8-section brocade, optimized a superior method intended to establish a solid grounding for the Crown Prince. This martial art, named Hunyuan Quan, integrates elements from Tai Chi, 7 Injuries Fist, Golden Bell Shield, and Iron Shirt, among other diverse practices, to enhance the practitioner's physical constitution. Hunyuan Quan facilitates the cultivation of muscles, tendons, and internal organs, thereby sculpting a perfect physique and providing a robust foundation for the martial artist. As one matures, they may then commence the practice of internal energy cultivation, refining their true qi. It took Lei Hu an entire year to meticulously establish the Hunyuan Fist. He imparted this martial art to the Crown Prince and Princess, enabling them to cultivate their skills. This technique was designated as the foundational practice of the royal family, intended to fortify their bodies and prepare them for future endeavors in cultivation. Upon witnessing Lei Hu's actions, Zhou Zhuo approached him and inquired, Might I ask, Your Excellency, if there is any pressing matter that necessitates such urgency in nurturing the Crown Prince? Thunder Tiger remarked, During my cultivation, I have discerned that our world, due to its insufficient spiritual energy, is incapable of sustaining the training of innate warriors. Once a martial artist's cultivation reaches the innate realm, they will inevitably be rejected by this world, shattering the void to ascend to a higher realm for further training. Zhou Zhuo responded, It is essential that one's cultivation approaches a breakthrough. Only then can we begin to nurture the Crown Prince, preparing him for the eventual transcendence to ascend to the celestial realm. Lei Hu remarked, At present, I am still capable of suppressing my cultivation and need not break through just yet. There remains ample time to nurture the Crown Prince. After my ascension, the Empress must assist the Crown Prince extensively, ensuring his smooth succession to the throne for the stability of the realm. Zhou Zhuo replied, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I shall undoubtedly support the Crown Prince in securing his position on the throne. In order to pave the way for the Crown Prince, Lei Hu journeyed to Wudong Mountain to cultivate a rapport with Master Zhang. After all, once Lei Hu ascended, Master Zhang's cultivation would render him unparalleled in the world, making him an insurmountable force. Upon his arrival at Wudong Mountain, Thunder Tiger was warmly welcomed by Zhang Sanfeng and his disciples, who greeted him at the foot of the mountain. They cordially ushered Thunder Tiger into the Zixiao Hall, where he was invited to rest. Lei Hu dismissed the others, allowing only Zhang Sanfeng to remain, and began to converse with him. Upon hearing Lei Hu's description of the innate realm, Zhang Sanfeng spoke. It seems that the old Taoist has no opportunity to transcend to the innate realm. To have reached my current state and to live beyond 100 years is already a source of great contentment. Lei Hu remarked that Zhang Jinren should support the Crown Prince's claim to the throne, ensuring that he could ascend to the imperial seat with tranquility. I can establish Taoism as the state religion and appoint you as the national master, bestowing upon you the title of Tong Weixian Huajinren, thereby elevating the prestige of the Wudong sect. Upon hearing Lei Hu's proposition, Zhang Sanfeng felt a stirring within. After all, the competition among the sects in the martial world was exceedingly fierce. Although the Shaolin Temple had begun to decline, its profound heritage enabled it to consistently nurture formidable practitioners of the 7th level of postnatal cultivation, maintaining its esteemed status. The Amei sect, having risen to prominence since Zhou Zhuo became empress, found its standing elevated, now rivaling Shaolin in strength. The Beggar sect and the Skyhawk sect also refused to be outdone, actively developing their influence by forging connections with the imperial court and leveraging its resources for their own advancement. Zhang Sanfeng understood that after his demise, it would be challenging for his disciples, like Song Yuanxiao and others, to achieve significant growth. Among his third-generation disciples, only Zhang Wuji exhibited a modicum of martial talent, with the potential to cultivate to the 7th level of postnatal mastery, which could sustain the sect's future. To ensure the legacy of the Wudong sect and the complete transmission of his teachings, Zhang Sanfeng recognized that supporting Lei Hu and facilitating the crown prince's smooth succession was crucial for the enduring prosperity of his sect. Here, Lei Hu is allied with Zhang Sanfeng to safeguard the future ascension of the crown prince. Upon returning to the Amei sect, Zhou Zhirua commenced mobilizing the sect to ensure the smooth succession of the crown prince, enlisting their support for his protection. By the time Lei Hu returned to Xinjing, Zhou Zhirua had already returned from Amei. Upon encountering Lei Hu, Zhou Zhirua remarked, "I have arranged for the Amei sect to serve the crown prince." Ray Tiger remarked that by bringing Yin Tianzheng and the Beggars sect into our fold, the crown prince's ascension to the throne will proceed with remarkable ease, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. The Thunder Tiger summoned Yin Li and Shi Hongshi to the Empress's chambers, where he clearly instructed them to lend their support to the crown prince, ensuring his smooth ascension to the throne. Yin Li remarked that during this period, His Majesty had left Shengjing to seek the alliance of Master Zhang, in hopes of securing his backing for the crown prince. Lei Hu remarked, "Indeed, after my ascension, Master Zhang shall be recognized as the foremost in the realm. With his backing, no one would dare to disrupt the crown prince's rightful succession." Yin Li replied, "Your Majesty, please rest assured, I shall ensure that my grandfather and father lend their support to the crown prince, facilitating his smooth ascension in the future." Shi Hongshi added, "Not only can I rally the Beggars sect to support the crown prince, but I shall also endeavor to win over Sister Yang, securing her endorsement as well." Thunder Tiger remarked, "With your support, when the crown prince matures, he will be able to ascend the throne smoothly, untroubled by the upheavals of the nation." Chapter 78, Preparing to Shatter the Void. Lei Hu, as the crown prince, garnered support from various factions to ensure a smooth ascension to the throne in the future. During this period, he paused his own cultivation to dedicate himself to instructing the crown prince. Every day, Thunder Tiger imparts various martial arts techniques to the crown prince, aiming to enrich his knowledge of the martial way. Once the prince matures, he will commence his training, thereby accelerating his cultivation pace. By the age of 10, having practiced the primordial fist, the prince's physique has become remarkably robust. During this period, he has utilized numerous medicinal herbs for therapeutic baths, establishing a solid foundation for his future endeavors. At this moment, Lei Hu finally permitted the crown prince to commence his cultivation of internal energy, imparting to him the profound teachings of the Wuji Jinjing, thus enabling him to embark on his journey of internal mastery. As Thunder Tiger imparted knowledge to the crown prince, both Thunder Snow and Thunder Ice, the two maidens, hurried over to join in the lively atmosphere. Lei Shui remarked, "Father favors him, bestowing the excellent techniques solely upon my elder brother, while neglecting to share them with us." The Thunder Tiger observed the two young girls and smiled as he inquired, "Have you perfected your Hunyuan fist? If not, focus on achieving mastery in it before delving into the internal martial arts techniques." Lei Shui remarked, "Father Emperor underestimates us greatly. We have toiled diligently in our cultivation. After this period of earnest practice, we have perfected the primordial fist." Lei Hu remarked, "It appears our princess is quite diligent and has not been idle. The emperor has imparted the Wuji's Hinjing to you, allowing you to commence your cultivation of true energy." Zhou Zhirao and her companions followed closely behind Lei Shui and Lei Bing, observing the two young maidens who approached to pester Lei Hu. One of them commented, "His Majesty is excessively indulgent towards these two girls, which is why they exhibit such a lack of decorum in interrupting His Majesty." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "I have but 3 children. If I do not favor them, then whom shall I favor? As the crown prince, the legitimate firstborn, he must uphold the dignity of succession and cannot behave like a mere girl, lacking in decorum. Only with the 2 daughters do I find the joy of fatherhood." The Thunder Tiger imparted the infinite true scripture to 3 children. Their cultivation progressed with remarkable speed. Each day, copious amounts of medicinal herbs were transformed into pills to replenish their energy, facilitating the extraction of true energy at an astonishing rate. Their advancement surpassed even that of Thunder Tiger during his own training. Upon witnessing the progress of the 3 children, Lei Hu remarked, "The cultivation of martial arts indeed demands considerable financial resources. Without sufficient nutritional support, rapid advancement is utterly unattainable." In response to Lei Hu's words, Zhou Zhirua interjected, "Your Majesty has managed the realm with great efficacy. To ensure the well-being of the populace, agricultural taxes have been abolished. Instead, substantial levies are collected from merchants to sustain the functioning of the state. Lei Hu remarked that in order for a nation to prosper, it must eschew the policy of ignorance. Only by encouraging the populace to pursue education and awaken their intellect can they transform into talents who propel national development and societal progress. During this period, I have not only promoted literacy among the citizens but also sought to strengthen them through martial prowess, enabling them to possess the means to defend themselves against any form of oppression. However, the talent pool among the common folk is limited, necessitating that they cultivate only basic martial skills to enhance their physical well-being and extend their longevity. Zhou Zhiruo commented that His Majesty has already made commendable strides. Compared to the previous dynasty, the lives of the populace have improved significantly. In the past, many citizens struggled to secure enough food, leaving them with no opportunity to practice martial arts. Now, the people can enjoy sufficient sustenance, practice self-defense, and no longer suffer the indignities imposed by those of the underworld. The Thunder Tiger remarked, "In the past, I witnessed the denizens of the martial world brazenly oppressing the common folk. It was for this reason that upon establishing the nation, I sought to fortify the constraints upon these individuals, ensuring they would think twice before tormenting the innocent. Furthermore, I encouraged the populace to cultivate their martial skills and acquire strength, enabling them to safeguard themselves." Lei Hu gazed at the crown prince, who was diligently honing his martial skills, and spoke, "In the future, this realm shall be entrusted to Lion's governance. You must impose strict limits upon him, ensuring he does not become a tyrant." The Thunder Tiger began to diligently cultivate the crown prince, enabling him to grow swiftly, prepared to inherit the throne. By the time the crown prince reached the age of 16, his cultivation had already advanced to the 7th level of the acquired realm, making him ready to assume the throne. It was only then that Thunder Tiger resolved to commence his own breakthrough in cultivation. Lei Hu entrusted the affairs of state to the crown prince, allowing him to oversee the government in preparation for his future ascension to the throne. Meanwhile, he took his place upon the dragon throne and began to strategize for a breakthrough. The Thunder Tiger absorbed the regal dragon energy to refine its true essence. Upon introspecting into the Dantian, a vast mist of true energy could be observed, swirling incessantly within. After the royal dragon energy permeated the Dantian, the mental force entered, initiating the compression of the true essence. Guided by the royal dragon energy, the misty true energy began to rotate. As the velocity reached its zenith, a droplet of liquid true essence coalesced at the center of the vortex, cascading into the Dantian. With the formation of this singular droplet, an abundance of true essence began to materialize, akin to a continuous shower of water droplets, each falling into the Dantian. Eventually, the once misty true energy within the Dantian transformed entirely into true essence, lying serenely within. Through this transformation, the Thunder Tiger discerned that it had successfully converted a total of 100 droplets of true essence, which flowed and pooled within the Dantian, resembling a tranquil pond. Thunder Tiger understood that his cultivation of true energy had taken a century to yield 100 drops of true essence. Each drop represented a year of cultivation. Once Thunder Tiger achieved a breakthrough, he would perceive the constraints of heaven and earth, akin to a great fish swimming in a small puddle, struggling to fully extend its body. Thunder Tiger understands that this is due to the constraints of heaven and earth, which cannot accommodate martial artists of the innate realm. Hence this predicament arises. After the breakthrough of Thunder Tiger, a profound transformation in the world became palpable through the flow of national fortune. In times past, the world was incapable of nurturing martial artists of the innate realm. However, with his own breakthrough, a new dimension began to unfold, presenting opportunities for others to transcend. If individuals continue to achieve breakthroughs into the innate realm and maintain their presence for over a century, this world will ultimately ascend to a higher dimension, capable of accommodating innate realm martial artists. Yet, Thunder Tiger's early breakthrough has only hinted at this ascension, leaving him unable to remain within this world. To further his cultivation, he must shatter the void and journey to a loftier realm. After Lei Hu achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he summoned all the ministers and proclaimed, "I have transcended to the innate realm, a level beyond the world's capacity. Only by shattering the void and ascending to a higher realm can I continue my cultivation. Therefore, I have decided to pass the throne to the crown prince today, in preparation for my journey into the void." Upon hearing Lei Hu's words, Yin Tian remarked, "So, Your Majesty, due to your significant enhancement in power, you can no longer cultivate in this realm and must ascend to the celestial realm to pursue further cultivation. The Thunder Tiger remarked, "This is my first experience with such matters. I am uncertain about the world I shall traverse in the future." Thunder Tiger proclaimed, "In 1 month's time, I shall ascend at Shengjing Square, shattering the void, and you are all welcome to witness this momentous event." As news of Thunder Tiger's impending ascension spread throughout the martial world, a wave of excitement surged across the realm. The practitioners, who had never fathomed that mastering martial arts to such profound levels could lead to transcending to a higher realm, began to flock towards Shengjing. Eager to witness Thunder Tiger's ascension firsthand, they set forth on their journey to attend this extraordinary spectacle. Chapter 79, Shattering the Void. When the moment was ripe, the Thunder Tiger arrived at Shengjing Square, prepared to shatter the void. Lei Hu was uncertain about which world he would venture into this time, his heart filled with trepidation. However, he realized that he could no longer remain here to cultivate. Thus, he had no choice but to shatter the void and journey to a broader expanse to continue his martial arts training. Upon arriving at Shengjing Square, Lei Hu discovered that the place was already teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity that rendered movement nearly impossible. Were it not for the Imperial Guard maintaining order and leaving a single passageway, he would have found it difficult to reach the heart of the square. Once Lei Hu reached the center, Ying Tianzheng and others instructed the guards to clear a space, pushing the crowd aside, allowing Lei Hu to shatter the void in tranquility. Unperturbed by any disturbances, upon reaching the center of the square, Lei Hu began to regulate his breath and channel his internal energy, unleashing his formidable presence. A powerful aura emanated from his being, expanding outward and enveloping the entire square, imparting an immense pressure that weighed heavily upon those nearby. As if a colossal mountain rested upon their shoulders, creating an overwhelming discomfort. Once Lei Hu's aura was fully unleashed, a radiant beam of multicolored light shot down from the heavens, enveloping him in its brilliance. A surge of energy manifested, lifting Lei Hu upward, propelling him ceaselessly towards the sky. As he ascended to the highest point, a void appeared above him, and a force of repulsion expelled Lei Hu from the world. At this moment, Thunder Tiger finally discerned that although the world of Etian is indeed a planet, it possesses but a singular moon and a handful of stars revolving around the sun. The entirety of this realm is encompassed within a solitary solar system. Beyond its confines lies an expanse of void, devoid of any celestial bodies. As the Thunder Tiger found himself cast aside by the world, he beheld a radiant beam of light emanating from the very world that shunned him, illuminating his being. At this moment, Thunder Tiger realized that this was the world of the Heavenly Sword. He expressed gratitude towards himself for allowing the world to ascend to a higher dimension, thus granting himself a reward. Within it resided a thread of the world's essence, imbued with an innate, indestructible spiritual radiance, which entered his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Lei Hu's consciousness delved into his sea of awareness, only to discover a fragment the size of a palm within. It was then that he realized the essence of his own panel was derived from this very shard. This fragment was a piece of an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, imbued with the laws of time and space, and contained a thread of eternal primordial light. This profound essence enabled his martial cultivation to continuously advance without regression. The reason lay in the fact that this thread of eternal primordial light possessed the attributes of a great Luo golden immortal, allowing for perpetual validation and facilitating his relentless progress. This occurrence was a gift from the world of Etienne, wherein he received a strand of the world's primal essence, which harbored a thread of eternal primordial light, ultimately attracting this fragment to his awareness. Through the shattered fragment, Thunder Tiger discerned that this piece was irrevocably damaged beyond repair. Yet, possessing this fragment, harnessing the innate eternal brilliance within, could enable him to cultivate to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Upon realizing this matter, Lei Hu felt a profound sense of joy, contemplating that as long as he diligently cultivates and does not falter along the way, he can indeed ascend to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, living in harmony with the heavens. Subsequently, he would seek to transcend to even higher realms. As Lei Hu was just cast out from the world of Etienne, he found himself amidst the void, where a tempest of emptiness surged forth, instilling within him a profound sense of peril. Lei Hu swiftly channeled his true essence, projecting it outward to form a protective shield around himself. However, this shield proved as fragile as a mere bubble when confronted with the void storm, shattering effortlessly. The tempest of the void assailed Lei Hu's form, gradually dismantling his very being. In no time, his body was utterly annihilated, dissolving into the abyss of nothingness. The soul of the Thunder Tiger, safeguarded by the fragments of the divine treasure, remained unscathed. Drawn by an unseen force, it moved forward, in the vast expanse of emptiness. Lei Hu wandered for an indeterminate duration before finally arriving at his destination. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld an archway before him, inscribed with the words Gates of Hell. The soul of the Thunder Tiger was drawn forth, traversing the threshold of the underworld, advancing deeper within. There, it beheld a multitude of souls, wandering aimlessly, moving ever onward. Only then did Lei Hu realize that he had arrived in the netherworld, alongside these souls, preparing for reincarnation. Thunder Tiger pondered whether he would retain his current memories after reincarnation. If his memories were to be erased, even if he were to be reborn as a human, the individual who emerged in the future would not truly be himself, as a new personality would take shape. At that moment, a fragment of a spiritual treasure conveyed a message. Although this fragment was shattered, it still possessed the capability to safeguard his memories from obliteration, allowing him to retain them even after the cycle of rebirth. Upon realizing this situation, Thunder Tiger felt a profound sense of relief, dispelling his fears. After all, I think. Therefore I am. As long as memories are preserved, irrespective of how many times one is reincarnated, one remains oneself, never transforming into another individual. Thunder Tiger followed these souls to the end, where he beheld 6 immense whirlpools appearing before him. Thunder Tiger surmised that this was the 6 paths of reincarnation. As Lei Hu approached the vortex, he was coerced into consuming a bowl of broth before being granted passage. He then stood before the swirling maw, ready to commence his reincarnation. When Lei Hu was compelled to drink the Mengpa soup, he realized that his tormentor bore no resemblance to the legendary Mengpa. At that moment, Lei Hu comprehended that in the myriad realms of existence, countless souls perish each day. If all were to be sent to the underworld for reincarnation, the denizens of the underworld would be utterly overwhelmed. As the Thunder Tiger approached the vortex, he received information that revealed this place to be merely a realm established by the underworld, designed for the souls of those from the neighboring worlds to undergo reincarnation after death. The soul of the Thunder Tiger, drawn by the vortex, entered the passage and began its reincarnation. After the Thunder Tiger shattered the void, Yin Tianzheng and the others witnessed the ascension of Thunder Tiger's form into the heavens, confirming his successful transcendence, which filled them with immense joy. Unbeknownst to Yin Tianzheng and his companions, had Thunder Tiger not perished, safeguarded by the fragments of the spiritual treasure, he would have long succumbed within the void, his soul devoid of memories, destined for reincarnation, thus vanishing from the world, never to return. In order to ensure that Lei Hu could ascend the throne smoothly, Lu Bowen stepped into the center of the square and proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty is a celestial being from the heavens, having descended to witness the sufferings of our mortal realm. It is for this reason that he has come to overthrow the tyrant and allow us to lead a prosperous life. Now that his task is complete and his merits fulfilled, he has returned to the heavens." Lei Hu gazed at Lu Bowen and inquired, "Is it true that my father is a celestial being, descending from the heavens to rescue the multitude? Now that his virtuous deeds are complete, he returns to the skies to continue his divine existence." Lu Bowen replied, "Indeed, Your Highness. Now that his majesty has departed, you must inherit his will and govern the nation diligently. Once your own merits are fulfilled, you shall ascend to the heavens and provide a report to his majesty." Lu Bowen continued, "Ladies, I implore you to assist his highness in the governance of the realm. Only after a century shall you be welcomed by his majesty to the heavens and take your place among the immortals." The others, swayed by Lu Bowen's words, genuinely believed him and began to arrange the coronation ceremony, ensuring Lei and smooth ascension to the throne. To solidify Lei Hu's position, Lu Bowen commissioned a statue of Lei Hu in Shijing Square, crafted entirely from bronze and coated with a layer of gold dust, ensuring that the statue would retain its golden hue, forever radiant and resplendent. Chapter 80. Rebirth. As Lei Hu entered the vortex, he felt as though he had been plunged into a washing machine, incessantly tossed about, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, struggling to maintain clarity of mind. As the thunderous tiger spun within the vortex, it struggled to maintain consciousness, soon succumbing to the overwhelming sensation of dizziness. Upon regaining awareness, it became apparent that it had been ensnared within a swirling mass of water, rendering it nearly immobile. At this moment, Thunder Tiger finally realized that he had transformed into a fetus, still nestled within the womb, his body not yet fully developed. Although Thunder Tiger's physical form has been destroyed and his cultivation diminished, his realm remains unscathed. His mental prowess remains formidable, allowing him to barely project his spirit outward. The Thunder Tiger extends his mental energy outward, yet it can only reach a distance of 3 feet, beyond which it cannot venture further. The spirit of the Thunder Tiger radiates outward, forming a circle with a diameter of 3 feet. Within this circle, one can utilize mental power to scan all things. It is akin to possessing a divine perspective, allowing for a clear and detailed view of everything within the circle. Through the conversations outside, Lei Hu discerned that the people were indeed speaking Mandarin, albeit in a dialect characteristic of a different region due to the surrounding environment. With sufficient exposure over time, one would be able to comprehend this language. Thunder Tiger pondered, wondering what kind of world this was and what family he might be born into. In the realm of Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber, he had directly transmigrated, borrowing a corpse to revive. This time, however, he was reincarnating, embarking on a new life anew. Inside the womb, the little one finds itself unable to move, enveloped in a sense of monotony. As its body remains underdeveloped, the mind struggles to maintain prolonged wakefulness, ultimately succumbing to slumber in order to alleviate the burdens of existence. It awaits the moment of birth to explore the world beyond. Every day, Lei Hu awakens momentarily, striving to maintain clarity of mind and preventing himself from succumbing entirely to slumber. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lei Hu senses an overwhelming pressure, as if an urge to expel himself is surging within. At this moment, Thunder Tiger understood that his body had reached maturation and was ready to be born. He promptly coordinated with his mother in this world and was born smoothly. Upon its birth, the little tiger sensed the chill of the outside world, and as it opened its mouth, it began to call out. Once its mouth was agape, the sound it emitted transformed into a wail. Thunder Tiger heard a middle-aged woman say, "Young Thunder, this time your family has welcomed a bouncy little boy." The thunderous gaze of the tiger fell upon a middle-aged woman, who was clad in simple, unadorned linen garments. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a midwife. The infant was gently lifted by a middle-aged woman and placed in a basin of water, where his body was meticulously cleansed. Once he was thoroughly washed, he was cradled in the arms of a woman and laid upon the bed. The midwife remarked, "Wang Suihua, your little one is remarkably robust. It seems he will thrive well, and you need not worry about any premature demise." Wang Suihua expressed her gratitude, saying, "I am truly thankful for your assistance, Granny Zhang. Without your help, it would have been quite a challenge for me to bring this child into the world." Granny Zhang replied, "Well then, I shall leave him in your care. Take good care of the child, and if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me." Upon witnessing the departure of the midwife, Lei Hu finally raised his head to behold the visage of his mother in this lifetime. Lei Hu gazed up with his head held high, his dark eyes fixated on his mother in this lifetime. He observed her haggard visage, clearly a victim of malnutrition. It was evident that during his developmental phase, he had absorbed an excess of nutrients, resulting in his mother's declining health and subsequent emaciation. At that moment, a man entered and spoke, expressing his gratitude to Zihua for bringing a son into the Lei family, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. "I, Lei Hu, am deeply appreciative. You should take the time to rest," he said. Suihua replied, "Now that the child has been born, we must diligently work to raise him." Lei Hu said, "Rest assured, we still possess 10 acres of fertile land. As long as we cultivate it diligently, we can raise this little one to adulthood." Lei Hu remarked, "This little creature, upon its birth, is robust and vigorous, akin to a fierce tiger. I shall name him Lei Hu, so that he may roam the mountains and forests with the prowess of a tiger, ensuring his survival with great success." Lei Hu said, "You take the child first, and I shall prepare a meal for you, so that you may fill your stomach." After the departure of Lei Hu and Lei Hu, he began to take in his surroundings, his mind whirring as he surveyed the environment. Thunder Tiger discovered that his new abode was constructed with adobe walls. Surrounding him were these earthen walls, some of which had gaps allowing light to filter through, revealing dust particles dancing in the sunlight. Upon gazing upwards, he observed that the roof was thatched with straw, barely sufficient to shield him from the wind and rain, preventing water from seeping inside. Thunder Tiger is acutely aware of the impoverished circumstances of his family. The mere fact that he was born into this life is a considerable blessing. It is evident that the farmers in this region lead a life of considerable hardship. In his previous life as an emperor, the common folk enjoyed a more prosperous existence, with each family possessing 10 acres of fertile land. Their lives were significantly more comfortable, having already moved into tiled houses, free from the worry of food scarcity. They often feasted on meat, ensuring ample nourishment. Upon contemplating this, Thunder Tiger realized that the court of this world holds no regard for the farmers. He understood that he must find a way to improve the living conditions of his family. Lei Hu understands that he is currently too young. He just needs to wait until he grows a bit older before devising a plan. Thunder Tiger began to sense the external spiritual energy with his mental prowess, eager to discern the richness of the spiritual essence in this world. This was indeed the matter of utmost concern for Thunder Tiger, as it directly pertained to his future path in martial arts. Through the power of his mind, Lei Hu immersed himself in his surroundings and discerned that the spiritual energy in this world was twice as abundant compared to his previous life. It seemed evident that this realm could accommodate warriors of innate caliber for their cultivation. As for the certainty of this observation, he would only ascertain the truth after his own breakthrough into the innate stage. Lei Hu settled here comfortably, and it was only at the age of 6 that he began to devise ways to enhance the living conditions of his family. After Lei Hu's parents went out to work, he picked up a hatchet and ventured outside, where he chopped off a branch measuring 1 centimeter in thickness, sharpening one into a point. With the branch in hand, he made his way to the riverbank, commencing his endeavor to spear fish, hoping to catch a few to bring home and enhance their modest living. Thunder Tiger gripped the branch tightly with both hands, his gaze fixed upon the river's surface, keenly observing the fish beneath the water. As the fish approached, he thrust the branch forcefully into the water. However, due to his inexperience, he missed the target, allowing the fish to slip away. Thunder Tiger understands that his physique is still diminutive and his strength is limited, rendering it quite challenging to catch fish. Only through repeated practice will he attain proficiency. After spending an arduous half-day, Lei Hu pierced countless times before finally catching a small crucian carp, no larger than the palm of his hand, which he impaled upon a branch as he began his journey home. By the time Lei Hu returned to his abode, the sky had already grown dim. His father and mother, having just returned from the fields, beheld the branch in Lei Hu's hand, adorned with the caught fish. Lei Hu said, "You young rascal, why did you venture to the riverbank today, attempting to spear fish with a mere twig? From now on, you must refrain from such folly. What would you do if you were to fall into the river?" Lei Hu remarked that feeling bored in solitude, he took a branch and strolled to the riverbank, where he began to spear fish for amusement. To his surprise, fortune favored him that day, and he managed to catch a crucian carp. "Father, mother," he said, "you labor tirelessly every day and must be so weary. This crucian carp shall be for you, to nourish your bodies." Lei Hu said, "You rascal, I suppose you still possess a modicum of conscience. However, this crucian carp has already met its demise at your hands. It must be transformed into a delightful fish soup this evening and consumed accordingly." The Lei family commenced their evening meal preparation, simmering a pot of fish soup made from crucian carp, allowing the 3 of them to share in the delightful repast. Lei Hu is acutely aware that his family is steeped in poverty, with meat only gracing their table during the New Year festivities. At other times, they subsist on coarse grains, barely managing to satiate their hunger. For years, his parents have refrained from having another child, burdened by the harsh reality of their financial struggles, which render them incapable of nurturing another offspring. During a meal, Thunder Tiger resolved to dine daily on a fish, aiming to enhance the quality of life at home. Furthermore, he reflected on his age, having turned 6, and felt ready to embark on the path of martial arts. He pondered how one could establish a solid foundation in martial arts without adequate nutrition. Chapter 81. The Commencement of Training. Thus, Lei Hu began his journey by using a branch to spear fish by the riverbank, bringing home his catch to enhance his sustenance. As he consumed fish daily, his nutrition improved, and subsequently, Lei Hu commenced his martial arts training, honing his physique through the practice of Hanyuan Quan. Thunder Tiger sighed, reflecting that this technique was originally intended for his children in a past life, to help them refine their bodies and establish a solid foundation. He never anticipated that he would also utilize it for his own cultivation now. After a year of rigorous training, Lei Hu's physique began to flourish, surpassing his peers in height and appearing remarkably robust. At this moment, Lei Hu, having honed his martial skills and increased his strength, began to weave a fishing net from tree vines to catch fish in the river. Once he had successfully caught live fish, he planned to sell them at the market to supplement the household income. By the afternoon, Lei Hu returned with 2 carp in a small bucket, astonishing Lei Hu. Lei Hu remarked, "You rascal, you've gone off to the riverbank to spear fish again." The young man, Lei Hu, remarked, Yesterday, I crafted a fishing net. And today I returned from the river with 2 fish. Come quickly to witness. Each fish must weigh over 2 pounds. Tomorrow, we can take them to the market to sell. Zhang Zuihua replied. Huzi is remarkably intelligent. We have hindered his potential. Addressing Lei Hu, she added, you should venture to the river more often and bring back additional fish. We can exchange the fish for money, allowing you to attend a private school and commence your studies. In time, as you acquire knowledge, you may participate in the imperial examinations. If you succeed, you will be eligible for an official position. Upon hearing Zhang Zuishan's words, Lei Hu realized that his mother had his best interests at heart. However, through the years of observation, he had come to understand that the court here was shrouded in darkness. Each time the officials collected taxes, they would invariably extort an excessive amount, pocketing the surplus for themselves. Lei Hu understood that in such a court, even with talent, one could not achieve success without connections. Thus, attending a private school would enable him to familiarize himself with the written language. In the future, should he acquire martial arts manuals, he would also be able to cultivate his skills. The following morning, Lei Hu accompanied his parents as they set off towards the market. Beginning their journey to the town at dawn, Lei Hu joyfully exclaimed, I have grown up without ever visiting a market. I wonder how lively it is within. Lei Hu said, Huzi, when we arrive at the market, do not wander off. You must stay close behind us, understood? Thunder Tiger said, understood, father. I shall not wander aimlessly and risk losing myself. As Lei Hu arrived at the market, he followed closely behind his parents, selling 2 crucian carp for a mere 201. Thunder Tiger remarked, why is it selling for such a meager price? This fish is priced far too low. Lei Hu remarked, there is little we can do. We are merely ordinary farmers, unlike those merchants who can command high prices. To sell our produce at all is already quite commendable. Upon returning home, Thunder Tiger spoke. It would be wise for us to refrain from selling the fish we caught earlier. It would be more prudent to keep them for ourselves, as it proves to be more economical. Lei Hu remarked, you are quite astute, my boy. From now on, instead of selling the fish you catch at the market, reserve them for your own nourishment. Lei Hu said, Father, Mother, you must also eat well to strengthen your bodies. Only then will you have the energy to work. The next morning, Lei Hu arrived at the riverbank and began to catch fish. Zhang Zuihua followed closely behind and remarked, I observe, Tiger, how you catch fish. I too shall learn this skill from you. The thunderous tiger rolled up his trousers and waded into the river, stirring the water with his feet to startle the fish. Only after the fish were disturbed did he begin to catch them. As he cast the net into the water, it ensnared 2 crucian carp within its grasp. Lei Hu remarked that he had been fortunate today, having caught 2 fish, and could now return home. Zhang Zuihua awaited Lei Hu's arrival, placing the fish in a bucket before saying, Today, you should catch a few more. I shall send some to the private tutor, hoping you might pursue your studies and, perhaps, one day attain scholarly distinction. After catching a few more fish, Lei Hu finally began his journey home. Upon returning, Lei Hu took out 2 fish for himself to enjoy. He then picked up the water bucket, accompanied by Lei Hu, and made his way to the village's private school, urging Lei Hu to pursue his studies. Thus, Lei Hu spent his mornings engrossed in reading and his afternoons engaged in fishing to enhance his livelihood. It was not until the age of 10 that he perfected the art of Hunyuan Quan, transforming his physique into one of remarkable strength and vitality, enabling him to cultivate internal energy. Recently, Lei Hu has devoted all his energy to his cultivation, resulting in less than satisfactory academic performance. The private tutor approached Lei Hu and remarked, Your son, though intelligent, lacks a natural talent for studying. Pursuing a scholarly degree will prove quite challenging for him. However, during this time, Lei Hu has managed to learn to recognize characters, which will enable him to assist others in composing letters and thus sustain himself. This was a deliberate choice by Lei Hu, aimed at ceasing his formal education. In any case, he has already mastered the characters, and with proficiency in reading and writing, he sees no necessity to continue his studies. Thunder Tiger prepares to devote all his energy to cultivation, striving to attain the 7th level of the acquired realm at the earliest opportunity in order to venture forth into the martial world. When Thunder Tiger visited the marketplace, he beheld martial artists traversing the rooftops with grace and agility, realizing that warriors indeed existed in this realm. Yet, he remained oblivious to who possessed the highest cultivation in this world. Hearing the words of the private school teacher, Lei Hu spoke up, acknowledging his own greed. As an ordinary farmer, having a clever son was already a remarkable blessing. To desire that he pursue scholarly achievements and attain fame through examinations was indeed overly ambitious. Hearing Lei Erneu's words, Lei Hu spoke up, reassuringly saying, "Father, do not lose heart. There are paths to success beyond merely studying and holding official positions. When I grow up, I shall pursue a career in commerce, and I will ensure that you enjoy a prosperous life." During this period, Lei Hu's fishing endeavors had allowed Lei Erneu to amass a modest fortune, yet he dared not reveal it, fearing that others might covet it and that he would be unable to safeguard this newfound wealth. Lei Hu commenced his cultivation of internal power, having perfected the art of Hunyuan fist, resulting in a formidable physique and a significant increase in strength. He ventured into the mountains and forests to hunt for wild beasts. That very day, he captured 2 wild chickens and a hare, which he brought back home. Lei Erneu remarked, "You, my boy, have truly grown bold, daring to venture into the mountains and forests." Lei Hu remarked that during this period, "Our family has been frequently consuming fish, and my health has flourished remarkably. I possess considerable strength, effortlessly catching wild rabbits and pheasants." Lei Erneu gazed at Lei Hu and realized that Lei Hu's physique had become remarkably robust. His chest had broadened, standing a head taller than his peers. Other children with such sturdy builds were already capable of assisting their families with agricultural tasks in the fields. Lei Erneu stated, "Venture into the forest at your own discretion, but do not wander too deep. Remain on the outskirts. Capture some rabbits and wild chickens. Within, there are wild boars and wolves, which pose significant danger." Thunder Tiger reassured, "Father, do not worry. I have grown up and understand what I should do. I will not venture into dangerous places." Later that evening, Thunder Erneu remarked, "Now that Tiger has matured, we need not fret. We have also accumulated some savings. We can consider having another child to ensure our family thrives." Zhang Zuihua replied, "Whatever you say shall be. If we can afford to raise another child, then let us do so. It will be a companion for Tiger." Thunder Tiger commenced the cultivation of internal energy, delving into the profound teachings of the Wuji scripture from his previous life. These techniques were already familiar to him, rendering the practice remarkably effortless. Furthermore, Thunder Tiger ventured into the forest daily, hunting for game to replenish his physical stamina, thereby accelerating his progress significantly. After a year of diligent cultivation, the Thunder Tiger has amassed a decade's worth of vital energy, enabling the unblocking of meridians. Once he successfully opens 4 meridians, he will elevate his prowess to the first level of the acquired realm, thereby becoming a bona fide martial artist, equipped with a modicum of strength for self-preservation. Not long after Lei Hu's recent breakthrough, Zhang Zuihua gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, which left Lei Hu quite astonished. Although Lei Hu noticed that Zhang Zuihua's abdomen was beginning to swell, he had devoted all his energy to cultivating his martial arts and had not taken the time to examine it closely, which ultimately left him feeling astonished. Lei Erneu said, "Huzi, you have attended a private school for several years, which grants you a modicum of education. Bestow upon your younger siblings names that possess a certain elegance and charm." After hearing Lei Erneu's words, Lei Hu began to ponder. He named his brother Lei Xiong, hoping he would grow strong like a bear. He named his sister Leia, wishing for her to become an elegant young lady. Lei Erneu remarked, "Let us name them Lei Xiong and Leia. These names are far more melodious than those of us old folks. Your studies have not been in vain. They prove to be of some utility." Chapter 82, Protecting the Village. After naming his younger siblings, Thunder Tiger began to assume the responsibility of caregiving, dedicating himself to the nurturing of his brother and sister at home. As Thunder Tiger simultaneously nurtures his child and engages in his cultivation, he experiences a profound sense of progress with each passing day. The vital energy within him gradually becomes more abundant. By the time he reaches the age of 16, after 6 years of dedicated practice, he has attained the 7th level of postnatal cultivation, enabling him to project his vital energy outward, thus believing he has acquired the strength for self-defense. Upon seeing his parents, Lei Hu hurriedly returned home while practicing his skills. As Lei Erneu arrived home, he exclaimed in a state of panic, "Tiger, quickly take your younger brother and sister and hide. A band of mountain bandits has been roaming in our vicinity and is now approaching the village." Lei Hu inquired about the bandits, asking how many there were and the extent of their strength. Lei Erneu remarked, "You young lad, do not presume that your strength alone can contend with these mountain bandits. These brigands are desperate men, having been vanquished and sought refuge here. With nothing left to lose, their only means of survival is to plunder our village. You must quickly conceal yourselves. Wait until the bandits have departed before emerging to gather our fallen. Thunder Tiger said, Father, rest assured. They are merely a band of mountain bandits. With my skills, it would be quite effortless to eliminate them. We cannot allow these marauders to pillage our village. Lei Hu brandished a machete as he dashed out of the courtyard and arrived at the village's entrance. There, he beheld the village leader, who had rallied a number of robust villagers, armed with hoes and pitchforks, standing resolutely before the village in an attempt to intimidate the mountain bandits. The Thunder Tiger executed his agile lightness skill, maneuvering around and charging forward. He beheld a band of mountain bandits, their garments tattered, brandishing weapons, advancing tumultuously towards the village. The Thunder Tiger observed that these bandits appeared pallid, devoid of any color in their faces. It was evident that they had been vanquished by others and had fled in haste. Their disheveled state suggested a lack of proper rest. The leader of the bandits bore a scar on his face, the flesh grotesquely torn, with blood oozing forth. Upon observing the band of mountain bandits, numbering over 100, Lei Hu noted their disheveled appearances, yet their eyes gleamed with a crimson ferocity and their faces bore expressions of malevolence. The villagers stood no chance of repelling such an onslaught. Thunder Tiger rushed to the forefront of the bandits, gripping his hatchet tightly. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a formidable arc of blade light, measuring nearly 10 feet in length, which cleaved through the bandits ahead, severing them in half. Even the bandit leader fell effortlessly beneath his strike. Witnessing Thunder Tiger's prowess, as he dispatched a dozen of their own with a single blow, the remaining bandits were instantly struck with terror, turning on their heels to flee in fear of meeting the same fate. Thunder Tiger gazed at the fleeing mountain bandits, and with a swift push of his foot, he pursued them. As he chased, he remarked, "You wretches, deserving of your demise. Should you manage to escape, who knows how many more lives you would take. It is far better for you to remain here and serve as nourishment for the earth." Lei Hu, with a swift motion of his arm, effortlessly dispatched several bandits with a single stroke of his blade. These marauders soon found themselves lying lifeless in a pool of their own blood, victims of Lei Hu's formidable prowess. Lei Hu rushed out of the village and arrived at the village entrance, where he beheld Lei Hu fiercely vanquishing the bandits, swiftly eliminating them all. Lei Hu and Lei Hu returned to the village entrance. Lei Hu spoke, "You little rascal, when did you acquire such skills? Neither your mother nor I were aware of it." The Thunder Tiger remarked, "In the past, I chanced upon a martial arts manual and began my training. It is only now that I have perfected my skills and acquired a modicum of ability. While you all toil outside each day, I remain at home, diligently honing my craft, unbeknownst to you." Lei Hu remarked, "These bandits have fled to our village. Now that you have dealt with them, it is imperative to report to the authorities and summon the magistrate to handle the matter. I shall soon send the village chief to the county to inform them. We will manage the remaining affairs ourselves." The following dawn, the magistrate arrived at the village with a retinue of officials. Upon witnessing the slain bandits, each one dispatched with a single stroke, he noted that even the trees, as thick as a man's waist, lay severed beside them. The magistrate commented, "It appears your village has produced a formidable talent. I kindly request you guide me to meet this youthful hero." The village chief led the magistrate to Lei Hu's residence. Upon meeting Lei Hu, the magistrate spoke, "These bandits were vanquished by young Lei yesterday, thus sparing our village from this peril and the threat of bloodshed." Observing Lei Hu, the magistrate discerned that he was merely in his teenage years. He continued, "This young brother possesses remarkable skills. At such a tender age, he has already attained a level of prowess that rivals the top masters of the martial world. Even the likes of Bei Xiaofeng and Nan Murong would find themselves challenged by your strength." Upon hearing the magistrate's words, Lei Hu humbly replied, "Your Excellency, you flatter me excessively. My meager skills are hardly worthy of comparison with the true masters of the martial world. I am merely capable of dealing with these mountain bandits." The magistrate responded, "It seems, young brother, that you have yet to venture forth into the tumultuous world of the Jianghu. However, I have had my share of encounters with its denizens. Take Murong Fu, for instance. He is lauded in the Jianghu as Southern Murong. Yet, his martial prowess is merely adequate, barely sufficient to cleave through trees of a man's girth, much like yourself." Thunder Tiger remarked, "I am not quite certain about that. During this period, I have been diligently practicing martial arts at home, seldom venturing outside, and thus I remain unaware of the extent of my own prowess." The county magistrate responded, "A few of you, my young brother, have vanquished this band of mountain bandits, bringing considerable peace to the realm under the king's rule. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you 300 acres of land to the east of the village as a token of my gratitude, allowing you to cultivate it. Lei Hu stated that it is my duty to slay the bandits and protect the village from harm. I am grateful to the county magistrate for rewarding us with land. The magistrate praised Lei Hu before taking his leave with the constables. Along the way, the advisor inquired, "My lord, why not simply reward him with a small sum of silver? Why grant him land? The lad already possesses ample property and is thus gaining an undue advantage." The magistrate replied, "What do you understand? This fellow is still quite naive in the village. Once he ventures out into the world for a few years and acquires substantial experience, he will come to realize that we have not bestowed upon him a significant reward. Should he feel slighted and attempt to assassinate me, how shall I defend myself? These individuals from the underworld are lawless, if provoked. Their martial prowess allows them to take our lives at will. It is prudent to avoid inciting them. By conceding 300 acres of land, I can placate him and prevent any resentment from arising." After the departure of the county magistrate and others, Lei Hu began to ponder the magistrate's words, which alluded to Bei Qiaofeng and Nan Murong. During his time, he had occasionally visited the marketplace and encountered martial artists, yet he remained unfamiliar with them, unaware of the true nature of this world. It was only upon hearing the magistrate's remarks today that he realized he had been reincarnated into the realm of Tianlong. Lei Hu remarked, "The county magistrate has bestowed upon us a reward of 300 acres of land, which we are utterly incapable of cultivating. What shall we do about this?" Thunder Tiger remarked, "If we are unable to cultivate the land ourselves, we can hire others to do so. In this way, dear father and mother, you need not toil any longer. We can entrust the management of the land to others, and you may simply oversee it." Lei Hu remarked, "It seems there is no other option." He resolved to head into the village to enlist help for cultivating the land. In the remaining time, he would nurture Lei Xiong and Lei Ye, raising them to maturity. Given that Lei Hu had vanquished the bandits, he had earned the villagers' gratitude. Upon hearing of Lei Hu's plight, they were eager to assist in the farming endeavor. After all, with Lei Hu's formidable presence as a deterrent, no one wished to provoke his family, and aiding in the cultivation was a prudent means of ensuring their own protection under his auspices. Thunder Tiger assists his parents in managing the affairs of heaven and earth. He then begins to instruct Lei Xiong and Lei Ye in the practice of the primordial fist, a discipline intended to fortify their bodies and strengthen their physical forms. Upon seeing Lei Hu's demeanor, Lei Hu spoke up, "Huzi, do you harbor aspirations of venturing into the world?" Thunder Tiger remarked that it would be prudent to impart martial arts skills to his younger siblings, allowing them to establish a solid foundation. As they mature, they could then engage in the more profound cultivation of these skills. Lei Hu remarked, "We are aware that you have always been exceptionally clever since childhood. However, as you venture into the world,